Hey, what's up, you guys? Shartimus Prime here, doing the last. Oh, that's a lot of A's. I I wanted to try some different things going on here with the StreamYard, and I tried setting up the intro. I was very much inspired by Nostalgia Unboxed, and yeah, he gave me some little tutorial tips. You can see like we have the scroll at the bottom over here. I wanted to add in the intro to the whole Street Humans animated short. I wanted to show that off again. And really quick though, see some comments. We got Thirsty for Chicken. Yeah, good to see you, bro. Good to see you. We have Chris Jordan. What a beast. This man deserves this along with all those involved. Mostly Shart, though. Look at this man on the freaking grind to get his dream out there. Rooting all the way for you, bro. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that, Chris. I'm looking at it like this. If I couldn't bust my ass doing a bunch of live streams, how could I bust my ass making sure I get orders out as fast as possible? So hopefully the work ethic is kind of soaking in with people and they understand that I'm a hard worker and I would work very hard to make sure these figures are delivered soon and made as we promise them, as close as things happen, but I'm going to work very, very hard to make sure that these deliver and exceed your expectations. That's what I'm aiming for. We got Mr. Joe Capone. Good to see you, bro. I'm doing great. We got Patrick Tamayo. How are you doing? All right. Shout out I just did. I just shouted out your name. Let me go check the Wi-Fi. Oh no. It says the Wi-Fi is weak over here, but like I have all my on my computer. It says it's all going fine. So yeah, we're gonna hang out today, talk Street Humans, and we're gonna unbox figures throughout the day. I have a whole bunch of guests lined up, and I have some potential guests as well. So hopefully everybody's able to come through. I will be sending out StreamYard invite links throughout the show. So not everybody has the invite link. And we have some possible guests over here as well. Here, let me see. Got the StreamYard link for Vinny, aka From Brazil with Love. And we have quite a few people that I want to have jump on this stream today. We have Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime coming through. Not everybody knows that he is an avid action figure collector. He has his vlog channel, and there he'll often talk about figures. You know, sometimes I wish he'd talk about figures even more, but it's like he knows that not all of his viewers are into figures. And then we might have like what I would consider to be a celebrity guest on the show today. Potentially, maybe punk rock legend, you know. So I'm hoping that that works out. There's some punk rockers out there that really love collecting, not just me, but you know, Punker Mike, Punk with Toys, and one of my favorite bands of all time has a guitar player that's very much into collecting figures, and we're going to see if we can get him on the show today. So it's been discussed, just not 100% locked in because the guy has a busy life. Can understand, you know. But yeah, hey, what up, action figure dude? Yeah, this is gonna be a fun stream. That's the point of this stream, is to have a good time. Paisano, thank you, man. Right on. Come on, Street Humans. And we have the Infinity Gauntlet here today. So if we get new backers during the stream, we're gonna go ahead and hit that Infinity Gauntlet. So we're starting at 583. We have over 3,500 people backing the project, not backing the project, but over 3,500 people are following the Street Humans Instagram page. So with that number, like 3,500, hopefully we can get closer to another 500 people pledging today, as it is the very last day. We have 14 hours left. I just watched a backer dip out, so they're probably changing their pledge. That is what usually happens. It can get a little tricky changing the pledge, so people will often just back out and then, you know, reorder and then back in, because we have those variants available. I just took a shower because I'm going to be on this stream for 15 hours, so I wanted to come into this thing fresh. You know, I wanted to make sure that, we got the window open for some fresh air. So I have some of the post shower sweats, as I like to call them. But yeah, thank you so much, Ray. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, did you just back it right now? Did it happen this very second? I'm gonna hit the Infinity Gauntlet for you, just for you letting me know. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, there's the power. But as we get new backers, I'm going to be, even for backer 583, I'm going to go ahead and hit the Infinity Gauntlet just for them coming back. So we have 582 backers right now, and we got to see if we can get all the way up to around 1,000. Hey, man, this experience has been amazing. I have had a great time putting these, working on this project. Not only that, but just like the last few weeks of doing all these streams and really getting to know a lot of new people, making new friends, getting to learn about new channels that are out there, seeing the new creative ways people are going about making their YouTube content. It's been a pleasure, man. It's been quite an honor to be invited on so many streams and being able to do this. I'm just really grateful for this experience altogether. Yeah, at Target toy hunting right now. Ooh, what are you looking for? What trying to find yeah, what is on your toy hunt list? I wonder what he's trying to get. Does that number represent the BBTS orders? That's where I had to back mine. Still be nice for a gauntlet for those from BBTS. That one's hard to gauge, but I'll give you the BBTS orders are in. So let's go ahead and hit the gauntlet for the BBTS people. Thank you all so much. Yeah. Oh, that's a big one with the BBTS. Yeah, I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, all the pledges really mean a lot. I'm going to go ahead and close this door right here. I have figures around here that we can do some head swaps with. I have my street humans with me. And we did some head swaps before, but there's some ideas here that I haven't done yet. And I have a whole bunch of figures that I figured I could open up some figures that I've had around that I haven't opened yet. It's going to be a long stream, so I need company. Big thanks to Xmanny87 for making sure I got a hold of this, the Cobra Range Viper right here. It looks badass. So maybe we'll do some head swaps with this figure right here. Maybe we should just open this one right now and see how it goes, right? Because I'm kind of curious to see how this is a very new figure, and I'm curious to see how it goes. Let's see how we could do some head swaps with this one right here. But I'm first gonna take a sip of coffee right now. Oh yeah, delicious. All right. And then I have to refrain from constantly checking the Kickstarter. Usually, I don't think like the amount really went down that much, but sometimes people will back and they only pledge like $1 or something, and then they back out. You don't see the dial really change that much. But let's see, 69.5. See, this is the part that could drive you crazy. So I'm not going to check again until for a while. Yeah, so we're at we're just about 58% funded. 58% funded. What up, Brick something? How's it going? How are you? All right. Yeah, bring it home. Let's go. Yeah, let's do this, man. Hey, Air Extreme 21. Hey, I see your backing right there. Thank you very much. We're hitting that Infinity Gauntlet. Let's do it. 583. All right. Woo. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Excellent. All right, that was for Air right there. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. And I've got plans to turn one into a Lane Staley from Alice in Chains. Ooh, oh yeah, the Caucasian head sculpts kind of look like him a little bit. I'm the man in the box. A little bit, right? Kind of has that look. I can see that for the Caucasian head sculpts. You could, if we got those, if we got like an enormous last minute surge that pushed us through all the tiers, that would be exceptionally amazing. That would be really, really, really cool. He had them bones. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, man. Yeah, Alice in Chains, you know, eh, like legendary grunge band. Grew up with them, picked up a couple of their albums back in the day. But yeah, unfortunately ended early. Stop. Okay, wait. 10, 12, 10:30 is the next time I get to check. So every 15 minutes, I'm going to take a look. Let's open up some figures. How do you guys feel about opening up some figures? I also need to send invite links to some people. So let's see here. We got okay. Dave Bonner will be in, and then we have Brandon Gash, our sculptor, will be popping in, and our designer from Brazil with Love. Got the stream link here. Sorry, it's fun to be on a stream watching somebody on their phone, right? Right? It's not. It's not at all. But I'm going to be doing that just a bit here and there. Yo, that Joe figure has such an awesome head sculpt. Yes, it does. But we're gonna. I've been curious to see how this fits with more figures as we go along here. Ooh, all right. Looks pretty cool right out of the box right there. We got our twisty ties. And I think this is kind of a fun thing to do also because I don't often open stuff just out of the box like this on the channel. Like it's not very common thing for me to do. It's usually all off screen. So you have that unique experience. And I love the artwork. But by the way, you got to love what G.I. Joe Classified does with the inside of their packaging. The details that they go through right here to make it look snazzy. Because like even the little accessory box looks kind of neat. Like it's got a name written on it. It's got a Cobra logo on it. It's got the name on it, the number on it. Did I say it has the name on it? And I don't know. I just think it's neat that they go all out with these. And the bags have the logos all over them. And, these are like little things that I take note of where it's like the packaging is impressive, but it's not so overwhelmingly sharp to the point where it feels like a sin to throw it away, right? That's what I really like about these. I like the figures more than anything, but that's what I really like about their packaging. We have the backpack right there, and we have the ammo right there. Wow, and I also love that you're able to get everything stored on these figures as well. I have Marvel Legends here that we're going to be opening today also. Gun, grenade launcher, Psy, scarf, other gun, and more ammo right there. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. I'm going to kind of put this all in here for right now. Let's see, put that aside right there. Put that box right over there. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of Marvel Legends that we're going to be opening up today, but let's go ahead and pop this head off and see how, God, you get the neck joint in there. Nice. Let's check out some questions too. Let's see what you guys got to say. Let's get Shartimus to walk through it on the screen so all can see. But basically, you click the manage button and have the option to make changes. Yes, that's basically it. You hit the manage button. Charlita 1, I think. Oh, you know what? I have a tutorial from Charlita 1 right here. Let's do this because I'm going to send this video to myself on the computer. And then we could share screen right here. You could hear me getting all irritated because Charlita 1's making poop jokes. And I'm like, go hurry up. I need to go. Gotta go. Any YouTuber friends can advertise on their page. Yeah, I hit up. We've gotten a lot of support, man. Robo from the Foosh did a segment on a weekly, which was really cool. And then I'm trying to see if Robo's down to come through. But we'll actually here. I'll send him a message right now. I'll say, please don't hate me for asking so many times. Here we go. I'm gonna say. And oh wait, I gotta do the. Okay, there we go. Sent message to Robo, and we have Mr. Dave Honor waiting in the wings over here in our studio. So, legendary toy designer Dave Honor, right over here with us. How you doing, Dave?
Yo, what's
Good.
happening? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. All
I
right.
can barely hear you. I can barely hear you. But hey, that's okay. I'm in downtown San Diego. This is gonna
Oh,
be a pre San Diego Comic Con panel.
yeah. This is the official first
Man,
San
you know
Diego
what?
Comic Con panel.
I cannot hear you at all.
Oh
So I
wow.
think I'm gonna jump out and then jump back in.
Okay. Maybe
All
yeah.
right. We
Maybe
having
setting.
some technical difficulties, but I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. I know you guys could hear me okay. So it may just be how the StreamYard link works. But here we have the head popped off. I just wanted to show this off over here, see how it would look if we put a street human's head on. Oh. The neck is a little long for it. Yeah, you can see the neck is a bit long, but you could make it work if you really wanted to somehow. Thank you, sweetie. All right, my kids are very excited about this, and yeah. All right, let's see. Dave's back in, and how's the volume now? Can you hear me
Now
now?
I can hear you. Now
Oh, good.
I can hear you. The volume has been pumped up.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Dave, thank you so much for everything that you've done. This project has been a dream, and I wouldn't have been able to do this without you. And I'm just really grateful for everything that you've done. And
Listen, I gotta thank you, man, like for just having me on board, but also too, man, thank you for you know having the heart to put something out like this. Look what had to be done for other companies to respond just to have a few minorities in their line. Whereas like you went out and you felt that not only did you want to follow your dreams and pursue your passions and all that, you wanted to actually make a difference, and that's all wrapped up in it. So that alone, is something that I can say that I've pushed for and has come up, defeated a lot in meetings when I tried to push for certain minorities, like, for black characters, Asian characters, Hispanic characters, and for whatever reason, it all got pushed out or whatever, and I had to hear all kind of excuses from the sublime to the ridiculous. But you went out and actually felt the need to stand on that within the brand integrity of the line. And that's dope, man. So like I just thank you for having me on board, just to guide you, to give some insight and also too, I mean, I know that you're true to this. Is you're actually a true fan of the whole culture of toys. Like we grew up on it, and it's something that you never really that never left you. It really never leaves us. It's a universal thing that connects us. Which is why everyone can relate to toys. But you followed it. You made it part of your life. You made it part of your essence. So that also makes it fun
yeah.
and rewarding to work with actually someone who cares about the little things. Like actually, when I gotta pull someone off the ledge, and I'm a ledge jumper, I'm a leaper. I'm a habitual line stepper, so,
Ritual.
so, so I mean, I step the line all the time. So it's like for me to actually have to reel you in with, it says a lot. So I mean, just thank you for everything, and this is fun, and thank you to everyone who's contributing, who's just following and paying attention and laughing and giggling and whatever, talking about it, everything. Thank you all the way around.
Awesome. Oh, thank you for all that acknowledgement. It really means a lot. I wanted to do something that felt different and fresh, and I wanted to make a statement at the same time. I didn't want to just make something. I also wanted to say something. And we also have another Street Humans team member we have from Brazil with
Uh-oh.
Love waiting in the wings with us right now.
Oh, yo, bring my
Yeah.
man in.
All right, here's Vinny
Yo,
from Brazil with Love. How
yo,
you doing?
Yo, what's
Street,
going on, guys?
what's
Street
happening? What's happening,
designer,
brother?
artist,
Yo, what
sculptor.
time is it in Brazil right now?
Yo, it's about to be 2:30 afternoon.
Oh, you good. You good.
Yeah. Chill.
Thanks
How's everybody
so much
doing?
for making it, Vinny. Thank you so much, man.
Oh, for sure, man. It's an honor to be here, bro.
Oh,
It's an
man.
honor to be part of this.
Oh, the honor's been mine. I mean, you guys are seriously talented dudes, and this is something that I know my own limitations. So it's like being able to work with you guys and take things to another level with this project has just been a dream. And
And yo, can I say too, man? Like, yo, I love you, dog. Like, just we talk all the time, we vibe all the time, man. And it's like I'm so proud of just seeing your progression, man, and how your passion turned into a profession. You know what I mean? And I love you for that, man. Your entire being was just a part of this line, man. So thank you, dog.
they love you too, Dave. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. It really does. You've
I'm
been
talking to my man Benny.
oh you there.
I was like, who's Dave talking to, man?
Yeah.
I'm talking to my dog.
Yeah. But I guess it works. It works for both of us, I guess, right? Because the passion's there regardless. Yo, I'm sorry, I'm sweating like crazy. It's hot as hell down here, bro. But I wish I was on a cruise ship like Dave over there.
No, I'm not. I'm in San Diego, dog. Yeah, I'm in San Diego, dog.
No, that's what's up.
This is the pre San Diego Comic-Con panel right here, dog. This is the pre joint.
That's what's up. Yo, on the real though, Dave, man, I love you too, bro. Like, if I got where I got, if I did whatever I did, man, like I was thinking on the way here because I was on, I was running some errands and stuff. But like, Shart and Brandon, everybody that's part of the team, like, have been so big in me being able to actually be where I dreamt of being. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never imagined I'd be able to work with action figures and then Shart hits me up during COVID, like, yo, I need you to do some sketches for a line I'm working on. I'm like, damn, that's crazy, right? Like, that's what's up. And then a couple months later, I'm doing something totally different. I think I did like a head sculpt. The War Machine figure was gonna come out for Marvel Legends. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna do a Dave Vonner head sculpt. Yo, that's gonna be crazy. And then Dave hits me up, and I didn't even know Dave was working on Street Humans. So it's like this whole connection. And it's crazy, bro. I'm just honored and humbled and just like being able to do this, man. I appreciate it, Dave, for real.
Yo, man, it's like I said, man, it's a pleasure, man. Like, just working with you and actually seeing all of your talents, man. Like your designs talents and your sketching talents, your sculpting talents, your painting talents. Everything just really just came together, you guys are like part of my team, you know what I mean? And so it was like I just watched you grow and everything. It was like, dog, I gotta have you on board with everything that I'm working on, because number one, you have the talent, and number two, you have the passion. And for me, that those two things, man, if you're straight up passionate and have talent, and that can bypass years worth of education and experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that and also too, you were willing to learn and grow, and that right there is like, that's how you really build a strong team. So just watching you go on Street Humans and doing stuff for the stuff that I worked on with Nacelle and everything. It's like, man, it's like, bro, like this. Everyone needs to watch out.
That's
So
what's up,
watch out,
for
because
real.
the takeover has begun, and this is a success. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a success all the way around. It's like what Yoda said: "Do or do not. There's no try." You know, so this is just a success all the way around to a really good team that was assembled, like the Defenders. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of like a hodgepodge group, and everybody came together. But it's like no one thought they would be as strong as they are. So, man, kudos to you, dog.
Yeah, big shout outs to Shardamus. And yo, where's Brandon though? Like, Brandon should be up on here. I was
Yeah,
gonna, I was talking about like how important you guys were in me developing as an artist in this area. But like Brandon, like ever since you told me like, yo, I'm working with Brandon and stuff, and you sent me over his way, like he gave me so much feedback, so much love. Like, that dude's work is incredible, absolutely incredible. And the stuff here on Street Humans it's insane. Like,
It's dope. It's dope. Like, just watch and watching Brandon's growth, and it's like just amazing. But also too, what I really love about this whole thing is because it really, like, Charlemagne's planted the flag, right? It was like, wow, this is going to be really dope. It has aliens. It has goons. You can army build with it. But then it's the part that, man, I can actually work on something that looks like my boy, looks like me. You know what I mean? Looks like my the dude that I met through this whole collector culture who lives 5,000 miles away. You know what I mean? Like, that's when it's like that's when it's cool, because you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for things that's much more bigger than you.
right. I think that
And,
was
and, and it shows.
I think that was something that like everybody got really interested in. Like one part of it that everybody really latched onto right away, like saw that message in the line immediately. Because I don't think we've ever. I mean, it was after the first go of Street Humans. I think Hasbro had like a multiracial Shield agent pack, but aside from that, I think Street Humans was like the one, if not the first, one of the first lines presented that had that kind of variety in their characters just right out
Right.
of the gate.
Right.
I hadn't seen anybody really do that before. I could be wrong, but I mean, I know a lot of figures. I hadn't seen anybody really do that before.
Right. Right. You're right.
And I thought that was great. Everybody was like that.
And,
That
and
really
also too, like, let's just tackle the lingering subject, the name Street Humans. Yo, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I consider myself a straight up person. I didn't get it either, but then Charlemagne broke it down too. And once he broke it down, it's almost like we hear things in today's time, like now, real time. But I'm old enough to know when the Super Bowl didn't sound right. When that name was floated up in meetings, they wanted to call it something else because it was ridiculous. It was like the Super Bowl made no sense. I'm old enough to even remember when Spider-Man didn't make any sense because he was a teenager. There was actually people who didn't get it. Nike, when the first Nikes that came out, that company didn't have that name awareness, and it sounded a little ridiculous. People couldn't even pronounce it right. So, to me, once you broke down the name and then everything started to flow, it no longer even became a thing anymore. It's like, wow, Street Humans. It's like, man, it's it's a name tag. It's a title. You know what I mean? It's more than just Street Humans, man. It's like you said, like, we're Street Humans. We're the ones that they see walking around and that they mimic, like like Kal-El. You know what I mean? It's like he mimics being Clark Kent. That's not and like in Kill Bill, he's looking at the weaknesses in all of us, not the strengths. That's why Clark Kent is meek and looks like that. That's his representation of us. So with that kind of just in my mind, and just also being a fantasy person, since when did anybody start getting so goddamn particular?
Right. Yeah, I know.
I mean, man, we got Star Wars. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, it's not that.
Stop bugging.
No, and that yeah, no, and it was important to me too, like to have in the cartoon where it was like the street humans that Alago sees. He mimics a couple just walking down the street, right?
Right.
And a multi-ethnic couple on top of it, and that's just normalized to him. Just seeing that right there, for me, I just wanted it to be like just average people just walking down the street, and it not necessarily being something that I didn't want. I didn't want it to get like aimed outside of just like average people being mimicked by it, but at the same
Right.
time use them as goons. So it's like I didn't want them to only be goons. Like they could also just be people all at the same time, you know.
Right. 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 Right.
And
That's dope.
but yeah,
That's
the
dope.
fantasy
So
thing.
y'all need to bid on that right now. Yo,
Yeah, go ahead. Back Street Humans right now, you guys. It's past 10:30. Let's see if we got some new backers. We got 583 and we got 584 right there.
oh,
All right.
look at that. You got like a cowbell or something? What you got?
Yeah, there we go. Each time we get a backer, hitting the Infinity Gauntlet right there, summoning
Nah,
the power of
you
the
need like a bat or something. You know what I mean? Like one of those naughty by nature joints. You know, with some like the bat with the barbed wire. You need something like that. Some brass knuckles.
Yeah. Oh God. There's so many possibilities that we could include here. I mean, that with Vinny working with you on this project, I mean, I felt like when we were in that design phase, like I felt like we were like little kids, like playing on the floor with like action figures and stuff, like getting this all together. And I just wanted to ask you, like, what were some of the things that you were like really fond of that you remember working on the line that stuck out to you? Because like Dave was talking about, he loved that right out the gate we have the multi-ethnic thing going on. I wanted to know what kind of stood out to you, like coming into it.
I mean, it's kind of like what I posted on Instagram earlier. Like we've been asking for this for like decades. You know, ever since back in the day when we started ACBA, like when we were, like crawling in posting stuff and taking photos and stuff. You know, not myself. I'm not big on the photos. I used to do just some corny ass videos, but I remember that the people really wanted just people, just like, I don't want Spider-Man to always be fighting some kind of like crazy villain. He needs to be stopping like a burglary or something, just like something simple. So when you came to me with the idea, like you laid it out to me and you showed me like the characters, and I was like, yo, this is crazy, because like the idea is sick. You added the alien aspect to it, which is like, it's just not some kind of like throwaway just bodies. You know what I'm saying? You have this whole lore, this whole like deep thing. I thought it was dope, man. And the designs are crazy. Like, I was like, is it a lion with like just one visor eye and just like this bat with a bunch? I was like, yo, this is crazy. So it was really cool to be able to work on that. And at the time, like, I couldn't see where it is today. I couldn't envision how far it got, so when I saw Brandon's first kind of renders, and like, I saw like how him and Dave had like really pushed your original drawings and stuff. Like I was like, yo, this is wild. Like then when I saw the 3D render, then it kind of like solidified it for me. Like, yo, this is, I'm gonna own this. I'm gonna put this on my shelf. This is gonna be insane. You know what I'm saying? I started to picture like, just going on Instagram and seeing collections of people with street humans all over the place and stuff. So, it was a ride, man. It was a wild ride. Cause you hit me up. I did the drawings and then you like disappeared for a time. Cause I imagine you were cooking, you were doing the behind the scenes paperworks and stuff. So then I was like, yeah, Shartimus ain't gonna do that, man. Like, and then when it came back, I was like, whoa, dude, that's crazy. And it's so dope to see your dreams coming to fruition. Like, that was amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's pretty nuts, and the whole process. It's like it all takes time. So it's like each step, there's just
Oh,
like
for
a
sure.
huge chunk of time between each thing. So yeah, it's like you may disappear and not know what's going on with it. But Brandon really, yeah, he added like a theatrical element to it. Like it felt like, oh, these could be really walking the streets in real life, But we worked on, you came up with the designs for the different attire and everything, and I thought that was great. And I wanted to ask you, like, if you had like particular, because it was asked by me, like, which pants do you like the most? And I remember we had all these drawings of different pants, and I could ask this for you too, Dave. Like, out of the four different pants options, like, which one did you like the most? For me, I genuinely liked all four of them, but you know, which pants designs would you say like you favored out of
Well,
the four?
for me, it's for me the ones that I like the most was actually is like the black ones, or like the simple colors, and it's only because I'm conditioned to think that way to save costs. Because when the camel pants, I was like, here we go, like here we go, like this is something I like. I was having flashbacks of. It's so funny. You guys know Eric Arania from Boss Fight.
Yes, yeah, I remember him.
Well, I never forget. He wanted to do these camouflage pants for Captain America, and I just remember him and Dwight Stahl having this argument that they were trying to keep it calm. It was like watching a ping pong match, a tennis match, about how Eric was like, I'm gonna have these pants, and Dwight was like, you're not gonna be able to afford those pants. So this went on, it just went on and on and on until the figure was actually made. But it brought back flashbacks of that, and that was the only reason why I was like, oh man, here we go, man. I'm gonna have to talk this dude off the ledge already. He's not gonna be able to afford this. So, but I'm conditioned to like, the basic color pants, only because it's just, number one, it's a little bit more cost effective, but also two, it gives, other than the collectability and connectability, it's also the customization too, and it allows guys to be able to customize, which is, customize a big part of not only this but also the community. Is like it gives them not like almost like a canvas to work off of, so then they could come up with their own thing, even if they want to like come up with tampos, or airbrush tampos, or actually airbrush designs on it themselves. They can be able to do that because it's a clean slate to start with.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember, yeah, the first thing you said, I think, was like, "What's your deco count?" Like, what's your deco count on that? Like, I could hear that. Yeah. What about you, Vinny? Like, which one stood out to you? Like,
Mine is the opposite. Obviously, like I like the more wild stuff. Like I like the camel pants, but one of my favorite ones was the football jersey.
oh,
Like,
cool.
yeah, I know we're talking about pants, but like that to me was dope. The football jersey and the hoodie. Yeah, I know we changed some stuff. Like I think the hoodie was originally purple, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
and then I could imagine is to make it more like, you don't see 50 people on the street rocking purple hoodies, right?
Right,
Right.
right, 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 right.
Yeah. The other thing too is that it focusing on all of the upper body attire being black, so that they could switch around easier. And then I was also imagining, it just kind of being a little compatible with each other, having that option out there, and figuring maybe we could start like with the black themed attire at first, and then move on to different colors later on for future variants. Because one thing I want to put out there is that I really want to limit the amount of figures I make for each color pants, and that we put out there, so that once we get through the first run, the second one, while we may have camo pants again, it would be a different color camo pants. While we would have black pants again, there would be something different about the black pants that has set it apart than the first one. Maybe a slightly shade lighter, maybe a slightly shade darker. Like I want to do different things so that each run you get a different look, so that it's not just going to be a reprint available for the next batch. So I think kind of limiting those options to make them a little bit more desirable while still being able to pump out more figures, because we, you know, once we get the molds, we can make them whatever colors we want to make them. So that's one thing I wanted to put out there, is that it's going to be a limited run. I want to make these variants of each other, of each figure moving forward. So it's something definitely to keep in mind for those that should be backing the Kickstarter who haven't backed it already. You have that chance to kind of have a limited edition of
Back
figure.
it.
Yeah,
Back it.
yeah. Back it. We only have about $50,000 to go, man. We're not that far away. About 50K to go. We're so close. It's just right around the corner. Hey, but you know what? In all honesty, surges happen, you know, so
Yep.
possibilities definitely there. I know I'm not Hasbro, you know, but it's like it's not the same thing as a Marvel character, but
Listen, you're not. But you know what? There's some kid out there that is yet to be born that needs this line.
yeah,
There's a guy out there who really wants to pull the trigger and get this line, have it in his collection, because that's what you're missing.
yeah. No, and a lot of people, it seems like the more and more people that find out about it, like they want to back it. You know, it's just, I think it's just about getting the word out there, because when people hear about it and then they see the figures, they learn what they could do with the figures, the interchangeability
Right.
of the figures, like that excites people. And then
See, to me, and it's like what Vince says. Like, I want to know what the guys are doing. I want to know what Spider-Man is doing that pays the bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to deal with the common criminals. He got to do his thing to take his pay his rent, take his photos. So Dr. Doom isn't always coming into town. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Galactus isn't always coming to town. Hulk isn't always. So you got to deal with the common guys. Those are the dudes that's gonna pay the bills. So it's like I want to see guys doing some breaking and entering or fighting in the streets. You know, in a police chase. Something like that. I want to see now that we have all these figures just standing around on the shelves. What I love is actually seeing these things have an environment. That showcases an experience. Like, that's the dope part.
Yeah, I've been I've had so much fun taking pictures of these figures when I, technically shouldn't be posing them around like the way I have, because they're such early prototypes. But I wanted to share
No,
some.
you manhandling those bad boys,
Oh
man.
God, yeah, yeah, just
Every paint, every chip paint that I see, I'm like, G
yeah.
Mo.
Yeah, we're gonna they're gonna
I
get
don't want to say what I usually say, but I was like, yo, this dude is getting me around the collar.
we're gonna I'm gonna send them back. Luckily, I've been we're gonna be able to send them back to the model shop and they'll touch them up again. So we'll be able to. Thank you, sweetie. I don't know if you could hear the kids. The kids are very excited about Street Humans.
See what I'm saying? Kids need it. It's for the kids.
Yeah,
for the kids.
Man.
Yeah. Let's check out the chat just really quick here. I know I do. I've been watching Shartimus since 2013. Thank you, man. The ultimate Goblin Wave. So make his own line is a must. Thank you. And then Wilfred also, red camo pants would be nice. See, we could do variations of the colors.
Oh wow!
So I would really like to, have the
red camo pants would be dope.
Red camo pants, yeah. I was imagining blue ones too. Blue camo pants would be. I mean, there's all kinds of variants that we could run with here. But I wanted to show off like a couple of pictures. I'm sure you guys have seen them, but not everyone's seen them. Especially some of the composite images that I've put together over here, where I've taken the two figures and just made and kind of like copy and paste the figures so that you could see them in a setting where they're being army built. You know, so like this is one that we have right here that I want to show you guys. If you haven't seen this one, you can see Splinter fighting, you know, a whole mess of street humans right here. Just two figures just being used over and over again. You know, fighting off Splinter. They fit well with TMNT. And then, but the one I was really looking forward, oh, that's actually the same. Oh no, it's not the same one in the background. But there's the Bratz car. I don't know if you guys saw that. I put them in the Bratz car. And that was actually pretty dope. I was actually
I like that. I like that.
I think I have that on the Kickstarter page itself. Hold on a second. I can show you guys right here really quick. I think I have that one. And oh wait, we gotta do the Infinity. What did she say? We got one more backer. We did get another backer. 585.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Look at that.
All right.
I'm telling you, you need a cowbell. Ding a ling a ling a ling a ling a ling.
Yeah. That's
you got a jingle a ding a ling.
But these are but we have the Infinity Stones though. The Infinity Stones is you know, the Infinity Stones is drawing the power of the cosmos into the street.
Nah, it's because these are aliens. They're aliens.
Yeah. So there they go with the alien. I was really surprised.
Like them. Some chubby dudes.
Yeah, I would love to do a Gordo wave. That would be my plan for wave 3 is Gordos. So these would be dudes. I want to come up with like a casual name for female figures. That would be wave 3 is female figures. I don't know about dudettes. I don't know about if, you know, I have to think of like a name that's going to be appropriate. Gals, I'm not sure. So I want to use like an appropriate, you know, name. And then for the big guys, I want to use the Gordos.
You know what would be cool for females? I'm sorry if it's a lot of noise, but it'd be dope if you can change them from like almost like a street kind of fighter chick to like a spy, or change it to like a sexy assassin or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. The whole idea for the female figures would be to give them like their bottom half would be different on each one. So and then like the width and everything would be different on each one. So you could interchange them. So you know, like if you wanted to, like on the black woman, you could remove her bottom half and put it on the Asian woman, or you could switch it around any way you want to and have different designed clothing for the bottom half of each one, so that you could have something like that you're talking about, Dave, like have like a spy attire, or maybe have like a skirt for another one, you know, or jeans for another one, and being able to switch them out like that. I want to keep that swapability happening. So I thought that would be really cool to do for sure. Yeah, having like spy women, definitely would want to jump into
but
that.
Also they're aliens too, right? So
yeah, they got we have different alien heads. I have my sketchbook here with a bunch of different alien heads in it. I don't know if you guys have seen.
You know what you need something with like an articulated jaw that drops down. You know what I'm saying? So you can just take your whole head off, whole torso off.
Yeah, like the Edel crocodile head can do.
Yeah.
But these are like some of the like, I think I have this, like, I think, oh no, Vinny's seen this one before. Vinny actually worked on a rhino head design that we had.
That was the Native American, right?
Yeah, the Native American one would be like the next figure. And then we have like the bunny one and the koala one right there along with it. And that was like the mouse head. These are some ones I did recently that kind of look a little freaky with the ant head. And then that's a wolf one right there. And we have an eagle one.
That's dope.
So kind of playing around with these different designs right here and it's just been really fun doing that. Here's me just practicing drawing hands, just trying to draw hands. Like,
I don't know. Maybe it's my screen, but that one page you showed, it looked like you had Pepe the Frog on there. Did I see Pepe?
No. No, there's no frogs. This is a mouse. This is a mouse right here.
Oh.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
looks like
no
Pepe the
frogs.
Frog from mine, man.
No, it's like, what is that? Pepe the Frog? No.
That'd be the first time Pepe the Frog gets an action figure, though.
Yeah, damn. But
Yo,
I like this
the elephant is crazy, though.
Yeah,
The elephant is crazy.
I think
That'd be
get
dope.
really
That'd be
wild
good
with
for the
that.
Gordo wave.
Yeah. That'd be a great Gordo Wave one. The elephant. So, yeah, the possibilities are endless where we could run with this, and yeah, just want to do more. And I'm just surprised that there's so many people that were really interested in the alien heads, because it's like there's two aspects of this. You have the civilian design aspect of it, and then we also have like the sci-fi alien part of it, and it's kind of tricky, like capturing both audiences at the same time and bringing them
But
to
also too, there's guys that they want to customize their other figures so they could be aliens too. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like
Oh,
with a whole different look. So
somebody was telling me I should put like an alien head on a Valaverse figure. I hadn't done that yet, but that actually looks
mm,
that looks really cool.
Yeah, that's dope.
mm.
So yeah,
See,
now it's like, and that opens up the possibility of a whole new like display. You know what I'm saying? Like a whole new assortment of teams. Mutant, alien, spy op teams. It's crazy just having that element, that one element transform the entire collection.
yeah.
The possibilities. It like I forgot which Marvel character that did the. Was it the human? What are those like animal creatures?
Yeah, the high evolutionary and those mutants.
So you could create mutants for him, And another thing that Dave was saying that I think is really important is that we need the goon characters. We need like people breaking an entry and doing all this stuff. Today, most people use head sculpts from like pre-established characters. Like they'll use like the Captain America extra head, the Steve Rogers head. They'll put it on a body and be like, oh, he's a burglar.
Mm-hmm.
Right. When we look at that, because we know that's the Steve Rogers head, it kills totally for me at least. It doesn't sell it anymore.
Right.
Captain America.
The illusion, it's not selling the illusion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like we're gonna have like a bunch of heads that are not pre-connected to something like pre-existing. So it's like it'll sell that much more.
Right.
I'm gonna grab a hand ninja over here because somebody had mentioned ninjas. So I was like, oh, I want to see how this would work. So because swapping and trying a bunch of different displays. So here's like a Marvel Legends hand ninja. See how that's perfect. Oh damn. I hadn't tried that one yet, so I'm really happy.
Oh wow.
Look at that. And that's the thing, is that I don't want people having extra accessories and just extra heads sitting around not doing anything, right? I don't want my product in the bag in a bin. I want it on the shelf, right?
Right.
So if you have use for this, I mean, if I could make sure that people have use for it, and this right here, while it actually pops on perfectly, like it doesn't even fall off upside down, which is also great, that I don't want people to have to Dremel stuff out. For some of the head swapping, you will have to use sticky tack, or you may have to Dremel, but it's really easy to put these on like most figures. It's not really that hard to find a figure where you could put the head on it. Doesn't fit on every single one, but I love that it works with the hand ninja like that. And
that's dope, man. I mean, it just opens up a whole storyline.
Yeah, you could, you could have ninjas that are not hand ninjas. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can get your own customized, display going with these. And I just want to open up the possibilities for people as much as possible. Because
I mean, you got like, even for like the wrestling fans, you got the guys in the audience, or maybe a crew trying to bum rush the ring.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know, it's like you could do some cool stuff with it, you know, and like it just kind of feels a little bit of everything, avoiding and a lot of lines. You can put those heads on some Jedi's or some stormtroopers. You know what I'm saying?
oh yes, that's one I've been wanting to do
You
actually.
know, like those alien heads. How dope would they look on a stormtrooper body, on a Jedi? You know, on a Obi-Wan body or something like that.
I feel like Shardamus is just discovering how good his figures truly are. He's popping the heads on him like, yo, that's dope.
No, but yeah, you know,
Yeah,
I
see
thought
what I'm
it'd be
saying?
cool to show them on
He's
all
discovering street humans in front of
That's
our
why,
eyes.
yo, that's why I do what I do, baby.
kinds. But that looks
Yeah,
That's
sick.
dope.
That's a Star Wars character right there.
It is
Yeah.
a Star Wars character.
Kind of curious to see how the Eon head. Oh, this is another one I wanted to do. I brought this out here because I haven't really done this with the Mezco figures, but this is the Mezco blade figure. I wanted to see how the logo.
Oh,
Ooh, the head's just a little bit too thin to like push down on the neck.
but put Blaze head on one of your guys' body.
Oh yeah, there you go. Here, let me grab. I have a logo with the accessory pack here on there.
Oh, that hoodie's sick.
Take this
See,
off.
I hadn't seen the hood yet either on the body. That's dope.
Yeah, that works.
That's
Yeah,
great.
that works out really well. And then you can put the blade head. Yeah, this. Oh, that ball peg is a little. Yeah, the shape of the ball peg is a little different.
But
So
put it on it. But I mean, hey, now that's when you got to go to work. Let me see.
It's not really fitting. You'd have to Dremel out a little bit for this ball peg, but if you could make it work by like.
You gonna make it work? Come on now.
There you go.
And then can you throw the hood on there too? Is the hood on there?
I think it's just a little bit too wide. I don't want to.
Because that would be ill. That would be so crazy with the hood on there.
Trying to make it happen. Oh wow. Oh, that looks sick. Oh.
Oh. Come on, take notes, Marvel.
Yeah, I know. That's the other thing, you guys. If I get worried, what if Hasbro takes some of these ideas? You know what I mean? Like,
then you send Hasbro a cease and desist.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna sue Hasbro. Watch.
I'm telling you, hey, it's nothing better than collecting cease and desist letters. Trust me, it's like so sending out your first will be, you know, that's like a double entendre. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta do it.
Yeah. This has got to get made this way. So make sure you guys help protect street humans by also backing street humans. But having the other thing that I really love about these is how easy it is swapping the arms on and off. And this is such an early polyurethane prototype that, you know, the pins won't be there on the final product. The paint's going to be different. But the fact that we're able to make this function the way we're able to make it function at this very early stage like this is just amazing to me. I'm just really excited about how we're able to do this. So I've done this so many times.
So look, check it out. This how much I'm doing this. This is the pre San Diego Comic-Con panel. I'm right now at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm at the convention center. I'm walking towards All Age.
Oh shit, you're at the convention center right now. Oh yeah. Oh wow. All right.
There is a convention that's going on.
Oh, what a trip.
Excuse me. What convention's going on right now? What's happening right now? NanoStream?
It's a 60 meeting.
See, we're Comic-Con attendants. Usually during Comic-Con we're here. So this is a pre-Comic-Con exclusive interview right now. We're actually presenting a whole new toy line, a really cool minority. So you're on there right now. Look at that. Everybody's out here. Thank you, brother.
All right. Get one backer at a time. There we go.
One at a time. We're taking it.
Yeah. All right. What event do they have going on over there right now? What is that? What did he say it was?
I don't know. He was a little scared. You know what I mean? Street. That's why we need street humans. We got to condition these people. We got to condition these people so when the brother comes up, They're not scared.
Right. Yeah. That's you know, that's another thing that I wanted to make clear is that it's okay to just have like people that are of color that don't necessarily have to be associated with crime. It's like that was like important for me to like have a logo mimic. Yeah, I know I mentioned this like just a minute ago, but like I wanted a logo mimicking just a regular couple, and Brandon's wife is Mexican, so I wanted a black man and a Latin woman walking together down the street, just being people on a date. That's the Udubon's first, or that's what we see from Alago's side is his first impression of humans is just couple,
The
just
real world.
your average couple just walking down the street doing their
Right.
thing, nothing nothing too crazy or anything. So
Yeah, I think you did a much better job with your the animation than they did in Secret Invasion on Disney Plus.
the animation and Secret Invasion. Oh,
No, the Samuel Jackson on the show, man. Like when he started to see the scrolls kind of like showing up and stuff. I prefer Street Humans for sure.
Thank you.
You
Thanks.
cringe a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I was so hyped for that, and it was like, no, I think I'm gonna go with Street Humans.
Right. Yeah, that was that was like I noticed that it almost reminded me. I mean, I'm not saying they ripped off Brandon or anything, but like it reminded me of that artwork that he made of he did like a like he wanted it to look like a movie poster with Alago's head kind of split between human and alien. And like the scroll, they had that scroll image in there for a second. I was like, oh, holy shit, that looks just like my street. It looks just like the Street Humans poster that Brandon did.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what it is, man. If being from the inside, we're all fans of this, so we're all going to find inspiration or stumble upon inspiration or just see something. And not saying that, there's outright theft, or sometimes there is, but it's not. I think that the illusion is that, of course, they don't want to say that. They want to keep everything siloed and isolated, like by brand. You got Marvel and GI Joe or DC and Turtles and all that. But truth be told, we're all fans of this shit. We all buy it. We watch the films. We watch the shows. We buy the comics. We wear the gear. It's now our kids are in it. You know what I'm saying? It's part of our lives. So when to me, when you do see stuff that's familiar, it's not by coincidence, because there's inspiration everywhere.
Yeah.
And also too, it's like listening, it's like the music business, right? It's like whatever's popping on the underground, eventually the majors have to go there, because now they have to find the new sound, the new hit, you know what I mean? That new star.
Right.
So they have to look in places where normally they wouldn't look, have their, artists look somewhere else, so that happens.
Yeah, no, and I think one thing I've also learned, like, because I feel like I've gotten a taste of how like the toy manufacturing world works a little bit, and people get inspired or they see something that they like, and I don't think the Secret Invasion was like a direct ripoff of anything that we did. I'm leaning more towards what you're saying, is that we're all fans of the same shit. That inspiration is going to come from a lot of places.
I mean,
So
look how much Marvel Legends inspired you.
Oh God!
You
Oh
know
yeah,
what I mean?
big time. Yeah.
For you to then take your idea and evolve it. You know what I mean? And like that's how things kind of that's how evolution kind of happens. It's like there's these push pull periods where how creativity flows. How idea flows. It's a push pull thing. So again, to me, it's not. Sometimes it's not so much of a coincidence.
I think this is so this yeah, sometimes it's just not. So check this out. This is a perfect example of what kind of gets me a little bit worried if you guys don't back this project and get it funded. Look at this Michelangelo nunchuck effect right here. This is from Reveltech, right? It wasn't that long until I want to say I think Diamond Select Toys made a Thor figure, the spinning hammer using this same concept right here that I just knocked
Right,
out.
and that came from a Thor statue. You know what I'm saying?
The Thor
That had the
first.
same kind of effect.
See,
You
there
know,
you go.
so it's like, I mean, yo, I can't tell you how much, Bowen statues inspired, Marvel Legends, Marvel Universe. Like that's who I
Oh,
was trying to keep up
yeah.
with. It's like, Bowen was doing every character in the Marvel Universe, and I'm like, and folks are getting them. Like they're getting, he's doing Sunfire and Falcon and Shang-Chi and all that. And I'm like, yo, that's who I want to do
Yeah.
because we're missing. He's doing all the guys that's not in Legends.
Hmm.
So, and I was totally inspired by that, and so that's how it works.
Right, right. Would you say that like the Bowen statues had an effect kind of like on all the Toy
Oh
Biz people?
man, yeah. I mean, Spawn, Todd McFarlane figures just inspired everything.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that was the timestamp, and it's so wild, like that we can actually say that. Like, there's always been music, but we can actually identify with the period when jazz was invented. You know what I mean? Or rock and roll was invented. We can actually identify when when action figures became something else, something totally different. And it just inspired action figures, statues, everything. I
Hmm.
mean, you have to give it up to Todd McFarlane,
Yes.
and just like kind of like how you did it, like, hey man, I'm gonna do this myself. No one's gonna do it, and it's that same kind of passion and drive, and also like stepping out on that risk, and leaning into it hard and heavy. So everything is kind of like really inspired by McFarlane. Just the style that he brought to comics, the style that he brought to toys, the product. Even giving guys a little bit of coolness and shit. Like
Yeah.
artist wasn't talking the way he was talking or doing what he was doing. It kind of gave guys some heart,
Right.
some juice to stand on.
Well, I always thought it was really cool that he made his main character a black man also. You know, with him not being black, he made Spawn a black guy right out the gate. Lead character, and I don't think like that wasn't really that was not a common thing. I mean, it's still not
No,
a common thing
it's
now.
not, and I think it's so like baked into everything that people don't even realize that it's a black character. Like probably the best selling black character of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's I think he's broken so much ground in so many ways, and I also think that like I don't ever remember seeing collectible figures that looked realistic like that were like accessible before Todd. Like Todd, like he changed the comic industry and he changed the toy industry. There's not a lot of people that can say that they've done both like that. It's pretty insane, right? And I think
But what's funny though, Charlton, is like I remember I was listening to a podcast when you was on with Bobby Fowler, and then someone else mentioned it today. There's people who grew up listening to you, watching your YouTube videos, like actually like grew up, and now witnessing you transition to making toys. So trust and believe, man, to certain individuals, you're that person to them. You're their Time McFarlane. You know what I'm saying? It's giving them that that idea, man. Like, hey, man, I can do this. It looks like me. You know what I mean? This is cool. You know what I mean? And look where he started. Like someone is saying that, like, hey man, look where he started and look what he's doing now. So I mean that's we can never diminish our own greatness that's within us, you know. So and it's not about being cocky or arrogant, man. It's about identifying what's placed in you from a source that you have no control over.
Yeah. I really appreciate those words. I can't really soak that in because I don't see myself anywhere near any of
Well, you
any of
shouldn't,
that. It's like,
because
but
your
but
point of
the
vision is
inspiration.
your point
Yeah,
of vision is in a different direction. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So you know, your point of vision isn't focusing on you. Your point of vision is going forward to the uncharted territory. So you're supposed to feel a little bit of like, oh shit. Always have that little bit of oh shit
Yeah.
on you. You know what I'm saying? Because that kind of
Oh, yeah.
wakes you up. You
Yeah.
know, and that kind of gets you going.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this whole experience has made me feel young. It's an adventure, right? So when we get into those uncharted territories like what this is, like it makes me feel youthful because I mean, most of the time, like the majority of my scared moments of my life was when I was younger, right? That's usually where we risk our own well being the most, and everything is in our youth. I mean, like for most of us, right? Like that's like when we kind of test the limits of what's out there in the world, and to test the limits again at being over 40 years old now, it makes me feel really young, makes me feel scared. I definitely have that oh shit feeling for sure. And but it's a good oh shit feeling. Like and having that feeling doing something that I love, something that's creative like this, uh you know it's a hell of a it's an honor and a pleasure
I
and
mean,
a
listen,
privilege to do it. Oh, shit.
I understand, man, and I also understand the love that we have. Like I'm at Hall H right now, yo.
All right, Street Humans is at Hall H. Yeah, we
Like
made it to Hall H already. We
this
don't need
is
all
like
those backers. We're already at Hall H. No, we need those backers though, for real. Backer project.
but this is how like powerful inspiration is. Like to me, this is like the highlight of it. Like the career. Like man, working on a project with you, working with super dope talent, Vinny Brandon, your idea and everything, and it's like, yo, we're here. We're talking about it. Like this was a thought that you had in your head, and now look where it is, man. It's like, and also too, you got people behind you. Like there's people behind you. You know what I'm saying? Like who also fell in line with your idea. That's the hardest thing to do. The hardest thing to do is have someone fall in line with your idea. I mean, really, truthfully,
Yeah,
to the
no,
point
that's
where you actually want to invest in it.
right, right. No, the getting that support and people, really, you know, capturing the message that I've been trying to put out there with the line and everything in all ways, like is incredible. And gotta give a shout out to I wanted to shout out Joey B over here. He started watching when he was 12 and he's 27 right now. And I consider Joey a friend, and I'm happy to inspire, like in any kind of way, whether it's like just YouTube videos, you know what I mean? Like inspiring people to make videos. That to me, that's a huge honor to be able to do that, like so that's incredible, and to be inspirational in any kind of way. Um, my brother had like it meant a lot to me to hear my younger brother tell me like, you doing this like is inspiring me to do the thing that I've always wanted to do. I've always
Right.
wanted to make a video game. And like before I know it, every time I go visit my brother, he's got like new, because my brother's an artist, so he's got his sketchbook, and he's showing me the new stuff that he's working on with his game and everything. So if I could inspire even in just that kind of way to get people to move forward with the projects that they've always been sitting on, because I think there's a lot of us that we have like I always wish I could have done this. I've always wanted to do this or that. And when you have those sitting on your shoulders for so many years, like it's gonna wear you down. And I feel like it's gonna elevate you to a higher quality of life to take those risks and go for it and move
Right.
forward instead of it just being a thing that you wish you tried. Make it a thing that you actually are trying to do, like really move forward with that and push, push against all the parts of you that are kind of trying to shut that dream down. It's worth really going for it. And I really feel, even at this stage right now, like it has all been worth it. I have no regrets with this project. I'm happy that I've been able to do this. And the journey has been a reward. It genuinely has been a reward. And that's the other thing too, is that you can tell how much you really love something, that when you go through the painful parts and you still love it, that's like, for me, that's like telling me like that you really know that this is like a passion project, right? Like,
Right.
and this has been I really love doing this. And I don't know.
I mean, it's just funny. You're only limited by your own imagination.
That's
Like, no one is standing over you telling you, what to do or anything, or someone who has maybe an ulterior motive giving you these weird decisions are coming from high. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just follow your own gut, make some real good common sense decisions, and have fun. And that's been the culmination of all this. It's just like, it's really been an experience, like you said. So it's dope. It's dope.
Yeah, no, it's been great. I wanted to ask you guys, like, what are your favorite parts of the Street Humans line? Like what would you say, like, your favorite thing, if it could be one thing or multiple things, like out
I
of the
like
line itself?
I like the bat head. You know what I'm saying, with all the eyes and all that. You know, because I love vampires. So like that, immediately that goes right into how a vampire from another period in time or another place, that's how it looks, and I love that. That's my favorite.
So, yeah,
That's my, like, the silhouette of it is just dope.
nice. Yeah, I love the Lago head too. How about you, Vinny? Like, what stood out to you? Like, what would you say, like your favorite characteristic of the line is?
I get I'm not muted right now. The interchangeability for
Ah,
like, I think like I haven't really seen anybody else do that and do that to that extent. They might have some parts that are interchangeable, but like you could basically change everything. There's like, you basically can just have parts in a bag and just pull stuff out, like just pull out a torso and pull out some legs. I think they usually do that with those figures that have like those special ball joint connectors. I forgot they did those a couple years ago. There was a
like
line.
Bionicles? Was it
Yeah,
Bionicles?
but no, but yeah, definitely Bionicles. But like recently, some independent toy lines
Oh
have been
yeah, I
doing
know.
that.
I know what you're talking about. Like the stick figure looking guy.
Yeah, that too. But there was one that they weren't animals.
Mm.
I forgot what they were, but they were like, but you can see the joints, like the, because they're so like simplified, they're big ball joints. So what makes what you did, in my opinion, aesthetically pleasing is that you can't tell that they're made to be interchangeable,
Uh,
right? Like if I change the parts around, like even if I were to like take the Latino character's arm and put it on the African American body, it'll look like it was a problem done at the factory. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't look like somebody built that. It looks so well done that it would be like, no, you know what I'm saying? Like somewhere at the factory, some dude put the wrong arms on. Like it was made to look like that. Like it was produced to be like that. So I think that's the beauty in this line is the interchangeability, at least to me.
Hey,
You know,
Shardamus, have you put your figures in vehicles yet, or on a motorcycle or anything?
he,
I
he
haven't
did
done
the
a
Bratz
motorcycle
car.
yet. I did the Bratz car. Let me see. I had to do
Because
the
they will
Bratz
look
car.
dope on like, you know, in a vehicle, on a motorcycle.
Let me pull up the. Oh, there
Swap
we
the
go.
head, put it in the X-wing fighter.
Oh yeah, there you go, there you go. There go the lowrider
Oh
culture.
yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, I had to do that. I actually have here I just got this motorcycle right here for $10. I was like, oh shit.
Oh wow.
I was like $10 for the figure. Let's see if we could. I think I opened this in the store just to make sure that I got this at Ross. So I wanted to just make sure that it had everything in it. So I opened it in the store before I left. And my figures will have windows. They will not be windowless. They will definitely have windows. That's one thing that we've already discussed and made very clear. So I'm just gonna open this up.
Do you know with the package? Do you have packaging
I have
designs
some
yet?
I have some packaging design images that I put out there, but we're gonna have to change it due to the variants. So
Then we're going to talk because
yeah, I don't want it. Yeah, I can't. I have to like
I got to
basically.
shout out my man Jason Woodridge. Man, he's a dope, 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 dope packaging guy, and he's been itching, dying to do street humans.
Oh no shit. Okay, yeah, yeah. Like when we get to that point, for sure. When we can dive in, I would love.
My man Jay Woo.
Yeah, I'd love to work with him. That would be awesome, for sure. Let's see if we can. Yeah, because I have to redesign them anyway. Because at first, the way the packaging design worked was that the window was kind of around the belly button and up. But now that we have the variant pants where people can choose to get a logo in camo pants or black pants, you could choose to get Eon in khaki pants or blue pants or jeans. I want to make sure that people could actually see the pants in the box before opening anything, so that they know that they got the right figure. And
Oh shit! So I'm being attacked by a bee at Hall H. He's trying to get me. The violence is already starting. Remember the year somebody got stabbed in the eye? Wasn't it like two brothers
I was
got to
right
a fight
there.
over a seat or something? You were there.
Yeah, Century Productions and I were like right by that when it happened. Like I saw the blood all over the floor and everything.
I don't mean to laugh, but see, people think that Comic Con is just a bunch of nerd stuff. Yo, it goes down. It goes down.
Yeah, that was. The story behind that is that they were friends.
Oh, they were friends? I thought
Yeah,
they were brothers.
Oh yeah, or they may have been brothers. I'm not sure, but they knew each other and everything. Because at first I just imagined they didn't know each other, and I don't know, starting shit one way or another. But yeah, the fact that they knew each other and everything,
That's crazy.
That was hilarious.
You know what that is? That's from rooming together, saving all that money together, being on the coach together.
Yeah, yes.
Going through all that together. They probably saved for a year and a half. Ooh.
And then that fits on there real nice.
Oh, that looked dope.
Oh man. And then we
wanted a helmet, man. Who has a helmet?
Motorcycle helmets. I want to make motorcycle helmets. I want to make ski mask helmets. I want to do the nylon masks.
Oh, that'd be dope.
I want to get everything.
Nah, you need like those like the Prussian helmet. You know what I mean? Like with the kind of like the round top with the bib going around it.
They have a bill.
It look like the Prussian war helmets.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be great for the Caucasian character because he's a biker, right? He got the biker jacket.
Right. Yeah. So that would be awesome to include with that one for sure. But that's great how these fit in. That's what I'm saying is that these figures could fit in anywhere in the display, anywhere you want them to go.
Yeah, that's dope. It looks cool.
That there's unlimited possibilities over here. So I'm just stoked that these prototypes have been so fun to play with, and it's like I'm sad that like just you two, I can't send these out to you. You know, like I wish we could get production samples in hand so that you guys could play with them also. You know, I feel greedy. Like I'm the only one who's.
Do you have the football jersey one there?
I do. I have the football jersey right here. We're gonna make some changes to this also. So right now it has the numbers sculpted on, but what we're gonna do is I want to smooth it out so that we don't have the numbers sculpted on there, so that we can get other numbers in there, and then we would be able to get them decoed on the back too, because there's nothing on the back. So we'd have numbers on the front, numbers on the back, and have a smooth surface right here, so we could change it up. You can get different colors. I don't know, red and gold. That's just like what I grew up with. If I don't make a red and gold one, my cousins are going to kill me. So I have to make a red. Go Niners. Even though
that's the dope part. You can make it super regional, or at least have it so it can be customized to be super regional.
Right. And then having the cutoff sleeves too, it kind of looks like a basketball jersey a little bit,
Yeah.
Not exactly, but like it kind of has that look. So I could like demonstrate that, and this is all part of the Eon upgrade deluxe pack right here. So,
see, honestly, man, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to collab with an up and coming college football player, pro football player, and do a custom head for them with their jersey.
That's one thing I've thought about, is seeing if we can figure out a way to work with either artists or athletes.
Oh, that'd be dope too.
To get them integrated into it. I actually reached out to the guitar player from one of my favorite bands, and he's really into action figures. And I'm just like imagining like the possibility of how cool it would be. He usually would wear camo pants, and I thought, damn, that'd be kind of sick if we could do like a Lars Fredrickson figure.
I mean, like you treat it like Barbie.
Yeah, basically. But it's like, and that's the other reason why I didn't want to go with the soft goods, is that it kind of feels, these still maintain that action figure toyetic feeling.
Yeah.
Rather than it kind of being like eating arms through fabric and all that. Like that's, I don't know, that takes away the fun factor from me just a little bit.
Yo, that looks so good.
Yeah, I'm so stoked off of that. Yeah, and Brandon's doing a good job with these heads, man. I love that he doesn't like. You could guess where he's from. Like this is like a thing that Latin people, like we always do this. We always donde eres. Like we got to know like what country you're from or what province you're from. All the time. And I like that he doesn't necessarily look like he's like specifically from one place or another.
Right.
Like he looks Latino to me, but like I didn't want it to like, I wanted it to be relatable from as many people as possible. I wanted
right.
Like you could say it looks like me, but you could also say it looks like Vinny, right?
Yeah.
Like much like it's kind of like it's ambiguous, so it depends on who's looking at it, right?
Right.
We have like
they're basically imprinting on the figure.
Yeah, exactly. So people could kind of make it how they want it to be, or look at it the way they want it to be, just to show off some of the other ethnicity head sculpts right here too. We did with the Edel Asian heads right here. So if we can get those back, that would be awesome. I love how realistic he made these look, or they all look realistic, but it's like, I don't know. I'm not used to seeing them looking this good. And then here's some of the Eros heads right over there. So
yeah, see, it'd be dope once you start playing with different hairstyles too. Like you get dreads on guys.
Oh shit!
Like you already got the mohawks and stuff.
Right. Oh, we got Brandon in the waiting room. Hey, hey, we're about to have the whole.
Where you at?
Yo,
there's Brandon right there.
Yeah.
Man,
Avengers Assemble.
Yes, yeah. Avengers Assemble. Yeah, he did it.
I'm at
Yo,
home.
I was hearing about the head sculpts. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, we're
I
just
don't have to
talking
say
about
nothing.
you.
You had it covered.
yeah. Yeah.
How y'all doing, man?
I
How's
got
everybody
the
feeling?
screenshot right there. That's the first time all four of us have been on one stream
right.
together. So it's you know, it's from my point of view, I've worked with each of you like individually on this process. You know what I mean? Like we haven't really had like meetings where all four of us were working on it at once. It's all like one at a time and everything. So
Right.
Yo, it's good to see you, brother.
Hey, it's great to see everybody, man. Yeah, this is the Avengers Assemble for real. Ultron coming together.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're all here, man. And you know,
Man, Brandon, you did your thing, man, and like just like I told Vin and Charles, man, it's such a pleasure working with you, man, on this and everything, man. You're just a supreme talent, man. Your heart is just gold, man, and I just love seeing your growth and you following your passion, your dreams, man. You're doing it, brother.
I appreciate it, bro. For real. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Follow the passion, see where it leads you. And here we are with Street Humans, you know what I mean? Like long road coming, but man, that was one of the early batch of figures I got to work on with you. So it was a dream come true.
Yep.
Yeah, he really just showing off this Alago head. Like Vinny remembers my early sketches, you know. Vinny took those sloppy sketches, made actual artwork out of it, and then passed it on to Brandon, and then Brandon was able to take him and really, you know, bring it. Now
Look at
Alex in the model shop did a fantastic job painting this, by the way. I don't want to leave him out.
Yeah, that was great.
And yeah, they did a fantastic job painting the figure. But like that sculpt right there, that took us to that whole realistic level with these figures, and the amount of passion and skill put into this is amazing. I think Brandon's just done a fantastic job. And you remember us talking about the different ethnicities and everything too, right? Like how I think you did a great job of nailing each look, but not making it specific. You know, I thought that was like a tricky fine line to work with. And like how did you feel about doing that? Like what kind of
well I know for sure like this line was, you know, supposed to be kind of geared toward representation, but at the same time kind of being a little bit anonymous with who these characters were, where they came from, but just knowing like, hey, you know, if I had a background character, kind of like the people that you would engage with on a city bus or the metro line and stuff like that, they're not a specific person, but they have a specific background, and that's kind of what led into the sculpts.
Yeah, and I really just feel like we nailed that. I really liked the one that you did of that was inspired by you. This is one of my favorite head sculpts here.
The hair is
yeah, just a little bit longer.
That's the chef's kiss right there.
Say, what was that?
That's the chef's kiss right there.
Oh, you gotta have a little hair. You gotta put a little funk in there, you know. But yeah, I just imagine like if it was my cousin or somebody I'd seen just walking by with that kind of hairstyle, and I was like, oh yeah, that could be pretty tight, you know what I'm saying? Put that into the sculpt.
Yeah.
Your paint team really snapped with the 5 o'clock shadow and everything.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Then at first, like I remember they didn't have the
fade.
Yeah, the fade, and I wanted to make sure that they included the fade with the hair because I was like, oh, that shouldn't be flesh tone. That it's got to be
right
in there a little bit.
That's hard for some people to do.
Yeah,
it is. I love it. It just looks so natural, like you said, Brandon. Like I've seen brothers like that in Philly, you know, in New York, like riding the bus or the subway, you know, and not doing anything criminal, but just really being themselves, you know, and you know, you just see like how their hair kind of comes down. It reminds me of Superman. Like it's such a subtle, identifiable, natural look. You know what I'm saying? And it's just it really adds so much flair and also adds so much culture to the character. You know what I mean? You can feel that this person, you know, loves his hair. Like that's his natural self. You know what I'm saying? So that's just dope.
Right. And even since they're swappable parts, I mean, that doesn't have to just go on those buck bodies. They can go like on an Iron Man body, you know what I'm saying? Remove the cap and there he is. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, what's that cat? He just took over Iron Man's armor.
right. That's what we were talking about. Yo, show him how it looks on a stormtrooper.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Stormtrooper.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Put the
Put Brandon's head, put that Brandon head on the stormtrooper.
oh
Let him live. Let him live a little bit. You know what I mean? Let the dreams. You can't be the only dream
That's
captor.
the only one. Here we go.
But no, we did a whole bunch of passes on different ethnicities, different head sculpts. So if this gets back all the way, there's plenty in the box. Oh wow, that looks good. That looks awesome on the Stormtrooper.
Yeah, that sits on there nicely. Oh, here we go. I have this is a G.I. Joe Roadblock over here. I remember I thought like the neck may have looked a little bit weird on this one, but just popping it on different figures has been a lot of fun. Oh, that actually sits on there. Okay, the neck is a little thick though.
Yeah, that's a little thick neck.
That's what we need to take a shot of Brandon's face. His eyes almost fell out of his head.
No, that's too Hulk, man. That was a thick neck.
yeah. That was really thick neck on that one. And then I had I have so many toys sitting around here, but I put it on a Valaverse figure right here too. And
that should look awesome.
Yeah, you can see how easily that just pops on right there. Oh, this one's better. Hold on a second. The flesh tone actually matches really well on this one right here.
Oh, nice. See, so many different options.
There's so many options. And then with the other modular parts, like the arms and all that, like folks customize an entirely new character.
Right.
Yeah. Or customize and put tattoos, put sleeves on them.
G.I. Joe classified right there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yo, put them on the Spawn. You got a Spawn figure in there?
Oh, I got.
Oh, that's a good idea, bro.
That's a good idea. Yeah, you got.
Oh, here, let me show this off really quick.
Simmons right there.
So we're gonna go backwards really quick, and I want to show off some of Vinny's work right over here.
Oh yeah, come on.
He put a lot of love into this.
Yes.
And these are our designs right here from Vinny. And so you can see we did change the pants, I think, from white to jeans right there.
Mm-hmm.
But oh man.
Yeah, I felt the attitude from just these early sketches. Like it was really easy to translate it into 3D with this kind of artwork,
Yeah. Let's see how. So I have this. This is the throne Spawn right here. And just when we got to this stage right here, this got me hella excited. I was like, oh man, I can see this now. You know what I mean? Because my sketches, this is what my sketches are garbage, man. It was just a bunch, that's one of my street humans right there. It's
oh man,
Popeye arm, and it looks all.
Oh shit! Hey, so listen, my phone is about to die.
Oh damn! All right.
So, listen, I love y'all, guys. Keep pledging. Let's make this happen. Let's do it. Street humans. Yo, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
I love you too, bro. We'll talk later.
All right.
Peace.
All right. Peace.
All right. Peace. Thank you. Take care. Yeah. But what was I trying to? Now I forgot what I was looking for in the damn.
Oh, you were doing the Al Simmons on Spawn head, but also your early sketches.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I think this is the very first.
Oh, okay.
Concept sketches that I had.
Do you have dates, like a date on your sketchbook, like when you started sketching?
It's just May 7th, 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, May 7th, 2020. So that's
crazy. And Vinny, when did you get pulled into the project?
It was, I don't know, it was a little bit, I know it was during COVID for sure, because we weren't doing anything during that time. And it's just Shartimus just dropped this bombs, I used to have a English school. I'm an English teacher down here in Brazil. And then I had to close down because of COVID. And I was just like, man,
July.
And then I started messing with 3D work, and I bought a 3D printer. And Shartimus just dropped this giant Christmas gift. It wasn't even close to Christmas, but just this project on my lap. And I was like, man, this is nuts.
And it's something to sink your teeth into
Yo,
during
for
that time because
sure.
we were all locked in. And yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just like you. Like I have 3D printers at home, so it's like you really were using the art as therapy during that time, you know?
Yeah, and I love to see how it went from Chartemis's sketch to this to your final version, because like you can tell on the stuff like the lion head that I did, you know, it looks a lot like a lion. And then when it goes to yours, then I could fully see, like, you know, more of an alien influence, which I think is what Chartemis was originally going for. And
Right,
then
yeah.
like when I saw your work pop up, because it was a long time from when I did this to when I saw your renders, but like I was blown away. Like you could tell by the crocodile dude. Like that's the major one right there.
Oh
Like the
yeah,
Asian
that
character.
went through some changes. Yeah, that went through, but
Yeah.
at the same time to like try to make the jaw functional and put like, to me, put more croc into the design a little bit more.
Yo,
You know
I
what I mean?
loved it, man. When I saw your stuff come out, I was floored, bro. I was like, man, that's nuts.
I
And
appreciate it,
I
man.
could definitely appreciate kind of like the assembly line type of mentality where like it everybody touches it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Everybody
Mhm.
puts a little bit of the seasoning on the food, you know,
Yeah,
and then at the end of the day we get this amazing line. It's pretty
there you
nuts.
go. Yeah, it turned out amazing. Like, just like I said, seeing these first initial artworks, I was like, oh yeah, I could feel this. You know, like, man, especially, you know, I could see my cousin in here. I could see, oh, dude, I used to know down the block, or just the guy that's coming around delivering mail. I could see all these guys in real life. So I got to add that extra spice, just like what you said. You know, from one chef to another, I got to put. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Like,
those were, yo, when those came out, bro, I was like, man, yo,
Sick.
I,
Oh,
I don't
man.
I don't want to play favorites, but I do like the crockhead. Just I
Yeah,
don't
the
know. I
crockett
like
is
the action.
awesome. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love that one. The Edo one.
y'all need to fund this, bro, for real.
yeah,
Cause like it's crazy to see this and think that, you know, I might not get to hold that, like I might not put that on my shelf. That's
yeah.
sad, bro. Y'all need to, you know, if y'all watching
Put the money
this,
where your mouth is on this one.
yeah, hit up your
Yes, and there's
cousins,
plenty
hit up
more
your
because
uncles, your, you know.
Shartimus, you already know there's plenty more down the road too. That's what's
Yeah,
extra killer because it's like, oh man, if they do this, they're not even ready for the next stage.
yeah. There's so many possibilities for us to run with this thing. This is only the beginning. The initial offering is I call it the canvas, like the
Mm.
starter figure. It's just I mean, the logo head fits on Spawn okay. It's like not pegged in because the peg
Hmm.
shape doesn't match, but
But still,
scale is good.
That looks like
Almost
Al
there.
Simmons for
that
real.
looks like
Ay,
Al Simmons lost his head, but
All
no, it's all,
right,
no,
it's
that looks great.
Malbolgia. It's
For Al
Malbolgia.
Simmons.
I should have put some.
Like I haven't seen a good Al Simmons figure in a long, long time either. So that would look
Right.
real good.
I have like there's the McFarlane Kickstarter Spawn.
Yeah, I got that one. That one's on the shelf.
Yeah, but aside from that, I don't. I have the Kickstarter Spawn right here, but he's got the burn face,
Mhm.
so he's
Hamburger head.
yeah, he's got the hamburger head on there. So yeah, you don't have that one. It's stored away, you know. But
Yeah.
I'm stoked to see it. Yeah, these actually fit, pretty good. Or if we could take the bald head, that could actually work a little bit better for Al Simmons. I think. Let's see how that looks on there, just to get an idea.
I always imagine him with hair though, because I'm a big geek for Spawn and the movie,
Yeah.
but that looks cool too, you know.
Yeah,
And I'm always picturing like, oh, he has hair because Michael J. White had hair in the movie or whatnot. So
yeah. No, they both that you can.
very cool, very
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, I
But
like.
no, this would be awesome if it gets backed all the way because I want these figures on my shelf too.
Yeah,
I want them interacting with all my collection.
I feel greedy having them. I don't want to be the only one who gets to play with these because there's so much fun, and having them being interchangeable the way that they work, it just makes it easy to do that. I've spent a lot of time taking photos of figures doing these reviews over the years that like I get a feeling of what takes the most time and what's the biggest nuisance as far as rearranging things. in the display. So
Mhm.
having these, it's just aside from them being early prototypes, you know, these aren't made out of the same material that final production copies will be made out of. So aside
Mhm.
from that, they're just super fluid to interchange and work with. That they're a lot of fun.
That's crazy.
It's been a little bit. I just wanted to see how we're doing on the number of backers because I didn't check yet, and I need to make sure I didn't miss the Infinity Gauntlet. Hey, we got 586 right here. All right, 586.
All right.
Hit the Infinity Gauntlet for 586.
Nice.
Since Dave left, I'm gonna ask for the cowbell.
Yes.
Bring more cowbell.
Cowbell. So I do have a cowbell.
He's
Oh, really?
asking every time somebody pledged and Chartemis brought out the glove. Dave was like, "Yo, where's the cowbell? You need a cowbell."
I do have the No, I do have. I have like 4 cowbells. I should grab at least one cowbell.
Oh yeah, that's true, man. I keep
Want me to do
forgetting.
that?
You.
They should do
Yeah,
this
man.
thing. All right,
Bring out the drum set. Bring out the drum set,
make it
bro.
happen.
get the whole drum kit. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll bring the. All right, I'll
Live
be right back
performance.
with the cowbell and the stick. In the meantime, Brandon, if you could share with the audience like some of your favorite parts of the line, like some of the parts of it that really stood out.
Ooh.
I'll be right back.
I mean, there's a lot that really stands out just for me in general. You know, there's some wicked articulation on this thing. It can do yoga poses, all sorts of downward dogs, all that stuff. So really, I'm looking forward to it getting back so I could have things like you see on the background. You got Blade fighting like a whole army of dudes, and you really don't get that with any other line. You really don't have that kind of interaction with the toys you already have, and then you add this army build group to it where you're really able to pose them, put them in the background, put them in the forefront, and get some really cool shots with them. And you can customize the heck out of them too, man. Like I paint a lot of things in my free time when I do have free time, and I'm just thinking of like how many things I could really like enhance with tattoos or just like battle damage, like what that could look like, or even with I don't know, you can go kind of crazy with all this stuff.
My question to you, Brandon, how hard was it to make them interchangeable with the sculpt? Because I know that like I myself I don't have that much experience yet, but like I could imagine that was a little bit challenging, right?
Once the buck was down, then you can kind of morph everything from there, kind of add on, take off. But once that buck was down, which was just the sleeveless, kind of what we call like the Logan body, so it was just the tank top and the jacked arms. Then I kind of added everything in clay, like sleeves, sleeveless, or the jerseys, or the hoodie, and it kind of became a little bit easier that way. But at first, I was like, man, this is a lot to handle, making everything modular. But it turned out good for what I could do with it. Especially like I
imagine,
love the option of having like a hood up and a hood down. Like that's really cool. And I don't see a lot of figures with that as an option just for like a street dude. Like you could have it maybe for Peter Parker or whatever, but it comes with like a Spider-Man head or whatnot. But with the hood up, hood down, I was like, yeah, maybe, I wanted it to feel like a toy I would want to buy. So that's pretty much all the energy that I put into all my sculpts. Like I just want to make something I know I would buy.
Here's I think the first time I saw an Alago head, I wanted to show this off first. You saw another image pop up really quick, but I want to show this one off because a lot of us really, I think this is the first.
Oh, yeah, that's early. Yeah, that was an early
Alago head. I was like,
that's
oh, shit.
That's creepy as hell, bro.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. And look how, I mean, it's just amazing to me. Like from the time that I'd first seen this image, which goes back. Oh, by the way, to answer your question, Vinny, or I think Brandon asked this, those sketches that Vinny did were wrapped in July of 2020. Okay. So there's like my concept drawings and then Vinny's designs were in July. So from May to July. So you could see, the jump over here. And it's like.
Yeah, I think we enhanced the fangs on them a bit, kind of like sloped out some of the ears, tightened some things a little bit more.
He dropped the mouth too. The mouth.
Yeah, dropped the mouth. Like really gave him grill going on. Like a meaner look.
And I think Brandon added the extra set of eyes up top. I think initially I had something with like there being like an eye in the middle of each eye, but I think you changed it to having the extra set of eyes like right at the very top over there, which I thought was a cool move.
There's something in there. Like I love monsters, and like, you know, to me this kind of speaks of like an alien vampire, you know, and I'm like, oh man, I could really, nobody really has that look, so it really looks cool.
Yeah, thank you, Hedgehog Action. Thank you, Jonathan. I had a great time on his stream. There's a lot of people thirsty for chicken is waiting for Eros to come through. That one's his favorite. I'd sell body parts to have him on the shelf with all his accessories.
All right.
Hey, you know what? If you need I don't know how much kidneys are going for. You know, I'm sure you can get 40 grand for a kidney though. 40 grand for a kidney.
Yo, that'll get us almost there, bro. That'll get us over the edge. So sell that kidney.
I mean,
sell the kidney because you got to do. And then we'll just need like one more kidney to get those unlocks and everything and put us over the edge, and we'll be fine. So, you know, who said you need 2 kidneys, right? Come on, you guys. I'll get. I should be donating the kidney already.
Take it out.
Yeah.
But what's been the most exciting thing on this project for you, Shartimus and Vinny? Like, what's besides seeing it develop, getting to this stage where we're actually talking like last day of pledging? Like, what's been kind of the biggest excitement for you guys?
I think the first time I held a 3D printed Alago bat head, like that really tripped me out. Like that was like but I had that moment like several times throughout the process. It's kind of like having those moments of like seeing Vinny's drawings, right? That made me feel like, oh, this could be a real thing. And then but then like also like seeing like Brandon's sculpts for the first time, like that one hit me on a different level because it was like, oh, this looks like an action figure now. You know what I mean? Like it really, that one really got me. And I feel like each of those steps, like each of those big, I think because the first sculpt I'd seen, we didn't have the articulation broken down, you know, but even seeing that got me really excited. And then seeing the next step with articulation incorporated in there with the different heads. So, I mean, I'm like giving you like 5 answers to one question.
No, it's all good.
You know what I mean? But no, it's hard to pinpoint that because it keeps happening. Like those, like we talked about it before, like the Avengers Endgame premiere, like it blew my mind, like having that experience, like having a dream come true. And each of those steps are necessary to make the dream come true. So it's like I would have those moments of excitement, like I can't believe this is real. But I think actually holding the tangible Alago bat head for the first time like messed with me. Like right away, I was like, oh my God. And then like I immediately went to painting it. Like I couldn't just have it. I had to paint it. And I think you made scene like the first, I don't have that here right now or anything, but the first painted one I did on my own because I was just so excited to have it and I had to paint it up. Should have brought it.
That excited.
Yeah,
I think my biggest excitement. Oh man, sorry. I'll get to my favorite moment. No, it's Vinny's turn. Vinny, what was your favorite time?
We've been here for a while, Brandon. Like,
my bad, man.
Said, no, it's not that, but it's like this question has been asked, and like we get hyped at least like Shartimus said, he said at least 5 things. I would probably say like at least 5 things as well, because it's like the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Because you know, my like the most iconic time for me was when I saw your 3D stuff. Cause you when I drew it out, you know, I was super happy to be part of something, but like it wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't something yet. You know, it was very early on. It was like, you know, like it's like drawing a blueprint for a building, but like if you walk on the street and you actually see the building being built,
right,
then you're like, oh snap, this is
it's
solid
real
thing, you know? Yeah. So when I saw your stuff, I was like, oh snap, this is actually You know what I'm saying? It's becoming something physical. You know, and yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. I was super happy. Like I was happy to be part of that. I was happy to see your work. And I think one of the things that I'm pretty sure all of us are happy is to be able to see someone's vision come to life.
Yeah.
Because like we all like drew comic books when we were kids, right? Like I'm sure you as an artist, you know, you've done your little created your own little superhero, created your own little superhero, and you know, you probably stole a bunch of like Spider-Man characteristics and you know, he gave him a corny backstory. But like when I saw Shartimus's work and I was like, oh snap, it's like it brought me back to when I was a kid, like creating my own character, right? And I was like, oh snap. And then seeing when I saw your render, I was like, man, I can't imagine how good Shartimus must feel right now. Like I felt good for him, you know?
Yeah,
super stoked.
Every step of the way was like, I wonder if he's gonna dig this, you know, because I dig it. You know, I'm like a kid in a candy store building up all these characters that is in his mind through your sketch, but I'm the one to make it into 3 dimensions. So I'm just trying to add that extra spice to it, just like I would want to see if I didn't even know this property, like walking into KB Toys, it's like, oh shoot, what is this new figure? And that's kind of the energy I always want when I'm creating toys, because I'm like, man, I want that same charge of like sight unseen. That's just a cool action figure. I got to get it, or I'm gonna have to mow lawns, shovel snow during the wintertime, save up all my ducats just for this property that nobody cares about, but I care about it that hard. You know what I mean? Like even if there's not a cartoon yet for it, or if there is a comic book, I'm gonna grab it all. That's how I was with Spawn, like off just sight unseen. Just saw those Spawn action figures at a KB toy, and I was like, "What is this?" You know, I seen the tease up for it with the comic books, but seeing those action figures made it even more real. You know, and then a movie came out, and then this happens. So I always try to put that same energy into something that's like grass rooted, with the same love that I appreciate toys with, you know.
Nice.
And my favorite moment, I don't know if it's on anybody's radar, but right before this was going to get teased, like many years ago, Shartimus, you had like a sketch of the promo image of just like the 2 heads, like one half this way, one half that way, and it was a really early sketch, and I was like,
Ty Star, the artist, put that together.
There you go. And I was like, man, something in me, this needs to get all the way freaked out. Like you need this like VHS cover, you know what I'm saying? Like something that's gonna snap blockbuster style, you know? And so that early thing I saw, and I was like, I got something for you. And I think in a matter of hours, I put something together with the sculpts and then like a weird, like crazy background. I don't know, like a night scene. But to me, when you're creating this kind of art and you have that kind of energy, you try to inject as much as what you love about, you know, comics, toys, cartoons, movies, and really make a blockbuster moment. And that's what I'm really proud about. Yeah, that shot right there.
So sick. That freaked me out.
Yeah. I was like,
that one tripped me the fuck out when I started to cuss, but damn. I try not to cuss on my channel, but it's my channel anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, it's you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I could say whatever the fuck I want, but it's no, but I feel like that head needs to be part of like an exclusive or something. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
so good, bro.
Yeah.
A mid change.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, that needs to
be shout out to Ty Star though. Shout out. That logo is amazing. Like
that's what inspired this, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he put that together and he came up with a couple of different concepts for like the head. Like he had one where it was like split and you could see like goop coming in between.
Oh, really?
You know, the human face and the was this it right here? No. And then this I think this is the one that he actually did where it was split. Where they're actually like he had the 2 halves in one right over here. That one right there. So yeah, I thought that was really cool. Yeah. It was really badass. Yeah. And then the whole process has just been amazing. So So Brandon, your favorite? So that was your favorite part of working on this was
One of them. That one of
yeah,
many. One
one
of the other like cool things from this is seeing everybody's little memes with the heads and like the different things put
Oh,
together.
yeah.
So I'm like, oh man, this is tight. This is really cool.
Yeah, I gotta give a big shout out and thank you to Toy Farce for putting those
Yeah, Toy
memes
Farce.
together that we've had on the Instagram page.
Killing it.
Also, Cowboy Collector for giving me the idea to like get memes rounded into the whole marketing campaign for the project. Cowboy Collector gave me that idea, and I hit up Toy Farce asking him if he could make it happen, and he's just he's been my corner this whole time, doing everything he can to get these memes out as fast as possible and throwing
Killing
ideas
it.
my way and just running with it. And I mean, like
And
all
who
the
did the actual like 3D animated figures too?
the 3D. Oh, well, I mean, you did, right? I mean, or you?
No. There was like an animated. Sorry, it's not off the top of my head.
Oh, the
But they're
2D.
like in motion and they actually have like it looks like a scan of the figure, but they're able to move around.
Make it move media.
Make
Yeah,
it move. Yeah.
Media did a fantastic job.
Those
Yes,
are
yeah,
killer, too.
yeah. You talk about the 3D renders. I'm like, wait, but
Well,
yeah,
I did the 3D renders, but I'm sorry.
which by the
Actually,
way,
like animated ones.
which by the way, Brandon added that whole extra element of like painting the 3D renders as well. You know what I mean? Like that was like a whole added extra step that he threw in there that I didn't see coming, you know, because I was expecting to see them either like just grayscale, but like you went extra with it and painting them out and making them even more realistic. I just thought
That's just how I sculpt
so
sometimes.
awesome.
I just love throwing color on. For me, visually, I like separating stuff into colors and, you know, really seeing the finish line before the finish line sometimes. So I'm always adding, you know, some color to it. As an artist, I think that's just what I just have to do sometimes to like make all this stuff make sense. So that's just par for the course for me.
Oh man, nice. All right. Let me see if I could find let's see. Oh wait. We got another backer, by the way. We're at 586 now.
Where's the
wait, we
cowbell?
got a few more backers. Damn, we got 586.
No. The cow. Where's the cowbell? Where's the cowbell?
I'm gonna start wanting a drum though. You know the most common drum beat that the most common beat that you play when you have cowbell is, right? I think you guys both know.
That's Will Ferrell right there.
Yeah.
Just play on the one.
Cowbell, man.
Here we go. All right, the 586 right there.
Yo, clip that and send it to Dave, man.
Yeah, 587.
That's what's up.
There you go.
589, 588, and then 589. All right.
It was awesome.
All right, I want to play on it.
Getting
now.
down.
Like sit here and just draw. Spend the live stream doing.
No, that's cool that you have this whole live stream going for this, though.
Sorry,
like, that really shows people that you're passionate on it.
Yeah, man. No, this is crazy. We got 70,000. We just need another 50. Babe, but this is, you know what? Getting $70,000 worth of backers is amazing to me. Like I'm very proud of every step along the way. This has just been incredible. And you know, last minute rushes do happen. This was did we count 589? Yeah, 589. It's still increased. So, you know, there's people can add to their backing. I was thinking of adding a signed figure version in there, but it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit weird, like asking for extra money for me to just sign stuff. So I don't have that included, but anybody that is picking up a 20 pack will get a signed figure in there. So that's just going to be included in that, just like a little extra thank you. And those 20 packs actually are being sold at a reduced cost. So you get them for, it should be $24 a piece instead of $28 a piece at that point, and you get a signed figure in there too. So if you're a retailer and you want to pick up wholesale, well then, go ahead and pick that up. So yeah, man. I don't know. Do you guys? Yeah. So thank you so much, Omega. That wasn't even the best drumming of mine, but I really love this cowbell. There's like a lot of different cowbells out there. Having one with this little red piece right here on the top is a game changer because it adds a different tone. It feels like it sounds a little bit, well, it sounds the same at the bottom.
Down now, man. Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm in the Caribbean.
Yeah, playing those Cascara rhythms right there. But yeah, I'm excited. Yes, Pixel Phantom, thank you very much. We cracked 70,000. All
Nice.
right. Yeah.
But that's huge, man. Yo, we were talking about Todd McFarlane earlier. Like, I'm sure when Todd started out, like, he didn't hit it, out, even though he was well known, he didn't hit it out the park the first time around. But we didn't have social media back then. Yeah. So we didn't see all of that. So like for you to be doing your first toy line, and I'm sure this is not going to be your only toy line, you know what I'm saying? $70,000 is insane. Like you should be super proud of yourself, man.
Yeah.
Yes, I definitely am, and I'm also proud of like the overwhelming support I've gotten from the community, because I really feel like the general consensus has just been very, very kind to the project, very respectful to the project as well. I think like nobody could doubt the hard work being put into the project, not just from me, but from you guys as well. Like people really respect all of the work that we put into this, and getting that, that's a huge win for me. I haven't seen any criticisms. The criticisms that we've gotten have all been good, constructive criticisms. And you know how the internet could be. It could be shitty sometimes, especially in this day and age where, things could be polarizing. But I really feel like I haven't really seen anything that's like outlandishly like negative about the line. And any kind of like weird hater stuff is just kind of like just surface level thing, like, oh, what a stupid name. People will make fun of the name or whatever, but it's like, I'm okay with that. It's supposed to be a campy B movie. Like I want this to be a movie. At one point, it would be amazing to see Street Humans as like a full movie, violent, like very violent movie. And, you got aliens in there. I'd love to have a little bit of campiness, a little bit of cheesiness involved with it. So I really feel like, sometimes it takes a while for people to grab on to those ideas, those concepts. Like I kind of think of like Evil Dead 2, right? Like that's like I love Evil Dead 2. That's one of my favorite movies. It's probably one of the movies I've watched the most. And I have some friends that like will hate on that movie, not totally understanding like the whole concept behind it. It's not supposed to just be a horror movie. It's also a comedy. And that could throw people off a little bit, right? Yeah. And I feel like that kind of, like with the campiness in the name and the fact that these are civilians, but they're also aliens at the same time, it could throw people off a little bit, confuse people some, because they're like, wait, are these just humans? Well, why didn't you call them street aliens? You know what I mean? Like that whole thing could happen. Right. You get confused by it. But that happens with things that have layers to them. And this definitely has a lot of layers. I want to write out a story where we have the Udubans sharing their perspective of humans. Like their perspective of us is different than how we see ourselves. Like one thing I pointed out is that they Alago sees the couple walking down the street, and he mimics the male, assuming that the male is the more inconspicuous one of the two, because the female has the metal armor for battle and sharp talons on the hands for tearing into flesh. So to be a little bit more inconspicuous, he changes himself to look like he expects the female to be the warrior of the two of them, so he morphs into looking like the man. And I want things like that involved with this, where we can tell a story that's showing a different perspective on us, and I think that'd just be really interesting to flush out, and I hope to get the opportunity to do that one day, because
For sure, man.
I have a lot of story for these characters in my head. There's a lot
Well,
going on with Ilago. There's a lot going on with Eon that I want to, that I'd love to write out and see in either a cartoon or a movie.
and one thing that can't be understated, dude, I think you've inspired a lot of people, YouTubers, people that just have, maybe a mundane job. They might be just listening to this stream right now, working a garbage shift and being like, man, I want to support, grassroots Kickstarters like this because I want to do it someday. I want to make up my own characters and make my own action figures that would inspire other people. So I can't say it enough. I think you've inspired like a lot of people, man. A lot of people who just have ideas of toys all day and just want to make their dreams come true. And you're doing it. Like, this is a prime example. Getting up to 70K is a big achievement. That's crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to tell me that getting started, that we would reach that height of backers, man, I'd be like, man, that's nuts. But it's possible. Anything is possible. You just have to have the passion and really put everything into that passion. You bring the right people on. They have the same passion as you do. And I think that's what kind of mixed well with, everybody's skill sets. We all sprinkled in our own passions to make this possible.
Right. Yeah, no, and I'd be happy to share that inspiration. Of course, Jamie Lynn Parks wrote a nice one right over here. Just want to say thank you, Jamie Lynn Parks. Man, this should be a done deal. Anyone on the fence should realize that this is a better deal than Tracksuit Mafia or Hand Ninja figures. It's one of the most versatile army builders available. That's right, man. Thank you so much, man. It's like that. Speaking of the Tracksuit Mafia figures, I have one right here, and these are compatible with these figures. They look great when you pop the heads on.
Cool.
It just fits right in there. And, this is not by accident. We really wanted to make sure that, we had these fitting in well with, your average 6-inch scale figures. So, is that Charlita? Sorry. Oh, okay. Now, all right. Hold on 1 second. So, yeah, Charlita One's making sure I get fed throughout the day because
good.
I'm going to be.
Matter of fact, I have to pop off here in a second. I got to get something to eat myself with the wife.
Oh, yeah.
So.
No, I totally understand. But yeah, here, let me open. I had the door locked really quick. Is there anything you guys wanted to, or anything that you want to share or say?
When can I get a Street Human shirt or hoodie?
Oh, you should have had one already. Damn.
I don't have one, man. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to rock my Street Humans.
I second that. That.
Both of you, I will get them out. I will get them out there. That's a shame. I feel bad, but very good question though. Yeah, you guys, I have. Just tell me your sizes. Well,
sign it on the tag so I know.
It's Wrestle Muscle, Wrestle Muscle on the back.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, I'll sign it. I'll give the little SP
gold Sharpie
initial. Yeah. No, I'll get that going each of your guys' way.
But I know you've been busy. But yeah, man, out of all this stuff, it's been a dream come true. Working with you guys as a team, like I said, Voltron, bringing Vonner into it, bringing you, Vinny. I think we all melted well just to make this thing happen, and it's been a dream come true, man. Let's get this thing backed all the way.
Yeah, and thank you guys for believing in the project and believing in what I've been wanting to do with this from the very beginning, because there's a lot of this was happening where there's kind of like nobody around, you know what I mean? Like you're kind of just in this weird behind the scenes, just doing it solo. So it's like there's not that many people in your corner at that point really supporting. Like right now we have a lot of people supporting it, right? We have over $70,000 worth of people supporting it. But back then it was just you guys.
Yeah, I know. and I never wanted you to think like, oh man, this can't do anything, or like I always wanted to be in your corner because man, I'm excited about these figures too. Like, I'm a part of it just like you're a part of it. We all have a life force into this project. So it means a lot that it would be backed, period.
Yeah. And there's been been like some tough times behind the scenes. You know what I mean? There's times where I felt down about it, and it's like you guys have been like very inspiring for me and helping keeping me moving forward and getting it to the point where it is, because there's times where I could put myself down, you know, and everybody does that a little bit where, you know, you put yourself down some, and I've definitely gone through that. And I remember multiple times you guys both kind of pulling me out of, you know, that mindset, you know, and bring more inspiration to it and everything, and helping me push through at times where I'm putting myself down, you know, which is,
well, I know for a fact, like I probably Vinny, you can relate. As artists, we always look at our art and we're like, man, I could do this better. Or like you're always your worst critic when it comes to your art, your pieces, and what goes out there to the world. So, like, if I'm ever hearing somebody, and I've always been that kind of guy, where if I'm hearing somebody like dissing themselves, it's like, man, you came to the table. At least you showed up. You should get a trophy just for showing up and showing people that, hey, I had an idea and I'm trying to birth this idea. That's hard work. And that should never be like something that you should kick yourself down even further on, because you did it. You made the first step to wanting to put this out to the public eye, to get scrutinized, to be critiqued, or to be applauded. So you have to take those kind of gambles. And we take those kind of gambles as artists every time we drop a post about like, hey, I'm doodling, or hey, this is a work in progress, you know, like, or I'm working on this. You just wait until y'all see when it's finished. We have to take those risks, and that's inspiring to know that other people like yourself are willing to take that leap of faith as well.
Thanks. Yeah,
I mean, we're all artists, right? Like it's we're our worst critics. You know, when you popped up those sketches up, I was like, man, like you see everything that's wrong with it. Like nobody's gonna see it but you. I bet you. You know, it's like Shartimus. I bet you when you're playing drums, right? You have a dope set, and then afterwards you're like, man, I messed up on that part of the song, and I messed up there, and I messed up there. Like nobody noticed it. Everybody loved it. You know, I think that the most important thing is that if this was not a great idea, if this was not something that, you know, is as amazing as it is, we would have told you. You know, as friends, as people that love you, we would have told you. So we supported you because it's amazing, man. Like this should have been done like a decade ago. You know, you're doing something that people have been wanting for years. It's just, I just think that nowadays with all these Kickstarters and stuff, I think people are just spoiled. You know, it's what happened with Giant Man. You know, like that surprised the hell out of me that, you know, it needed to go to like the last couple of minutes for it to get backed. You know, when people were complaining like crazy, people were complaining because of Ghost Rider, and they wanted something small, they wanted something cheaper, they wanted something, and then they got what they wanted, and people were just like, "No, I'm not gonna back it."
It is what it is. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. You can't please everybody, man. And when you do please them, they're like, "Man, well, this is mid, or I can do better." It's like, well, then do better.
You know, like exactly.
If this is what it takes to have people have that fire in their ass to do better, then come on, welcome all challengers. But you're doing it first. You're the one that has these ideas, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, really, because there's so much stuff that you had me sculpt. There's so many other sketches I've seen. I'm like, man, people ain't ready. They're just not ready if they see the next steps.
Right. There's all kinds of different ethnicities that we could incorporate into this. Like I've talked to people about it. We have the Native American head sculpt. I would love to incorporate Polynesian head sculpts, Indian head sculpts, you know, Arabic head sculpts, different and get different ethnicities across the board. I think we could really dive in and get all kinds of different designs here, along with the different alien heads, which I think would be a lot of fun to get all of this stuff flushed out. And on top of that, like different apparel, like we haven't even like getting like t-shirt designs. Like we could still keep the arms and have different t-shirts, or we would have to retool, you know, if we have sleeves on them, but we could also have sleeveless shirts, keep these arms, right? We could do flannels, different colored variants for the hoodies, different variants for the jerseys, different variants for the tracksuits, leather jacket, get a red leather jacket at some point. That would be really cool, you know, get different deco on these. We've talked about getting different versions of them where they could have tattoos. Right now, they don't have any tattoos or anything like that. But
Yeah,
having
that's the first thing I would customize. I would put some sleeves and just go crazy with it. You know what I mean?
right, and that's the kind of thing I want for this line, is to inspire people to get some great, different, unique, inspiring figures in their collection that are unique and that stand out from anything else that they've ever had. Yeah, decals, like Street Humans decals, is something that we've talked about for quite a while. We were talking about that with Vonner like years ago, how we want to have decals on here, and for adding them onto the figures so you could have tattoos. You could put the tattoo anywhere you want. You could put it on whatever figure you want. You can customize any way you want. And then another thing that I thought was really cool with these is being able to possibly get different shoes. So this is something I'd like to get some different kinds of sneakers out there and have them interchangeable between the figures. That's like another possibility that we could run with this. So this is really just the tip of the iceberg. We have to start somewhere. And all this stuff costs money getting it. I mean, not just like, everyone's time putting it together, but like getting all the tooling together, or even getting prototypes together for all of these takes quite a bit of time and resources. So while I wish I could have every single idea fleshed out in, in prototype form, I do have my limitations on my end, but there are no limitations as far as the creativity involved with this project. And I have you guys are incredibly talented. Dave's very talented. Like, I have a lot of great people working with me on this, making sure that we get the dopest versions of these different variations out there. And, you guys haven't steered me wrong with what we've had so far. I'm sure we could make even more great stuff together in the future if the community allows it. That's basically what it is. It's like we need that permission slip to keep running with this project. By you guys backing these figures, and I hope people also understand, $28 a figure for a brand new company doing this. I've never seen anything like that before, man. I've never seen anybody like hit such a low price point straight out the gate. And I hope the message is being very clear that, like, I want people to be able to army build these figures at an affordable price so that they could really fill out their collection. And I want them accessible. That's like the thing, is like having them at the low price like that, it makes it accessible. And so I really think there's a lot of potential over here, and I really want to run with it. What up, Teddy? Hey, Hella Dope Toys. You guys are international buyers, go through Hella Dope Toys, because
not to mention the accessories, right? Like, there's no company putting out that many different things in the box, right? You got weapons, you got extra arms, you got clothing, you got, it's
Alien
$20 is a great deal. Deal. Like 4 heads, right?
Yeah, we got 3 heads. We have
3 heads, yeah.
Each one.
No, but with the alien, isn't it 2 humans and an alien, right?
Yeah, 2 human heads and then an alien head. So
that's a lot, bro. Like
$20.
Oh, jumping.
Oh, we just watched it go up again, and we got 590. All right,
there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, I got to jump off real quick, but I want to leave you on this. Hey, even my mom backed this. Okay, Mama Gash backed this. So
thank you.
Dig deep, man. Come on, let's make this happen. It's been a joy, y'all, for real, to build these things up with you, Chartemis, with you, Vinny, with Vonner. And so I just want to see the next step, man, because I'm really excited to see where this can go.
Awesome. Thank you so much for everything that you've done,
Brandon. No problem.
Yeah. Yo, Brandon, congratulations.
Always here when y'all need me, man. I love y'all's. And seriously, waiting for the next step. Let's work on another project together. Let's dig it.
That's what's up.
Yeah, let's do more. Right.
All right, bro.
Bro, thank you so much. All right.
Back Street Humans. Come on, do it today.
Yeah, back Street Humans right now. Right.
All right, y'all.
Peace. All right. Take care. Peace. All right.
Yo, Shard, do you have the Native American artwork? I think we did that, right? We got
and then I actually have a sculpt from that we printed out as well too.
Because there's a lot of people talking about the Native American figure in the
really?
chat.
Oh,
yeah.
Sick. All right, let me let me see if I could find that here. Because that came out real dope. If not, I'll go grab it because I know I have yeah, I just
Did Brandon do the rhino head?
he didn't do the rhino head yet. No, we don't have the rhino head, but he did sculpt the Native American head. Let me see if I can find it here real quick. But it came out looking hella sick. Oh, here we go. You can see the sculpt for it. So I don't know why I don't have your artwork for it right here, but you did flush out the artwork for it. But I have the sculpt here for you, so we could at least see that. And I should probably go grab that head sculpt too. But this looks sick. He did a great job on this one.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
dope.
right?
That's dope.
Yeah. And I started messing with it, and I wanted to. Oop! Did I take it away? Yeah, I did. Hold on a second. I'll get it right.
See,
back.
that could be some a Native American, and also like a South American, like Mayan or Aztec, or like it's that's beautiful.
Yeah, you could fit it. I mean, you would fit in like with like could possibly fit in with Namor and everything too, right?
Yeah, true.
That looks awesome. I really like that a lot. I know, I don't want to waste time running around looking for it and everything, but I have it around here. It's not too far away. I could grab it. But yeah, that's basically showing it right there. I want to see if I could actually pull up the image that you had put together, because that came out really sick, and I have a bunch of images right over here. Wow, the amount of files I have of all this stuff is just insane, man.
I can imagine, bro.
There's so much. There's a lot to go through. And then
I don't seem to have the Native American one on. I'm looking at it up too, but I got the rhino head with like the whole octopus thing around the eyes.
Oh yeah.
No, I have it. Hold on, let me send it to you if you need it.
Oh, okay, cool. This is. Oh, these are some more Brandon's pieces right here. But yeah, if you could send it to me on IG, and then I'll just share it from here. Oh, and I gave him Eno is the name of the Native American one to go with Rhino, but I don't think I got that in there. No, I don't have it saved as Eno. But yeah, go ahead and send it to me on IG, and then I'll share it over here. Okay, cool. We'll have Harley Morenstein will be on here. Sweet.
Done. I just sent it. I don't know if you got him yet.
Cool.
Who did the animation, Shard?
That was Bruce Vernon, aka Beowulf. Use latest app. Why is it? Oh, I just hearted it, but I can't see the image. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Yeah, you sent it to me, but here I got it on my. Let me pull it up here on my phone. All right, hold on. My bad. Yeah, I've been stuck on the. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm seeing a bunch of messages right here. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh god, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you had the octopus head wrapping around it. We also wanted to include like an Arabic head in there too, and then this has
that's the DJ Khaled head, right?
Yeah. That's right. And then the different colored boxers. You know what's kind of funny is that I think you'd done the thing with the tank top tucked into the boxers, right?
Yeah.
And I always thought that it never stood out to me, but Some people have pointed that out, like, hey, you tuck your tank top into your boxers, but it really helps with the swappability of the figures because they actually pop off at the tank top and not at the boxers.
Yeah, and it's just one more thing that's different, right? Just one more little
Yeah.
extra color that's going to be different on each figure. I think that it's weird. I don't tuck it into my boxers, but I'm sure people do.
Well, yeah, there's somebody out there that does, and I would. But yeah, that's what my friend Clayton was asking. Like, so do you tuck your t-shirts into your boxers?
They're aliens, man. They don't know how to wear boxers yet. They're
Yeah,
learning,
that's it. They're aliens. They're just picking up on it. And then, let me get the invite here. But that looks sick to me. I really like that how this rhino alien head came out.
Yeah, you had the idea like of making the part of his face be metallic.
Right. Yeah,
it makes sense with the horn. I think that's dope. The idea
they have a little bit of the of like the cybernetic quality to it. So I think that that came out looking really badass. And then we went with a different direction for the style of the Native American head, right? Because you can see like this one, he has the ponytails and everything. Brandon went with the mohawk, which I thought was actually really appropriate too, because we have a lot of mohawks in the line. So kind of like giving, that's where mohawks came from, right? Native Americans.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Mohicans.
Yeah, Mohicans. So I thought that was like appropriate to have that. So that would be like the next one for sure. It's a rhino. It's a rhino, and you can see he has a different accessory right there. So instead of it, we have the pipe. That's the other thing, is that if we could add more accessories to this, like everything is just going to make your collection even better. It's just going to enhance everything. So hopefully we get the opportunity to do that and get all these different versions made. It would be great, man. But Mohawks for life. All right. Yeah, man. So that would be great. There's a bunch of different ways to utilize the buck that we have right now before even getting into a female wave of figures, which is what I definitely would like to do next. And I'm trying to find the stormtrooper so I can put this head back on, so that we can get some different looks going on. And I want to flush out all the different ways that we could get these produced, and then just get more and more variants flushed out, get head packs, different accessory packs made, so that people can just later on down the road, it'll be easier to sell accessory packs without having to sell the whole figure. So the whole goal here is to have the accessories being used. I don't want them to not be used. So I'm imagining later down the line, it would be appropriate to just have like head packs. And of course I want to add helmeted figure, like, motorcycle helmets, the ski masks, the nylon masks, get all kinds of different variations of heads into this line.
Yeah, what people need to know, that when you talk about accessory packs, like, it doesn't necessarily just have to be head packs. Like that, you can do torso accessory packs and leg accessory packs. Like the interchangeability is so incredible on this line. Like you said earlier about the sneakers as well. Everything, you could just drop packs of like body parts. Like it'd be, like some zombie type of thing, like just body parts, and people can go wild on that.
Oh God, or mangled body parts, right?
Yeah, somebody in chat talked about that. Like somebody in chat, I don't want to not give him credit, but he talks about making. First, he talked about let me find who it is, because I don't like taking credit for other people's. The Goddess of Death.
The artist.
The Goddess of Death. First, the name for the female characters would be Street Honeys, he said.
Oh yeah, Street Honeys. Yeah.
And I thought that was cool. And then Street Walkers for zombie versions.
Doing zombie versions of them would be incredible. Just to they would be like the mangled. I would have them probably labeled as mangled or battle damaged, but like they would obviously look like zombies, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, because it wouldn't make sense for them to change into zombies, right?
Right. Yeah, yeah. That wouldn't really fit into the lore, but they could get damaged. The longer the Udubans are on Earth, the more they adapt. So their blood would go from green to red. Like their, you know, their anatomy will actually like change the longer that they're here, because that's part of like all of their universal abilities, being able to adapt to whatever situation they're in. So the way I have it written is that their planet, I don't know if I told you about this part of it, Vinny, but like their planet's supposed to be 8 times the size of planet Earth, and it spins 20 times faster than Earth, and it has an axis that alternates. So the weather system over there is just absolutely insane compared to anything that we have over here, and that's how they've evolved into having these different abilities. And or these, not just different abilities, but the main shape shifting ability on top of it, so that they can you know, they can survive their atmosphere. So when they come over here, it's just way calmer. It's a whole different situation when they get over here, and they want to, and Eon wants to stay. So hey, we've got in the house.
You need a comic book, bro. You were talking about movies and like the animation and stuff, but the lore is so deep that I don't think like a cartoon or a movie would do it justice. I think you need to do like a comic series and just like, you know,
Just run
expand
with
that.
it.
Yeah, because like, you know, the lore is incredible. We don't get that with just the figures. You know what I'm saying? The back
Right.
of the box is not big enough.
Shout out to Thirsty for Chicken for throwing out an idea that he said you should have bios on the back of the packaging, like
For
telling
sure.
the story for each character, or have a, no, he said you should have a mini comic like the old Alien figures. He said you should have a little mini comic like the old Alien figures thrown in there. As far as doing like flushing out that idea, we need those produced somewhere else and then have them sent to the factory. So like right now in this like bare bones stage, like doing something like that is kind of a stretch, but it's one of those things where it's like so many people have recommended that we do a comic, and I've kind of pushed back against that idea with like, I want to do an animated series, but I mean, there's nothing to stop us going the route of having a comic first and then doing an animated series afterwards. So,
I mean, that's the normal route, right? Like
that's what people normally do.
yeah,
Yeah,
Invincible, and like it gets them hyped for the show, as
right.
opposed to the show getting somebody hyped. Because I don't think a show is usually for like lazier people, in my opinion. Because like
Oh, really?
it's people that don't want to sit down and read a book and have to turn pages and
I
and
see
have,
that.
you know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. So like if you drop the show and people are like, oh, I love this, I think it's less people are gonna go like, I want to pick up a physical book to read. But if you drop the book first, the people that read the book are definitely going to watch the animation, and you're just going to get the people that are going to watch the animation because they like cartoons anyway, you know?
Well, I was thinking of skipping the comic book phase of it completely and just going straight from like storyboards, you know, in private, in house, and then moving that on to doing an animated short. But it's like one of those things where it's like you hear so many people mention the same idea, like eventually I'm gonna cave. Like, especially because I love comic books. I'm not against comic books. I love comic books. It's just that my initial vision for this has always been for it to be an animated short so that we could get some really cool voice talent involved and get music involved and see animation. Like seeing real animation just does a lot for me. I love that art form, but it would make that whole process a lot easier and faster if we did have a comic book out there first. So yeah.
It can be like a, what is it called? Like a motion comics.
Oh yeah,
like an image that just slightly moves and just slightly. I'm not a fan. I'm just saying. Like,
yeah, no, those actually make me a little upset when I see those because I'm like, it's not animated. I mean, it's everywhere. I don't hate, and it's never really distracted me enough from anything to make me not like whatever content I was watching. It's just that I love animation and I love Bruce's work. You know, the way he animated everything for the animated short. It's just so fluid and it looks so dope to me that it's like it's hard to go back to doing the still motion stuff. But yeah, Jamie Lynn Park says Shark comics don't have the budgetary limitations of live action or even animation. Yeah, that's a tricky one. I don't know how much it costs to pay. I know how much it costs to pay for animation. I just, to me, it seems like it wouldn't be that much cheaper to get comic art done for these, but maybe it is.
I think it is, bro. Like you know, I don't know if you know this, but like I studied animation in college. I was gonna be an animator.
Mhm.
My best friend is an animator. He worked for Soup to Nuts. He did a whole bunch of cartoon stuff. Like there's a Star Trek cartoon now, isn't there? For Under the Decks, I think.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's working on that. He's amazing. But like animation is so hard that I ended up switching majors. Like I
Oh,
became
wow.
yeah, like it's a lot of work, bro. So like for
It
you
is.
to pay an animator to do all that work, because like he did a short for you, which was beautiful, you know,
Mhm.
but like to do an animated episode, it's just like it's so much work, and then you have to take into consideration the music, the soundtrack, the voice acting,
Yeah.
Jamelin. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right,
I feel like I always
but
pronounce it wrong, because I want to say Jamilin, but or is it Jamie Lynn, like Jamie and then Lynn?
yeah,
I feel like
I hate that. I hate
I
pronouncing
pronounce.
people's names wrong.
I know, yeah. You'll need storyboards anyway. Might as well get it right in a comic first. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. I mean, you know, it's that's a great thing about. I mean, I'm really considering the comic thing even more now than ever because I've heard it so many times, and I still love comics. And you know what? It'll help make the episodes in nice, crisp 20-minute segments because that's what I want. I want the animated short to be 20 minutes per episode. And if we can do like a 6-issue arc, 20 to 22 pages per book, then that will kind of set us up for, 22-minute episodes. So that would all help flush everything out and make it like a smooth transition. So, yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards doing the comic thing as far as getting more of the story written out. I've never written a comic before. I've written screenplays a whole bunch of times. I've written scripts a whole bunch of times. And I know writing scripts for comics is a whole different thing, but I could figure it out. I've gotten this far with figures. I can figure out how to write scripts for a comic book. So
You have the but by the way, it's Jamelin.
it
I
is
think
Jamie Lynn, right?
yeah, no, Jamelin, I think. Because that's how
Jamie.
I said it. He said I said it correctly, but
Oh, okay. Jamie
yeah.
Lynn. Jamie Lynn.
But
Secret Galaxy, what's up, Dan? You can produce way more comics
yeah,
in the time it takes to make a single animated episode, and the cost for comics much less. Even movie writers use comics as a testing ground. A big shout out and thanks again to Dan Larson. He's been super supportive for this project from the very beginning. It's like there's not everybody kind of like we've talked about, like there's the story's a little bit weird, the concept's a little bit weird, it's mixing sci-fi and civilian looks. Not everybody grasps the concept right away, but like Dan Larson did. Like he's been really supportive about the project all the way through. I really appreciate it.
yeah. I think you just can't give up on it, you know, because you have everything. You know, like you said that you probably could write a comic. I mean, you basically have everything you need. The lore is so deep. Like every time I talk to you about it, like I'm always like surprised because you're always launching new stuff at me. You're like, because their planet is like this, and they do their oxygen is different, and the atmosphere, and I'm like, damn, like it's so deep. It's so
Oh
deep.
yeah, I got some of the I got thank my Street Humans patrons for really pushing me. Frecky, Thirsty for Chicken, really pushed me to like draw out designs for their alien look, you know, for their Udubon armor. And oh god, this looks terrible. I'm like embarrassed to show this in front of you, but it's like it's a rough sketch of the idea I have for what I want them to look, of what I want them to look like, where they have this organic metal, these organic metal spiked shingles covering them.
I love that.
And
That's dope.
this is King Alago, so this is Prince Alago's father, which they
Yeah, I
have.
was gonna say he has to be a king with that crown, bro.
Yeah, and he's got the cape right there. So this is, if you guys are Transformers fans, like the design of it very much comes from Starscream's ceremonial moment in the Transformers movies. So that's kind of like the foundation for how I wanted King Alago to look. And yeah, so eventually it would be cool to make figures of the Udubons and their unique, you know, their unique design or alien form. Let's take a look at see how the backers do. We got 590 right now. Let's see if it goes. Oh, it does. Oh, we got 591. All right,
Nice.
we went up another one. Thank you guys very much. Where's that cowbell? Oh yeah, there it is.
Cowbell with the gauntlet next, right?
Yeah. All
Nice.
right. And the gauntlet. And the gauntlet.
That thing is amazing. I like that.
Yeah, I need to figure out where I dropped this little panel piece. It's in the garage somewhere.
Yeah, sure. Another thing that the comic is gonna help you out with is gonna be the naming of the stuff, because like, the names that you know, every time a new property comes out, you get kind of, if it's not something generic, like if the character is not named Mike and John and something like generic like that, it takes a while for people to register it. And the names that you have are so like out there, you know, the name of the characters, the race, the planet, you know, it's not like Megatron, which is something like that is kind of generic. You have the word mega and you have the word Tron, and it's just like in Cybertron and Autobot, and it's so easy to get. Yours is so out there that the comic would really help kind of engrave that into people's minds. You know what I'm saying? Because even I have difficulty remembering the names of the characters. I think with time, you know, the comic would kind of help people get used to it as well.
Right. No, that's very understandable. Yeah, and I think that the names like they're weird, but I think like what you're saying, like with a little bit of repetition, we get familiar with what the character is doing, so you get used to seeing the name, and then if you're able to see what the character actually does, then you start connecting with the character and start getting to know the character. Then the name starts to resonate more, and I feel like the names are freaky, but they're not too freaky. They're like, there's some of them out there, like I think that's like one of the trippiest part of like collecting Four Horsemen studio figures is like those names, but which you got me hooked on. You're the reason for me collecting. That just reminded me, because I have those old Gothotropolis Seventh Kingdom figures.
So good.
Still, and you're the one who led me on to those. I just remember that right now as I'm looking at him, looking at you, like, oh yeah, you're the reason why I bought those. But those names are crazy. Like it's almost impossible to memorize a whole wave, like of those ravens, like like
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, and they have like a bunch of, you know, consonants next to each other where it's like you don't know where you're gonna go with it. But with these, it's like, you know, Alago, Eon, Edil, Eros, like they, you know, it wouldn't take that long to get used to the names and to keep them from, you know, feeling so foreign, you know. So I really think it's I think that's a good idea. I think that's definitely going to help making sure that we get, you know, a comic put together. I think that'll be a very affordable way for me to keep this project moving forward after the Kickstarter, after tonight, because this is something that I can't just like ever drop. Like it's not a thing that I could just let go of no matter what happens. Like whether, the campaign ends up getting backed or not, I'm going to want to sit down tomorrow with some pencil and paper and actually start like drawing stuff out. I mean, I kind of like was already doing it with the storyboard. Like, do you want to see my shitty storyboards?
Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah. So this is like some of the concept right here. Like after they have that initial um, that moment where they kind of are fighting each other. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try.
the rooftop scene.
Yeah, so you can see Eon up there with the fist still pumping, and you have Eros and a bunch of other Udubons jumping off that building right there. You can see Eros with his alien gun, a bunch of Udubons
Is it
jumping.
Udu Bonds?
Yeah, Uduba is the
Yeah,
is the
because I think there's some people in chat that wanted to know the name of the species.
right. Yeah, Uduba is the planet. Then you could see the camera's going to pan out more as you could see Lagos guys standing there, and then
Yo, I
you have
love that Walrus character, man.
yeah, that's Eros, and then he's just shooting away at a bunch of street humans. Plow, 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 and he gets his little moment right here. Plow, plow, plow. And what I wanted is for each character to have like their little moment to shine where they're kicking ass. So it's like Eros comes out of there and he's the tech expert guy, so he's using his gun. He also has this mine, this thing that it kind of looks like it's a disc, and he throws it on the ground. When somebody steps over it, it's a mine that has a spike with spiral blades coming up it. So if you step over it, the spike with the spiral blades goes through the character and splits
Damn.
him up into a whole bunch of spiraled cut pieces from the middle. So it's gonna be gnarly. Like I want them like really like tearing each other to pieces. You see, and then Edel is the crocodile head one. He's got that mouth with all those teeth just chomping away. God, and he's got the super strength ability. So we're going to be able to utilizing him punching a bunch of these dudes, seeing them scatter everywhere, or just punching right through some of them so his fist goes right through. And then he could use that Udubon to mow down a whole bunch of other ones so he can make gloves. He's
That's
got the
dope.
super strength, so he's using their bodies as gloves, knocking down a whole bunch of. I want to get like ridiculous like that's like part of the campiness where it's like, what the hell am I looking at? Like, holy shit, he's using dead bodies as gloves. Man, this is crazy. But it's like they're all aliens, and then Eon has the telekinetic abilities, so we could use that bunch of force pushing. And I think, because they're army builders, it'll be a lot of fun seeing him force push a whole bunch of Lagos away. And then Alago has the telepathy ability, and his dad, King Alago, also has the telepathic abilities, which causes the civil war on their home planet because people start thinking like, wait, our ruler also has the ability to read minds? Those two things shouldn't be the same. You shouldn't be the one in charge of our society and you have the ability to read our minds and control us. So that's where like that civil war starts from. But Alago inherits that telepathic ability. So when Alago's fighting, his dudes like move in perfect unison with each other. So you could have a bunch of Alagos like surrounding Eon, punching them all at once at the same time. Like that's a thing that you never really see. Is a whole a whole group of guys like moving perfectly in unison, attacking the same way. So their power sets work really well with the whole army building feature of the toy line. So
That's it.
yeah, I think that would be I think it would be really great to incorporate effects parts and stuff like that moving along in the future. So
We got a lot of questions in chat, man. People asking about the packaging, asking about the what would happen. I think you just answered it. Like if the Kickstarter doesn't get funded.
Thank you, Rocco.
But like one thing that I wanted to say, like actually two things. Your artwork, that's basically the foundation for the comic book. I don't know if you
right.
Like if you just send that to a comic book artist and just be like, add, give him the dialogue.
Yeah.
And he'll just use that as a base. And another thing moving forward, I think one thing that would be good is like seeing you today get excited when you put the Ilago head on the Stormtrooper body.
Yeah.
Like that whole process, like get more of that out,
Yeah.
I want to see, like, people need to see just how versatile this line truly is. You know what I'm saying? I think it's so deep. Like there's so much stuff you can do. And I think based on the photos and the promotional work, I think you can expand on that,
Right.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned a spaceship too.
Oh, wow. Udubon spaceship.
Yeah.
Ideally, I would like to have like their alien form that transforms into a meteor. I thought that would be really cool to make, is because they land here in their meteor mode and then they transform and then they shapeshift. So
Nice.
having I'm a huge fan of Rock Lords. Love my Rock Lords.
I was gonna say that.
So
they're basically the vehicle themselves.
Yeah, because they're able to survive in any situation. So they're able to like either like project themselves into space and travel through space and land wherever they need to land. So, but yeah, getting the these are like for the animated short. Like I have you can see like what the process looked like for getting that animated short together is kind of like so you can see Earth and the city.
That's a comic book.
Yeah, so basically like I have the capacity to put storyboards together. I just need, so it wouldn't be that much of basically what I'm getting at is it wouldn't be that much of a stretch for me to, get all of it drawn out and then actually get a script written together and then present that to an artist and say, okay, like let's make a comic book out of this thing. I don't think it would be and it would be affordable too. I think it'd be a lot more affordable. I don't know. I don't know what comic artists charge per page. I feel like it's a lot though. It would. I mean, I don't know what that price point is, so I'd have to look into all of that stuff. Of course. Hey, we got another backer. All right. Hey, the backers keep on coming, you guys. Right on. Thank you. Number 593. And then 592, just in case I didn't see the 592.
No, 591 too. That's three backers. We were at 590.
It was at 590. My bad, you guys. Nice. All right, there we go. We got the latest three added right there. My bad. I don't mean to miss any. But that gap right there, it's narrowing and narrowing. And I've seen Kickstarter projects that didn't make it where it's like they had like 12% funded at the end, and the fact that it's as far as it is right now, I think it's saying something. It's really showing that there's like real potential with this line and that people want these figures. So
for sure,
make sure you guys back this project. Yeah, chipping away at it, man. It's a tough climb. And I don't think, this whole project, everything that is going on here with this, like, this is not easy. And I feel like people are kind of seeing the work being put into it. I've been acknowledged for all the streams that I've been on and promoting it and pushing for this. Like, I don't think this is the kind of thing that should be easy, and this is just, and I think people are seeing that this is definitely not an easy thing to do. So there's a lot of hard work put into it, and I think it's fair enough that it's not easy to even get to this point right over here. I already went in on 2. I'm pulling for you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. I mean, I think you guys should try to get every single version. If you guys get each character, so that we have the 2 characters in each variant, I recommend getting at least one of each, because with that you have the blue jeans, you have the black pants, you can swap around and get even more creative with the display with all of these.
Yeah, if you get 20, they're cheaper, so you might as well just get 20.
Yeah, Charlita won back for 20. And I was like, oh man, she's like, oh, don't worry, I used my credit card, not yours. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, well then cool.
But that's like 5. That's five of each, right? 5 of each variation.
Yes,
like
we have. Yep, we have 20 packs where you get 5 of each figure. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. You just got a Sentinel right there. Street Humans will look great fighting a Sentinel. That's the other thing, too, is that you could use their alien heads as mutants. They could be mutants, you know? Yeah, we have the camp. We should, I shouldn't make it a pinned comment, right? Share the campaign and explain stuff for new viewers. Right on. I should, let me put the, because if it's not a pinned comment, it should be. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, shit. All right. Let me, Harley Morenstein. Do you guys remember? You guys know Epic Meal Time, right? Remember that YouTube? It's still around. Harley Morenstein is an avid action figure collector, and he's been supportive of the line. So he's going to be popping in at some point fairly soon. We'll see a Street Humans party van. Yeah, that would be crazy to get into vehicles. We would be able to do Christmas themes and Christmas gifts for your loved ones. Yeah, get extras. I have an auntie that picked up she's like, I spent $200. I backed $200 worth of
That's
Street
awesome.
Humans so that I could give him to so I could give him to his cousins. So I think.
Well, I thought when you said your auntie, I imagine like the little like Virgin Mary and the little saint statues, and just having like Street Humans in the middle of them and stuff. Like the little manger with the baby Jesus, and just having like.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
That'd be awesome.
We have 596 now.
Ooh, nice.
Oh wow, 593. I don't see it going up though. Does it? Oh, there. Whoa. Hey, we went up 3 more. 594, 595, and 596. All right. Cool, awesome. Man. You guys, thank you very much.
Almost at 600, huh?
Yeah, we're almost at 600 backers. Almost at 71,000 over here. Let's see what the percentage looks like. I like doing the math. Just seeing 70.6 divided by 120. Wow, we're at 50. We're at 58.8%. Almost at 60%. So we're inching away.
Huge. That's huge, man.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, if we could see it, at least, if it hits the 80,000 mark, that'll be a big deal for me too, because that'll double what the pledges that we had gotten the first time around. Because we got somewhere around 40,000, but the figures were a lot more expensive that time, and there was a lot more options. Like I had just everything out there right from the beginning. So. Like doubling that if we're to double that funding amount from the previous one, that would be really, really cool to see too. That'd be another personal milestone. How I like how you made claw hands for the Street Humans. Yeah, that was a recommendation that people had given me, was like, maybe you should do some claw hands, get amp up the alien aspect of it a little bit more, which is like really trippy. That's so cool that people are excited about the alien side of it, and I think that's also inspiring for moving along with the comic book. Also, is seeing people actually like the story, and the more I talk about the lore, like it seems to bring people in more. Like even just telling you about it, Vinny, it's like like it piques your interest more than like pushes you away, because now it's like, oh, there's motives with the characters and everything. Like they have a little bit of history. Like Prince Alago, like he wants to impress his dad. That's like one thing I learned about like storytelling, is that you have to make sure all your characters have their motives, right? Like they need to all have a motive. You got to be able to answer like some fundamental questions about your main characters, right? Like what do they want? You know, like that question right there just kind of says everything right out the gate. Like what does Alago want? Alago wants to impress his father. He wants to prove that he is worthy to be the ruler of Uduba one day. That's his whole thing. Like, what does Eon want, right? Like, Eon wants to fulfill Mother Uduba's wishes and inhabiting planet Earth with Udubans. Like, it's just very, very clear. Edel, he's the crocodile head one. He also wants to impress King Alago, and he also wants to take care of Prince Alago while on Earth. He's there to protect Prince Alago because
he's Nappa to Prince Vegeta, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's like the Nappa in this, and then Edel is like he's kind of like that that he's the technician that never got the chance to expand the way he's wanted to, but now that he's freed himself of King Alago and joined Eon, part of their deal is Eon's like, you get to create whatever you want, which is kind of why like some of these weapons are so ruthless, because
nice.
You know, Eros has been wanting to stretch out with his creativity, and King Alago has always kind of seen the danger in that and kind of restrained him from going all out with these weapons. But, you know, Eros, he doesn't care about killing us street humans. He'll create all kinds of nasty weapons to annihilate us left and right. So
you said that you talked about Mother Uruba, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what is her kind of role in the planet, and how is Eon trying to fulfill her wishes, and how is Elegoo's family not, down with that?
So they're, and this is, I've been told this is very similar to like a lot of Native American religions, where they believe that their deity isn't like how we imagine like God and a heaven and all that. Their deity is the planet. So the soul of the planet is Mother Uduba. And Mother Uduba is now, Eon has a dream that Mother Uduba visits him and tells him that she's no longer happy with all the violence and destruction that's been going on their planet, that she is now going to leave them and transport herself into another planet. And in this dream, she tells Eon to follow her to this other planet and repopulate Earth at this other planet. There is no proof that there is a Mother Uduba. Like nice. There is like we only see Mother Uduba in the dream. Now they all believe in Mother Uduba, right? Like they all believe in Uduba and that there is a Mother Uduba, but nobody's ever seen a Mother Uduba walking around or floating around. Like
but do the other characters also have visions of her, or is it just coming out of Eon's mouth?
It's just coming out of Eon's mouth. That's okay. It. They're all they're just believing in Eon here. And that kind of reminds me of like various religious movements throughout the history of mankind.
Yeah, he's a prophet.
Yeah, he's the prophet. It's just, I mean, how many times has that happened where we just follow somebody based off of a dream they have?
Yeah.
And you have to take their word for it.
Right? And they're all gonna drink the Kool-Aid, man.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right. So I thought that would be kind of interesting to tell a story like that, where kind of had it's almost a reflective look at ourselves. You know what I mean? And of course, the humans on Earth don't really truly understand all of it, or or maybe not even care about all of that. But
So Fabster just said that Prince Eligo is Joseph Smith, but actually Joseph Smith would be Eon.
Oh, Joseph Smith? Who?
Yeah,
Who's
he's the founder of the Mormon Church, I think.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be Eon. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we're at 598.
Whoa!
Jamelin just pointed that out.
Thank you, Jamie Lynn. All right, 597 and 598. Awesome. All right, we're almost at 600 over here. You know what? We're moving along. There's still some time to go, and yeah, hopefully we hit. At some point for this thing to get back, we're gonna have to have like a big rush. That's what I'm hoping. For those that are sitting on the fence, end up coming through and understand the vision that we have for these, because they're universal. Hyena Street Human, yeah. Bounty Hunter. Oh, right on. See, there you go. That's very cool. Hyena Street Human Bounty Hunter sent to assassinate Eon. The scar through his human eye and the hyena eye would look very cool. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I love it, man. I mean, we could incorporate all kinds of different characters into this. Those are just the first 4 characters. I was thinking about the Eno character being like a healer of some sort. It's not just because I thought that'd be kind of interesting to like throw in that element of it also, because they have different mutant abilities. So having like a healer in it, because they cause so much destruction amongst themselves, it'd be kind of neat to incorporate that. I mean, and then people have reached out to me to like offer to help co-write the story with me, and I think that would be a lot of fun to do also. So getting some other creative talent behind the comic book writing part of this would be really, really cool. So let me double check. Let me see if let me check with Harley really quick, because oh sweet. All right, Pixel Dan reposted.
Oh, nice. Speaking of Mohawks.
Yeah. Thank you, Pixel Dan. Yeah. Pixel Dan's been rocking the hawk
for sure.
Yeah, he's got the whole. He's gone punk. All right, let me see. Let me see if I could share the. I think I have to. Yeah, hold on a second, you guys. Share this with Harley. I'm forgetting it. Watch, it's not even that late in the day, and I'm already forgetting how to use the internet. So, or just using my phone.
Yeah, every time I try to do anything like stream wise, and I realize how old I am.
Oh, dude. I mean, like the banner thing, the background, like I didn't know how to use any of that stuff before.
Yeah, it looks great, bro.
Yeah.
You could fool me for sure.
Yeah, no, big thanks to Nostalgia Unboxed. He just showed me like a bunch of stuff yesterday where I was like holy crap. Oh, that's where all that is. I was wondering, where that was or where this was. Like I could change the background on this and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, let's get to the comments. Oh, are we at 598 or was that an older one that
okay. I think you already ranked for 598.
Yeah, we ranked 598. Yep. Yeah, we did that one. Wilfredo says, what is their society like on the home world if you've gotten that far? Well, as we know their society right now, they're at war. So I don't want to but their factions, part of this whole thing is that let me see if I could pull up the animated short, because my brother actually did this art piece of the Udubans fighting each other. And the idea behind it is very much like a Magneto Professor X kind of deal, where the revolution, the revolutionaries, the rebels have these helmets that protect them from King Alago from mentally manipulating them.
Oh, that's awesome. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So they're all gonna have like a Magneto helmet that functions like a Magneto helmet, right? But it will actually be a completely different design. So they'll like completely cover it up, and they'll have like visors. And they would have to be slightly different shapes to accommodate their weird animal heads. So they'll have like a uniform visor, and it'll kind of like be like a silver helmet that goes around their head, but they'll have different shapes to accommodate like the different animal.
Yeah, kind of like biker mice, right? Like that.
Yeah,
you could tell that they're mice heads, but you know it's kind of stylized and stuff.
right.
So would Arrow? It's Arrows, right? The Walrus dude.
Eros, yeah.
Eros. He would design the helmets, right?
Well, yes, yeah. He would be the one to design the helmets, but it would be kind of like you'd be doing it low key. So he would be one of the he's gonna defect from King Alago's like royal guard and everything, and yeah, he's kind of he's a mischievous one. He's
Nice.
yeah, shape shifting masks. I don't know if the masks would shape shift, but that would be cool to incorporate it so that they would just like immediately fit on. A completely alien version of the existing characters. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely want to incorporate that for sure. Hey, right on, Mandalorian fan channel. Thank you. Yeah, the packaging is going to be yeah, that would be cool. But I want to we could probably figure something out like that to help with it, you know? Yeah, I love that you guys are like asking questions and kind of like bouncing ideas off of like the whole lore of the characters, you know, because I really wanted to make sure that we had somewhere for the project to go outside of the ACBA aspect of it and fulfilling like the need to have, you know, the goons in the display. So like hearing you guys like, you know, throw in some questions like this. Somebody else had brought up adding in kid action figures into it. I haven't really thought, you know, I thought about that a little bit. That would be kind of neat to have like, I don't know, kids and teenagers, I guess, but you know, I that would probably be like a wave 4 kind of thing if we were to jump into that. I don't know how much in demand, because you don't yeah, see, like with it coming off as like fulfilling the need for civilians, you know, and you know, for Spider-Man to fight some bad guys and stuff like that. They usually don't see kids in those situations, you know. But we don't really have that, and it would definitely be fulfilling another part of the collection for sure.
You should make like little kid aliens that graffiti, because they're talking about graffiti. Graffiti is a cool idea. They come with like little spray cans, and like maybe they send messages through each other through graffiti on the walls. Like messengers and stuff. Like there's so much you can do with this line.
Yeah, man.
That, you know, it's crazy. Like I said on my post, man, it's crazy that this wasn't backed fully day one, right? Like that. Right. It's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's as people learn more about it, I think people are growing, because the numbers have only gone up throughout the duration of the campaign. So I think it's just a matter of people kind of like believing that I have an idea of what I'm doing here and where I want to go with it, you know, because it's you know, it's definitely something that has a lot of room for growth and everything. So right on. Adriana is awesome. Hi and bye. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you back Street Humans before you go, though. You got to back the Street Humans. A mailman Street Human. Yeah, and I've had people bring up like doing like firefighters and police officers and mailman. I don't know about, you know, doing all of like construction workers and all of that stuff. I don't know. I've thought about it a little bit, but I've kind of been leaning more towards the like different sized humans for the project more than anything. That's kind of like where my headspace has gone, because I haven't seen that really done so much. So, hey, Pixel Phantom saying, hey, we got $5.99. All right.
One away, one away.
We're at 27,920. There we go. Yeah. All right, $5.99. Thank you, backer. $5.99. Very much appreciated. Yeah. All right. And then we're gonna have Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime is going to be popping in fairly soon too. He said, whenever you're ready. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So awesome. $5.99. We're almost at that 600 backer milestone, guys. We're getting pretty close.
I think people need to understand too, like the higher this goes, I think even though if it doesn't meet, like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I'm just kind of
no, but I think I know where you're going with it, and I'm going to agree with what you're going to say.
The higher the number is, the easier it's going to be to maybe find somebody to help, partner with you, or like I think that it's just going to go to show the potential of the actual line. Because we know the potential. I think everybody that's in chat knows what this is and what it should be at already. But I think like bigger companies and people with actual money, business suit guys, they don't care about the characters. They don't care about the storyline. They want to see the numbers.
Right.
So like seeing, 600, 700 backers, 800 backers and just, 80,000, 90,000 bucks. It's they're going to see that and go, wait, there's something here,
Right. No, you're definitely right about that, because, and I think that's one thing that not a lot of people really notice, is that I don't have like investors behind me doing this. A lot of campaigns, a lot of Kickstarter campaigns usually have some kind of big investor involved in it, pushing things, and I don't have that. It's really it's been me and my and whatever I could scrounge together to make it all happen. And I think that's one element. Having investors is an element that I think would have really helped this campaign, because with that we would have been able to probably do an even longer short, like an even longer animated episode, or get even flashier imagery out there. And I think that would have helped kind of push things to another level as far as the marketing side of it. So, but at this point where things are at, I'm going to have to find a way to make this project happen. I've already put way too much into it that it's not going to stop. Like no matter what happens, I'm not stopping with this project. All right. Like I've talked to my wife about this. Like it's not going to be a surprise for her. Now, the amount of money I'm going to be able to invest in it moving forward is going to have to be lower, because you know what I mean? I've already done so much that we're going to be looking for other people to help push it along for us to get to that finish line and get us into production. But having a high number of backers, having that dollar amount to show potential investors is definitely going to help big time moving forward. So we really need you guys. Like this is definitely something where we have to have the community's support in order to make this thing really move forward. And I know you guys are going to want these, because I've been having a great time with them. It's really genuinely been very rare that I've really liked a figure that a lot of people just absolutely hated. Like that, I don't really have that happen to me where, hey, Shartimus, love your videos. You know how you said you love that Mafex Spider-Man? Well, I got that Mafex Spider-Man and it sucked. Like that doesn't happen to me. Like I don't get told that, oh yeah, you really liked that Wolverine figure. And, maybe people might have random QC problems that are, kind of unforeseeable for me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I know that some of them come with the wrong foot on the wrong side or something like that. But aside from something freaky like that, like my commentary on how much I've enjoyed figures is, I don't let you guys down. ask you guys a whole bunch of times when I meet you in person, like, oh, I appreciate you watching the videos. Have I ever let you down? Ever let you down the wrong path saying something was awesome when it wasn't? It doesn't happen. I don't hear that. So you have to take my word based off of that these figures are a lot of fun. They're great to pose around. Triple torso articulation. That's like the thing that really tripped me out about getting these to where they are, is that we have the waist swivel and we have the waist. You could pivot at the waist a bit. It moves forward and back, turn it side to side. And then on top of that, we have the ab crunch. We also have the diaphragm joint over here too. And that allows pivoting and moving forward and back.
So, that's quadruple actually. That's 4 different points of articulation on torso, right? Because
we have
I didn't even know that the swivel had that much give, like side to side give.
Yeah, if I have the gray scale prototype in the other room, but yeah, we can move that side to side. Originally, it was just designed to only swivel, but with the model shop, we changed it to a ball joint. So he does have a little bit of pelvic thrust in there as well,
That's
and
awesome.
a little bit of pelvic pivoting right there also. So I've never really seen a U.S. retailer pull off something like this before. Maybe some import figures, but not retailers. Here's another thing I wanted to point out, because I've seen people kind of complain about this kind of thing, but you can actually even shift these shoulders into place a little bit over here. They shift up and down some. So like sometimes with Marvel Legends, you could see how there'd be like a huge gap over here, but like this does shift around a little bit right there at the butterfly joint. So you could,
yeah, aesthetically it looks really good.
Yeah, I think they really look fantastic. So yeah, very, very pleased with them. And I think everybody's done a fantastic job with these, man. They look great. I thought those, and then again, I wanted to show off the hand. And were you here when I did this earlier? I think so. Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna lose track of time like super fast already, because I know
it's only been 3.5 hours.
It's only been 3.5 hours, and I have like 12 to go.
That's nothing.
3.5 hours. That's kind of a long stream right there. But just so everybody can see the interchangeability with the figures, I want to show that.
And people need to know, like, most of the bodies that are out now are going to be Caucasian, right? That's just kind of like what it is. So there is going to be a Caucasian head that's going to match that skin tone, because the African American characters, they match perfectly, like with the Valorverse and the G.I. Joe that you showed earlier. They look amazing.
Yeah. Hey, we got epic, legendary YouTuber in the wings waiting to come on, and I wanted to introduce everybody to him, or I wanted all of you to say hello to the one and only Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime.
What up?
Hey,
thanks
Harley,
for having me, dog.
Hey, thank you for showing up. Thanks for coming on here.
Up?
Thanks for all your support. Vinny right here to my left, he's our designer for Street Humans. He's been hanging out with us.
Sick.
Yeah.
I'm so happy, by the way, and you could be here for this too, Vinny, even though I don't know you. I'm so happy that you sent it over to me, Shartimus, and I saw the Kickstarter and I saw your figures and that they were good and I could instant cop. And I'm so happy I don't have to be on this podcast now, because you are my boy, and honestly, like, I would have done it like you, because you're my boy. I'm so happy I don't have to be on this podcast and look at also the designer and be like, aha, sick work, even though I thought it was shit. You know what I mean? I'm happy I could come out here and be for real. It actually looks very sick. Super excited for it. And also, that's like what you sent is like right up my alley these days. And like, because I buy, action figures, and I got a lot of Star Wars, I got a lot of Marvel, and how I felt a couple years after, my sentiments towards Star Wars and Marvel, two things that I love very much, just not the same level as when I was putting my collection together. And so when I started buying figures, I started to buy figures that were, one, they were like humans,
Mm.
doing shit, and then two, like just dudes that I didn't even know who the dudes were. So when
Oh,
you sent over a couple dudes that I didn't know,
oh,
I was like, this is what I'm talking about.
oh,
Like, and
awesome.
it's like new, it's like new, it's a new character. It's not from, it's not from, Andor season 3, episode 2, that guy. It's not that
Yeah.
version of this stormtrooper. It was just a couple of interesting dudes. And yeah, I know I came in here and I started rambling, but I'm
No,
hyped. I'm hyped about it, basically, guys. I'm very hyped
yeah.
about it.
No, I
Awesome,
really
man.
appreciate that. That's like definitely what I wanted I wanted that message out there that you could use these and have them as unique, different looking characters that don't look like anybody else. Because as soon as you start seeing those, I mean, we see faces, we are going to recognize who they are, especially if you're trying to use them in a display as somebody else that they're not, or in a way that you've never seen them before. You're going to call it out. Your brain's just going to call it out immediately, and it's going to take you out of that, that whole.
Yeah, and even to what you're saying, like setting up like a thing, using them as kind of like background dudes or filler.
Mhm.
For me, and I haven't been taking a lot of pictures, but I'll pose them in my displays. I'll switch up the poses here and there. Like I also I just, even for their own world,
Yeah.
whatever the world is. And I mean, like, I don't know shit. I went in there. I didn't even, like, I went and I saw them, and I was you behind it. And I'm like, he's not going to fucking drop a shit toy. Like, him?
Yeah.
Nah. So I saw that. I instantly caught, but I didn't read into it. Is there a story to it? And also, like, full disclosure, I also don't give a shit. But like I want to hear it, you know what I mean? But like, even if
Yeah.
it's, I know the world that, like, even if it's like the most of a story, it's like hard to break into that realm. And so this toy angle is great because that shit. But I'm anyways, enough rambling. I'm just curious, like, did
No,
you
do
have
you want
like
to
a
watch it?
background for these guys? What do you
Yeah, a
mean
little
watch
bit.
it? Watch it?
You guys want to watch it? Yeah, there's a 2-minute short. It's just a little 2-minute animated short.
Oh,
And
dude,
yeah,
really? Okay.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
crazy. Wait, you haven't shown
Um,
it before?
oops. Yeah, yeah. I
Have
put
you
it
shown
out
it?
there. Yes, yeah.
It's on your channel?
It's on. Yeah, I had it as the main, like. I had it on there on the front of the channel for a little bit, but then I changed it. But let me see here. I could pull it up right here.
Oh, pull it up 1 second. Let me go get a monster. Like, let's
Yeah.
go. I'm gonna get a white monster and drink it so that I'm a white monster.
All right. I'll set it up right here. All right. Look. Take away the ad thing and then share a screen in it. There we go. And make sure that. How does that look over there? Okay, cool. Right? That looks like
Yeah, looks great. It's fine here.
awesome. Awesome. I actually want to get some more coffee too. I feel like I need a caffeinate, and I've been like digging in. How are you doing, Vinny? Are you holding up okay?
I'm good, bro. I drank my monster a little bit earlier. I'm still kind of like, I'm
Awesome.
still holding up. I'm gonna crash in a bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's
I'm good.
all right. Here, let's go ahead. I'll get this playing right here.
Planet Kepler 61b is located 1,100 light years away from Earth. The inhabitants of this planet are not only sentient but biologically and technologically advanced. They call their world Uduba and refer to their deity and spiritual entity of the planet as Mother Uduba. Civil war has ravaged the planet for generations, and now their conflict has found a new host, planet Earth.
Eon. It is I, Mother Uruba. Hear me, Eon. Too long have my children suffered. Too long has my body endured so much pain. Follow me, Eon, and bring my children to their new home. Bring my children to their mother. Follow me, Eon.
Leave these street humans be. Let us go home. Let us forget this. This is what Mother Uduba wants. Freedom is the right of all living beings. Don't fight it. This ends now.
Great. It's fucking great. Awesome. And that's so funny because after everything that I rambled on about it, basically I was like completely unnecessary. I was already sold.
No, that's great. That means, that means so much. I want the figures to do the selling part of it. That would suck if you had to have the cartoon in there. You know what I mean? I want them to sell themselves. And
is that a prototype you have there?
Yeah. So this is an actual physical prototype that we
sick.
have. And the alien head came out looking so dope. I'm really, really stoked about him. And yeah, so in the trailer you see them, you see different versions of him with a hoodie and everything. So with the stretch goal, the first stretch goal, you can get new arms and a hoodie accessory, and it comes with new heads. So I've never gotten like a 1/12 scale figure that has the butterfly joints and an interchangeable arm feature.
You're right.
So I'm really stoked about that.
And like also, like I told you, that's what I've been buying. So I have figures that are like that. I like that stuff. I like Valaverse having these extra pieces, different helmets or accessories on that size figure. I like the you know how many fucking ninjas I bought, bro? And ninja arms.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I'm fucking tired of these ninjas, bro.
Are you talking about the
What's that? Which ones?
The Foosh toys?
Yeah, exactly. And I it's, never came close to doing it, but I sat there and I saw those toys and I thought about the toy world and, I love it, but they don't always make the right decisions. And you're out here right now going after big toy. You're going after, you guys should be scared.
Yeah, I know. Watch out, Hasbro.
You don't want the fucking Hasbros pulling up.
Artemis wants all the smoke.
Yeah, well, we actually have Ryan T. But to be fair, the Hasbro guys have actually been really, really supportive. They've been really, really cool. I brought a prototype with me to New York Comic Con. I was at New York Comic Con and I brought it with me and I got them playing with it around and they're digging it. And I know Ryan and Dan both backed the project. So we're gonna have Ryan on later tonight. He'll be free later tonight. But I wanted to show this.
That. That's sick.
Yeah, so these are the kind of prototypes that you always see behind the glass that nobody's ever allowed to touch. So like the fact that I'm fucking around with these is like really, really dumb. But I love showing them off. And then you could the stretch goal will come with an extra set of arms. So you could port those right in, and you still have the butterfly joint.
Crazy. Yeah, it doesn't exist. I don't have... I got, like, skeletons and shit. I got a whole bunch of figures that aren't made by your usual, huge companies. And, none of them they don't have arms like that.
Then you could pop the head on there, and then pop the hoodie piece on here. So now you have, like, it's your same figure, but with a different look. So... now you can just expand the collection that way. This will come with extra human heads and extra hands. So like this head would not be included with the initial offering. It'd be included with the next one, with the deluxe pack. So you can take this head. If you don't want it sitting around, you can grab a Valaverse figure and it'll just pop straight on there. So you could, use them for this guy, or if you want to use it as I don't know, the flesh tone's not really matching properly, but these fit on hand ninjas.
Oh, fucking ninja, bro! God damn it!
Yeah, I'm showing you ninjas. I've had enough ninjas. But yeah, the use for these is going to be very versatile for a lot of different lines, and I've been trying to, bring out all kinds of figures here just to show people, just to show off everything that it could do. I don't know. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to do this just to see. Does it pop on? pops on. But I don't know if you wanted to. Sorry to do this
I
to the
love that.
Canadian
No,
figure,
I love that. That's
but yeah,
and I've always liked the interchangeable parts, things like that. And just when it opens up, also, God willing, everything goes great, and it's people are appreciating how all the work you guys have put in, and it just gets to a place, like just those. You have these figures, you have packs. You can add packs and just change it, and the way that it's set up right now, that they're already like coming with packs,
yeah,
like built into the deluxe version. That's sick. I love
yeah.
that.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, then like we have you know, different purchase options with the variants. So I actually was just showing off like the Lago figure right here, but he comes with the camo pants instead. So it's like, you're able to customize like any which way you want, and they pretty much fit in like with any part of your collection. I was showing this off earlier. We had Dave Bonner on here, who's worked on Marvel Legends and Marvel Universe figures, and amongst many other figure lines. Where's that Stormtrooper head? I want to show this up. This is actually the Luke Skywalker in Stormtrooper,
Okay.
with the extra battle damage, which I think they made two of these, right? Do you remember? Because I bought this and I was like, wait, I have a Luke Skywalker already in Stormtrooper gear. But anyway, I don't mind having more Stormtroopers. I love army building.
Yeah, I went and I got like with Hot Toys, I bought a lot of first order troopers, and I got them kind of all at the same time, and I bought two old stormtroopers at that same time, and the old stormtrooper is 50 times better of a toy. Like, I know it's a 6 scale,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's literally 50 times better, just in terms of how it poses and the materials they used.
Yes.
And yeah, that's one thing like I look at and I'm just like, oh damn.
Yeah, you're making me sad because I actually had that 2-pack. I had that Stormtrooper 2-pack from Hot Toys.
Wait, the one where they're different heights?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have that. I wish I got that after.
Yeah. Oh man,
because I wish like I that's one thing that is lacking. Like, for example, I got the Power Rangers, all the Power Rangers 6 scale, and the Green Ranger also had to get it, and they came and they're all the same height. I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. The price wasn't crazy or anything, but I am like that different height shit, and those two Stormtroopers just being different heights that's beautiful.
Damn,
I almost wanted 2 packs of that 2-pack.
Yeah. It was like it was made to be army built, but you're making me realize that all those Power Rangers are the same height. They should be different heights. I think
wish.
Kind of short, right? But I remember
yeah, and just even like if the Pink Ranger was shorter than the Red Ranger, because
let me see if you could pop the logo head right here on the Stormtrooper, so you can get that into your Star Wars.
I love that.
Display. You can make that happen. So it's like if you end up using your Lago figure, like as like in an urban display setting kind of thing, then you have the leftover alien head. You could just use that alien head in your Star Wars display, and you don't have to have it sitting in a bin. I just don't want to sell stuff that ends up getting bagged and binned. So having these being very versatile and being able to use them amongst different figure lines, I just think that just kicks up the value for the figures immensely. So I am excited about that part of it for sure. Yeah, this is still not a really bad figure at all over here. So
no, I have a couple of Stormtroopers.
Oh, I think somewhere around 40. I think I have 40 Stormtroopers and the 1/12 scale. I just like went nuts, and big thanks to my friend Chu, who hooked me up with like 25 or 30 of them as a wedding gift. So when I got married,
that's great.
That was part of the wedding gift, was just like getting a shitload of Stormtroopers. I was so damn happy. So yeah, it was. Oh, speaking of which, okay, yeah. Anyway, all right, thank you.
I'm trying to see which one I which one which pledge I backed.
All right.
Oh, 2-pack figure variants, Ilago and Eon.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah. So that was actually a new feature that we added to it because originally we weren't going to be able to offer the different colored pants until we got to the additional characters, which are behind stretch goals. Did we hit 600? Oh, you guys are all letting me know. Hey, we got 600 backers. All right.
Oh,
all right. So
yeah.
we got to do the bell. We got to do that. We got
200 backers. Yeah.
All right. That was 600. And the Infinity Gauntlet, because that's a milestone right there. Making a dream a reality. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, 600th backer. Whoa. Damn it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just getting this queued up right over here. I actually didn't even look at it yet because I still had the thing on the Street Humans cartoon. But yeah, we're almost at 71,000. So still an incredible number. At this point, it's just been like the whole process it feels like a win getting even this far because it's just really something that's not directly associated with another franchise. It's kind of like out there just doing its own thing, so I'm proud of us getting to this point. But I wanted to ask you, Harley, like, how did you get involved in collecting figures, like from the get-go? Like, what was like your first like inspiration getting into collecting?
I was I started training basically, and like at the gym, I was just I started to get fat. Actually, this is how it got there, by the way. It was a couple years ago. I was pretty big, and I'm like, I'm going to start working out. And I went to the gym, and they had a list of like trainers, but I saw one trainer there that was always working out. He was the biggest, most muscular guy, and I was like, no, I don't want to see the list. Him, that's the guy. He was so jacked, and he would wear an iPad, like with like a wrist thing on his wrist, and he would like keep track of your workouts and stuff like on an iPad on the wrist.
Oh, wow.
But it was sick because he was wearing like an iPad, like an Apple Watch. Like, this is how jacked he was. This guy was huge.
Oh,
it was an iPad on his wrist.
Wow.
And he was like from the future with it, but it was like kind of using it like an Apple Watch. He was just
his wrist was like as wide as my arm.
Yeah. And I was working out with him, and I was doing it for a while, and then I had gone to his place. He had just got a PS4 Pro, something like that. And I was at his place, and I saw he had like some action figures posed up, and it was a couple Figmas, like there. It was just like an Iron Man, kind of hovering on the spot with a stand, and I collected figures late, like when I was in the 5th grade, 6th grade. I remember like my friends being like, "Bro, what the fuck's wrong with you? You playing with toys?" And I just remember and so now I'm looking at this huge jack dude, and I'm like, you just play. What do you do with these? You play with them? He's like, I don't play with them. I collect them and I pose them up. Like, this is sick. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I'm looking at them like, yeah, they're sick. I'm like, how much are these? He's like, oh, this is like 50 or 60, 80. And I'm looking at them like, okay. Went home and I started looking at action figures. And I never went and did that. And I love that shit already. I just lied to myself that I didn't because I thought it was dumb as hell. Mm-hmm. And then I started browsing all the sites. I get to your ugly ass YouTube channel. I'm like, and then I sat there and I was like, hey, these look cool, but if I get this, like if I get this from this anime, I want all of them from that anime. And now that's gonna be like $250, $275. If I'm gonna spend that, why don't I just get this figure right here? And then I'm like, this one will be like $300. I'm like, okay, why don't I just spend $50 more? Get this right here. I'll just get one figure. Like, I get crazy, and I bought one Darth Vader, a hot toy, and that's the only toy I need. And then the worst thing ever happened when it arrived. I opened up the box, and the fucking thing was so sick. It was so sick. I was done, dude. I was like, all right, back on the website. I'm like, I'm ordering some more. And now I'm like, yeah, it's cool to get a $350 like cool ass fucking thing. Canadian money, by the way, that I'm speaking in, if it sounds like a lot. So I'm like, oh, like $350 for this thing. Yeah, like that's cool. but like, let me get like 7
Whoa.
smaller dudes, you know. And then I'm like buying like, and then the new Star Wars movies are coming out. It was like when The Force Awakens was coming out, so I gotta get like 15 first order troopers. I got to get every toy. I got to go. I'm like looking through all the things. I'm checking it out. I'm buying shit. Like, bro, it's like it's never stopped. Like, I've just been buying toys. This is the Power Rangers.
Oh, you got the 3-0 ones?
Yeah, the 3-0. And it's like, dude, I went in, bro. Like, I got me. Like, at one point, I made me. You know, like I'm out here buying like little Jordans for, you know what I mean? And I just got caught up because, like, I mean, you look at this like Spider-Man shit, Marvel shit. I'm the nerdiest stuff. The fact that became popular enough to that there's a whole market out there was just what got me into collecting figures. And then, you know, every time, like when I start collecting figures, you just want to see them and learn about them and whatever. And you know what I mean? I never thought about a figure having a double joint. It never meant anything until I went to YouTube. Then I'm watching videos because I'm like, now I'm fucking out here spending money. Yeah. I want to spend the right money. So I'm like watching your channel, and you know, it's like something like double jointed. I'm like, oh, it's like true. All these figures are kind of shitty compared to these ones. You know what I mean? And obviously then I got into the taking pictures of it. I started taking pictures of it because once I bought that first Darth Vader, I'm like, okay, I should like fucking play with it. If I'm gonna play with it, I could take a picture. So, you know, I started doing young toy boy pictures where I was doing that action figure photography. And what's funny about the action figure photography is that marks, like when I'm doing that, I'm happy with where I'm at in life. Like I noticed that when I'm at my most peaceful and things are good and I'm not stressing and I'm mentally on top of shit, I'll start taking toys and like setting them up and like taking pictures of them. Cause it's like, that's when I'm just chilling. Yeah. So the times when I'm not doing that, I'm like, haven't fucking played with my toys in like 2 months, bro. I should set that time. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like a meditative experience a little bit, right? Like
absolutely.
Especially like, you know, put on some tunes, like hanging out in here, like setting up these displays. I'll use the cleanliness of this room to like gauge my stress levels of my life. Like, like the more things are set up, the more I'm at peace. You know what I mean? And it's like the more it's kind of ravaged and torn apart, then I know like I'm going. You know, I'm busy working on one thing or another and keeping myself a little extra busy. I don't have that time to just like chill and relax and spend some quality time in the dork room. I actually got myself since like about a month ago, I got myself into like a morning routine of like walking on the treadmill and then practicing drums and then coming in here and like spending 15 and everything timed so I don't lose track of my day. So like, you know, 45 minutes on the treadmill and then 30 minutes on the drum kit and then 15 minutes in the dork room. And I wish it could be 45 minutes in the dork room, but it's like I start stressing if I'm not getting into, you know, other productive things, you know, to support the family and stuff. So I have to like limit it, but it helps doing that and making sure that you give yourself that time with your collection and everything. Like it's really important, even though I'm not practicing that right now because I've been hustling hard on the freaking Street Humans thing. But, you know, for the most part, I try to make sure that I have that time and put that care into posing my figures and getting everything just looking the way I want it to. Like, yeah. So that's awesome that you have that same kind of like, you know, that mental healing part of it, right?
It's just weird. It's funny. It's actually like kind of like low-key a weird security blanket. Now that I'm thinking about it, hearing you talking about it and how I just like had the toy here and like I got like you know, like I have like a Halo toy, Professor X. I have like toys around here. If I leave here and I go up to my kitchen table,
yeah,
like my island, I have like 5 like Operation Mogadishu soldiers like chilling there with like a little like toy dog with them
Oh,
that's in the kitchen. If I'm in my computer upstairs, there's another toy chilling there. There's like a baby Yoda. Like they're just everywhere because I kind of like, you know, I just like have them. I'm like, oh, yeah. You know,
well,
I don't know what it is. It's always been, maybe it's just, I think it reminds me of the before times. Like these are the most before times activity that I did other than playing a Nintendo, which, you know, playing games, I play games all the time. It's not quite the same as like when you saw a new Super Nintendo game the first time, you know? But like toys, it's just the before times. Like how was pre-internet, and your line Street Humans reminds me of that when something would drop where it's like new toy drop, you don't even know the fucking show yet, you don't know, you're just there. Being in Canada, we got things late. Movies came out like 8 months later, 9 months later.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember seeing Ninja Turtles in upstate New York, going back to Canada on Monday and being like, saw Ninja Turtles the movie, ask me anything. What do you want to know? Like I was a god, you know.
Yeah,
You sold the Super Soaker in Canada. It went up to 50. When I showed up with the Super Soaker 100 from Plattsburgh, New York, shit was crazy. You know, so we always got things late. So sometimes I'd be in the States and I would see a cool toy. The cartoon's not out in Canada. We might not even ever get it, you know? But it's playing on like on the hotel TV. Maybe I see it, then I'm at the toy store. I'm like, oh, it's that thing. So as
That's
someone who
cool.
enjoys the before times of toys like Street Humans, when I got it, I was like, okay,
Nice.
this
nice.
is like had that, and I realized I did. I got the 2-pack figure variants, but I added on the basic pack.
Oh, sweet. Oh,
right,
thank you.
because I think I wanted each guy and his variant.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
but I was low key, like, I'm like buying pants and heads at that point too, you know?
Right.
Like, I'm buying pants and heads, but don't downplay how important pants and heads are, arms are. Like, when you put the sweater on that prototype,
Yeah.
bro, that shit's sick. That's like what I'm sold on.
And then here's the other thing too that I really wanted to show off because we could do it with a prototype.
You could
Well,
do it with the prototype, but you shouldn't. But you're doing it anyways because you can't help it.
But I'm gonna send them back to the factory and they're gonna repaint them for me so that they're all touched up after, because I've just mangled the hell out of them when I shouldn't be. But they're
Can't
interchangeable
stop
ways.
fucking playing with your toys, eh?
I can't
stop playing with your toys.
I can't stop. But the fact that we could pop them off at the waist like this, it takes them so much farther because you get those different variants. Then you could start splitting the variants between the two figures, and you could put the black pants on the other figure that doesn't come with black pants, so you can make it work. You could interchange them any way you want, this kind of way, and that adds the articulation, adds a fun factor to it that which was which was part of like the idea behind the line right from the very beginning, is that I wanted that interchangeable feature there so you could make the most of each figure and you can get whatever look that you want in any of them.
Yo, Shard.
Yeah.
Two things, right? So somebody in chat asked about the articulation with the sweater on, with the hoodie on, like the ab crunch. And the other thing is I'm gonna step out, but I just was number 601.
Oh, sick! Oh, we got 601. Hey, thank you,
yeah.
Vinny, thank
So
you.
I'm picking up a 2-pack for myself as well as I
Awesome.
step out for a little bit, right?
Awesome, bro.
But if you're on, I'm sure you're gonna be on in like 9 hours, right?
Yeah, I'll be on in 9 hours.
I'll jump back in, eventually. Harley, it was a pleasure, man.
Definitely,
great
man.
hearing.
Congratulations on the launch of your thing here and what you guys are doing. It looks great.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's make it happen, man.
All right.
See you guys.
Humans. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you. Awesome, man. Yeah, that working with Vinny and getting these designed, it really took me back to like the before times of being like, I don't know, like 7 years old and playing on the floor, you know, with a bunch of Ninja Turtles with my brother and stuff like that. Cause we are just having all kinds of fun trying to imagine different concepts and ideas for them and putting it together. It was, yeah, it was a blast. But yeah, I'm really happy with the way these came out as much as I posed them around and everything and shouldn't be like, I've had a great time with them. So yeah. So Harley, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your boxing match because I saw that. If you don't mind talking about it a
No,
little
not
bit.
at all. I had two.
Yeah, say that again.
I had
Yeah.
two boxing matches.
Oh, you had two.
One I boxed like a YouTuber, and then after that I was like, I want something challenging, and then I boxed Johnny Nitro, who's just like one of the most athletic heavyweight WWE wrestlers.
I think it was the Johnny Nitro one that I saw.
The one where I got punched out of the ring.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I think yeah, he straight up punched you out of the ring. And I think you landed on the table, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then and it's like you lifted your head up like you didn't know like where the fuck you were. You're just like, oh holy shit. Damn, man. Like I'm not a fighter. I've never really done
Me
any
neither.
fight.
No, seriously, like I literally, it was after pandemic, I was 75 pounds heavier than I am now, and I was just like, I gotta live double the life since I've had nothing going on, being at home playing fucking Animal Crossing and Uber Eats. So I remember the boxing match came up, and I was like, oh, I'll do that, and just committed to it. Boxed. My first match was with someone I was bigger than, and they're not an athlete. I'm not an athlete either, but you know, I was just bigger. They were like, you know, they're the guy from Game Grumps, Aaron, great guy. And I did it, and it was cool, and the experience was great, but I didn't really feel quite fulfilled. So when the offer came through that, you know, I would box like an iconic heavyweight wrestler, like, I'm not saying he's juiced up to the gills.
You're not saying that.
So I was like, you know what? Like, yeah, let's do it. What else am I going to do? Like, let's do it.
Yeah, man.
What's the worst that could happen? And then I got punched out of the ring and knocked down. I lost by knockout.
Yeah.
But I did that. And I was like, after that, I was like, I could literally do anything. I told my mom, I was like, I don't really have the time, but I think I might try and be a cop.
Wow.
And she was like, why? And I was like, I just feel like I could be good at it.
Yeah.
But then I found out that you can't be a cop if you've been on vlogs being like, I just took mushrooms. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, there's all that.
Yeah.
But I was like, then I could be I could do whatever. Like I could just, you know, like I said, I want to live double the life. And doing the boxing thing like was so out of character for me. Sorry to like ramble off like that, but like you were saying, like you're not a fighter either. I'm just saying I relate more to you than, you know, who I was putting out doing those fights.
Wow. Okay. No, that's pretty awesome. I mean, I think like I did wrestling for 2 years in high school, so it's like I have the potential to get bigger if I ever wanted to go there. But
yeah, you've had that mindset before. I played football for years, like when I was younger. So I like a sport or getting in that mindset. You know, I have that. I know some of my fellow nerds like don't know how to run.
Oh wow,
like they don't know how to actually run. You know what I mean? Some people physically like. So at least you've done wrestling, so you know what it would take to get you as you are now into fighting shape.
Yeah.
To the point where you're gonna, you know, fight actually, a WWE wrestler.
Down. Yeah, actually take somebody. I mean, yeah, because and a lot of the times you'd have to wrestle somebody that was bigger than you, and you know, like you're all supposed to be in the same weight class. But I was in this weird situation where I had an accident when I was in sophomore year, so I was kind of just out of commission sophomore and junior year. So I jumped back in senior year. And they had me wrestling a bunch of sophomores. So I was just taking out sophomores that were bigger than me. And, you know, yeah, there's a lot that goes on as far as like your mindset, being able to push through all that conditioning and everything to get yourself in there. And actually, like, you're saying that you went through a bunch of weight loss, exercising for this thing. So like focusing and, going through that whole change with your body, that's like, that's a really tough thing to do, man. Shoot. I mean,
Yeah, I was in a bad place before though. Like I was,
Yeah.
sometimes how it is. You switch up your diet a little bit. You're like, oh, I'm not gonna kill a bag of chips at 10 p.m.
why not?
And then and then you get to that place and you're like, oh, hey, that worked a lot. That did a lot. And I'm still fucking up my eating, but that's way better now.
Nice.
And then you level out, you feel pretty good. So then you start to like eat a bag of chips again or something, or whatever it is that, your vice may be. But when I had this thing like, oh, dude, I have to take my, like, forget fighting. I'm like, I'm gonna have to take my shirt off in front of everyone.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
like punch and shit, my titties are gonna be jiggling. Like, come on, that's what was like driving me to eat better.
Oh
know what I
man,
mean?
it goes so far eating right though, because like I had this I like, not saying it, get all braggy about it. You've done like a lot of amazing like Hollywood shit, man. Like you've been in movies and everything. But like I got to go to the Avengers Endgame movie premiere, and I didn't know whether or not it was really gonna happen because I thought it was kind of bullshit until like they had, got me the hotel reservation info and all that. I was like, oh damn, this is really happening. So I had 2 weeks to try to burn off as much weight as possible. And the thing that I didn't do any exercising, I just ate really well. I just ate good, and I was able to shave off like 5 pounds, and it was just enough of
To
5
not be
pounds.
like bloated, you don't feel weird. You don't like feel heavy on the plane.
Yeah.
You're like your face is looking better in pictures because usually your face that changes first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just felt less puffy, and I didn't feel bloated, and I felt like I could, I could stand up nice and straight, and I needed that so I could, confidently,
Like
try
in
to.
case fucking Chris Pine wants to fight, you'll knock him out. Sorry, Chris Evans, you'll knock him
Or
out.
Chris Evans. Oh my God. Yeah. Some of these guys are all huge. I got to meet a few of them. Frank Grillo, who played Crossbones. I got to meet him and talk to him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because his son watches the channel, so his son
Sick.
recognized me on the red carpet, so I could hear his voice going, "Shartimus Prime." Shout out Sky, by the way. And
That's so funny. His dad's like, he's like, Shart.
Yeah.
His dad's like,
Yeah.
what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it was a trip because I could hear his little voice, so I'm looking for the kid, but like there's a dude kind of blocking the, where the kid was, and the dude,
Yeah, he's like, stop looking at my kid.
yeah,
He's looking. He's like, don't look at my kid.
Frank Grillo's like, stop looking at my kid, man, step away. But the dude was Frank Grillo, and he turns around and goes, "It's you." I was like, "Oh shit, Crossbones!" Oh damn,
That's sick.
Yeah, so
dude, going to the Endgame premiere is so fucking great.
Oh man, yeah,
that's amazing. I didn't know you did that.
Yeah, it was like some Willy Wonka shit, man.
That's
like,
that's so sick.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. There was like a small group of us that went through Comic Cave Studios, and we went with them. And there was.
I know the situation, by the way. Like sometimes good news comes in, or there's a line in the water, and there's a tug on it, and you're like, okay, but deep down, shit like this always falls through. So when they hit you up, I don't know, a month before, oh, this Endgame thing might be going on, you're like, okay, cool. Don't get too excited. These things don't always work out. We're chill. Who knows? And then you get that email and it's like, this is actually, I'm going to the Endgame premiere.
Yeah.
And Endgame was so fucking sick. I would have loved to have been at that premiere when Cap fucking picked up that hammer.
Oh yeah.
What was it like?
Everybody went nuts. Yeah. They actually, there wasn't like but at the same time, it was, to be honest with you, it was kind of weird because it felt like being at somebody else's work party. So so there was a little bit of that for sure, and then there was like random celebrities there. AJ from Backstreet Boys was sitting in front of me. And I just didn't want to kick his fancy jacket. Yeah, it was like such a weird combination of people, but it had a little bit of that kind of tenseness to it. I mean, it was awesome, but like Like I remember like when Spider-Man showed up after everybody comes back in the portal, like Spider-Man showed up and I couldn't help myself. I just went Spidey, and like nobody else, nobody else cheered for Spider-Man. Like not
So
even.
actually now that I think about it, maybe my energy, what I thought the energy for the premiere would be like, is more like it's better when I was in New York City and I saw Civil War. And I was with my brother, and we were like, yeah, let's go see Civil War. It came out, like, let's go catch it. There's so many showings. Like, we went to this like 11 p.m. showing in New York, and the theater was like, it was full. It was very urban environment, and the energy was very high. And when Cap and Spidey had that moment, and they were like, and they were fighting or whatever, and then he was like, where are you from? He's like, Queens. And he's like, Brooklyn. Like that whole place.
Yeah.
I swear to God, 70% of the theater stood up and their hands were up. It was like almost like you were in a concert. Like at that moment, it was sick. It's like when you watch those videos when Cap had the hammer and you saw all those viral videos of some theaters going crazy, like theater in Brazil, and everyone's like, yeah. This one was sick.
Oh,
that moment there in New York, and I was like, my brother, I was like, do we stand? No, stay seated. We're not from Canada. We're not from either. That just
yeah, because I've seen at least one movie. I forgot what movie I saw in New York City, but I was like, wow, I love high energy crowds when I go to the movie theater. Like my dad used to. I grew up. I'm in the same town that I grew up in, which is just 15 minutes out of San Francisco. So growing up, we would go to the movie theater. My dad would drive us into San Francisco. That's where you go to see the movies. That's where you have the big energetic crowds and everything. So I love those high energy crowds, and New York has some serious high energy in their audiences.
Yeah.
I could only imagine how excited they must have been, to hear that Brooklyn, New York, that Brooklyn Queens exchange right there. That was, that was nuts.
He was like Brooklyn, and like people were already cheering, standing up, and he was like Queens, and like then the whole place was like standing. Everyone was just happy with that encounter.
Oh damn! Yeah,
man. So, no, go ahead.
I was gonna ask you about like some of the Epic Mealtime Channel stuff, but if you wanted to like stick with this, like that.
No, I mean we do. Like I did Epic Meals for 12 years, never missed a single week. Did it all the time, and then pandemic happened, and I stopped doing it unless I was particularly inspired or maybe a branded deal came by. We had a couple sponsorships over the years. Now I podcast, which is funny because it's just like, as every 30-something-year-old white dude must do, he must podcast. So I've been doing that with two of my buddies on the channel, and sometimes I'll I went down to Texas and filmed a bunch of stuff going to. Have you ever been to Buc-ee's?
No. What's Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's is like the best. So Buc-ee's is a gas station.
Oh.
But saying Buc-ee's is a gas station is if like it'd be like telling someone like cocaine is a powder.
Okay. Oh,
like it's not really. What's that?
Is that like the truck
Beaver?
Stop? Is it a truck stop with the beaver?
So
on
it's
it?
a gas station that was made by a trucker who he was just tired of going to these bitch ass truck stop gas stations and dirty bathrooms. So he made Buc-ee's, cleanest bathrooms ever, by the way. They have 120 gas pumps. That's huge, yeah. But that's not even the point. The point is like the bathrooms are really clean, but that's not the point either. But the bathrooms are so fucking clean, and you get your own little private stall with like a locked door, and it's so clean. There's art on the walls in Buc-ee's bathrooms that are like being auctioned off, and like it's sick. It's just great. It's so clean. They're on top of that, and then you go to Buc-ee's, and there's so much shit. Like you could buy some furniture there. They have a merchandise line that they're always updating. It's fucking great. It's awesome. They have a jerky selection. You could try every piece of jerky before you buy a jerky, and they have the most flavors, like 250 different types of jerky. They have a spot in the middle where they'll make you a Reuben or a turkey club or all these different fucking fire hot sandwiches that are great. You want to get a drink? It's going to be a 2-liter cup. Like they don't play around, and it's just like a great spot. And then they have their custom one of a kind like one of a kind snacks like beaver nuggets or bucky balls, and they're like sweet or like a caramel little like thing. It's just sick. If you ever around one, you got to, you know about the Michelin stars,
Oh yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
the
The
Michelin star
rating,
restaurant. Yeah,
ratings.
yeah. I always thought that the Michelin star was like, Chef Jean Michelin or something had this fucking thing for rating foods, but no, it was the tire company. And so Michelin Tire Company is the one that awards these stars, and I always thought that was weird. But then I never really thought of like what's a 1 star or a 2 Michelin star or a 3 Michelin star restaurant. And I found out that a one Michelin star restaurant means that it's worth a stop.
Mm.
Like you're on your trip, you stop there. Like it's 1 Michelin star. You do that. If it's a 2 Michelin star and you're on your trip, it's worth detouring to go to a 2 Michelin star.
Oh, okay.
A 3 Michelin star is worthy of the trip on its own.
No
Bucky's is a motherfucking 3 Michelin star. Because if I'm staying in San Antonio, Texas, I will drive an hour and 20 minutes to New Braunfels, Texas, to go to that Bucky's, because there's only like one Bucky's around there. There's a lot in Florida and shit, but like I'll make that drive. That's like a Sauce Boss certified 3 Michelin star.
Damn.
Like,
Now I
yeah.
we don't. I don't think I've ever seen that around at all. Like in California,
Yeah, I'm
I don't
trying to
know if
see.
we may not have any. That's kind of like a Whataburger kind of thing, where it's like only in other states.
That's in like Texas, yeah. But Bucky's, let me see Bucky's West Coast, if that's a thing. If there's any on the
because we
West
only have
Coast.
Pilots. We have like Flying J.
No, that stuff, Wawa, they could be great, but they're not comparing to what Bucky's is. Wawa is the closest, and Wawa's not even fucking close. Not even close. It's in Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Tennessee.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Like I already knew like San Francisco would never, like not. I don't think anywhere like in California. This is like Bucky's is some crazy shit.
Yeah, I don't know how we get like just like fucked so hard when it comes to like chain varieties. Like we don't have a lot out here. I know you used to live out in LA,
that's
right?
good though. Yeah, but that could be good because when I come from Canada and I go to all these chained places, like even if like I don't fuck up too much, the food's sitting different in me. It sits different. Like in my body, it sits different. Like those chained places. But when I go to a restaurant that a person opened,
yeah,
it might be different. Like it might be different. And I do like when cities have that, I don't always like to see the copied and pasted thing, but right. Bucky's is that new shit. Like,
okay. So
yeah, I mean, it's been around for a while, but like only lately they've been popping up locations. Just if you're ever near any of those states, or you never in Florida?
I've never been. I've been to the Miami airport just so I can get into South America, but I will be visiting South Carolina for Retro Toy Con November 17th through the 19th. So I'll be
you
out.
Have to go to Bucky's.
So yeah, and we're gonna be doing some driving over there too. So
you have to go to Bucky's.
I do. How could I not take the recommendation?
Yeah.
That's a sin.
I gotta say something crazy. You're only gonna take it as an insult though, but I was just thinking about it when I said it, and I have to say it even though you're gonna take it as an insult. But you look like you're from Florida.
I look like I'm from Florida. That's it.
Yeah, like I could see it. You know what I mean? Like I could see it. That's why when I was like, "You never been to Florida?"
Yeah. No, that's actually one of the states on my. I have 37 states crossed off, and yeah, that's one of the ones that I don't count the airport. Like if I only see the airport, that just doesn't count for me. So,
yeah.
So Florida is still on my list. Yeah, I definitely need to go to Florida at some point. That would be great. And but I also wanted to ask you about Bucky's. Do they sell action figures there by any chance? Like it sounds like they have
They don't. But there's a whole blind spot in action figures. That's why, like, when you sent over your line, I looked at it for probably the fastest backing. And I've backed it. Have you backed things on Kickstarter before yourself?
Yeah,
You've done like the Hasbro things even and stuff. You've done those.
Yeah, no, and I've backed 11 projects. Like I've backed a shitload of independent projects on there because I think it's awesome to see new different stuff. So I backed Valaverse when they first came out, and the Four Horsemen studio. I think I backed.
Yeah, I got those Four Horsemen. I got that.
And then I backed Plunderlings, and I backed I don't know. There's a whole list over
Street
there.
Humans. Street Humans hit me in a blind spot that like Valaverse was kind of doing it a bit, you know, but like this even more nailing a certain blind spot that I was instant cop. That was my point. Is I've backed stuff before, but on this one, instantly, and I was so happy that you didn't send over something that I thought was shitty, and I had to lie about it and be like, "Yeah, dude, it's sick." No, it's sick. It's sick. No, that's cool. No, I love that. It's awesome. Yeah, Harley Mornstein. I got one right here. Actually, we already did it. Here's the prototype. Can't stop playing with myself.
Oh, we should. Oh shit, we should have them face off at some point. I have a scale one. Right there.
I love that.
Big shout out to Dave Wheeler. Yeah. This was one of a kind, custom made one. That's actually one reason why I don't have. A few people asked me if I was going to make like a Shartimus head sculpt or make my own figure of myself, and I was like, man,
that's a $2 million reach goal.
Yeah, like I'd really have to.
I love that we each have figures of ourselves.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
so it's borderline inappropriate now. Now the whole collection's looking weird.
I know. Yeah, it is like a little bit weird, but you know what? The fact that I always wanted to have at least one, and luckily I've had very, very graciously talented viewers that have made some 6-inch versions of me too. So I have this.
Yeah.
And then so
I also I also got a 6-inch version of me too.
You got the 6-inch you also. So you got it every scale. Yeah.
I mean, do you have a you in the package?
Oh no!
You know this guy Sir Collect a lot.
Shit. Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, this guy's chill on Instagram. He does like
oh, that's so badass.
Funny action figures. Yeah.
I have a variant of me right there. So
a variant. I don't have any variants.
With the beanie on, but I gotta get like a mint on card one. Yeah, I've got a couple of these over here. It's like
how many prototypes do you have?
So I have
Street Humans.
I have just the 3. So I have 2 painted ones, and then I have 1 grayscale one. So the grayscale.
What about the picture behind us here? Is this like
Yeah. So what I had to do, let's pull up some. I wanted to show off some photos. Let's check where the Kickstarter's at right now. We're at 6. Oh, did we hit 60? Did I not ring? I'm going to hit 6. Oh shit, we got a few more backers, by the way. So got to ring the bell for. I think we did Vinny's 601, but just in case I missed 601, there we go. We got 602, and then 603. All right, I'm going to be deaf by the end of this stream. I shouldn't have done that so close to my own freaking head right there. But let me do a share screen, and I could show off some of these images. Like I want to show you that picture right there, which I should have put on the page already. Let me see here. These are like composite images that I put together. Century Productions took these pictures, but I only have 2 of them, but I photographed this in a way where we have one of them in focus and then keep taking multiple pictures of the figure in different spots and different display options, and then cut and paste the picture in there with the original
Man,
figures.
I love that. I like I said it so many times, but I love just the being able to make little variations of that character.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same
Or
figure.
or to mix them, you know?
Right, right. Yeah. And we have, I don't know if I have, so this would be the first stretch goal past the deluxe packs. So we have the Asian character Edel right here, and he would come with the crocodile head, even though it's not shown right here because that was an addition that we put in later on. And then after that we have the white character right here, Erus, and then we also have, and then we have the deluxe packs for Edel, where we could add a tracksuit right there, give him some alien hands, give him a couple extra heads, and then same thing with as we did with Edel for Erus, we have the leather jacket, and we could add in these arms and add in a mohawk head and a hair head right there. The alien head right there would be a part of the basic pack, and then Erus also gets this cool alien gun, which I think would fit in nicely. Like if you wanted to use it for like a Marvel Legends cable figure or a
Yeah.
Forge or something, you could use that in the collection one way or another. And then from there, so that's all the pictures I had. We want to do head packs and different accessories, but you could see him cruising around.
I
in the
see
grass
like
spot.
in the pictures, some of the pictures I see like the toe, there's a toe.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
we
is
have.
that's gonna be on the figure?
Yeah. We have toe joints on them. So
Sick.
yeah, I wanted to articulate them like get as close as I could to like an import figure. So yeah, I'm
Yeah.
stoked I'm glad you brought up the toe articulation because yeah, I'm really into having toe articulation on my
Oh, it
figures.
makes such a
So
difference. It makes
it
a
does.
major difference, and not something that I thought would be in it. So when I saw the pictures before, I was like, oh shit, I don't even know if I should ask about it, because like what if it's not there and like it's pretty sick, you know? But
Yeah.
no, I like that. I think that's
No,
awesome.
no, it's all good. I'm down for all the questions. Any questions you have, fire away at me because I want to make sure that I cover all the bases. You know what I mean? And I've had I've had people throw constructive criticism at me about these. It'd be cooler if you could do this or that, and I'll let it sit with me and I'll think about it and ponder upon it. And I have no qualms with taking people's ideas and trying to work with them if I think it's going to make the line even better or if I can afford to do it.
Yeah.
It's got to be both of those things. So like one of those things was like the options for the different colored pants. So I was really lucky that the factory was like, look, we really don't do this. We talked about this before, with having this kind of option available. But if you really think it's going to push your Kickstarter along, then we'll make an exception and make it happen for this, for this
Yeah.
particular go at it. So yeah, we have the blue pants right there for
GI Joe doesn't have a toe thing, eh?
no.
Or Marvel Legends neither.
They just started, like they incorporated it with the Beast figure and then they brought it in with the latest Spider-Man body mold. So they just
Those are two figures that they like desperately need that toe figure, that
Yeah.
toe articulation. Those two figures especially, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I have like my Professor X here, a figure that I like, and he doesn't have that, you know.
Mhm.
But they also don't have the butterfly
Right.
joints at the arms.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you come, like because you know me, I like to take pictures. So posing them and that's what got me into it, was looking at my trainer's poses in his room on his dresser there. All those things make such a difference.
Yeah. It does.
They do be stingy with toe articulation.
Yeah. I don't know why they don't incorporate it with more figures, but yeah, it's only like Spider-Man and Beast are the only two that have that toe articulation. And it's like I don't get why, no I mean, Superman has toe articulation. So, somebody was asking you if you mess with the McFarlane Toys figures at all. If you pick up any of the
So yeah,
McFarlanes.
I do. I picked up like there was a brief window where I started to see Batman figures that were looking pretty cool. It was right after the Batman movie came out. And sometimes I keep my eye out for things. Like I got this right here.
Here, I'm gonna put the stop screen there. All right. Is it the Nightfall?
Like,
Oh, he
like
got the.
that. You know.
Oh, I fucking love that. I have that. Oh, wait, I have it right here.
And like and this one.
Yeah,
they're cool, and the shitty bike, you know, because sometimes like, oh great, they went and they made a bike and it's like a Walmart price, you know, even if it's maybe if we're like we think it's a bit expensive for someone like me, like taking pictures, finding a decent bike to use or to pose with is really cool. So I got that, and then I started to buy a couple figures, and the for me I think like. The style and design is cool one by one usually, but then when I start to put them together, it looks like a jumble a bit more than say like other collections I've had, because it varies so much from the inspiration they're taking the character from. So I'll have like one Superman who's the size of his head is the size of another Superman's fist. And they're like the same line, kind of. And that's not the problem. They're just cool one by one. And so I tend to purchase them one by one. I don't like when the Batman movie came out, I bought a bunch like together from that movie, but I don't buy them like I would, like I used to buy the other figures out there and stuff like that, you know?
right.
Oh, yeah. I have another Kickstarter thing right here from when I did a Kickstarter.
Oh shit.
Right here. I gotta clean all this shit up. I got this Kickstarter. I backed this one.
Oh yes, yeah. I have mine right over here.
Yeah, which one did you get? I got the.
I ended up getting the classic and the contemporary one. I ended up getting those two, the green and the red.
Oh yeah, I got the green and the red, and this one is like
the artist proof one.
And it's like signed. It has like a little signed thing on it. Like
sick! Oh, you got all three. Nice.
It was, awesome. And I did it because I was like I'm not even the biggest Spawn fan, but it was one of the first times I ever saw a toy like that Spawn toy. When I first saw that Spawn toy, I was like, because see, I'm sure everyone listening is mostly our age, but back in the day, if it was like 1996 and someone had a t-shirt with Venom on it, you were looking at Venom and you were like, this is the, like, this, I love Venom. Venom's so sick. You've seen, in 1996, you've seen Venom 12 times. You've seen him on a couple comic book covers at the store. You saw him in on like a card, maybe 2 years worth of trading cards that you were able to get your eyeballs on. You didn't have the internet, so you didn't have a lot of Venom. You saw like Venom like 12 times on 12 different things, whatever. And so stuff that was so fucking cool like that, the exposure was little. And then like when Spawn came in, Spawn was like, yo, who's Spawn? I see a picture of Spawn. I'm like, I'm like 10 years old. I'm like, who the fuck is that? Yeah. And it's like, maybe I have access to one picture of Spawn. So when I went to the toy store, like it could have been Toys R Us or something, and Spawn was there in like full, like that toy, his cape, everything. Like I'm holding this up and I was like, this is the sickest thing. Because we didn't have access to media like you do now. You could YouTube or Google picture anything. Yeah. Like my exposure to Spawn, especially in Canada, is just so minimal. When I saw that toy, it was just like, it was a big deal. It hit really different because Spawn's also like just looking at him, he was inherently violent looking like Venom was. Yeah. And that shit was so sick in the 90s. Like Wolverine, like there was like, it had a thing to it. So seeing Spawn, that toy, I was just like, this is sick. Because even the X-Men toys back then, they were, they were goofy looking. Every toy looked goofy. Yeah.
A little bit more kiddie, but these are like serious. Like
yeah, well, that's why I backed that Kickstarter, because just the spawn and just what toys are now,
Yeah, I thought it was great to see him like take a stab at going a different route.
Like
other than
upgrading it, kind of.
Doing the whole upgrade thing, because I've been wanting him to do fully articulated figures like ever since. I know there's that one. I have it. Oh, he's fallen over here. If you even see my collection, you can see the one. This one's from like 2004 or something. Oh, we're about to watch a catastrophe go down right now. Shit. I can. Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm trying to just get him back into place. I'm doing this all one-handed like a dumbass. So bad. Oh god. All right. I'm just taking them off right there. Hopefully. Oh, this one's so sick. I think this came out in like 2005 or something like that. So this is a little bit later, but it's super articulated. And, they didn't really, but like aside from this, like pretty much like all the McFarlane figures are very much like staction figures, like they didn't really move much, or they're pre-posed.
Yeah.
And you can just move them around a little bit. So I've been wanting, McFarlane to go nuts and really incorporate a lot of articulation like on a regular basis. So when I saw that they're going that route with the Kickstarter, I got really excited. Unfortunately, it still has a bit of that staction figure thing.
I think it was the old toy, but they added like 13 new articulation points. And I remember looking at it being like, man, the toy in my memory is different, because I'm sure if I had it now, like 13 points of articulation less than these it was a different time. It's so funny. Things you would have never been able to convince a guy in a suit in like 2001 that an action figure should have a bendable toy for X amount of dollars, because maybe a 30-year-old will buy it.
Yeah.
Like the whole market's entirely different. I think I don't like to use the term millennials or Gen Z or whatever, but like in this case, like millennials, I found we've really made a lot of things that were important to us, like important to the rest of the world. And we never change. Like Star Wars, we're like, yeah, Star Wars is still sick. X-Men is sick. We're going to spend all the money on these Marvel movies, like Spider-Man games. It's things that we've loved. They're still very present, where now it's like, oh, now the next generation. And like, that's why like Gen Z is so chaotic. They don't like have things of their own. And they've just been like probably having the weirdest arc coming into this world entirely after the internet and all that.
Oh God. I feel sorry for Gen Z. Like not like I feel pity in that kind of way. I feel sorry for Gen Z, but I feel like generationally they've been kind of let down by the generations that are a little bit older than us in a lot of ways.
We were like, we got through like we got to like 30 and we're like, wait, we're doomed. And they came out the womb like from the womb to doom. And that's why I think like our age group's very funny and humor wise very funny. But I open up TikTok, I'm like, no, those kids are fucking funny though.
Oh, cool.
They're funny. They the way they joke, and that I guess it's just being born into a weird ass world and all this shit going on.
That's gonna force people into coping with it one way or another. And the fact that they can cope with it with humor and everything, I think it's great. Now, and I love Gen Z. I'm not like, and I always think it's kind of weird, like when people try to like pit generations against each other.
Yeah,
I've never really done that thing where like, Gen Z has no idea what it's like to take the bus home from school or whatever. Like, I think that's kind of fucking weird, because every generation has its own thing that's hard, right?
Now there was an era of TikTok where there was like battles between millennial and Gen Z, and I was like, what's going on out there?
Yeah, I think that's really weird, like to try to rival against generations. But at the same time, I was just thinking about it yesterday, where I was like, holy shit, man! Like I went out for a drive with the family yesterday, and it was like kind of nice to have a break from my phone. You know what I mean? Like to have those breaks from your phone, just me and the family, and I had just told myself, don't pick up your phone, don't refresh the Kickstarter. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the time to look at that. And I just can't imagine, like, it's hard to remember before internet times, even experiencing before internet times. For Gen Z, they have no idea what it's like to exist pre-internet. They just don't know what it's like. Like, I'm sure.
The next, I think I forgot what the next one is called, but mostly them. I think like one end of Gen Z maybe doesn't know, but most of them got a little taste up until like 8 years old, 7 years. There was still internet and stuff, but not like as much like now. Like now kids, like there wasn't iPad kids basically. Gen Z existed not being an iPad kid for the most part. That's the new, but like, yeah, it bleeds over anyways into there. These are made up like dates or whatever, but yeah, like the iPad kids are like you and I, like you went to with your family and you didn't go on your phone. Like, yeah, you and I used to go on a 6-hour drive with your parents and you played I Spy for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like maybe you played a Game Boy before you got sick and it better not be dark at all.
Yeah.
Like, you know, or your reflection, like things were different. And also I think about like look at my nephews and I'm like, damn, he could listen to any song he wants or has ever heard or has ever existed. I used to give tape cassettes to my sister and be like, record the radio.
Yeah.
They might play it.
Yeah. I remember getting excited for like the brand new Offspring song. There's a brand new Offspring song called Pretty Fly for a White Guy. And I remember getting all excited about that. And I liked that song because I'm half white, half Latino. So it's like on the Latin side, I'm the white guy. So it was kind of a trip, like hearing that song. And I remember hearing it on the way home on the radio and then rushing home with the cassette tape, waiting for them to play it again.
Yeah.
And just like next to the thing, waiting for it to come on for that second time so I could record it and then listen to it over and over again. My dad, for the longest time, the way we watched Star Wars at home was my dad's VHS tape recordings of Star Wars being played on HBO. So
yeah.
So like Empire Strikes Back was written with my dad's handwriting on the VHS.
Yeah, tape. I had so many of those. And like, not only that, it would be like, yo, you want to watch Running Man? It's like, yeah. And then you grab a tape cassette that says like Next Generation season 3 episodes 8 through 12. And you put that on and that's Running Man. It's like the first 6 minutes of a Star Trek episode. And then it garbles and becomes like 10 minutes into Running Man.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Or you could only watch those so many times. I remember me and my friends watched Little Shop of Horror, like to the point where like the songs all sounded like garbage. Like you couldn't hear it anymore, and it would have like the little squiggly lines.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 42.
42. Yeah. I'm 38, but like same shit.
Yeah.
The before times we know how it was and how it wasn't. It's funny though, just because like things that we love being a thing. Were you always toys straight through?
I had I think like as a kid playing with toys. I have a brother that's 2 years younger than me, so I feel like I kind of hung on to. It typically happens with people that have siblings that are like, if you have a sibling that's older than you, you tend to kind of like try to grow into things faster. And if you have a sibling that's younger than you, it's common for the.
Or in my case, they were so much older that it kept me in that place.
Oh,
like that was my thing. Maybe I'm making shit up, but it's just based
on
what you're saying. Yeah.
No. No, that's very possible though too, because it's like my because my friend Ari, his brother is 6 years older than him, but like he really stuck with collecting and everything as well. So but yeah, I remember getting made fun of for having like Venom and Spider-Man action figures when I was like 12, 13. There were kids that were, messing around, getting to third base and everything when I was like 12 and 13. And I was like, but I got a new Venom figure though. And it's like I was just like felt like I was kind of like still kind of, into it. Not until like around 14 years old, I was like really getting into like punk music more, and then like music started kind of wrapping me in. And then it like, so I definitely have like a chunk there where it was like music and women, like music and girls was all I could think about from like 14 to around 21. And I think, I was 18. I was really into Dragon Ball and Beast Wars. So it's like it never really, and then Star Wars hit really big when I was 15. So it never really, see, I say it left, but it never really left, right?
It was
like,
there. Yeah, it was there.
It actually was always
You
there.
just had that era where you were like, so if I play music, I could probably get away with being a nerd also.
Yeah.
So let me pick up these instruments and do what must be done. So
yeah, had to learn how to play and all that stuff. So I think it was more of, I was able to focus on music. The music thing swept me up at one point though, where I remember I think it was like, it was probably a short period of time, probably didn't last that long, where I kind of like left the toy stuff, because then I think back on it, it's like just little gaps, I guess, here and there. So I was mostly into it the whole time, but I fell hard deep into collecting when I was 15 with Star Wars. So I had a head injury when I was in my sophomore year. So it kind of like just put me out of doing anything cool. Obviously couldn't wrestle because I had a fractured skull, and I couldn't and I was like weird. Like I was just kind of a weird kid because I had this major head injury. So that kind of happens when you crack your skull. And so it took about 2 years for me to kind of feel like I was like my normal self again. And then senior year, I was doing wrestling again. And that's when I got my first drum set, was my senior year of high school. So I kind of found myself as a person like towards the end right there. And then like when I was 21, I started collecting and stuff, and it wasn't, and for a little while there, it just like wasn't cool. I was getting my comics. I was reading comics all the time. I actually started reading comics first before really collecting the Marvel figures. So it was getting into reading comics again that really did it. And then I started picking up action figures again. And
do you still read comics?
Yeah, I don't buy new ones, but I have the Marvel Unlimited app.
You read House of X Powers of 10 or
I read
that
when that came out. House of X Powers. I actually
is it? I think it's House of X Powers of 10, right? I think that's
it's supposed to be Powers of 10. Yeah, I used to say it as House of X Power of X, but yeah,
I do. From this point forward, I just want you to know the rest of this conversation, if it does come up again for the rest of our lives, I know, but that's not what I call it.
What do you call
House of X Powers of X?
Oh, okay. So yeah.
I know it's 10, but whatever.
I
just wanted to clear it out there. Like, it's kind of like when I know it's Barcelona, but for the rest of our life, I'm going to say Barcelona. I hope you don't mind.
Right. Yeah, that's the Spaniard accent. They have the th on everything.
Yeah. Like Ibiza. I know, but it's Ibiza, and I'm not going to call it Ibiza from this point forward. I know. But that House of X, Powers of X, it was sick. But like, and I read it, but I was just bringing it up because it's going on again. Like it's been continuing.
Oh, cool.
And it's pretty crazy. Like it's really like,
because
like
I ended like where they kind of have the happily ever after thing on the.
It ends on like this crazy sense where like Professor X and Magneto, they're like, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up though?
They finally got it all together, right? Like
I mean, not spoiling, I don't think it's spoiling, but like it's just like where the story's been going. Like they just mutants basically like rule the earth, kind of like do human stuff. That's cool, but everything's space and in the big scope of Earth and all, like we're gonna do that. Just gonna you guys and they figured out death and stuff. So all these young mutants are killing themselves because they come back to life. They solve death. They bring them back.
Moira McTaggart thing.
Yeah, they're like the mutants, like they figured out, like they had those mutants that the one guy makes eggs and stuff, and they could bring people back, and it has all their memories, and like so they're like, killing them.
They made them all like Moira. Then is that right? Is that
no? Her like time restarts. time
Oh,
resets and she's a baby and it's like 1961 again. In this
right.
case, they figured out just that like using 5 mutants in tandem, they can create life again. Like, you know, the X-Men died, they bring them back to life. They go on missions, they bring them back to life. And so kids, teenage mutants, like on Krakoa, just like bored, like start killing themselves. Like, because they're like, they come back to life. So just for fun, they're bored. Like kids do crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So like Nightcrawlers just like starts a religion to get them not to do that, and it's just really interesting. There's a lot of Mr. Sinister shit. It's just X-Men's like X-Men. It's really sick. It's if you have Marvel Ultimate, like go check it out. Like Excalibur and all those comics. There's like a reading order. It's very chill. I read there's like a Wolverine versus Predator that dropped like a episode the first comic issue 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they have
That.
issue 2 just came out. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Wolverine fighting Predator.
Ooh, that would be.
Yeah.
I know they did a Batman versus Predator for Dark Horse a long time ago, right? But I
Mhm.
didn't know about that Wolverine versus Predator.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but like it's up there. But like you read it, you're like, because you're like, how does that work? Wolverine, come on,
Yeah, like
Predator. Like I saw a native girl manhandle the biggest predator I've ever seen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like they do something with it that's pretty interesting. But yeah, no, comics are still cool. I've been in and out with comics also because it's an expensive hobby. Very
Yeah,
expensive, very, very expensive hobby.
yeah. I don't collect them anymore. I have
Same.
to stick to, and I have to, like, ever since I had kids, you know, it's
Can't
everybody.
collect comics and figures, dude. You don't get both.
Yeah, and Blu-rays. I had to say goodbye to the Blu-ray collection too. So it was like, all right, I can't collect all of these things. Plus, it's been harder to keep up with everything. So like a lot of my comic reading is like going backwards. Like I'm on like the comics that I'm on this quest to read every issue of Spider-Man. So I'm on Amazing Spider-Man 221.
Wait, tell me what year you're in.
I'm in 1981.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a better
Year I was-
reference point.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a great way to do it, though. Is I look at the years that I'm in, and I'm reading Web of Spider-Man at the same time. So I'm in 1981 with both, just
Yeah.
a few months apart from each other from when they're released. But yeah, it's great seeing how the comics kind of tell a little bit of what was going on in society during that time. So you
Yeah.
get to see a little bit of that. The civil rights movement stuff is injected in there, and they have the whole story with White Tiger. I assume back then that was a very controversial thing because there's like a lot of like people of color in New York, I guess, were taking night classes to kind of get themselves educated and everything. And there's this whole issue about like this dean taking away night classes, and the students start protesting, and Peter gets wrapped up in all of that, especially with the White Tiger is one of those Latin characters that's there, who's fighting to get night classes back. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm reading a comic book about night school. Like, this is
Yeah.
so weird. It's such a trip. But back then it must have been a big enough issue to like really incorporate it into their comics,
Yeah.
so it's quite an adventure. And then I wanted to do the same adventure with Avengers, so I just started doing that, and I'm only on issue number 3. So those early issues it's a haul, like, to read one issue from like the 60s, because like they really, like, Stan Lee especially gets really descriptive with stuff that's happening. So he would like kind of tell the artists what he wanted to see through writing the script. So you read things like, oh, I will whip my webbing onto the corner of that building over there. And it's like, you don't have to say all of that, but you can just get that in there through the images. So, but yeah, it's fun catching up on reading. And I gotta finish reading those House of X, Power of X books, and catch up with those.
Yeah.
So, hey, thanks so much for the pledge. Hey, we got some new backings right here. Hey, thank you so much, Evil Paul 626. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I got the I'm just the one that I got the manager pledge. I got the 2-pack figure variants Ilago and Eon.
Thank you.
And the 2-figure bundle, Ilago, and Neon basic figure. That's one of each of the ones that are coming out, right?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
And
then
you have, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
there's also a 4-pack available where you can get 2 of each in there. Should more or less cost the same, but depending, you know what I mean, just make sure that you're getting what, you know, works best. But there should be like a 4-pack available where you can have all 4, and then you could also do like the 2-pack and add on. And I have to hit the cowbell for 605 and 606.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. Hey.
Damn, almost at 100K. Like,
Yeah,
that's really
yeah.
close to 100. Oh, sorry, Canadian. I'm looking at Canadian.
Oh no. Well, hey, you know
But
what?
it's at, yeah, it's almost at 100K Canadian. It's exciting. It's exciting for me, okay?
That would be great if we could push that, adjust that stretch goal.
Oh my dude, that's my life. Every time I like did jobs, like, you know, in social, a lot of them came through the US, and then every now and then I would do a Canadian one, but the conversation still, it's like talking US dollars, and then I'll be referencing something multiple times, and I'm like, oh wait, it's Canadian. And then I just feel like somehow a third of it disappeared because I forgot that it was Canadian in that conversation, just bouncing back and forth between the two currencies is always. And by the way, that animation you played was sick.
Oh, you dig? Oh, right.
Yeah,
on.
I know. Like, I know the vibe that you were going for there, and you hit it directly.
Oh,
like
awesome.
it hit it directly. Like, you know, that, like, just. I know the aesthetic and the vibe and how that was, and it nailed it.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't, you know, I got a lot of feedback about how it's like people have told me it looks very 90s or it looks very 80s. It has that very cool retro look to it, and I never like initially like tried really hard to make it that kind of way, but like me growing up when I did, that's all I know is like the cool stuff to me. So I just wanted to make cool stuff, and that's like that's where we got, and I feel like I feel very lucky that it communicates that way. I'm really happy to hear that feedback. So
and
yeah.
so these two aliens basically from the same planet.
Yeah, so the backstory is that they're from the same planet. Alago is the prince of the planet. He's the heir to the throne. So his whole
Throne of Adubu?
Throne of Uduba. Yeah.
Uduba, shit.
Yeah.
That's
Uduba.
really racist what I said.
you said their name wrong. Yes. I mean, and epic voice guy John Bailey did the voice for Alago.
He's a good dude, that guy.
Yeah, I love John. Yeah, he's incredible. You guys have worked together on a few things, right? I think.
Yeah, we've crossed paths numerous times in the last.
Yeah, he's awesome. And I remember like when he was doing the takes, there's several takes where the pronunciation was a bit off, and it's kind of funny to correct somebody on pronouncing something wrong that's like a made up word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's the powers of X, powers of 10, whatever. But like those are real things. Like excuse me, it's not Uduba, it's Uduba. Okay. It's like, okay. And the inspiration for that name came from my daughter. So I have 2 daughters, and the youngest one, she came out looking like an alien to me. So whenever she's, it's kind of funny because like as a baby, she kind of looked freaky, a little bit like an alien. But I was like, damn it, that's the bombshell right there. She's gonna be. I could just tell. I could see the features there, even though they weren't there yet. That she was gonna be like the bombshell. And sure enough, she's, oh my god, my kids are so cute. But my youngest daughter is like, she's gonna be a star somehow. She knows how to dance really well, and she's like, I don't know, when we take pictures, she knows how to pose and be all cute in the pictures and everything. It's just kind of funny to see. But anyway, seeing my daughter kind of looking like an alien, I would just say that whenever I would see her. I just imagined her as an alien and I'd go Uduba and hold her and Uduba and hold a little baby like that. So that's where that came from. And then all the characters have an E at the beginning of their name because my oldest daughter's name is Emma. So like both of the kids are involved. And then my wife did the voice for Mother Uduba at the beginning of the thing. So the Mother Uduba is like the mother of my children, and so she's in there.
Yeah.
So the family's all kind of injected in it somehow. But anyway, Alago, he's the heir to the throne over on Uduba. His objective is that he wants to impress his father. Eon, the Lionhead one, he is one of the top generals in the Uduban military, and they're fighting in this civil war over there because these characters have mutant powers. King Alago and Prince Alago both have telepathy powers. So the whole revolt comes from the Udubans realizing that their leader also has telepathy powers, and those two shouldn't go hand in hand. So thus the revolt and everything on that planet. Eon has a dream that their deity, Mother Uduba, which is also the spirit of the planet. So instead of them having their deity being, like a
god above it or whatever,
a god above in heaven with a big beard and all that, like they imagine like their deity is the spirit of the planet. So Eon has a dream that Mother Uduba wants to leave the planet, moves into another planet, Earth, and that Eon is supposed to follow her to this planet and repopulate Earth with Udubans. And so Alago, since Alago and Eon were friends, Alago brought Eon into this whole thing, being part of the royal military and all that. King Alago's like, go get your friend back, bring him back here to Earth. So Alago goes to Earth, chasing Eon, trying to bring Eon back. Eon wants to take over Earth. It's a lot more chill here than it is on their home planet. They've evolved into having these shape-shifting abilities because their planet is 8 times the size of our planet. It spins 20 times faster than ours. It has an axis that alternates. So their weather systems are absolutely insane compared to what we have. So they have this adaptive ability that they've evolved into having. Eon falls in love with planet Earth, and he wants to take care of planet Earth and heal the planet before bringing the Udubans over. So his whole thing is that he's actually kind of an environmentalist. He's cleaning it up. The humans that help him, they get to live, but the street humans, as he calls them, street humans are actually us, not the aliens. The street humans that fight against them, they get axed. So it's a pretty violent storyline, and I'm really thinking about moving ahead of trying to make my own comic based off of the whole story, and then use that as leverage to try to get
people invested into it and stuff. And
yeah,
no, it's sick. It's so rich. Like there's so much there. It is if you find someone passionate about it that's down to do it, for sure, just because it's such a cost to get it out there.
Yeah,
that part of it, you know what I mean?
Oh yes.
And it's like a whole thing. And I'm just saying, like, even right off the bat, I love that there's a whole thing to it, but I was sold on sight. Nice. Like I have your Kickstarter page here. I pulled up Street Humans, and I was just sold on sight. And I saw the thumbnail of Eon and Alago jumping at each other. Then I scroll down, and then I see their characters with the heads by the side and the accessories. And right away, I'm just like, oh, this is sick. This is this is cool. This is, you know what I mean?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I wanted it to pop, and I want the figures to be able to sell themselves. So getting that feedback really means a lot to me, because I really wanted them to be eye-catching, and, I wanted them, to really be something that, could kind of catch you off guard and impress just by, the designs of the figures and everything. So Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I,
and
I
there's
really,
room. There's room. Like for me, as like someone who's out here buying figures, you know what I mean. Even like the new GI Joe line, I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I started fucking around with that, buying some GI Joes again.
oh
Like
yeah,
I have room, but it doesn't mean that I want to buy everything. And I love Star Wars, and there's a lot of cool Mandalorian figures, but I'm not out there buying whatever's in a box out there. That's just, you know what I mean. Like I'm just thinking about it a bit more, but
right,
there's room. There's
yeah,
room in that space big time. As someone who buys figures, there's room. And what these guys, Street Humans, are doing is just for me particularly, it's hitting a blind spot in
yeah,
the action figure market that I'm happy you're looking after, because it's you also. I know, like you were saying, you're open to criticism, but I just like, you know what quality is. That's
yeah,
literally what you do.
yeah. That's what.
You know what I
Yes.
mean? That's what the gig has been. And so, like, I can't think
Mhm.
of anyone else to be, at the forefront of
Oh man,
handling this little, like I said, blind spot in my figure collecting. You
awesome.
know?
Oh, thank you very much, Harley.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
really appreciate it, man.
dude, I gotta go pick up my girl from work.
Yeah, yeah,
But I've had a great time talking with you. I'm super
yeah,
excited about this. This is just Street Humans on Kickstarter. Fuck yeah,
yeah.
dude.
Guys,
Um,
back it right now if you haven't backed it already.
you should go do it. Like 100%. I no, like I said, I'm so happy I don't have to come onto your podcast and lie right now and be like, oh, dude, yeah, no, I'd buy it, but I'm not really into action figures anymore. I'm like hiding.
Oh no.
I have an action figure of me on my desk that I'm like hiding, you know. But
No, that's great. No, I'm glad they genuinely strike a nerve with you. That really means a lot. So
hell
yeah,
yeah, dude,
a lot,
my
Harley.
man.
Thanks for doing this too, man. I
Hell
really
yeah, man. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me in mind. I'm glad to be here.
absolutely, man. Thank you. All
All
right,
right, brother.
man.
Take
All
care.
right. Thank you. All right.
Peace.
Take care, man. Later. Awesome. Thank you so much, Harley. Again, yeah, that's so awesome having him on here and talking with Harley and everything. I remember seeing Epic Meal Time. Like I started watching that like back in 2010, and then also follow his vlogs. If you haven't followed his vlogs, he has a vlog channel as well, and he'll show off some of his collection and everything over there. So I actually got to use the bathroom really quick, you guys. The comic thing reminds me of Baba Bala ripping off Joe because he certainly doesn't own the rights for Action Man. Well, that's what Hasbro. Man, all right, man, that's charged. Yeah, thank you so much, Harley. And yeah, all right, time for some solo shart until the next special guest to get this project funded. Yeah, let's do it. Are we at 607 now? Awesome. All right, let's go back up to the top. All right, we're at 607. Excellent, you guys. Ooh, that was a big pledge, too. Yeah, 607. All right, I have to run to the bathroom. I've been on since 10 a.m. and it's 3 p.m. right now. So let me run to the bathroom and I'll be right back, you guys. All right. I should put the, you know what I should do is at least, here we go. You know what? I'm going to at least play the Street Humans short while I'm in the bathroom so that it's not nothing. You know what I mean? So you have at least something going on. I'm not going to be that long. I just didn't want it to be radio silent.
So planet Kepler 61b is located 1,100
I'll be
light
right
years away from Earth. The inhabitants of this planet are not only sentient but biologically and technologically advanced. They call their world Uduba and refer to their deity and spiritual entity of the planet as Mother Uduba. Civil war has ravaged the planet for generations, and now their conflict has found a new host, planet Earth.
Eon, it is I, Mother Uruba. Hear me, Eon. Too long have my children suffered. Too long has my body endured so much pain. Follow me, Eon, and bring my children to their new home. Bring my children to their mother. Follow me, Eon.
Ritzalago! Leave these street humans be. Let us go home. Let us forget this. This is what Mother Uduba wants. Freedom is the right of all living beings. Don't fight it. This ends now.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, Susan. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. All right, you guys, hold on. Coming back in. I'm gonna send my. I gotta send the link. I'm gonna have a couple of potential guests here. Link. Okay, so I'm trying to get Lars Fredrickson from the band Rancid to join us on this live stream. And I also, so it's not 100%, but we might be able to have him on here. And I also wanted to hit up Adam to see if oh, he won't be free till later. Free. And then I'm going to send, then we have Ryan Ting coming on. Here's the stream. Okay, cool. So, yeah, let's take a look at the chat, see how you guys see what you guys got to say. Chalor's got a bunch of word vomit coming out of his mouth. He said his words, not mine, right? So, and I'm having a little bit of sushi over here too. So there we go. Because I got to eat during the stream at some point, right? Oh, sounds like nobody's ever said that about you ever. Tell your husband, tell your girlfriend, tell your boyfriend, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your grandma, tell your grandpa. Tell them all. Let them all know. Because we need to get street humans back in this fashion. In this kind of way. So this is going to be, I can't believe I've been doing this since 10 o'clock already. And I think we're halfway there, right? Are we even halfway there? We've only done, I don't think we're even halfway there yet because if I'm mathing things right, 2 hours, so 5 hours. We're a third of the way through the live stream. But Lars said that if he is able to make it, it would be closer to like 5 or 6. And then Ryan said that he'd be able to do about around the same time frame. So we'll see how that works out for each of them. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, give me some of that sake. Oh man, I want some sake, please. I love that stuff. I mean, I shouldn't have it right now, obviously, because I'm doing a live stream and it'll probably make me want to fall asleep like after, 45 minutes after or something. But yeah, I figured just make the live stream about eating sushi or dropping sushi. Either way. But do you guys use the wasabi and the ginger when you eat your sushi? I put all the things on it. Mm. Oh, thank you so much, Pixel Phantom. All the promoting you guys do helps so much, means so much to me. Rick Jones, 81 degrees in November. I know this weather's crazy, right? It's actually colder today than it's been in like the whole week. Like today is the coolest day of the week so far. So, we do have music. So if you haven't heard it yet, I'll play it now. Type with one hand here. But this is the Street Humans music. Six away. All right. That's a cool idea. It's hit hard, right? Yeah, 608. All right. 608 backers. Street Humans. All right. Yeah, man. Very 80s, 90s vibe. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted it to ring true to that era over there. So really, really love the music for it. And hope you guys like it, I have some figures here that I need to open. I mean, we could talk about Street Humans. We're going to talk about Street Humans some more, of course. But as you guys know, I have no intentions of stopping my action figure collecting habits. All right. It's just gotten a hold of me completely, man. I can't stop it. All right. But I'm not trying to go full macho man, but I guess I was getting there, brother. All right. Anyway, so I haven't even opened this over here, and I've had it for quite some time. So I figured this would be a cool thing to open. I did crack the Duke with his Tiger Force motorcycle, discounted at Ross. So let's actually get him out of the box. Which I gotta say, I wasn't really that thrilled about this when I first saw it because I already have a Duke. But now that I'm seeing him like this, I actually really dig it because it seems like it's a little bit more grounded than the team that we saw with the first wave version or even the re-release version. That re-release version was my preferred version of Duke. Now that I'm reading the Larry Hama comics, I'm like, where's the General Flag? Where's the General Flag figure? We got to have that one. That's got to be like the figure. He's the granddaddy of G.I. Joe. Right? Shouldn't that be a must-get figure? Like that's one thing I would ask, with my little bit of G.I. Joe knowledge is I do want the General Flag. I thought he would be essential. Hawk, they're just doing. That's another essential one, right? But I think Hawk is one that they've just added because like that initial core team I thought was very important to have in the collection. For me, just from my little bit of G.I. Joe knowledge, just kind of like getting into the books, like I really, want those initial core characters from the Larry Hama books. I feel like those should be essential. Oh man, you know which one I'm looking forward to though? Which figure that has really plagued me that I didn't pick up that I've always kind of wanted is the Ark. Is that Titan class Ark figure, and hopefully I can pick that up at some point. So hopefully one of the targets have them. But yeah, Chalor, you know what? Let me go get the grayscale prototype because it's easier for me to demonstrate the articulation. And people have talked about, the articulation on the figures, and I just want to make sure you guys get a good idea of how posable they actually really are. Oh, did you guys get these? Oh, where'd you get that soda from then? Well, that's what I said. Did you guys get these? Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. I got rock and roll over here. I also have some packages. Ooh, look at my butt and my gut all in one shot right there. Ooh, so lucky you. I got some new packages over here that we could open as well. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about the articulation. I think Chalor was kind of threw out some concerns, which is fair. That's fine. You guys, one thing I do want to make very clear is that there's different ways to go about doing something. You know what I mean? Like you could have your preferred way to do something, but I don't think there's like that many absolutes that are actually like you can only do it this way and this way only. And I feel like sometimes some people kind of get like that, and I think that's a little bit weird. I like the idea of different toy companies approaching different aspects of the figures in their own way. I think it's cool to see that happen. Some may work better than others, but to say like, no, like torso articulation must only be ball joint waist, only ball joint diaphragm. That's it. That's the only way you do the articulation. It's like, well, there's different ways of doing it. So I think this figure is amazing. I love this figure. This is one of my favorite figures of the year. And if anybody wanted to, come at this figure, I will defend Jada Toys on this Fei Long. This is an amazing figure, no doubt. But I feel like there's ways to get some really good articulation out of the figure, and he does bend forward very far, and I think that's really great. That does look very cool. Now I'm using the grayscale prototype, so I don't have to be as delicate, but I can get mine. It has a ball joint right here at the waist as well. I can get mine, and it is an early prototype. This is not a factory sample. It's an early prototype where I can get this guy bending very far as well. And I think I posted this on Instagram at one point. But they both bend in and crunch nicely. Now, this is kind of bent to the point where aesthetically it looks a little gappy if you go a little bit too far, but with having the lower crunch right here and having the waist joint, I feel like that's a lot of real articulation, man. With this particular figure, it gets really easy posing him around. And see, you got to understand, this is my first time making an action figure line. This is the first time I've actually really have gotten into this. For I mean, shit, man, for a first shot, I really don't think this is, too bad at all. I think it's actually pretty badass. Keeping in mind also that these guys are, initially intended to be background characters that you're supposed to add stuff to them. So I think that's really cool. He can get his superhero landing pose. And I've voiced and expressed my own concerns about the figures. Like for me to have it at this early stage and just say, no, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. It's absolutely perfect the way it is. There's no changes that ever need to be had on my figure. I am that awesome. No. I do see things that can be improved upon, and I'll continue to make improvements as I go. I think for those that don't think that they need to make improvements on their own product, I think that would be really, really weird. So while this is incredibly badass as it is, it's going to just get even better as we move further on in development with these street humans. So keep that in mind, man. It is not done. This is only just the start. These are the first prototypes. I had a 3D render, 3D printed prototype, but this is like the first prototype coming out of the model shop right over here after we've made some adjustments. So this is like after one round of adjustments, like very early on. This is very, very early on stage of the figure. And they're really badass even at this stage. So just imagine how much better they're going to be as we move through the process. These stand at about 6 3/4 inches tall, which is about the average height of your Marvel Legend figure. A little bit taller than your average Marvel Legend figure. Let's see. Like, who would you want to see it compared to? I have a lot of figures in here. Like, if you compare him to an Iron Man, he'll stand at about the same height as an Iron Man. Here's Mark. Oh God, don't tell me. This is Mark 7. Or is this Mark? I think this is Mark. Oh God, I'm losing sight of the marks, but I think this is Mark 6 or Mark 7 armor Iron Man right here. And Alago should stand maybe just a little bit shorter than Iron Man here. If not, they're going to be about the same height. See, as his head is tilted up. So you can see next to the Iron Man figure, he's a little bit shorter. I think that's pretty good. If you guys have another figure that you'd like to see him compared to, by all means, let me know. Here's Grim Reaper. You want to compare him to Grim Reaper, who's supposed to kind of be in the realm of size of this guy, but you could see, well, his head's all tilted up right there. It's a little bit taller than Grim Reaper right there. So, you know, they're a little on the bigger side. I wanted them to be like Eddie Brock or like a Luke Cage kind of sized guy. McFarlane Batman. You got it. I have Nightfall Batman right here. I don't think these, see, they're bigger, but they're not so big that they're really meant for McFarlane Toys scale. So they're not going to fit in the McFarlane world as well, but you could try. I mean, they would be a little bit shorter than Bat. They'd all be short guys next to Batman, so they look a little too short to be formidable foes against Batman. And this is my favorite of the Batmans. I finally concluded that of all the McFarlane Batmans, this is my favorite one. I like this more than the SDCC version, and I love that figure. I love that variant. Very happy to have it, but I just like the regular Nightfall version more. Oh yeah, I have some Valaverse in here too. Where did that head sculpt go? I was just playing with his head sculpt because I don't have their heads in here. I've been popping Street Humans heads on these, so I'm missing the head on one of them. Did I put it here? Nope. Did I put it there? No, I didn't. But here with the Street Humans head, you can see how well the Street Humans heads just fit on there really easily. Flesh tones are actually fairly consistent too. So you can see that on there. And compared to the Street Humans prototype, a little bit bigger. Well, not that much bigger. Just a little bit bigger than the Valaverse guys. And then, there goes that head. Then compared to, this is a recent G.I. Joe, because we've talked about this before, of using more contemporary G.I. Joe figures for a comparison. Was this the Skull? What were these guys called again? The Skull Vipers? Oh, the feet are kind of angled all weird. Look straight. So not totally out of scale with Valaverse or Classified, but a little bit bigger. You can see where those shoulders sit. So they're definitely a little bit bigger. And I don't know. Let me know in the chat section over there. Does that scale work for you? Are you on the fence? If they're a little bit too tall, would you immediately back the project? If you hadn't backed the project, if they're just a tiny bit shorter, would that push it over the edge for you? Because I think they look pretty cool the way they are. I'm just kind of curious to know, like, how many people. Thank you, 88 Figs. Oh, Shredder is in the other room. I'd have to run off. But you know what I can do for you? Mirage Ninja Turtle. If that helps you. If you happen to have a Mirage Ninja Turtle. You can see that. And if you're a thorough NECA Toys collector, I know you got some Predator, right? You got to have some Predator figures. So they work really well with Predator figures, that's for sure. I think that scales really nicely. So pretty excited about that. I have a few Predators over here. I think, is this the wolf one? So they work great with Predator. Anything else you guys want to see size comparisons for, I am all for it. I'm backing it, but you still have time to fix the size. fix, adjust, I would say. I don't think it's wrong. It's just it's just out of preference. But if I can I might make them. You know what? I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I'm leaning towards making them just a tiny bit shorter. They could be just a tiny bit shorter. And once once we get past that finish line, we'll be able to move forward with this and host polls on Kickstarter and everything before actually making any serious changes like that. But it's very possible that we could make them a little bit shorter. Not by a lot though, just a tad, just a tad. We got ID. See, good thing, good thing I am who I am because I happen to have the IDW turtles right here from the Loyal Subjects, which are awesome. So Rashid doesn't have them in hand yet. I can't wait for you to get them because I love these turtles right here. But you can see compared to these IDW turtles. Hey, shout out to Silvio from Brazil. Shout out Brazil. Our designer, Vinny, is from Brazil. I think these work great with these IDW figures. That's really cool. That works out for me. I like that. Now, when you get into SH Figure Arts, it's a little bit more of a stretch, but still doable. Big private action figure company. Face blue, wide eyes. What happens when you become the next big private action figure company? This is going to be a... We will see. We will see. We will see. But you guys are coming along. No matter what happens with this project, you guys are going to be part of the ride. So you're going to be helping with this project through and through. I think we have our next guest ready to go. Let's see here. Yes. All right. All right. X-Manny 87. Awesome. X-Manny 87 should be in here shortly. And I bet he's gonna have some good questions and comparison ideas for sure, man. I love his creativity. Yeah, when you do become a huge company, please get licensed for 100 bullets. I love 100. I think Ray, I think I saw your comment, but I didn't react to it. And it's I think 100 bullets is a fantastic read. If you guys love graphic novels, you like really good mobster stories, like you have to read 100 bullets. Azzarello and who's the artist on there? Or no, Azzarello was the artist, but it was Azzarello was the writer. I can't remember who the artist was. Now I'm confused. But I have all the trades. I have all the trades of 100 bullets. Oh. It's just nerves, man. Oh, shit. What? I don't know what are you guys talking about. Get a license for Battle Beast figures. The Marvel thing's not going to happen, but the Takara Tomy thing isn't going to happen. You know who has Battle Beast? That's Takara. That's Takara Tomy. Ah, shit. Neighbor's doing stuff. There we go. All right. That was like already annoying me, and they just got started. That's right. Risso. Eduardo Risso. Azzarello and Risso. Thank you, Jimmy Lynn. Yeah. But yeah, I've read 100 Bullets a couple of times. It's an awesome read. So highly recommend it. And lore question: can a female Udubans become a male human and vice versa? Yes, they can shapeshift to whatever they want to be. So if a Lago wants to morph into female, he could do that. The female characters, vice versa. Like they have that option. They're able to adapt as however they see fit. Mm-hmm. All right, Manny's in the wings. All right, we got X Manny 87 over here. I'm gonna bring him in here. He's got a nice looking shirt on. Are you ready to go, Manny? It looks like you're still adjusting your butt a little bit. He's laughing over there. It looks like he's playing with his culo out, but all right. Oh, nasty cochino. All right, here you go. We're joking around and we're not even able to hear each other. Okay, well, he can hear me, but all right, here you go, bro. Thanks so much, X-Manny87, for coming on. Bro.
You already got jokes before I even could speak, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you, bro?
Oh, I'm doing excellent. I'm happy to see we both have our Galacti in the background over there.
Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, my
sick.
My cosmic shelf needs a whole collection needs a whole reworking, man. And
I think I saw
dread that shit. I don't know about you, it's weird. I love displaying my collection, but at the same time I dread it because it's so large. Like you and I have large collections that it doesn't feel like, 10 to 15 minutes. No, it's like it could take a week depending how you want to make it look. Sometimes, I could spend all day on one shelf and it's crazy.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. And it gets overwhelming too, right? You can get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I think
definitely. And then if one figure falls off and it messes up one of the other shelves, you're like, oh, hell no.
Yeah. And I'm a weirdo about using sticky tack or anything. Like I don't like to use that stuff. If I don't use the art, I have to use the art of balance and make sure that they could all stand on their own. But sometimes they lean. Sometimes I will have them lean.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I saw your collection. By the way, I had such an awesome time hanging with you last year for PowerCon or after PowerCon. It was like an awesome post PowerCon visit to X Manny's dork room and seeing your whole place. We did not get enough time to hang out, man. I wanted to hang out so much more than we actually did. But I think when I was there, Galactus hadn't showed up yet.
No.
So I remember seeing that display over there with the silhouette of a Galactus waiting for it to go where it's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
you already know. I had the space set up, man. That's one thing I always prepare for. If there's a big figure, I always got to make sure, all right, I'm going to make the space for it. If I'm determined to make the space for it, I will. With the Giant Man now being funded, I have to move my Avengers collection completely because my shelf, if you could see in the background, it's not going to fit a 24-inch figure in there. The tallest figure it could fit is 13 inches. So my Toy Biz Giant Man Build-A-Figure could fit, but I have to have him hunched over a little because his antennas will meet with the top of the shelf.
Yeah.
And those antennas are fragile. I'm sure you've seen in the past how many of them break.
Oh, really? From the Toy Biz antennas. Yeah. Those will snap off. I have a feeling the Hasbro ones will be nicer, though. They'll probably be easier to. I have because they do better with with the durometer of the plastic that they use on different parts. They make sure it's softer and lower. So that's I think that in case hopefully. One thing I was thinking is it'd be nice if they included extra antennae for each color. So you got 2 sets of antennae.
Yeah, that's what I said too. They should have a spare.
Because
if you lose one, then you're asked out, man.
Now you got to paint one of the black ones or paint the white one black to make it match the other one, I guess. That would totally suck. But yeah, man, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for being so supportive with Street Humans and everything. You know, I really hope to get, you know, Street Humans on your shelf. And you know, I think that they would fit in nicely, man. And,
Oh, you already know where they're gonna go, man.
yeah.
You've seen my Gamerverse shelf, so
Nice.
right
Oh, yeah.
away when I saw them, I'm like, oh, Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like
Awesome.
that's where they're gonna go because
Yes.
you know those guys are freaking built.
Yes. No, and they straight up look like, I mean, they coincidentally, I'm not one to say Insomniac is copying me, all right? It's just a coincidence that they designed so many of the goons in that game
Yeah.
that they have like some of the same exact clothes as the Street Humans that I have, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe just change the shoes. I want Uggs. I want a version of Street Humans with Uggs. That would be great to do that. So yeah, let me let me make sure that. So anyway, okay, someone's trying to joke around or say, let me guess. Oh, well, you guys be respectful with each other. I don't like that, Ray. You know what I mean? So, you know, be respectful of each other, everybody. That's what I've been about, because I've been getting a ton of respect. Street Humans has gotten a ton of respect,
Yeah.
you know, throughout this whole thing. So let's keep it respectful with each other and all that. But
keep it civil, man. Just trying to show
yeah.
support here, man.
Yeah.
Like take your negativity somewhere else if you know that's what you want to bring. But
yeah. So
it's not
Ray,
here, not for this place, man.
Yeah, Ray, you've been cool so far. So okay. It was sticking up for me. Well, hey man, I like Valaverse figures too. I'm just saying, it's like, you know, there's, you know, it's all good. Just try to be respectful towards everybody. More than welcome to stay. Hey, we got a punk with toys in the house. Dude, I might have Lars on. I might have Lars Fredrickson from Rancid on here later today.
Oh man, that's freaking crazy.
Yeah.
How the hell you pulled that off?
I was introduced to Lars a couple years ago because the other drum teacher at Guitar Center went to high school with Lars.
Yeah.
And one day I was in the middle of my drum lesson, and the other drum teacher, Jeff, shout out to Jeff. Jeff was like, hey, Russ, I got a question about some jazz stuff, like with my student, like if you could answer this, because, you know, jazz shit gets tricky. That's, you know, one of the things I've really focused on. So I'm like, oh, so it's not uncommon for him to ask me that, to come in and step in and ask a jazz question for his student. So I go in there and it's Lars Fredrickson right there. And I'm like, oh, hey. So I got to chat with him for a little bit, and his son was taking drum lessons with Jeff. So they knew each other, and his son was taking drum lessons.
Oh, you must have geeked out inside, bro.
Oh man, I was, yeah, I was trying to, yeah.
Was it up there when you met like Peter Cullen?
Yeah,
I know your experience was ruined at the end meeting Peter Cullen, but at least you know that initial like, holy shit, he's there in front of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with Peter Cullen, it was like, it was so, yeah. With Lars, I prefer getting that like instant shock of like, oh my god, I can't believe that, and then oh no, dude, yeah, no, it's definitely amazing. He's saying, don't tease me with that. But yeah, with Peter Cullen, it was so weird because I had to wait and I had to watch him meet a whole bunch of fans. So like that setting was so weird because it was like a room with a table where Peter was sitting behind, and like the room was basically empty.
Mm-hmm.
So it almost looked like one of those like reality TV shows, like where they have the cakes and they bring the person out and we're all gonna look at the cake. You know what I mean? Like, so like they brought in each person that paid a ticket to meet Peter in one by one. So they brought him in. So they would bring the fans in, and I would watch like fan after fan have like these very emotional encounters with Peter, and there would be crying, and Peter Cullen was eating it up and everything, like, you know, being very, very emotional with them and all that, the hugs and the cryings and all that shit. And I was like, oh my God, man. I'm like, I'm doing an interview. Like, I can't do that. I can't let myself fan out like that. I got to keep it together. So like during my whole interview with him, it was like really hard, but I like really focused super hard on, you know, being good. And then at the end of the interview, I lost my composure and was just a big dumb dork. All, oh, you know, sharks, like where you want to poo poo yourself, you know, and you think it's gonna be a fart. Oh god. Yeah, I was just like, oh yeah. My dad was like, you don't have to explain it.
You're never gonna let that down, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that one bummed me out a lot. So it ended up being a whole thing, or he didn't want me to post the interview anymore. And yeah,
Shit.
Charlita one was really pissed off about that because she like saw the whole time how excited I was, and
Yeah.
you know, and out of all the shit that I'm into, she thinks Transformers is the coolest, which is awesome because I think Transformers is the coolest. So
Yeah,
her,
that's
you know,
your thing. That's what you grew up with, you know?
yeah, that's like the first time. Turbo Teen and then Transformers right after that were like the two things. Both of them are, you know, transforming vehicle stuff. And
Yeah, because I know like Transformers is your shit. That's like your first love. I even asked you multiple times, like, yo, what's your favorite action figure collection? You're like, yo, Transformers masterpiece, man. Nothing beats that for you.
Yep. Transformers masterpiece is like, yeah, the beloved collection. So so yeah, that experience didn't go great, but yeah, whatever. It's yeah. So Lars is an avid action figure collector. I got to meet him, and then during the pandemic, I just hopped on Instagram and was able to get in communication with him here and there, and talk to him a little bit. I think Manny froze. Yeah, I think Manny froze for a little bit. It'll probably catch up in a second. Unless he's doing that on purpose, unless he's able to do that. Hey, Colt Kid, thank you very much. These could work with Hasbro Selfie Series. I wish I had a Selfie Series figure to use with them, you know? That would be great. Hopefully it's not me who's frozen, because, yeah, I can see Manny's frozen. Oh, yeah, it's a great. There you go. Yeah. You're back, Manny.
Crap.
You're back.
No.
I see you. I see you. You okay? Oh no, he doesn't know that he's on. Ah shit, he's leaving. God damn. He doesn't know that he's on. It's only funny because he doesn't know that he's on. You're on. Okay, yeah, you're back.
I'm sorry, man. I've been for them to like repair that for a while now. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It just pisses me off. Sorry about that, bro.
No, it happens. It's part of the interneting game, right? It happens. But yeah, the Punk with Toys is like Russ. It's an awesome story, even if he didn't understand that you weren't there to make fun of him. Yeah, he kind of thought that I was there to kind of make fun of Optimus Prime instead of, you know, respectfully honoring Optimus Prime with like my take, you know. So yeah. Anyway, oh wow. Yeah, Chalor says that I definitely had more GoBots as a kid because, you know, yeah, I know exactly. I think I may have shared this story with the GoBots. I probably with you too, Manny, how like my abuelita, whenever, because for a long time, my grandmother would pick us up after school and we would stay at our grandmother's house, and she would buy us toys every now and then. And she was the one that would buy me GoBots and Rock Lords, and they were cheaper. So she would buy me those, and I loved playing with them. I ain't no better one way or another. You know what I mean? I thought it was still hell cool that, you know, my grandmother bought me toys.
Yeah.
And my abuelita would laugh at my mom saying, why are you spending all that money on toys? Look, he's fine playing with those ones right there. See, go buy. I was like, oh man, that's funny. So yeah,
I know, like growing up, like for me, like, you know, Transformers was expensive. So that's why I had more G.I. Joes, because they were a lot cheaper.
Oh,
you know?
That makes so much sense.
Yeah. But you know, I had some Transformers. It's just I didn't have like the whole. It's not like now. You saw my Transformers. Actually, you're the only person I think that's seen my Transformers collection. I've never shown it on the channel.
Oh, your Transformers collection is dope as fuck.
I got the Autobots, got the Decepticons. You know, I set up my Beast Wars shelf. So now I get to like finally have my definitive Transformers collection, you know?
Nice. Because yeah, I remember it was in. I think it was slightly under construction too, a little bit when I was there, right? I think you had
Yeah.
it split between two different.
Yeah, it's in my living room. So, and obviously that's not in the dork room. That's just my collector's vault. This is what I call it, the collector's vault.
The collector's vault. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like basically all Marvel Legends, and then I got G.I. Joe on this side, and some, you've seen it before. I'm just
Manny's.
I'm reworking it.
Dude, I don't know if it's still the way I last saw it, but you have the dopest Mortal Kombat display I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's still there.
Love that Mortal Kombat display. I mean, I love all of it, but like that really stood out to me. Like, oh man, this is the Mortal Kombat display. Like everybody should have.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, tweak it to your own liking, but like.
Because you never been to my place when I lived in Jersey. Because every time you went to like New York Comic Con, only lived like 25 minutes away from the city.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a much smaller place, so like my display wasn't. I didn't have like my own like big room like this. You know what I mean? So I was.
Oh, he's got a little bit of lag. While he's lagging, I'm gonna open the window in here because it's getting stuffy already. There we go.
Oh,
cool. You're back.
Okay. You did see my master mold on display because I had the master mold throne set up and all that.
Yeah, that was
it was crazy. I'm like,
I love
the fuck is Shartimus Prime geeking out in my toy room? Like,
yeah, that was.
You got way more than me, man.
I was geeking out more than you.
You were geeking out more than me. I'm like, the hell.
I loved it, dude.
But it's funny. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like when I go to like my buddy's collection or just seeing anyone's collection, I love seeing that stuff, man. It's so cool.
Yeah. No, it's badass, man. Hold on 1 second. You want to take some of this garbage away, please, Amor?
It's a little early, but I have to go take Mila to the doctor's.
Okay, take this, and then if you could put that with the. I'm getting fed, but I'm not going to eat right now. It's a little bit.
Tell Nina I said what's up.
Hey, Manny says hi.
Hi, Manny. I hear you.
I think that's it.
Does he hear me?
Yeah. No. This is I'm still that. Thank you.
Nice to hear from you again.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right.
I'm rushing off.
Later.
Okay. Where are you taking Mila?
She has an ear infection.
Oh, you're taking to the doctor.
Yeah.
Oh, poor thing. Yeah, my youngest has a ear problem.
Emma has one already.
Yeah, both of my kids have been sick, so that's not really fun.
Man.
Yeah, it sucks seeing kids all sick.
I hope they get better.
Yeah, they'll get better soon. They bounce back real fast from getting ill and all that.
What's going on here, man?
Oh yeah, a little bit of lagging, but it tends to catch up. We have 608 backers here, and I just wanted to give it a little look see. So we're still at 608, hoping to see if we can get it hit to a whole bunch more. See if we can cross that finish line in the final hour. See how that goes.
Do you have Twitter?
I do have Twitter. I saw
Dan Yoon actually posted and shouted out Street Humans and showing his support.
Oh man, I gotta retweet that. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah,
it
really was cool. Like last time I checked, it was like about 3 hours ago or so. So I was like, oh man, that's really really cool. He's he thinks it scales well with Marvel Legends.
Nice. Now
so he backed it since like day one. So I'm like, oh, that's dope, man.
Yeah, he's been super supportive about it. I think you guys may have heard him talk about it on camera, but like he's been like even more vocal about it off camera. Like he's just really, not that he's hiding anything or whatever. It's just like he's just genuinely excited about it, and I'm really grateful for that, man. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, Dan Larson also posted about it.
But you gotta appreciate that stuff, man. That's really cool.
Oh, I do appreciate it big time. That means a lot. I'm trying to find it so I could like retweet it. It's just I never use Twitter, so I'm like just like a big dumbass when it comes to Twitter. So I have to type in Dan Yoon so I can find his.
I'm losing connection here. Damn it!
All right. Oh man. Then let's see if I could repost it. How do you do retweet? Repost.
There's like this little arrows, like these little arrows that are facing each other. It's like a little squared arrow, I think. I don't retweet much.
Yeah, no, I found it. And then, okay. So now I got it retweeted and I got a reply thanking him. Wow, it's over 4,000 people saw that tweet. That's really helpful, man. I'm really grateful for that. Thanks, you guys. Jeez. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan Larson. Thank you, Pixel Dan. Pixel Dan shared it on Twitter. That's 3 Dans right there. Very grateful to all you Dans out there.
A lot of collectors named Dans, huh?
yeah, very common. But yeah, 608 backers. That's
awesome. Yeah.
I mean, dude, so we're over $70,000 for Street Humans. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, thank you. And thank you to everybody backing it. Thank you for supporting, Manny. Also, like, all the support, man, it means so much. Like, not a lot of people could say that they were able to raise $70,000 for anything, you know? So that there's like $70,000 worth of pledges trying to make my dream come true just really means a lot. I'm just very grateful for it, you guys. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna get off my phone officially now. All right, good. I just want to make sure I was like caught up with all the communication and all that stuff. So, yeah, Manny, I wanted to ask you. I figured I might ask you a question about Street Humans, and then maybe if you have any questions for me about Street Humans, and we could probably, go back and forth, and if there's any head swaps or any size comparisons or or anything like that. Oh man, his connection cut out as I was explaining. Yeah, he's having a little bit of internet issues. All good. It happens, man. It happens. Oh my god, especially like if you're a YouTuber and you go through the whole, if you get problems with your internet and everything, that could be such a frustrating experience. So, yeah, I know he's trying to make it work and everything. He said he's had, technical difficulties before, so he's doing his best. I wish that's why I've apologized to people for not responding to them. Oh, here, let's see what if you. All right. Oh, Dan Who's another good Dan. Also, a lot of nice Dans. Dan Larson, Pixel Dan Yoon, Dan Who. A lot of good Dans out there. All right, you're back, bro. Awesome.
See, man, yeah. Internet is really pissing me off. Keep kind of in and out. If I go like this, that means I'm getting like that notification, like, oh, internet connectivity issues or something like that. So
gotcha.
That usually means if I see it, I can't hear you.
Gotcha. Okay, good. All right, got that. So I figured it'd be kind of cool to ask you some questions about Street Humans, and then maybe you ask me a question about Street Humans, or if there's any head swaps or size comparisons you want to see, or anything like that. And
let's do it.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, I wanted to ask you, as you know, like the figures come with 2 human heads. They come with 2 alien heads. The line is kind of split in kind of 2 different fandoms at once, where we have the civilian look, and then we have like the alien look with these figures. And I'm kind of curious for you personally, like what do you prefer? Do you like the civilian aspect side of the line more, or do you like the alien sci-fi aspect of the line more? Which one's your preference?
Both intrigue me just because it has that sci-fi realm, and I'm a fan of sci-fi for display purposes. For me, I'm a photographer, and I go wild with my imagination. So yeah, I'm gonna favor more the civilian side because you could do so much more with them. Use them as street thugs for, like I told you, my Insomniac Spider-Man, or like you mentioned, they are a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked for them to be smaller. Actually, hold on. No, actually, I like the size. of them being big. I would have liked another body type being smaller, so that dude that you have right now, the standard bodies right now, could look like brutes, like just bigger, like, you know, those 6'6" Harlem dudes you see that are just jacked at the basketball court, ready to take you on ball. You know what I mean? Like,
right, really,
like you know, those are like the muscle men, you know. So like that to me, that's how I picture it. And being a photographer, I like to play with my perspectives. But like with Insomniac Spider-Man, I mean, again, you saw in the game, man, they're freaking huge.
yeah. And then
You know?
some of them are like extra, like deluxe, hella like big brawler guys that they have in there too, right?
Yeah.
So you're kind of like imagining like either like pick really, really, really big or pick like very, very normal. But this one kind of lands like in between there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So all right, cool.
And also like the alien side for display though, like the alien side would be really cool for like, you know, the mystical aspects, you know, when the defenders are, you know, going up against like demons and stuff like that, you know. I don't know, like you could, or just have Doctor Strange fighting off like demons, and they look like demons to me, like the aliens. But I could play it off like that, but they look really, really cool though.
I wanted to try to see how the Lago Bathead would look on Fei Long. You know what I mean? Like if you wanted to see like a freaky alien demon kind of character like that.
Okay. Since they're aliens, one of my favorite characters in DC is Green Lantern, and he's a space cop. Do you have any, whether it's DCUC, McFarlane, Green Lantern figures, any Green Lantern figures to put next to it?
Yes, right here. I have a Hal Jordan right here. Oh, there goes my Mezco Batman. Gotta pick up my 89 Batman right here. But yeah, here we have a Hal Jordan. So this is from McFarlane Toys. So they don't really scale perfectly with McFarlane figures. I will admit they are a bit on the small side compared to McFarlane.
Yeah.
But I am curious to see if I could pop this head off. Okay. And then see if we could fit in the Lago head on here.
Yeah.
To make it...
I want to see it next to the alien head.
Gotcha. So you can, I mean, it's
there you go. Yeah.
The neck is a little wide on the.
Yeah, it is wide.
Figure. Yeah. So
because you know, you could put, that would have been cool, because you know, like you can have your own Green Lantern army, since you know, lanterns, they're different species, you know, it's not just humans, it's also aliens too.
Right. Where did I do with
However, you could still use them for like Green Lantern enemies too, you know?
Yeah, you could put them on different figures if you want, you know. It doesn't have to
put the Lago head on the Street Human's body to put next to Hal Jordan, just to see, because it looks like the alien head is just bigger than the human head, so maybe it'll bring them up in height just a little bit more. But
if I put the Hal Jordan head on the Street Human body, is that what you mean? Or
no, put the Lago head on the Street Human body.
Oh, the Lago head. Okay. Oh, the alien bat head.
Yeah. And because I just want to see it in his alien form next to
Hal Jordan. Hey, right on 3 POA. Appreciate that. Thank you. If everyone that Backstreet Humans went and doubled their pledge, this campaign will fund. Get at it. Right on, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Shout out to the 3 POA podcast, man. I had a blast when I was their guest a few months ago or so.
Nice. Yeah, they had some really. They gave Street Humans a full on like respectful look at the whole campaign and everything.
Yeah,
I thought that was very cool. I thought they gave me great questions, man.
Yeah,
you know, some people were kind of like, well, it was kind of weird to see people kind of like self-impose or kind of like project my reaction to it. But I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Those were great questions. Like,
yeah,
and great ideas getting thrown my way. I was very grateful for that. So
yeah.
But yeah, they do look cool side by side. He's a little bit shorter, but not, you know, super short.
Yeah, but like again, there could be short alien species next to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, you could fit him some one way or another. I don't have DC UC figures close by though.
No,
I'm
that's all
sure.
right. Just
Yeah.
wanted to see it next to like a Green Lantern.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah,
I don't think anyone asked you for that comparison yet.
yeah, no, nobody's wanted to see. Nobody asked to see that one. But yeah, unfortunately, it's like they're bigger guys. They're like 80. They're 6.75 inches tall, but
Mhm.
they're not really set. And I think some people thought that they were 7-inch scale, but they're not 7-inch scale. They are a bit smaller.
Yeah.
So they don't really fit in, great with McFarlane figures or Marvel Select. They're really intended for 1/12 scale figures. So
right, which I'm sure that's what you wanted to go for, right?
yeah. I think it would be impossible to really nail both scales with one figure line. I don't see how you'd be able to do that without it being wrong. But I think with this size, with these being bigger dudes, like I think they are closer, like the closest you could get to try to making that crossover. Because photographers, you guys have you have your tricks. You're able to use perspective and it be manageable. You know what I mean? You're able to kind of make it happen. But ideally, yeah, they are meant for. I'm gonna have them pose like that. I know it's like pretty standard, but I like that pose.
But at the same time, I also wanted to look good on my display, make it look.
Yes, you don't want it to look like, oh, where are all the bad guys abnormally short? You don't want that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put a Marvel Select Psylocke with my Marvel Legends. She's just gonna look like an 8-foot tall woman.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. Hey, you guys got us some backers too. So we did also get some backers, from that 3 POA. But I went hard, man. I went for the toughest interview right from the beginning. Bobby Valla by far had the toughest questions because he's worked in the industry and he wanted to throw out his concerns and everything, which was all constructive. So I went straight for the tough questions,
which is good.
I think that was very good.
That's a big learning experience for you, and that's what you need, especially if you're breaking into this industry. This is your breakthrough. You gotta over the years of your career, you've been blessed with a great expansive network, and that's what you've been doing throughout your career on YouTube, is just networking, and it's gotten you this far.
Yes, yeah, no, and I'm lucky to be able to get feedback that could be very useful. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
who am I to say at this infancy stage of my action figure making career to think that I know so much to not take advice or not seek recommendations all the way through? That would be terribly foolish, and I don't feel like I would deserve the privilege to make figures for you guys if I had that kind of mindset. So definitely open to suggestions and any kind of constructive criticism you guys throw my way.
And it also makes your reviews more credible. Not that they weren't already, but like people will know, like, hey, this dude has made action figures. He knows what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Thanks.
You're able to self-analyze your own products and the products that you review. So how is it gonna be now? Let's say
moving forward.
I don't know. Is this kind of like conflict of interest if you're reviewing your own products? Like, that's gonna be weird because you got to show for your own shit now.
Well, I did.
I mean, you got to stand by your products. You got to show, and that's okay with saying that, because if I was in the same situation, yeah, I'm gonna stand by my products, but also, call it like it is too.
Right. So no, a lot of research was done. This has been years in the making. It's just that there's so much stuff that goes into it when ideas come your way, when you don't, some things you may not think about. Sometimes you may focus on one aspect of it, and something that may seem obvious to you may not be seem so obvious to somebody else because they're focusing, on a different part of the figure line. So keep in mind, there's a lot of aspects to it, and a lot of work and bouncing ideas off of a lot of people has gone into it before this stage. So just because you're not there to see it doesn't mean that the work was put into it.
Yeah.
Much respect. Like I said, I switched to the 4 bundle later on down the line. I would like the hand wraps or biker gloves, brass knuckles. Yes, I'd love to incorporate that. Yes. Where are we at on the goal? We're still at 608. So I'm hoping to see 609. We could ring the cowbell if we get some more backers, but I feel like dude, this is just amazing. We're at 72.5 right now. That's just incredible to see. Like, regardless,
That's awesome, man. Yeah, keep it going.
Mhm.
Dude, because like I said, like, when you and I were like texting the other day, I'm just like so happy for you at this point, like if I was in your shoes right now, I'd be freaking ecstatic, man. Like,
oh yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's just a crazy, the loops and all the trial and errors you had to go through just to get to this point.
Damn.
Hell of an accomplishment. Hopefully, one day if I could start an action figure line, and just seeing it on a crowdfunder and just seeing that needle move, I'm like, wait, what? Like, it's just amazing that there are people investing in your stuff, believing in your stuff. And that, to me, man, that's a W.
Yeah. No, it feels like it to get everything that has come this way towards Street Humans is a big win. Like, it's pretty amazing, and I'm very grateful for it. And I mean, there's if we don't get that rush at the end, like, there's still so much to walk away with that I'm really happy about. I've gotten to make a bunch of new friends in the community. I've gotten invited on all kinds of live streams. I mean, sometimes people will say like, "Oh yeah, man, like, we're honored to have you on." It's like, from my point of view, I'm still honored to be on their streams doing this. This isn't talking. This is talking about a project of mine that just came out of nowhere. It's just from my head. So the fact that I'm getting that kind of respect with this creative endeavor just means a lot to me. And there's a lot of W's over here, no matter what happens. And especially like with post-pandemic and going through dark times and seeing the climate and the community get all weird and things just going crazy, like having something like this that's kind of unifying everybody. From my point of view, people giving a lot of positivity towards Street Humans like this, it just really means a lot to me. So I'm just very happy, where things are at right now, and I'll be even happier once we get past that funding goal, because it's getting closer and closer, man. It went up 10K from when we first started streaming. It makes me feel like it's not impossible for us to get there.
Right.
It doesn't sound it's an uphill climb, but it doesn't seem like it's impossible. Doesn't seem like it's impossible at all. So a lot of goodwill will come out of this. Just follow through no matter the outcome. Absolutely. We want to see what this can do for the community, and you are setting the tone for others that want to do this. Yeah, man. Yeah, I got to say, it's a lot of hard work getting just to this point. It's been kind of crazy. And then the emotional roller coaster of having a Kickstarter is just, oh my God, man. I would, I can't believe, for anybody that's done it multiple times, I like even like David Silva, right? Like, he's had so many Kickstarters. Like, every time, as successful as his campaigns are, like, it's still got to be a crazy experience on that end. It seems like it, and it's like for me, like this first one, it's just crazy. There's times where there's nights where it's like I haven't been able to sleep. Like I have to like it's a weird thing where it's like I try to like force myself to fall asleep, and then like I'll wake up hella, so I'll stay up late trying to force myself to go to sleep, and then I wake up super early trying to force myself to go back to sleep.
You feel like you just took an extended blink.
Yeah, it's like an extended blink. Like I'm like, oh man, I'm not even really sleeping. So
yeah, I mean, I guess what have you learned,
yeah, that's
this time around compared to the last time? What did you have to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, like, the first time didn't go this way. What route am I going to take next? Like, take us through that journey, you know?
Well, I mean, I canceled the Kickstarter the first time because I had known at that point that I wasn't going to get a prototype in hand. So once I got that clarification, like it was okay. I don't want to try pitching this, like, I mean, if I'm, Manny deserves me holding a prototype if I'm going to ask him to back it, right? Like I want to hold something that I could show off and pose and everything. So you guys deserve that. And I felt like, and even for myself, that's what's the great thing about this being an action figure line, from a collector to collectors for collectors. Like I want to make sure that I'm delivering on what I would expect if it was if I was on the outside looking in on my own project. So that was like the big step, was making sure that I had prototypes. The other thing is like really figuring out like how the timelines work with things. You know what I mean? It's not, you can have your goals, but you have to be able to work with other people's schedule and everything. And just because you want something by a certain time doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You have to work with the other people and what they're working on at that time. And maybe you have to push. So being flexible was a big thing. And then also, like, and it's still happening. I really feel like it's humbled me a lot. Like, I really feel like even right now, like even throughout the course of the day, like Vinny like convinced me to try to make a comic for Street Humans. I've pushed back against that idea a whole bunch, but it's like, you know what? I've heard so many people mention the idea that I should really go for trying to make a Street Humans comic. I think I'm going to do it now. Like I wanted to go straight to animation, but the idea of doing a Street Humans comic actually sounds pretty badass.
Do it digital comic, because you can
comic.
You could put like how there's like still motion digital comics that you could still have it kind of like animated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hate that though.
Oh, you hate that?
Yeah,
just throwing it out there.
Yeah. No,
just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I mean, I don't hate it. It's just that I love animation so much that I think I would rather go from probably like a tangible comic and then do actual animation. But you know what?
But would you be open to it if there's a way that you're like, oh wait, hold on, I think this could work?
Yeah, if it seems like it's the best option at the time, I'm willing to be adjustable and make it happen. So it's and that's the thing, is that I've learned to be flexible in a lot of ways with the creative side. So it's got to be that's worked out well for me in that regard with the line, for sure.
So like, how do you feel about, because you got a team, right, that's sculpting on this? You're not doing the sculpting.
No, Brandon was here earlier. He did the sculpts.
Okay, so from like the sculpts to the manufacturers, like how are you juggling your responsibilities? Because in a way it feels like you're the director, right? You gotta, there's certain calls you gotta make and say, hey, I want it like this. And then on the other end, if they say, hey, I can't meet your requests, we can do it like this. Like, take me through like that kind of process.
Right.
where you're feeling like, man, I want to get it this way, but it's just not feasible and I got to go another route. Like, I guess share some of your frustrations, some of your successes. And yeah, I mean, take it away.
The having interchangeable, so we have the interchangeable arm feature right here, but we don't have the interchangeable butterfly joint to go along with it.
Okay.
And that was one thing that I had talked about, is I was hoping we could have the butterfly joint come out with the arm, and then instead of it just being the shoulder, having a new butterfly joint with this arm and getting that ported in as well, so that when you have the hoodie over it, you don't see any flesh tone underneath the sleeve. You know what I mean? Kind of trying to eliminate that whole Power Man issue, right?
Oh yeah, man, that's just terrible. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with that.
Yeah, I know that's a hot button. That's a triggering figure now. But
yeah, no, it's like they just can't get Luke Cage right, bro. That's like the one character. That's one of the that's one of the characters they just can't nail.
Yeah, he's just. But to me, like, aesthetically speaking, he does look a lot better than the Toy Biz one.
Oh, for sure.
Like, for me, like when I got this guy, I was happy to look at him, and he just, like, physically, I mean, just aesthetically looks better than that old school Toy Biz one. So I was really
think the Toy Biz one had a better head sculpt though. Like if it was upscale to fit
head sculpt,
I think if it was upscale to fit the Legends body, I think it would look better.
Yeah.
Not saying the current one, the new one is bad. I'm not saying that at all. I like the new one. I just, if you asked me which one I think is better, I'm gonna say the Toy Biz head sculpt is better.
And I think he had gritting teeth. He looked meaner too, right? Like
exactly. That's what I like, that expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is missing an alternate head. Like I feel like they should all have alternate heads. Kind of like Street Humans. Like Street Humans, they have the regular head and they have the mean head. But it was really kind of frustrating, consistently running into this brick wall of trying to make it work where the butterfly joint matched the new arm that you're putting in when you're swapping these out. And unfortunately what we came down to was that, like, developing the technology to make that happen, because what I also didn't want to have happen is, like with McFarlane Toys, and I've demonstrated this before, where it's like these, you could take this out, but then the butterfly joint
kind of just jiggles around in there.
Yeah, this would come out. So the other tactic that I was thinking of was having an extra set of these things to interchange with it. But then I'm also thinking realistically, having army builders, like you're going to have a bunch of those fucking things laying around. That's going to be really annoying. So, we're looking at having interchangeable butterfly joints that would come in and out with the arm. And the development process of making that happen without a high risk of breakage would be so high that it would, like, eliminate the cost of working on anything else in the project. Like that would be like everything that we'd be working on. It was just too much for it to happen while still having chances of QC issues and things just not lining up properly. So while not the most ideal situation of still having the flesh tone underneath there, so kind of like having to do that, but let me show you this. When you put the hoodie on, you can find a way to hide it by using that butterfly joint. And I mean, if we end up finding a solution to it, we're going to take it. But see the way it works right here. Make sure I have this on the right way. Now I'm using and these are all part of the stretch goals anyway. But if you're posing the figure and you can see the flesh tone stick out, you can still use the butterfly joint to hide that. So if it's really bothering you one way or another while you're taking your pictures, like, you can fit it in a way where it won't stick out.
Gotcha.
And be visible, so you can legitimately hide it without having to do anything freaky to your figure. Speaking of doing freaky things to the figure, I had a pin just come out. See, these are the kind that you're not supposed to pose and play around with, but they're very early prototypes. So
Yeah.
here it is. Just want to make sure I don't lose these pins.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get like a review sample in because timing and then shipping. I would have loved to have taken a look at it, you know, just to feel it, get a feel for it.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, I have the grayscale one here, and this one's a lot more fun to pose around because I don't have to worry about the paint so much.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm able to do a lot with this guy, and I was just really excited about it, you know, getting it right away. Like, there's still little things that I want to change to make it even better. Like, the heels could probably move down a little bit more. There's little tweaks here and there that we could still work on. It's just that the process of developing these figures to this point, it takes so long that even like even when I first got these, it's not like I had a chance to like give notes and then send it back and then see those changes made. Like, this is like a first run prototype. This is like before I even really get to make notes on this figure. So there's like improvements that we're going to be able to make, and I still think it's like really cool, you know, getting him into these type of Spider-Man and stuff.
I mean, you have fun posing them? Like,
yeah, I have a great time.
Like... Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I felt has been like very important, is to make sure that he's really fun to pose. So
yeah, toe joints.
And we got the toe joints.
Toe joint? Of course, you gotta have the toe joints. It's sort of his prime.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. We have toe joints on the males. Hopefully, we might do an interchangeable shoe feature so that we could swap sneakers between them.
That's one thing. That was actually my next question. Like, if there were advancements that you want to do next in the line, like, what I was thinking is like something like that works perfect with swappable parts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you already have that one body set. You don't have a ball jointed waist, but like that could be a further advancement. And I know tooling costs a lot. And
we have a ball joint at the waist.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do have a ball joint.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought it was I thought it was the hard waist swivel for some reason.
So it a little bit and pelvic.
Oh, that's perfect.
And
because then you could do like different swappable pants or shorts, you know, different tops. That's the way to go. Just to make it as versatile as possible.
Absolutely.
And army building, it's all about variety.
Hey, we got 609 backers. We got a new backer. Gotta hit the cowbell right here. All right. 609. Thank you. I don't know what was up with that, but yeah, thank you. Throwing my arm off to the side over there. We were using the Infinity Gauntlet for a little while too, so summoning the power of the Infinity Stones, making the dream a reality. Right.
Have you punched Sean Long with that yet?
Have I what?
Have you punched Sean? Have you punched Sean Long with that yet?
No,
like you did with your Hulk hands.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. I think I landed one of those when we were doing that. That was so fun. Oh god. I want to do another collector documentary very soon after this. So I'm really hoping to have one done by the end of the year, because I just feel really inspired after all the love Street Humans has gotten from the community. And that's like the number one positive feedback I get from people is the collector documentaries. So
yeah,
like it'd be really awesome to do a new one. I have part 6 written out already. Just have to get it made.
I had fun. Like, yo, I still thank you for having me on the last one, because I even had people contact me, like viewers. Yo, are you gonna be in the next Shartimus collector documentary? And I'm like, I don't know. And then I didn't know you were like working on one, because you kind of like pulled me to the side and you told me like, hey man, I'm working on this. I'm just like, how are we gonna make this happen with COVID and stuff, But we kind of we made it work, and I mean, people loved it. That thing was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, that was
people
fun.
loved my segment. Like it was.
Yeah, you were great, man. Yeah, yeah. Like, now. I was like, oh man. And then like it's so funny, like when that shit happens with pre-orders. That happened to me with Optimus Prime, the Rise of the Beasts Voyager class Optimus Prime, because it's a Hasbro Pulse exclusive and a Target exclusive.
Yeah.
So I had got the Optimus Prime in my cart, went to checkout, and just like in the documentary, as I was paying, it told me, no more, you're sold out. I was like, oh, come on. But it got worse because you know what Hasbro Pulse does? If anybody has a Hasbro Pulse account, if you put something in your cart and you're trying to buy something, they'll send you email reminders to pick it up. Hey, we got Adam in the waiting room.
Yeah.
And they kept sending me emails. Are you sure you don't want to buy this Optimus Prime? Are you sure you don't want to buy this Optimus Prime? And now I'm like going back trying to get it, and it just wasn't, and I wasn't able to buy it, so that frustrated me.
Yeah. What was the thing? It was Moon Knight. Yeah, that was the. I think it was the Walgreens exclusive Moon Knight, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And now they're re-releasing it in the vintage retro card.
Yeah.
You
Now
saw that?
Now they're re-releasing it. So,
I wish they updated that one, dude. That Moon Knight should have been on the Renew Your Vows body.
Oh, yeah,
like, why did they just release the same mold over again? That would have been the perfect opportunity to put him on the Renew Your Vows body. Like characters like him, Daredevil, Deadpool. I mean, they got Daredevil, Deadpool now on those bodies, but you would think they would put Moon Knight on that body, and they didn't. I'm just like,
yeah, that would
missed opportunity, man.
Hey, we got Adam Van Wickler in the waiting room. Let's bring him on in, huh? We got Marvel. This is the second Marvel Legend of the day in the show. Adam, how's it going? Playing with myself over here.
What's up?
How's it going,
hey, X-Manny, I literally Target just shipped that thing, and I bought it because I'm a sucker, and I'm keeping it carded though because of that retro card.
Yeah.
So, but I already have that figure, so I don't need to open one. But
right.
I just got the Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man and Moon Knight. I hung them up on the wall already. So
I'm definitely gonna go after that Spider-Man because I prefer the blue spider logo on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I agree, by the way, too, that they should have used it as an opportunity to update Moon Knight, because then I would have bought two. I would have bought one to keep.
Oh yeah, it's the retro card. You're basically paying $25 for the card to put it in your collection, you know. But again, missed opportunities. Still should have been on the Renew Your Vows, because then you figured, okay, people are really gonna buy one in, one out, you know.
Totally.
Yeah. Adam, thank you so much for coming on the show, and I really appreciate all your support, man. It really means a lot. And
I mean, like this is a big deal. What I told you I was at Frank and Sons, so like I just drove down to Frank and Sons for a few hours, then drove back, and I literally popped right in here. Where are you at? How far away are we?
We're at we have 609 backers. We're at 72,000. So we just got a bump all the way up to 72,758. So
nice.
Let me do
that's a pretty good jump so far. And how many hours do we have left now?
We have 8 hours left.
Okay, so it's roller coaster time.
Yes, it's roller coaster time. Yeah, so we're at 60%. That put us at 60% backed. So,
rock and roll, dude.
Yeah,
cool.
So we're getting closer and closer to it. Doesn't seem impossible. It's definitely roller coaster time, but doesn't seem impossible. Alpha Proto wants to know who dat.
I'm playing with myself. It
sounds so wrong when you say it.
That's it. That's all you need to know. I work at Gentle Giant Studios. I've been at Gentle Giant Studios for 17 years. I worked in the toy industry since 2001. I've worked on a lot of Marvel Legends, and yes, I want them to be better too. So it's all good. Yeah.
But you worked for, so did you work on the Spider-Man classics back in the day and Toy Biz? Like how far back with Marvel Legends do you go?
Yeah, my first toy design job was 2001 at a little toy prototyping company in Hoboken, New Jersey. And the name of the company was Funhouse, and they did toy prototyping work for Toy Biz, McFarlane, bunch of other like little companies, like the old Toys R Us figures. They did like ET figures and all sorts of random crap like that. But yeah, obviously Toy Biz was where like my love was at, even back then. But yeah, Spider-Man Classics had already launched. Marvel Legends launched like while I was working there. I got to sculpt some bases for Spider-Man Classic stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, I've dabbled for a very long time in Toy Biz land. I've known Jesse Falcon and Damon Nee and Phil Ramirez and everything for eons now. And yeah, I'm old. I just celebrated my 45th birthday. I may like look younger, but I'm an old man who's been doing this for quite a few years now.
Oh, happy birthday, man. You're only a couple years older than me, so I'm not far behind. I'm 42. So
there you go.
You're not that old.
I could have been your dad, your 3-year-old dad. I don't know if science works that way, but math does.
Hey, but like with the experience, that's for sure. I mean, damn, like I'm just getting myself started. You've been doing this longer than I've been collecting Marvel Legends. I started.
I've dabbled in Kickstarters as well, and it's a dude. Honestly, bravo to you. Great job sticking with it, and like you're running the marathon, man. And it's like it's noted. Like it's like no matter what, I think you've done a badass job thus far. You're really out there. You're hustling, and like I think that like obviously like I don't have to say it out loud, but it's like this. It's a humbling experience. Like it's like it's. It's the real deal, because like you're asking people to finance a toy line, and like it's not an easy thing to do, but like you're doing a great job, and like the fact that it's over 70K, like that says a lot right there. Like that's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I told them just the fact that you have how many people supporting that, interested in what you're making. That's whew.
Yeah, I am a backer, but like I will promise you this: I will up it, because I think I'm that butthole that only backed it for one so far. But you added in the additional colors for the pants, which I thought was a great idea, and very cool that you got to do that. So I will up my pledge and add on at least one more figure.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And
those extras go a long way, man. Easy. It's like, easy. So here's another one.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. Yeah, like you have a bunch of people watching your stream right now. So it's like, honestly, like everyone out there, like sharing this and like telling other people about it. Like that's, like that's every set of eyes that you can get on this campaign. That counts. It's like, it helps.
Yes.
So,
yeah, it does.
Spread the word. And like toy community, no one should be gatekeeping, like this is right. like you're obviously passionate. Like honestly, like I feel like you've been doing the YouTube thing for basically as long as I've been in toys. Like I remember going to old Comic-Cons back in the day and like seeing you there with your giant ass mohawk screaming at Dwight and stuff. So it's like I remember, like you've been around, and it's like honestly, like gatekeeping is lame. I want you to be able to make toys too. Like this is cool, man.
Oh, thank you. No, and that means a lot, and especially with like all that experience behind you, it kind of has been making me feel like, okay, like as a consumer, and Manny's a consumer, like we're looking at that 72,000. Like, hey, to me, that looks like something, but like as somebody who's working in, legit been working in the industry for a while, I don't know what that looks like from, experience industry.
I think that it's like the way I look at it is like it's cool that like you're getting some firsthand experience behind the curtains, and it's like it's not pretty, right? Like it's a pain and it's a job, and it like that's the thing. It's like I love my job. I like when I people come by and I give them tours of the studio and stuff, and they're like, oh, this is so cool. Like, it's amazing what you do. And I'm like, at the end of the day, it's still a job, and it still sucks probably about 50% of the time. So like there's a lot that goes on, like people, like it's the toy community, we have so many armchair quarterbacks, people that think they know but like, and it's like this should be like this, and it's like this, like what Manny was just saying, like update that Moon Knight. I agree. Like, I'm like, yeah, man, give them toe joints, give them the better, like the torso
double diaphragm joint. Yeah,
I absolutely agree. There's probably a reason why they didn't, like I don't know what it is, but it could be his budget. But like there is, and there's so many people, and there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, that we're not privy to, and it's like. But like, you dip your toes into the Kickstarter and crowdfunding, and you're like, oh shit, there is a lot to this, like and it's a juggling act, and like you're handling this. I know you got Vonner on your team, who's my boy, little for the culture action.
Oh, there you
go. So yeah, like it's a lot of work, but I'm glad that like you're sticking with this, and like you're hustling, you're doing a great job, like
thank you,
giving it your all, man. Like, and
I was out there on the floor at New York Comic-Con handing out flyers to people one by one. Just, hey, I'm making my own action. What I say, you collect action figures, I'm making my own action figures. You collect action figures, I'm making my own action figures. Do you collect action figures, I'm making my own action figures. And a lot of people were very receptive, like, oh, yes. Of course, I'm looking for people that are holding bags with figures in it already.
Yeah.
And it was kind of neat. And then I would see people who already had my flyer in their bags still. I'm like, oh, I almost went up to them again. Like, ooh. So, yeah, really, pushing hard and getting a lot of support. I want to give a big shout out to Brett. He's a friend of mine from Ohio who's been on the ground, going to different retailers, spreading the word, boots on the ground, getting the word out there. He's done such a fantastic job. And he's the one responsible for me coming out to Retro Toy Con later this month in November 17th. So I'm very excited about that. And yeah, man, it's been kind of tricky going through this experience, and also kind of like understanding some of the stuff that happens a little bit better with what happens over at Hasbro, kind of like getting an idea, like what you're saying, like the Renew Your Vows body not being used on the Moon Knight. Like there had to have been a reason, right? But like we don't.
Who knows what it is? But like it's like, and you're gonna run into similar things with Street Humans, where it's like, hey, you're using a body mold, so it's like, oh, you can't, if you do a future one, and it's like, oh, I'm using this, like you can't necessarily use that same tooling at the same time, because there's just a variety of reasons, and it's like not everyone knows about them, and it's like, but I'll tell you this, the vast majority of the people that are working on this stuff all agree we want these things to be better. Like it's like and like you hear Dan Yoon about it, like it's like ball joint waist, and like we want toes, and it's like we all want them to be as good as possible. So it's like it's just a little bit of behind the scenes, behind that the curtain, the Wizard of Oz curtain.
Right. I had I think
I still remember Shartimus yelling at Dwight Stahl those years ago for toe joints.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
You used to see Dwight Stahl get mad, like like internally get mad, like I can't stand this guy.
I know.
But you had to tell him, you have to let them know. You got, and
well, what's a trip is getting spoken to that way from some of the interviews that I've done. I think it was Machu Toy. I think it was Machu. I'm not. If I'm mistaken, you guys, please.
There's like 17 different Machus. So like,
yeah, but I've been on like 17 different streams like in the last couple of weeks. It's like hard to remember exactly which conversation I had with everybody, but I think he was asking me like why not just have all 4 characters available right from the beginning? Like you have the tooling is the same for their bodies except for their heads. Like why not just have all 4 of them out there at once? And it was kind of and it kind of took me aback because I could hear the frustration. He's speaking to me very much like how I've spoken to Dwight and other people. You know what I mean? Like, why not just make all 4 of them like that? Why not just have them available right from the beginning? Like, you could do that.
yeah.
And I'm like, I can't without moving that funding goal higher. Like, I could, but I would also have to move that funding goal. And if I don't move that funding goal and I have those available, now we're talking about deep shit problems, because that's how people get into trouble with these things is you overpromise and then say I do offer all 4 of them and say it costs 160K to make all 4 of them, but I put my funding goal at 120 and then I get 122,000 worth of backers. Now I have that difference right there. Holy shit.
Honestly, the big thing that still frightens me the most, because it's like I've done some Kickstarter stuff before. I'm planning on doing some more someday whenever I have free time. And shipping and like the whole shipping logistics, like that's the biggest hurdle as far as I'm concerned. And that's like, I do like the toy stuff I know and production I know, but it's like once you get them from the factory to the United States and then you have to ship everything to everyone, it's like I just know from like, I'll send some of the Toy Migos guys. It's like, oh, I got this for you, and I'll send it, and I'm like, it's like $17 or something, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, shipping is expensive.
Yes, yeah.
Scary. That's the scary part,
and that adds up when you're dealing with like large logistics in shipping. Something that you're gonna mass produce.
Yeah. I think
Manny, you gotta like I'm a fanboy of yours on Instagram. Show off some of those X-Men tattoos you got. Those.
Oh yeah. Do it.
Oh my God.
Show off that X-Men ink.
All right, man. So I got the Jim Lee Mystique. It's basically pretty much this whole sleeve is gonna be dedicated to Jim Lee. I have like probably one that isn't Jim Lee, but I'll tell you why as I go along. But here's the Jim Lee Mystique. And my tattoo artist, like he specializes in drawing Jim Lee's art style. So I did a long, extensive research because my boy is Magneto. Hold on, let me see if I could get it. I was trying to get
a handstand.
There we go.
Do a handstand.
I'm not gonna do a handstand for you, bro. But look at that Magneto.
That's dope.
Many times I've seen so many tattoo artists try to tackle this Jim Lee Magneto, and they don't do the sketching, the line work. And that he is known for his line work. And take a closer look at the face. A lot of tattoo artists, they cop out and they don't do the line work. He does it. You can see how detailed it is. And then I got Psylocke. I know freaking Shartimus is gonna love this one.
Yeah,
we love Psylocke.
Yeah,
you got that right there. With the Jim Lee trading card. So we got that. We got
the Krakoan on there too, right?
Yeah. Yep. Got the Jim Lee Cyclops again from the trading card. And then hold on.
Oh, this was awesome. I love that.
Gambit and Rogue tribute.
Nice.
So the Jim Lee Rogue and the carding is Gambit. because that's his queen. So I wanted to have a Queen of Hearts card.
Oh, cool.
Still working on the sleeve. So this little chewed up piece you see here, is it here or probably down
I can see
here?
Oh,
Either way, he's gonna work on like a Gambit explosion piece. To fill, it's like a filler. And then over here, I have the House of X. So it's a Wolverine Colossus tribute because I love those two together, the fastball special. So I'm like, this was actually my first tattoo. It was only supposed to be one, man. It wasn't supposed to be a sleeve. And then this would happen. So that's why this is the only one that's not Jin Lee. Because I just, I got, it's so therapeutic, man. It's so addicting. So you see the Colossus steel skin?
It's awesome.
Being torn. Cool. House of X logo, and it's supposed to be like X Manny. So this is my name, Manny in Krakoan.
Oh, sick!
That's
awesome.
Dope.
Yep.
Oh, I love that.
So yeah, when you see my arm, it's just going to spell out like X Manny.
What was the most painful part of all of that? Was it the Queen card?
Hell no! Everyone says that this is like the most sensitive part.
It looks like it.
It wasn't. It wasn't for me. Honestly, it was just the positioning because my tattoo artist had me like this for like 3-4 hours and stuff, and like when I was done, I'm like, oh, it's cramping. But other than that, it was fine. This was the one that hurt the most, Magneto.
Oh,
because of all that line work, and this was just so sensitive. And I have really tough ass skin, like, so all of my other tattoos, I really didn't feel anything because I have really tough skin. Thanks to my boxing and wrestling background. But yeah, this, holy crap. It hurt. Like he had to spray lidocaine so many times on it because it was extremely painful.
Damn, I haven't got any tattoos yet, but I'm gonna get one soon. I have a punk rock skull with the Liberty spikes. So and then that's gonna be and then with the crack in the skull right here because I cracked my fucking head like an idiot, and then that'll be inside a snare drum with 2 snare drum sticks underneath, like a skull and crossbones kind of thing. So eventually I'm going to get that. But I don't know about comic tattoos or band tattoos.
No sleeve on my other arm. It's just the Insomniac Spider-Man on my forearm.
Yeah, I have my spider bite.
Oh,
that's
then spider.
I have some nerd. I have ninja tattooed on my neck here, and the Berserk brand of the sacrifice that Guts has on the back of my neck as well. That the neck tattoos are interesting feeling.
Oh, really? Those are the most painful ones, you'd say?
They feel like Manny will tell you. It's not a painful thing necessarily. It's like it's grating. It's like it's because it's like just the needle repetitively hitting the same spot that it's all
feels like a scratching burn.
Yeah,
it irritates.
It's like annoying. It's irritating more than anything. Where it's just you're just like, oh god.
Yeah, because like with my Magneto, it was just multiple needles at once with all that filling, the shading, and all that stuff, and I was just like, oh.
The real comrade says, Shart, you need some tattoos to justify the sleeveless shirt.
Oh, yeah. I know. I need muscles also. I got to get some tattoos and muscles to justify.
Oh, you could tattoo fake muscles.
There you go. There you go.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, also, Adam, thanks for being a fan. Sorry, I just jumped straight into the tattoos. Just to answer your question.
No worries.
I got excited,
actually,
but that's awesome to let to know that you're a fan of mine. And stuff,
I've got some Jim Lee original art hanging on the wall out here too. My wife used to work at DC, and Jim Lee, like it's obviously it's a DC that like I would have preferred like a Wolverine or even a Grifter. In all honesty, I'm a big wild guy Grifter fan. But my wife is a crazy cat lady. So it's a Catwoman, and it's like the most insane original Jim Lee art Catwoman. That like if anything were to ever happen, it's like that's the one thing that we save from this house because it's probably worth a crazy amount of money. So it's like save the Jim Lee original artwork.
Wow. And the sentimental value too, right? It's like
it's awesome.
Where it's like one of those rare occasions where the sentimental value and the actual market value are probably
Both,
the same
yeah.
level.
Oh yeah, no, we'd never ever sell. I mean, like like he wrote her name, like it's like to Jordan from Jim Lee, and it's like yeah, and it's this like crazy Catwoman, and it's all inked and everything too. It's really super dope.
I finally got to meet him at Comic-Con 2 years ago, and he was like high on my bucket list because I have this Todd McFarlane comic that was given to me while I was in line to meet Michael Turner. So I guess they were just trying to promote their comic book store, and they gave me a Spider-Man number 9 or something, or number 6. I can't remember. I think it was number 9, but it was a Todd McFarlane cover with Wolverine and Spider-Man on it. So I had my Michael Turner artwork there with me, and he was sick at the time. I remember he had to sit on a special pillow and stuff, you know. So I got to meet him and talk to him, and he was really nice. It was fairly brief, you know how it goes when you meet them and stuff. But then, like at the last second, I thought to myself, like, wait, I have this Todd McFarlane comic here. I'm like, could you sign this too? He was like, oh man, I didn't do it. This is Todd McFarlane. I'm like, I know, but you know, I was in line. They gave it to me. And he's like, all right. He wrote, sorry, Todd. And then
Michael Turner was absolutely amazing. Like at the time, you know, when he broke out, I felt like, to me, because my favorite artist growing up was McFarlane and Jim Lee. And to me, I felt like he was the modern day Todd McFarlane at that time. And like, I felt like he had that mixture, that combination of Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane. And that's what I love so much, that, you know, the way he drew the hair, like that stringy hair, it was flawless.
Mm-hmm. And I love that he had such a unique style that he was actually, I remember him being somewhat polarizing for a minute there, because I remember there was people that just didn't like it because it was too stylized. I think he would draw, especially like his women would have like extremely long midsections, you know, like his proportions were a little bit stylized. So I remember him kind of pushing people away a little bit, but at the same time, that made me like him a little bit more because it still looked really good to me, but it was different. It was unique. And I thought he was just so nice and kind. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to sign that comic. You know, most artists wouldn't have, but he went and did it just to, you know, just to make me happy. So it's that comic that I use to have all my favorite comic book artists sign. So now it's signed by tons of people, and it took a long time to finally get Jim Lee on there. Jim Lee's like the last person who signed it, and Stan Lee signed it. And then eventually I actually got Todd to sign it. So he's the only one who did it in gold. So Todd's is in gold. Everybody else is in silver or black. But like, it drove me crazy that Jim Lee wasn't on it. Like, Jim Lee's one of my all-time favorite comic artists. And I finally met him 2 years ago, and he was super nice. And he really loved the comic. Him and the colorist that's with him, Scott. I always forget his last name, but his colorist that works with him on everything was like next to him. So the two of them were like going through the comic, like pointing out the different signatures and like having a cool, you know, they're just having fun. Like, oh, there's J. Scott Campbell. Oh, Nate, I think that one's Ryan Otley. I'm not sure. I think that's, yeah. And then, you know, they're pointing out the signatures on there, and he had fun with it, and he was super chill and nice and everything. And he even signed our badges and stuff, even though kind of wiped off super easily. But yeah, that was great meeting Jim Lee. So that was one that was on my bucket list for a long time. And yeah, I need to get Humberto Ramos to sign it, because without him, I wouldn't have Big Time Letdown Spider-Man.
Yep.
And Big Time Letdown Spider-Man is a big that's a big one for me. So and then John Romita Jr., I didn't have my book with me in San Diego, and I wanted him to sign it so bad, and I didn't have that book with me. So he's one that I think would really have an interesting time looking at it. You know, some of these guys that have been in the industry for a long time, they get a kick of seeing like who signed it and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having that experience. But nope, tattoos. I have no tattoos. Like that.
That's my humble brag is I've been to Jim Lee's house.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's because my wife worked at DC. he
Oh, makes
used
sense.
to do every year. He would do a Halloween party at his house. So he
Oh.
does it up like crazy decorations. There's always a theme. My wife did like it was like a circusy theme, like a crazy circus theme when the year we went, and she was like a gypsy, like, you know, fortune teller, and I was the tattooed man. So like I did stick on tattoos like all over my face and everything.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, hung out at his house, and it's all catered, and like Shazam was there. What's his name? The Chuck
Wait,
guy.
you sure you didn't put like a bunch of paper clips around your ears or whatever? Like what the You remember I saw you at San Diego Comic-Con and you had like paper clips all over your face
All
or
over.
something.
Yeah, I don't. Who knows? I get
You
I
got
like
no
to
idea why.
party, Shard. Like I like to party a little bit. So
All right.
like,
I think my only brag was like with Todd McFarlane. I didn't even go up to him, man. He came up to me and he was just like, he was like, "Hey, man, I like your backpack," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, thanks. It's just Spider-Man." And I look up, I was like, "Oh, Todd McFarlane!"
Oh, wow.
And then it was at Toy Fair. Russ when we were there together.
Nice.
2020. And then yeah, man, he just goes, he nerds out. He completely nerds out because I told him like, oh, your Spider-Man was my favorite definitive Spider-Man in comics, and he's like, "Oh man, let me show you something. So here's what I'm working on," and he just shows me like some of the Spider-Man art on his phone and what he was currently working on. Like I think I saw like the Batman is Spawn he was working on before anyone else did at the time. Like when he was sketching up the artwork, and I'm just like, holy shit. Todd McFarlane is like showing me stuff, scrolling through his phone and talking to me. I was like, oh man, this is surreal. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Todd's pretty crazy.
Yeah, he's awesome. I've like he's used Gentle Giant to do prototyping, so I've got to speak with him quite a few times. And like the dude, like I don't collect tons of the McFarlane stuff. I do buy some of the stuff. I respect the hell out of that man. Like it's like is like it's like I don't always love his toy choices, and like he's very opinionated about things, but I respect him because like I mean he is the reason why the toy industry even is the way it is these days.
Exactly.
Like the Spawn toy line, like
I said it. He was the first one to really implement the label adult collector, and he made toys. He pretty much just put realism into everything. Like
the first Marvel,
they were so realistic, like chain links. Who was doing that? Right. Like the realistic face sculpts, the dry brushing, and all that stuff.
Yeah,
he was so innovative.
The first time I saw Marvel Legends on the shelf, I was at Toys R Us. I caught on to Marvel Legends a little bit late. So my first official Marvel Legends purchase was a Series 3 Wolverine. And I remember seeing them on the shelf, and like I said it out loud, Todd McFarlane's making Marvel figures? Like it just blew my, like, what? McFarlane's making Marvel figures? And you know, and then I saw the Toy Biz thing at the bottom. I'm like, oh no, they're like taking notes from McFarlane's stuff and even going farther, because you know, I remember that, you know, early on they're very like staction figures. You know, like we didn't see like Todd having fully articulated figures like this. This is a new thing. Like to me, it still feels like a very new thing to see from McFarlane Toys, because for the longest time you could like turn the head, but it would be pre-posed, so it could only like swivel. And
he dabbled though. Like it's like when he originally launched his toy line, they did have like, because it was around the same time as Toy Biz was doing like the 5-inch stuff, and it's like Todd's stuff was 6 inches, and it had like knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, waist, head. So it had like a few points of articulation before he got into the pre-posed statue stuff. And then even then, like it's like he had like the 10th anniversary Spawn was like crazy amounts of articulation in that thing. And then like he did like random toy lines where it was like the cyber figures had like way more articulation. So it's like he always experimented, but like he's never loved articulation, and I think that even stands to this day. Like you can.
Then correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was the first one to apply blood on figures. You know?
I'm pretty sure you're right.
I am pretty sure I'm right
to
too.
not apply panties
because you know,
He
even
lives
when I
Angela.
remember when I was young and I go to the comic shop with my brother, because my brother is we're 10 years apart. He's 46, I'm 36, and I remember going in the comic book shops in the 90s. Like he would have he did some monster lines where it's like Frankenstein and all this, and it's just like I would just remember seeing a lot of blood, guts, and stuff to support. I'm like, these are toys. Like I couldn't believe it, you know. At the time, I'm like 6-year-old me is thinking, wait, these are toys? These are blood. And at the time, you know, I guess blood was in. I was a fan of Mortal Kombat and all this stuff, you know. And I'm just like, blood. I'm like, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't grow up in a soft age.
No, I think we got another backer here. If I missed it or not. Okay, 609. And hey, we got 610 and 611. We got 2 more backers. Gotta hit the cowbell. 610.
Oh, it's not the gauntlet anymore. Now it's a cowbell.
All right, I'll do the gauntlet too. We got the gauntlet here because
I've been watching stuff. Start.
And 611 right there. All right, it just sticks with that. Yeah, Vinny and Dave are saying you gotta bring cowbell out. You gotta bring cowbell, but then we're gonna do both from here on out. So we got
definitely gotta do the Infinity Gauntlet if it hits 616 backers. There we go.
Oh yeah,
main Marvel Universe 616. Definitely gotta bring it out. This is awesome, man. I love the fact that this is kind of what Adam was saying before. This is a defining moment of the community. Moments like this, celebrating each other's successes, it's really a defining moment for the community, and it just defines what a community is all about. Because, dude, I remember Shartimus Prime when he started his reviews, and it would just be a towel in the background, and he would complain about Hasbro Marvel Legends not putting toe joints to now making his toy line. I just remember Shartimus was the reason I was put on the map before anyone heard of me. He was shouting me out, hey, follow this guy on Instagram. He's got awesome photos. And then, I started reviews, and then next thing you know, I did a freaking, product shots for the Marvel Legends San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. Remember the Logan movie 2-pack?
Yep. Right.
The one with the bloody claws and Professor X?
Oh,
and I was like, I remember telling Shartimus, dude, I'm doing toy products for
we worked on that.
You did? Oh, then I was happy to shit for you too. I was like,
oh,
I just remember geeking out, telling Shart, dude, I got a freaking product shot offer to do this, and he was like, oh shit, dude, that's awesome. And I'm here celebrating with Shart on that, on his action figure line. I'm just so happy for every backer he gets and his success.
I know somebody else who had worked on that project with you, Manny. Somebody else who's waiting in the wings right over here. We have another guest joining us right here, straight from Rhode Island. We have Ryan Ting in the house. How's it going, Ryan?
Awesome.
Wow, that was a really cool opportunity, Manny. I wonder how you were able to you got selected to do those Logan Legends Comic-Con photo shoots.
Well, who else was it, man? It was you.
I wanna give Ryan his time to shine, and mostly I want to make sure that I don't say anything wrong. So I am gonna depart soon. But before I leave, I do Manny was just touching on toy community stuff, and because you do have a big audience, I just want to say it's beef in the toy community sucks. And it needs to go away.
Yeah.
And I think that Shart and Manny, you guys have both been to New York Toy Fair. So you were there in 2020, both of you. I don't know if you were there at this past one. I was. But when you're at New York Toy Fair, you get firsthand knowledge of how small the action figure portion of toys is.
Oh yeah.
Like there's
Yeah.
so you're at New York Toy Fair and action figures is just a sliver of what they have on display of what's going on, and it's like just something to remember in general that like when we talk about the toy community, it is a small place. Like it's like, yeah, we're adults buying action figures and we are a bigger presence when it comes to that, but we're still like just a sliver in the overall toy world. And like beef sucks and it should just go away and we should all just kind of work together and be nice to each other. So that's my little kumbaya. Ryan, I'm handing it off to you now because I'm gonna go drink some more and make some dinner.
All right, Adam. Hey, thanks so
Well
much
said.
for coming through, man.
Love you, Ryan.
All right. Hope to see you more soon, Adam. Hope you're not
Indeed.
hope it didn't scare you off here. But
You totally did, because now I'm like worried that I'm gonna say something wrong. I'm gonna unveil something that we've been working on or something. I did just submit some images for approvals yesterday, so we'll see.
can't wait.
Many sharp good times.
Thank
Good
you so
luck.
much, man.
I'll be watching.
I
All
really
right, man.
appreciate it, man. Thank
Later,
you so
guys.
much. All right, take
Later.
care. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks so much for coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry I was running a little late. We had a kid's birthday party. We had to pick the son up from and then get him all to bed. But I think everything is settled upstairs
man.
now.
Yeah, that's yeah, I'm looking at the time difference. Sounds about right. I think our kids aren't really too different in age. Well, I mean, I know I think your kids are a little bit older, but yeah, mine are 6 and 4. So I try to get
already.
Yeah, 6 and 4.
Where does time go, man?
I don't know, man.
I looked at my niece and nephew, and my nephew's like already 12. I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah,
I'm just getting older.
6-year-old, and she's like this long. It's like, what the hell? I'm like, stop growing. You're supposed to stay like this. But like, she's just like this kid, like these legs, huge, and she like talks like me and says things like me, and it's just kind of like really bizarre. Kind of thing, man. The parenthood stuff is pretty crazy, but yeah, the kids are all excited about Street Humans and stuff. So, you know, they're hoping that it gets back. My daughter totally understands everything that's happening. She's like, well, you know, Dad, if it's taken this long to get at 50%, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna make it.
Oh my God.
You got to explain to her the curve, how it's
Yeah,
at the beginning and the end.
yeah. Well, and congratulations to you, Ryan. You know, I mean that Giant Man HasLab, like it didn't have like a perfect gradient all the way through. You know what I mean? It had a definite big bump towards the end, and I know you guys put a lot of work and energy into that project, and it looked like to me that you guys were being very not self-conscious. You guys were being conscious about what the community had wanted from you for a HasLab, and I think that you guys were really considering all the feedback that you had gotten, and it looked like a solid offering. I was in on it right away, and I was stoked that it got back. I believed it was gonna get back from the beginning. I just thought there was just no way this is not gonna get back. So congratulations on that, man, because I know you guys worked hard on that one. It looked like you guys did, from my point of view anyway. And
yeah, we appreciate it, and you got to see it in New York amidst all the other things you had going on. Thanks for taking time to do an interview and come check it out. It certainly was one of the most stressful kind of things we've ever done, but in retrospect, it probably was going to be that way, just coming off of how the last one ended. And so I think a lot of people were just waiting to the very end a little bit because of that. But that's cool. You know, everyone's free to do what they want. And I'm just glad we got over 10,000. We got, we actually unlocked the first tier even. So a good number of folks will be getting an awesome Giant Man for their collections next year. And we really think people are going to be happy with supporting it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was a weird build up because it's just like first day, like spiked up and then
stayed there
to a halt. And then what was it? They revealed the white antennas, and then out of nowhere, it's like, okay, they gained like 500 to 600 more backers, and then like it was just like at the very last day, right? The day before, and then on the last day, just went whoop and funded, and yeah, that's different because you didn't have a project that funded on the like very last day.
No, Galactus was day 40 something out of 45, so it was a couple of days left, but then it just was, kept going. And I think something people don't realize is there's a lot of HasLabs going on a year, and we try to minimize the overlap. In some years, there was too much overlap between campaigns, and so if you just think about each campaign is about 45 days, you want to have several marketing milestones built along the way, including an in-person event so people can actually see it up close, right? So Star Wars did San Diego, so we couldn't do San Diego. We had to go after, and our in-person event ended up being timed to New York Comic-Con, which is in mid-October, which was towards the end of our campaign, not towards the beginning. So I also think that was a bit of an uphill battle as well, but we'll take whatever we can get, and that's just part of the learnings of it.
Yeah, and hopefully I get that same surge, but it's like I'm not Hasbro, I'm not Marvel. It's not like the same, people have mentioned that, but at the same time, I know these figures are going to attract Marvel Legends collectors probably before anybody else. So, like in the back of my head, I'm saying maybe there's going to be a final hour surge, maybe there's not, and I just keep going back and forth with that in my mind, but. I feel like where are we at right now? Do I have to hit the infinity? We got 611 backers. We're at 72.8, and we got two more. We're at 73. I got to hit the infinity gauntlet. There we go. Oh, there's 611, and then 612, and then 613. All right, there you go. Yeah. All right, one by one, we're knocking them all out here. So, I wanted to ask you, Ryan, and I asked Manny this same question earlier, but Street Humans, and I think that's one thing that kind of may confuse some people about it, is that the line's intended for the 1/12 scale collection to have some civilians round out the display. And then at the same time, we have these awesome alien heads. So we have that part of the Street Humans lore as well. Ryan, I'm curious, and thank you for backing the project, by the way. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a lot, man. But what part captures your eye more? Which side are you leaning more towards? Do you like the civilian aspect side of it more, or do you lean a little bit more towards the sci-fi alien head part of it more?
So that's what I think was interesting about your campaign, Russ, and just the whole value proposition. Because to your point, it is a 1/12 scale, these street level kind of human, on one half the human profiles and how you can army build and do that. Because if you just step back and think about it, these big toy companies, right, or any toy company who creates product in this space, like we love doing troop builders for Marvel Legends when in the Marvel universe. So those are going to be Marvelized characters. Where it becomes harder to do that is those civilian type characters, because you're working with a licensor, so you have to deal with the royalties, you have to deal with certain character selects, right? So it's harder to just put out a bunch of thug, goon type characters. And we've done some like alternate heads on some suit bodies and things from things like the Gamerverse 2-pack or some of the Spider-Man villains, but it's like it would be hard for us to do that. So therefore, for you to come in with your own IP, your own story, you're creating it, and then I think it's a cool way for fans to build out that part of their displays, because to do it on a licensed brand, it would likely honestly be more expensive, right? Just because there's more parties involved versus just an independent like you. So I think that's really cool for me for displaying options. I appreciate all of the story elements that you have putting in. I was watching back the toying around stream that you did, and you were going into some of the story beats, which sound very, very well thought out and very complicated. And I know that stuff's not easy. So for me, but I would probably do more of like the human profiles to go with some of those Spider-Mans and Daredevils and Luke Cages and what have you, to help build that out, because we don't really offer that unless you wanted to buy a bunch of, what is it, hood figures and take the hood off or things like that. We don't have a lot of civilian bodies that can be used in multiple ways. So I think that's really cool. And you were showing me the prototype in person, the fragile prototype, but I've seen some of the other videos too, and working with the other folks helping you out. I think your schemes are really well thought out and functional, from the shoulders to the swappable parts. That's something that some other companies I know do a little bit more. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, like the Jazzwares Ultimate series. I have one behind me. Like, they sell it with multiple legs, like one torso and multiple legs. You can have different kind of looks there. So that kind of element is something that's cool that we can't really do on our line, really. But that's just kind of optionality is pretty sweet.
Nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I was that's really cool to hear, because it's I initially created it for that purpose of having the extra civilians in there, and after putting pencil to paper, I was like, I gotta do more. Like, it's got to have more to it, and I seized the opportunity to try to tell a story and do something different. And from the beginning, I wanted to make a statement with the line too. I wanted all 4 different ethnicities that I have proposed on the Kickstarter. I wanted all 4 ethnicities to be available right away. Like, that was my initial goal, is to do it like that. But having to scale things back on a different go, we have it slimmed down to starting with just the 2. But yeah, did you have any? I don't know. Now I want to ask you if you have any questions, or is there anything that you would like to ask about Street Humans? I don't know. I think
I'm more interested in the journey aspect of it, and being a marketer and thinking through a lot of these crowdfunding beats, just the process of it. So I mean, a couple of questions I had for you were, I'm interested in things that you learned, things that were unexpected but interesting, that you learned about such things such as the toy design and manufacturing process, just about kind of yourself. And you've been in this toy game a long time, doing reviews and videos and all that, and coming to conventions and stuff, but this is kind of a new take. So what have you learned about yourself from this experience, however it turns out? What are you going to take, lessons you're going to take from here into kind of other areas of your life, in and out of toys? And then I think lastly, the third thing was, what's something that you've learned from just the toy community overall, and hopping on all these other people's streams and sending people advanced samples to review? And I think you got a good network of friends, but have you kind of learned anything about the toy community at large from all of this?
All right. Well, let me go one question at a time. That was, the last one. You're asking about what I learned about the community with it, or I felt like I personally didn't expect the line to get such a respectful welcome about it. Like, the reaction from the community actually has surprised me. I thought the community would be a lot more cynical towards what I was working on than they are. And I think after people seeing photos and stuff, they started to take it in and kind of accept it. And there's still maybe people, of course, there's going to still be people that are cynical, but overall, overwhelmingly, it's been positive. And in that part of it, it's actually been really refreshing, because I feel like there's been like some weird ups and downs with the community in the last couple of years. So kind of getting this, this cool feedback for the line, it's actually made me feel really, hopeful, like where things will go in the future. But I think the first part of your question was, what did I learn about the manufacturing part of it. Like what did I get? Well, see, I'm not on the. I haven't shipped out product yet, so I still feel like there's a lot for me to learn. Like I haven't completed the whole process, right? Like I feel like I haven't really been a toy maker until like I could ship out, you know, toys to everybody and get the product in people's hands. So I still feel like there's a lot for me to learn, but I have learned a lot in the time I've been working on the line. And to me, I thought my initial idea behind the process was kind of like, I got an idea. This is what I want it to do. This is what I want from it. I want it to look this certain kind of way. And if I hire you individuals that have the skills to work on it, you could take these ideas and just make them real, and then we'll be good to go. Just do what I ask, and then we're solid, and then that's it. That's as simple as it seems, right? Just draw it on some paper, write it out in an email, and then you'll get what you asked for, and you'll just be fine with that. Not like that at all. Not like that at all. It's so like use the music analogy. I love music, so I'll use the music analogy. I think at
616.
Six. Do we hit
616? Yep.
Oh, yay!
Marvel 616. That's all you got to bring out the gauntlet.
What's 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 13, 14. Is that extra fading sound? 15 and 16.
73,159.
And the cowbell for 616. We have to double up on that one because that's a good Marvel one. So there we go. This is a really loud cowbell. All right, so I always have to like drum on that thing a little bit extra. So it's like I think my mentality was kind of like, I'm the solo artist with the guitar and I'm going to play a song and sing it for you, and this is what it is. That it's definitely more like a full band. You know, you can't just tell guitar soloist, hey, guitar solo like this. Like the guitar soloist has to put himself in the guitar solo, right? You know, the drummer, you can't just tell the drummer, like, yeah, you could, but if you want a better outcome, let the drummer come up with his own drum fills for that particular part. They're going to express themselves. They're going to do it with taste. So it ended up being like a lot more of like a band kind of situation instead of a solo artist situation. And that was like, that was part of like the learning process, like, you know, between the two campaigns that I really learned a lot. And all the way through, like, to working with Vinny on the designs, with Brandon, taking notes from Dave. I mean, like everybody involved in it, like I learned how to like work with other people's ideas and take them in and, you know, kind of like taking the ideas that I felt were moving in the direction that I wanted everything to go, and maybe passing on the ideas while that felt like it wasn't moving things in that direction. You know what I mean? And that part of it was pretty humbling. So I really and it made me enjoy it more because I think you start seeing things coming out a little bit cooler, a little bit better than trying to like get every single detail just like super specific to the way not like every single little detail, not giving them room to make things work. That's basically what I mean. Is like you have to give them room to make these things happen. And same thing working with the model shop and the factory, right? Like we had changes made to the figure like at that stage as well. And we're working over Zoom calls and looking at how we're changing and adjusting the sculpt, making it happen where we have the ball joint at the bottom instead of just the flat peg. Originally it was just going to be a peg, and then we were able to move this and make it a ball joint instead to give us more flexibility at the waist. So, it's just been, I've kind of held on to that. And even during the course of this campaign, taken suggestions from people and just running with what I think is going to make this thing better. So, it's definitely been a humbling experience. And I've like learned to kind of put myself aside for the sake of the project in a bunch of different ways, getting into this. Yeah, and then another thing that I learned is that, like, you know, not every single thing that you want to have happen can happen. I mean, you have to like play this game of picking battles, you know, and I talked about this before, and it's crazy because things I already have the experience of coming off like I don't care about something when I've actually put a lot of energy and time into that thing that people assume that I don't care about. And that's such a weird thing to experience. Like, oh, you think I don't care about this particular aspect of my figure? Like, I've spent a lot of time on that. And this is where I've landed with it. Like,
that must be frustrating because, you know, when you and I review and we're like highly critical of something and we're like, oh, why didn't they do this or do that? And then like you're experiencing it right there, you know, behind the scenes. Oh, I can't do it because of this, and it's just like you kind of like gain a new perspective. I could just imagine how frustrating that'd be because you know, you and I, we have a picky eye for things. So if something doesn't come out right, we're just kind of like perfectionists. Like, come on, do it. Like, you know, like I would say, put the aesthetics on the free, you know, sculpt the aesthetics on the freaking Insomniac Spider-Man. Why didn't they do it? I don't know. All I can say is on my end, you know, I didn't work behind the scenes. And I just could imagine, like, if you were, you know, the guys working behind the scenes, if they couldn't do it and they really wanted to do it, but, you know, for whatever reason, budget or something, it must suck, you know, like not doing something that you really wanted. You want it to come out, you know, as accurate as possible or however you envision it, you know?
Yeah, it's just, it's picking your battles and looking at what you can afford to do and kind of accepting that, okay, as much as I want it to go this way or as much time I've spent in trying to make things work one way or another, it's like you have to keep your eye on the prize and see what's going to like actually make it, you know, function and do like, here's one thing is drop down hips. Like I originally really wanted to have drop down hips on the figure.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, getting into it, you know, back and forth with the factory and working on it, like it was like, look, got to trust us. We're going to give you a lot of range of movement, but we don't recommend. See, nobody's going to like really tell you can't do it. They're going to like sometimes, like depending on who you're working with, but for the most part, people don't like to tell other people like you can't do this. Like the information comes at you in a way where it's like, okay, we can do that, but you're going to lose this, you know, or this is going to get shifted around this way and you increase your risks here and there. So like having drop down hips was something that I wanted to have from the beginning. And as we're getting into it deeper about having this removable waist feature, it's like the idea of having those fragile pegs inside here while having enough room to make this work created a risk of having breakage so much to the point where I felt like we could still get a great range of movement without having it there, without having that risk of breakage. Because what's the big picture here? I don't want disappointed consumers. I don't want people opening up their figure, they're having a great time playing with it, they go to try to do a pop and swap, and then it's broken. Like I want that fun factor to be there, and I don't want to lose that. So maybe I could get, you know, a few more millimeters out of the leg joint, you know, even though that's like way above 90. Sure, maybe I could get some more range of movement with drop down hips on the figure, but is that worth the chances of having a lot more breaking going on when people are trying to, you know, use the swapping feature that the figure was meant to do? So making those kinds of choices is kind of eye-opening, and it kind of like, you know, it makes me understand how other manufacturers can have to make choices like that as well. But yeah, from my own experience, it's kind of frustrating because it's like, just because you don't see me doing it doesn't mean I didn't want it, you know, and that's the hard thing to kind of portray to people. It's like, you know, It's like when my kids want me to play with me and I have to go work on something, it's like, it's not that I don't want to play with you. It's just that I have to ship out these toys that I sold on Whatnot by this time. And, you know, it's just trying to prioritize your time as best as you can.
And did you wanted to start small? Like, did you think of like doing a female body, you know? Because I know like in your story, you have like Mother Uruba, whatever her name is.
Yeah, Mother Uruba, their deity. Yes.
yeah. So is that sort of like a buildup, or I don't know, like, did you wanted to do two bodies? Did you think about doing two bodies, or it was like male and female, or it was just like you just wanted to go for the one and go from there?
No, I wanted to have both. Like from the beginning, it's not even like, here's my sketchbook of this started as an actual sketchbook, but then it's turned into like my Street Humans books, because I'd stopped drawing it and like, oh, here's a drawing of Psylocke I did. It's not too bad.
My tattoo is better though.
Of course. I drew this. Your tattoo artist is going to be way better. Hell yeah. And you can see like I copied a Silver Surfer. So I have some, you know, artistic ability that's just not being utilized or exercised well. If I spent the time on it, I know I would be a lot better, just like anything else, right? But I just wanted to go back to like the page, like, so I have this page with all the Street Humans on it, and it's like 2 pages later, 3 pages later, 4 pages. It's not even that long after. Where is it? Ah, shit. So it's around the same time frame. I had the female, like I was drawing the female. So it's like, you know, several pages, but not that short afterwards, where I started like getting some sketches down for female figures. You can see she has an alien rhino head right there. So, oh, this is how that alien rhino head looks from the side too. Yeah, you can see that right there. And yeah, you can see it. And then these are like the female alien heads too, like a rabbit and and the mouse, and then there's the rhino one at the bottom. So these are like the concepts I had together for the female figures that I wanted to put together. These ones I actually added in here recently. These are like some other alien heads I hope to do. But it's been really fun drawing these and putting them together, because I'll draw the animal head and then just try to go nuts and get creative with it and just let myself get weird. And yeah, but see, like here, I took this advice from Todd McFarlane. He said, like, just spend a week drawing hands only. Just spend a week just drawing hands. I was like, oh man, that's hard.
That is hard.
Yeah, this is a bad Shartimus. I was like, maybe if I learned how to draw a Shartimus Prime, it'd be kind of cool to like sketch for people when I'm at toy shows and stuff like that. So, and then here's some other alien head designs that I really hope to incorporate in the future, like for a Gordo's Wave, you can see. So I'll draw an animal next to it and then, you know, base it off of that. So, you know, I really have a lot of room to grow the line with different versions, and female figures was definitely something I wanted to do from the beginning, but the tooling involved with that, it's just, it would be too much. It would either double the price of the funding goal or just have to be another Kickstarter altogether. So it's, yeah, it's pretty tricky. So it's you can't do them all. Same thing with having all the characters available right away. That's like something that I felt like Ryan, Dan, and Dwight for a minute, because like getting asked about like, oh, why not just have all of them out there at once? It's like, oh, I can't afford to put them all out there at once. But like, you know, I'm luckily it's just me, so I can't like, don't have to worry about blame shifting or anything. There's no one at fault or anything like that. Like, you know, Ryan and Dan and Dwight, like I would assume it's not acceptable to kind of throw people under the bus when you're interviewing YouTubers and stuff, to be like, well, no, man, yeah, I wanted to do it, but you know, Jeff working in office such and such said no. Like, I'm sure you can't, like, if that ever happens, like, I can't imagine that ever being an okay thing to do for a big company.
In general, it is much easier to be a spectator or a critic than actually doing something yourself. Not to say that thoughtful critique isn't work, because there is a lot that goes into it to come up with a list of observations or points and relay those. But unless you've really unless you've really experienced something firsthand, at least some of those observations are going to be based on just your opinion versus actual knowledge and experience, which is okay. Not to say that that's invalid, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of such and such was so obvious, right? I think Manny was joking about how when people do figure reviews, it's like, oh, they should have absolutely done this or that or the other thing. And sometimes, not to say that mistakes are never made, and certainly there have been things that might have fallen through the cracks, but I would say most of the time, just due to the number of people that work on most of these lines that we all collect, something was considered, but not executed. To your point about it's a trade-off, and there are different battles. And if you have to do this, then maybe you can't do that thing on the other hand, right? But I think it's cool to hear you talk about the collaborative nature of this journey and dealing with your line here, because I think your videos are probably pretty much just your creative, like you just do whatever you want and you found your approach to things and your voice, and it's been successful for you. But then taking this Street Humans line where you have certain ideas, but then to your point, the band analogy, other people kind of taking the direction and then adding their own personal spin on it and making it better in the end. I think that must be a shift in the way you normally do the Shartimus Prime type content. Is that right? Do you think?
That's actually very accurate, because on the last collector documentary, the last two collector documentaries, those two before, I remember having a rough time working on it with my wife, because I asked her to be my cinematographer. I was like, look, I'm rushing around doing this. She just started by and by the way, Charlita One has an excellent artistic eye. She's awesome at photography. She dabbles in painting, and she has this thing called synesthesia. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but there are some people that see sound. So when she hears music, she can see colors and shapes moving. So I asked her to do this and so when I put jazz music on, she really trips off of it, because she sees all kinds of stuff when I put on jazz. So I asked her, I was like, hey, okay, this is one of my favorite tunes. It's called Moanin'. You got to hear this song and then start drawing and work on it. And it's just amazing stuff. Anyway, she has a really good eye, and she had noticed, like, oh, your lighting isn't consistent with your shot. You got to do this and that. And I was like, well, shit, like, how about you become the cinematographer? And during that process, I remember having a hard time just letting her do her thing, because you have to let people do their thing. So it's like, I remember it just being really weird. Like, okay, I gotta step off and just, let you do the stuff and just take a minute, shut up, let her get the lighting, and then she'll set it all up. And she's like, okay, now you can do your shot. I'm like, wow, that's weird. So aside from that experience, yeah, I haven't really had a whole lot of other creative input in the work that I've been doing, outside the band stuff, right? Aside from, music. So yeah, that was definitely a shift for me to kind of like get to make it like a new normal thing for me to step aside and just let it happen. Like Brandon's sculpted work on Alago, like it really went to another level here, you know what I mean? And I thought that was just, I thought it was fantastic. So
it's a lot of details.
Yeah,
stands out.
So many more details than like what we had in the artwork that went out to him. Now I'm thinking the eye thing may have switched from TiStar.
Why does it look like the Brood?
Kind of, yeah.
Right, it reminds me of the Brood.
A little bit. I have my Brood Queen. Yeah, oh yeah, with the red in the eyes. I initially wanted a little bit more of like a translucent red kind of like it was a red lens,
Yeah.
more than like straight up red over it. So that may change to look a little bit more like a red lens. But people are liking this head sculpt so much, I'm kind of scared to make a change like that on there. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it is. And then look at Alpha Proto. Drummers do set the beat. Yeah, it is. Like, well, it is like part of like the nature of the instrument is like, yeah, you kind of have to play, the bully a little bit because you're the one, forcing the time on and everything. So yeah, it can get like that. All right, I just wanted to make sure. I had hit up Lars Fredrickson from Rancid to see if he'd be down to come on the stream. So I got a maybe from him because he has an eBay shop and he's selling collectibles and stuff like that. So I thought it'd be a cool cross promotional kind of thing, but it may not happen. I mean, that's a huge band. It's kind of a stretch. I don't know how big the rap artists are that Unparalleled Universe talks to because I don't listen to any of that. Like I don't know anything about, and I feel bad because I think one of them used some of my sound clips in their songs. I think Scarface. I think Scarface used. Manny, do you know who that is? I don't know. I know Ryan's more into rock and punk music than anything, so I don't expect Ryan to know. But I don't know if you're familiar with Scarface or yeah, like I think he's like I forgot who Unparalleled Universe, like he knows some rap artists and stuff like that he gets to talk to. I don't know how.
Ghostface, maybe.
I think Ghostface
Killer, something like that.
Wait, no, that guy's from Wu-Tang though, right?
It is from Wu-Tang.
Yeah,
Scarface. I'm trying to remember. I don't know.
I think Ghostface is huge, like from Wu-Tang. But then I thought there was another, but it may be him. I thought it was, and then not MF Doom because he passed away, but I don't know. There's somebody else that I think he knows. If anybody in the chat knows, hey, we got Toying Around in the house. Hey, what's up, Kevin? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Speaking of Wade, we should talk about one of his favorite topics is Blink 182.
Oh,
what's your favorite song off the new album?
I haven't
heard the whole thing.
I have not. No, I have not heard the whole album at all. I didn't know that the whole album. Yeah, I should have known that the whole thing was out, but I haven't heard the whole album yet. No, I've only heard like the first couple of songs that they put out there. But
yeah, maybe next week when you have some more time and you can relax a little bit.
Yeah. After the Kickstarter, I'll be able to I haven't really chilled and listened.
Pharoah Monch.
Pharoah Monch. Yeah, so I don't know how big Pharoah Monch is in comparison to a band like Rancid. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how they compare because Rancid was especially in the 90s like exceptionally big, but I feel like they've just consistently been putting out music this whole time. But yeah, what did you think of the album, Ryan? I kind of want to know what you think about it. Maybe where would you say? Do you love it? Did it fall short? Does it have a little bit of that Goldfinger sound in it still? Because I kind of wish that was a little bit less. I don't know.
At first, no, because John Feldman didn't produce this album. He did the Skiba albums. So I think Travis actually produced this one.
What? Travis Barker?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if he was the only producer on it, but he definitely did produce it.
No way.
I like the album. I like the album a lot. And at first I thought it was that I was just so happy that they were back together and putting out stuff because the Skiba stuff was interesting, but it wasn't really the original formula, as it were. So it was fine. Right. But now I find, as I keep listening to it, I find myself just liking the songs on their own more so. So kind of putting aside the fact that we know that they broke up and it's been so long and we thought they'd never get back together, and here they are, just putting that aside and enjoying the songs for what they are. I'm liking them a lot more, and there's a good variety. I think there's some tracks that have some of the tracks, like the first single that came out, Edging, didn't have a lot of crazy drums. I feel like the drums were pretty standard for Travis, but then some of these other songs are just, I think, a lot more complex, and so maybe you'll appreciate that aspect of it. Some of the faster ones.
Nice.
But yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. And
Travis
I think
Barker's producing now. Oh my god, man's
Yeah, well,
busy
he-
because he was drumming for I think MGK and then I think also Avril Lavigne, if I'm
yeah,
not
he
mistaken.
does a lot. He does a lot of stuff. Not just
Wow.
in his genre even.
Yeah.
But I'm loving it, and they're going on tour again next year. In 2024, they're doing baseball stadiums now. So I was talking to like Kyle from Super 7. Kyle's going to see them at Petco Park in San Diego.
Nice,
I got
man.
tickets to the Citi Field show in New York. So that one's actually easier for me to get to than Fenway Park because they also are playing in Boston. But the timing is it's like on a Wednesday or something, so that's harder to get to for me. Whereas the Citi Field show is on a Sunday, I believe, so I can get to New York and then just get to that show from where the family is. So it's awesome.
You're only doing one this time?
I'm only doing one. Yeah. This past year we did 2 shows in 3 days. We did because they were playing in like Madison Square Garden and the TD Garden, which are the basketball and hockey arenas. So yeah, it was, and the timing worked out better. But they're just touring so much now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's like they just like I only feel like I just saw them like a couple months ago. It really was only a couple months ago. So yeah, they're touring again. That's awesome. God, I got to pick up the new album and give it a listen as soon as I can. Because the 2 tracks that I heard already, I really like them, and I definitely want to hear more. Especially if you're telling me that Travis is stepping up a little bit on some of those drum parts. I love Travis's playing, man. He's like a like, speaking of Rancid, the lead singer from Rancid did he had a project with Travis, and I remember I met Tim the second time I actually got to meet Tim was at San Diego, and we were talking about, I think he was talking about them recording, and because he asked me if I played. Yeah, that's right. If I played an instrument or something, I'm like, oh yeah, I play drums, man. And like, I'm like, yeah, and Brendan's a great drummer, man. And he's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, I really like Travis Barker though. He's like, I used to play with him in a band once, right? I'm like, Transplants, of course, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's like, yeah, but Travis Barker, yeah, Travis is a really good drummer. I was like, oh damn, man. It's like, that's crazy. Like, and I don't know, just hearing him talk about him like that, just putting him in such high regard, like, yeah, that's very cool. Thank you. Thanks so much, Obi-Wan. Cool that Mr. Ting is supporting. I wonder what advice he'd have to those who are trying to get kickstarted. Is there anything you'd do differently? Whoa, that's, if you can't answer that, Ryan, that would be cool.
Yeah. So, but again, my experience is on a different end of the spectrum than you or Wade or any of these other guys who are doing their own projects, because I am on a team, on a greater team, right? And so there is both less control and also less responsibility, or I guess, or personal vested stake in it, right? So I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable like giving advice to you or anyone else who's trying to do their own thing, because I can give advice for other people on big companies working in crowd funds, because we kind of face similar type restrictions and different things we need to prioritize. So yeah, I wouldn't want to get all presumptuous on that and know that I have things figured out, because as we saw with the Giant Man campaign, things both worked and didn't work at the same time in the ways that we expected. But I think a greater point I wanted to make was, and something I am fully aware of for all those lovely content creators out there, but I recognize that for a Hasbro, a Mattel, these big type companies that are doing these things, the nature of a crowdfund is not a consumer benefit, right? Ideally, all of these huge $100 vehicles and mega ships that everyone's are doing, yeah, ideally I could buy it and just like Amazon Prime, it'd ship to me tomorrow, right? I put down my $200, $300, $400, $500 and I get the thing to me the next day and I enjoy it and all that's great. The fact that I get to be one of 10 or more thousand people to fund a project that is then goes through a year of development and then gets like I know that no one wants to do that, right? The reason why it has to be like that is because it is a way to mitigate risk. And for a lot of the videos, of my own doing, I watched a lot of Giant Man reactions. So now I get these YouTube algorithm suggestions for these channels that I've never heard of. And it seems like no one has ever heard of, honestly, either. But they're telling me everything that, everyone did wrong with Giant Man. And it's like, at any rate, it is not.
They know better. They
know.
know better.
This channel with 47 subscribers and 3 videos clearly has it all figured out, and I should have asked them what to do about it. No, but I think what I meant to say was, when it's an individual putting their work in a crowdfund campaign, then when we all back it and when it succeeds, not only are we doing it because we think it's a cool product, a cool idea, but actually we are now doing it because we liked watching someone's content, or we want them to succeed. Like we want, right? We are supporting this project and this person. My good friend of Marvel Legends, David Nakayama, awesome comic book artist. He did I saw on Twitter, he was doing a Kickstarter for some book of his Marvel art. And I was like, yeah, like David's awesome. Like I'm appreciative to him. I've enjoyed working with him. His project funded in like a day. So no, did he need my one backer thing? No, but I wanted to do that because he's a cool guy and I appreciate him. Right. And so just like with these things, when it's these individuals, it is you guys kind of, leveraging your own brand and your own audience over the years. And these people both want they both want the product, right? Because it's a cool product and they could work in your collections, but they also have this like personal, whether you know them or not, or like, right. Or they've just been a viewer of yours from afar for many years. I think they want to back your project because they want to see you personally succeed and they see the effort you're putting into it. And that's completely different than when a big company does it, because that's not one person, that's a big company and they're doing it for different reasons. So kind of like a thought jumble there, but just like I backed the Odious project and I backed Street Humans, and if there's any other kind of folks who are in the toy community and who I've dealt with over the years for Legends, like I'll take a real close look at the campaigns, and if I back it, it's because of those two things. It's because of the product, but it's also the people behind it. Whereas people backing a Giant Man or a Galactus, like they're doing it 100, and they should be doing it 100% for the product, right? Because they're not going to do it because they love me, Dwight, or Dan, and right? Like that doesn't make sense. But it's different for when people like you guys do it. So that's why I hope it works out. And you've got a couple hours here. Are you really broadcasting for 15 hours? Did I see that?
Yeah. We have till 1 a.m. Yeah, because it has 6 hours to go.
That's dedication, man.
Yeah, we're still at 6-1. Oh wait, whoa, we got a whole bunch more. We're at I'm gonna have to do the bell for these because that was 6:16. So 6:17, 6:18, 6:19, 6:20, 6:21, 6:22, and then 6:23 gets the glove. Infinity Gauntlet. 6:23. All right, the power. Right on. Thank you. Somebody brought up a point that we got a super chat from Frecky as well. Thank you. I wanted to address a couple of questions right here. Hey, Shartimus, how do I get an Eon and a Lago 2-pack with plain colored pants? Solid. Well, the variants are available. So you can get solid black, solid blue pants. Those options are there. If that's the question, if that answers your question. And then some F90s guy says the subscriber count shouldn't determine the knowledge offered, though. That just signifies the time/money they have spent on YouTube. It's either good feedback or not. And I think a part of what Ryan's kind of referring to with that, though, is like and to an extent, I agree. Like if you have somebody who's worked in the toy industry for many years and then they just start a YouTube channel, like, of course, the value of their perspectives is going to be, like if you have somebody who's been working on toys for 20 years and they just start a YouTube channel and they have 3 subscribers, like I still think that the knowledge behind that is going to be more valuable than my knowledge of having just my first Kickstarter right now, even though I have 600,000 subscribers, right? Like, I totally get that. But
well, if everyone, if those people I was talking about were 20-year toy industry veterans and who just started a YouTube channel with 0 subscribers, then yeah, sure, like that would be good feedback. But it's kind of clear when certain channels just pop up out of nowhere with super scalding hot takes right off the bat, right? Like, then I take that with a grain of salt, and I feel like other people should too. It's just like when I go and, I follow NBA very closely, right? And so who do I, when I watch video breakdowns or listen to podcasts, it's like I listen to broadcasters who have been doing it for a long time, and either they've been broadcasting for a long time, or they were former players or coaches or writers or what have you, and you listen to that. But it's like, in the YouTube algorithm too, I get these videos of these, it's like everyone can have an opinion, but not everyone's an expert. I think that's the world we live in, and that's just all I was kind of
You probably got some of mine. I have unpopular opinions.
Yeah. Well, I honestly think, we live in this age now where all of us could throw our opinions out there. We all have the ability to let them know what we think. When did we all start thinking that all opinions are created equal? Because they're not. I don't like, if I play a drum beat and I have you two listen to that drum beat compared to 2 accomplished musicians hearing that drum beat, I'm going to take those criticisms. I'm going to weigh those criticisms differently. If you guys, neither of you have ever picked up an instrument before in your life, that's going to mean something to me because it's art, right? Like if you say something like, "Man,
my opinion won't be factual. I never touched a drum in my life, so my opinion wouldn't be factual."
But there's still value there, right? Like, it's hard for me to dance to this, Russ.
Mm-hmm.
Like that will carry weight and that'll mean something to me. But chances are the constructive criticism I get from an accomplished musician is going to be like, your chord note triplets are rushing a little bit. You may want to lay off the volume on your kick drum. They're going to have a lot more of a knowledgeable take on what they're talking about compared to somebody who hasn't actually done it. And I think this whole notion of all of us have equal opinions is just wrong because we don't all have equal experiences. So with your experiences comes knowledge. And I think a lot of the time we kind of disregard experience on the internet.
Because I could touch a drum, I could bang it, I could say, "Hey, I don't like how this feels." Just like I could touch a figure and say, "Hey, I don't like how this feels." That's genuine. By the way, Empress Laundry reveal.
Oh yeah,
nice job, Ryan.
Is that the new one?
The real one? No, it's just a kit.
Is that the new one?
No.
Oh, so it's not this. This is the new one. Oh, but I can't. I can't show it anymore.
Hey!
Yeah, I know. I got the kit bash. I got to do for now because you didn't do the full body before, so I got to work with what I got. So,
just flex the new Marvel Legend right there.
That oh man, I'm so excited for that.
How do you stay stone face? How do you do that and just stay stone face, Ryan? Like, how do you?
Yeah, she's just sitting here. What was I going to say? On the topic of
the experience, the value.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Like everyone is certainly entitled to their opinion, and to them, that's the only opinion that should matter, right? But this is something that I'm trying to like go through with having kids, and kids, this, like they'll just argue amongst each other about things where clearly it's the most ridiculous stuff. But a lot, I try to tell my son where at the end of the day, like for a lot of life, it's agree to disagree, right? Because everyone can sort of, for an opinion, say this is my opinion, that's my opinion, but it might be impossible to change someone's, what they think about something, right? And that's okay. Like no one needs to feel the same way about everything. But then once you get into the technical kind of things about it, where it becomes a little less subjective, then I think people start
can go beyond the bounds, right? So if you're a trained drummer, I've never played a drum in my life. You could play something very technical and I could be like, oh, I just don't like it. And they'll be like, oh, well, it actually is, on time. It's whatever. It's very clean. It's very technical. And I could just be like, yeah, I just don't really like it. And then you'd be like, all right, well, hey, agree to disagree. And I'll be like, yeah, I'll like what I like. Thank you very much. But then if I then said, well, I didn't like it because they were doing all this stuff wrong. And you'd be like, do you play drums? And I would say no. And be like, oh, well, let me explain to you why that actually was correct. And it's like, so once I take it to that next level of the details, and then it's evident that I have no idea what I'm talking about. So that's the thing of the internet culture that I need to constantly remind myself of, and not go crazy, because everyone's entitled to their opinion. But then when you start saying, and well, if X, Y, and Z was done, then clearly another result would have clearly happened. It's like, based on what? Based on what, friend? Like, based on your opinion again? Okay, cool.
Everyone's turned into a guitar player singing drum fills. There's this thing that drummers hate. We absolutely hate it when guitar players that don't play drums, sometimes guitar players do play drums, but it's any other drummers out there that are hearing this, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's a cool fill. But like, what if you did something else that was more like boom shakash, godash, godash, kababash, kabash, kabash. Bro, like, what the f- did you just sing to me? Like, that is crossing that line, and they're not very educated in the way that they're going about. Like, they don't know what they're talking about. They have like an idea of what they want, but they straight up just don't know what they're talking about. Now, I add that element of guitar players that play drums because some of them know exactly what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, they'll say, yeah, make sure you hit the kick and crash on beat 1. And when you get to the end of 3, try hitting that crash again. That's very different. That's an educated shot at kind of explaining the situation. They know. But for the most part, what it sounds like is a lot of that guitar player bullshit noise, like thinking that you're giving a valid suggestion, but it's just a bunch of garbage. It doesn't make any sense in the reality. Now they're asking me to hit the tom with the crash in this weird way that makes my arms go like this, and it just doesn't make sense to make it land in time with the rest of the song. Like, yeah, I guess conceptually that could work, but from back here being behind the kit, it doesn't make sense. So I think that's what it's kind of sounding like, is like we've all, a lot of people have turned into the guitar player singing a drum fill. Is that a fair analogy? Does that make sense to you, Ryan? I mean, as somebody who's not a drummer, but
yeah, I think so. I think so. I have a lot of admiration for drummers. I would love to learn one day, but I know that I would not have the time or attention span to really focus in on that.
I'll teach you some. I'll teach you some drumming right now. Here's a drum lesson for everybody. If you could do this one thing, it's a really good start. You have your right hand. If you're right-handed, use your right hand. If you're left-hand, use your left hand. But if you could slap your right knee once and then slap both knees together, and then right leg once and both knees together, if you could do that steady, that's called a 2-beat. Just start there. Anybody who's interested in learning drums, right hand on the leg, both hands together. Right hand on the leg, both hands together. Go back and forth like that. See how far you can go and keep it steady.
Is that lesson 1 when you give lessons? Is that the first one?
No. It's way different than that. Yeah, no. Lesson 1 is right, left, right, left. We don't even use the feet at the very, very big. Or I mean, I'll stick with rudiments because I have a sheet of everything written out, and I want them to read music. So I teach notation. I want people to read. So, because that's how I communicate, is through reading music. So I'll teach what the notes mean, and then I'll have a piece of paper of all these different rudiments, All right, we're losing viewers as I talk about details of drumming. That's not what they're here for. They're here for street humans. By the way, thank you, Frecky. $4.99. Ryan, will your street humans get displayed with your angry Marvel Legends collector figure? So once you get your street humans in, where are they going to go on the shelf?
Yeah, I don't know. Should they be fighting the angry Marvel Legends collector? I could put one of them on the Sky Cycle, Russ, if you'd like to have that.
Oh, that would be cool.
The Sky Cycle that was rumored to come out many years in advance before it actually came out. Little type of things. No, but I was for when we do official diorama shots and pose shots, we have to put on that Marvel hat, right? Where it's like you have your heroes and you want to present your heroes in the best light at all times, which we take into account. But I was just thinking it would be fun to have a giant man fighting a whole bunch of street humans, blend the streams a little bit. And kind of like we did with the Ultrons, we had Giant Man fighting all of the Ultrons. And so I wonder if he would fare the same against several, what is it, like baseball bat wielding street humans or the other types of weapons that they have. Yeah.
But you've been doing a really good job with your civilians in the line, because I remember you had the Defenders, Luke Cage and Jessica Jones in like the Marvel Knights Netflix series. Then you released the the Comic-Con exclusive, right, where they're on the train. You gave them like alternate colors, and then you dove in more in. You give us Stan Lee, you give us Aunt May, and I'm just looking at all the options we have for civilians. Even Pepper Potts. There's a lot of like pop and swapping I could do with Gwen Stacy, Moira McTaggart. Like Mary Jane. I could easily put them out of outfit for Moira McTaggart. So it's you're making it very versatile, and I think that's really cool, because obviously, Ryan, like me, you're a huge fan of the X-Men animated series. Like the possibility of trying to get like X-Men's in their like civilian outfits, it's almost possible, because you can have some shared parts. Like maybe a Mary Jane, Jean Grey and Rogue, maybe they can have some swappable parts, kind of like how you did with Moira McTaggart. But like before, I didn't see it happening, but now the more civilians you pump out, I'm like, oh man, you know what? This is becoming more and more likely that like it just becomes more possible, and becomes more exciting too, like just to get more civilians in the line. So it's really cool to see if you can get more of those civilians out there.
Yeah, I think we try. It's the less toyetic something is, I think the harder a sell it is for the casual fan purchase, right? Whereas super fans like us who remember, right, all of the civilian costumes that the X-Men wore in that first episode where the Sentinels were attacking the mall, like, we can picture all of those, but to just put that out and sell that as a civilian Rogue would probably be a bit of a stretch. So we do where we can, and that's where I think the street humans, just with how the tank top that they're wearing, can't, there's no cheats for skin color, right? The way certain like things we did with the Hydra female troopers and the Shield female troopers most recently, where even the neck is covered with sort of a tactical suit. So to change it to a different head, you don't have to worry about uncovered hands. There's no other exposed skin. Like so once you start getting into characters that isn't just a head swap, you have to start thinking about, what parts of the arms are showing, and then it doesn't quite line up. So that's why,
which is why it was beneficial.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I need to use a bathroom break really fast. I'll be right back.
No bathrooms. 15-hour stream.
15 hours, no bathroom.
Stop showing off your ass, bro.
I'll be right back.
But like, just to dovetail off what you said, I like what you're doing with the you just did it with the Scroll and Talos, right? Where he has the human, the head and the neck is all one piece together. That's perfect, because you don't have to worry about skin tone. You can't swap Storm with Jubilee, let's say, because they're different ethnicities. So that I'm like, that works, because it makes me think like, I wish you guys did this for Mr. Negative.
Yeah,
because that would have worked with the 2-pack, because the other Inner Demon could have had a black suit, and you can have a Martin Lee head that's powered down, and you don't have to worry about a translucent negative effect. And that's the cool thing, because I'm a huge Mr. Negative is like one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, and like I'm like, oh man, that would be so important because like this is a man who's proud of his Chinese culture and heritage. That's his good side. So the power down representation is like so important, you know, where his powered up side, that's like his negative side, that's his bad side. So oh man, if you guys could like think of revisiting that, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think it's an incremental improvement over the years where that Talos figure from Secret Invasion did have that, and that allowed us to do the Skrull and human versions because you had that neck. And I think it's a little bit of a sacrifice in articulation because you can still get the rotation but less of the up and down. And so probably in an ideal world, right, it's a swappable neck piece and a swappable head piece, but then that doubles up the piece count. So there's more pieces that need to get made and more tooling and probably more labor when you think about the manufacturing of it all. So then it starts to add up and it begins one of those like choices of you got to pick kind of one or the other. But yeah, so I'm glad that you were digging that, and that's something that we can, I think, continue to look at. The Tombstone figure is actually like that too. I think I'm noticing that the teams are doing that for guys wearing male characters wearing suits or things with collars. Yeah, like shirts.
It works best with suits. Yeah,
really so does. I have the Tombstone figure here, and even though his neck is all of the same color, it actually is a nicer profile when there isn't a cut there, right? When it's a head just plugged on, because then sometimes you get some weird underhang or you get something in the back that doesn't quite look right. So yeah, it's a trade-off, and I think it works well on this guy.
Yeah, that's what I liked. When I saw that Tombstone, I'm like, oh, it's got that. I'm just gonna call it the seamless head neck, you know, just for now. I don't know what you guys the technical term for it, but when I saw that, I was like, oh man, like the possibility of the suits. That's actually where I got the idea when I saw Tombstone the suit. Oh, Mr. Negative, you know, he needs to show his good side. And I know you guys are diving into a lot of like different ethnicities and all that stuff, and you know, the different representations, doing like Hispanic heroes and Asian heroes and all that stuff. Yeah, it's awesome. That's why I'm like, oh, I could totally see this happening. Sorry, Shart. So just to fill you in, we were just talking about like what they're doing now at Hasbro, doing the seamless head and neck, doing where you're able to swap out the different parts, like the Talos and the Skrull. You got the human head and the Skrull head, and you know how it's not a separate piece at the neck.
I gotta open those still. I actually have that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about like a different colored flesh tone. So that's why I was just telling Ryan, like, it'd be great if you guys could revisit that Mr. Negative, where he can have the powered down head and the you know, and a powered up head. You know what I mean? Because you couldn't do that with the Gamerverse. It was the headpiece. It was just separate. He didn't have a swappable head, but you know, the 2-pack was with an inner demon and had a black suit. So you know, an extra powered down Martin Lee head, it wouldn't work. You know, to put, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because if it's a traditional neck joint with the ball on top, you can't have it both skin colored and whatever powered up, right? It would need to be a completely different figure. Whereas if it was a swappable part, it could be just the same body but then different pieces. So these are all types of things to consider here.
Yeah, that's been one of the more recent moves, and I've actually considered doing something similar with the neck joint on the Street Humans. I've had, you know, like we have it as a ball joint with the disc hinge right over here, and it's definitely been like the more contemporary thing lately, you know, or the more trendier thing to do is to get the neck moving right here. So we're actually even considering doing that with these figures while we have some time, you know? So that's one thing I definitely want to look at. It's just like, it just depends on the details and how everything will work with the factory. So That would be pretty interesting to make that happen so that we could have both swappable options, make it working with other lines, because not just Marvel Legends is doing that, but the GI Joe classified figures have the neck joint right there. So God, but it's so much harder to remove this piece right here than it is with this one, right? But
Yeah.
but I'm hoping to make that happen so that they're as compatible as possible with as many lines as possible.
I would love that double ball neck peg on like a Spider-Man figure, because I'm not a fan of the gap on the back of the neck where it just looks up. So I'm just thinking, ooh, Spider-Man, if he could just really like tilt his head far off to the side, it would just make for that awesome dynamic posing that you want to capture with Spider-Man.
I thought I saw something here. I want Gauntlet action right now when I back, so I'll get the variant 2-pack. All right. And we do have some more backers, by the way. I think we got 3 more backers, so I'll do cowbell for 2, and then so that's 624, 625, and then 626 gets the Infinity Gauntlet right over here. Whoa. All right. Oh, that's a lot of power right there. Thanks, you guys. You've probably heard this sound more than anybody, Ryan, right? Or whoever's worked on that Infinity Gauntlet's probably heard it like a million times already.
Yeah, sometimes we'll load batteries up in a sample at the office to use for some reason, and then I'll just be carrying it around and I'll bump one of the fingers by accident from like the outside, and then it starts going off and you're like in a meeting and it's like, shut up.
Yeah. Yeah. 627. That's happened to be so many. Oh, there you go. 627 just happened right there as you're talking. We're at 74,000. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of curious because we talked about this just like a little bit, like with Adam, and from somebody who's never really worked in the toy industry. This is like really my first legitimate attempt at this. Like $72,000 thrown towards a campaign sounds like a lot of money to me, but like I don't know, and I don't know if you're able to say, but like from your perspective, Ryan, on that, does that seem like a substantial amount of money getting pledged towards a project, or is that still like peanuts? Like, from not to try to intentionally set you up to be like negative towards the line or anything like that, but realistically, I mean, does that still look impressive, like from your point of view as somebody who's worked in like, not trying to compare it to Hasbro, I'm just saying, like, comparing it to other campaigns or anything, I guess. I don't know.
I think it's your minimum amount here, I'm looking at it at 120,000, right? Needed to fund at the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
That's a certain amount of money, but then I think it's harder to get. You need to move more units when your price is lower. Your price is pretty low at I think $28 for the entry versus some other projects that start at 50, 60 or have multiple kind of packages and types of things that people are spending over $100 at a time. So that's just it's a harder. I feel bad for you because it's a tougher job to push that many more units of a lower price thing. That's why when we have meetings at work, when it's like, oh, we have this great idea for this new whatever it is, and it's going to be $5 or it's going to be $10, it's like, because right, you want to target a different consumer or have a different kind of value offering, but then it's like, well, then how much? Then we're going to need to sell that many more to make what we would typically make on a regular $25 Marvel Legends figure. So it's all just the math of it. So yeah, I think any amount of support garnered is impressive these days, and I wouldn't put anyone down because I haven't put my own name on my own crowdfund, and then probably don't plan on it. I couldn't even imagine how tough that is to do without the support of all these other people that we have in the office here.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's like one reason I'm saying is that if we end up having to go a different route, it's not going to be the price point that I'm offering now. It can't, because we would have to go in a direction where other people are going to get involved, or it may not just be me anymore. If it's not just me anymore, as soon as you start bringing in more people into the mix, that's going to change the budget. That's going to change the price point on the figure for sure. Also, it's going to, if we're going to have to adjust the order quantity, that's going to have a big change on the price that we have right now. So I really want it to get back at this lower price. And I knew it was going to be an uphill battle because I'm like, damn, $28 a figure. That's really not a lot per backer, right? So getting thank you so much, Home Dude. And getting to the finish line with that lower price, I have to ask people to pick up more than one, try to get 2, you try to get 4, try to get 20. You know what I mean? It's like, it's got to be one of those where we're pushing for the army building aspect of it. But I really wanted to get the price as low as I possibly could to make sure that people got the idea in their head that these are intended to be army builders. And I felt like if I went like, $35, $40, $50 per figure, it kind of would knock out that chance of getting the figures used what I had them intended to be used for, So yeah, it's kind of a tricky thing to balance, right? Do you know, Manny? Do you know?
Hey, listen, man. All I can say is I'm looking into starting my own action figure line. So one day I will learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The ins and outs, and just like you, I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have that perspective of like, oh man, Russ, remember when we said, oh wait, Hasbro didn't do this or that?
Yeah.
And we didn't know everything, all the ins and outs. And I'm just going to be like, damn, I feel like an ass now. But
yeah, there's definitely
part of learning, man.
Yeah, there's definitely some of those moments that I've come across. And it's like, there's been multiple humbling experiences, working.
Yeah.
But it's it's a trip doing it. And yeah, so I don't want to tie you guys up forever. I actually have another guest that we could bring in, so maybe we could transition in another YouTuber in here if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I can. I don't need to overstay the welcome here either, Russ. If you want to move on, but I just wanted to wish you the best and thank you for all the years of just content creation in general, and I hope it works out for you, man. And just big props to anyone, and I have a lot of respect for you guys who do this and put yourselves out there, because I know a small fraction of that with what I've done, but it's got to be a lot harder. I know it is. So best of luck to you, and hope to see you guys around the cons and such. Yeah, and we're always watching. That YouTube algorithm likes to get me, so I definitely see all of your suggested on my new videos out today little window there.
Yeah, I try to. I try to keep it positive as much as possible. And there's when I'm on YouTube and watching content, but I really appreciate the support, Ryan. It really means a lot, and especially with us having campaigns going at the same time and everything, it's like also having the support while you guys are having your own crowdfunding going on. I thought it was really cool of you guys, and shout out to Dan as well. Really grateful for his support. He's been very vocal about his support for the project, and like I said, like he hasn't just been supportive for the project with the cameras on. Like he's actually even been more verbally supportive with the cameras off. So he's just been genuinely kind about it and supportive. So I really appreciate that from both of you guys, and thank you very much. It really means a lot, man. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you next time, and thanks for taking the time out on your Saturday to come on through and hang out for a while, man.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Appreciate it. All right.
Hop off
All
so
right,
you can transition over.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Take care, man.
Thanks so
Good
much.
talking
All
to
right.
you again.
Good night.
All right.
Night.
Right. We have another guest. We have a very familiar face that you guys should know. A nerdy face. We have Nerdzoic. How's it going? We have
What's
up, everybody?
Nerdy. How's it
up,
going, man?
How you guys doing?
All
Doing
right.
good, man.
Yeah,
Good.
man. Are you good, Russ? You how tired are you at this point? How many hours in are you?
Oh, I started at, I think we have about 5 hours to go. Yeah,
I've been here for like 2 hours. I think I've overstayed my welcome,
yeah.
but I was just trying to, I gotta support my best bud here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
I saw you literally. I was sitting at my kid's soccer game at like noon here, and I'm like, oh man, I got to get in there at some point. So I just pushed the kids off the bed. I told my wife, I'm like, go take a shower or something. I got to go do something. So here I am. How's it going?
It's going great.
How you feeling?
Great time. I feel great. I also got to bring in a friend of mine, Brett, into this live stream as well. I think you may have seen him at Ohio PowerCon. We have an incredibly strong supporter of the line. Brett, how you doing, bro? Thanks for coming on. Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're
Good,
doing
man.
great. I'm having a great time. Been live streaming like crazy. Brett, Matt, Manny, you guys have all been
How you
instrumental.
doing?
And he's been a strong supporter of the Kickstarter and helping out in so many ways, helping get the word out. He's been going to all kinds of different retailers and spreading the word. And I just really appreciate the support, Brett. It means a lot. And he set me up with Retro Toy Con too. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And it really means a lot. And Matt, seeing you at PowerCon, Retro Toy Con coming up November 17th. Seeing you in person and you showing your support and you vehemently reminding me like, hey, make sure you let me know when you drop this. I want to roll this out on my website and everything. That I really appreciate that, man. So
not a problem, dude.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You're doing what all of us dream of, and some of us. I don't think I got the balls to put out that much on this. This is you really took a swing. You really put yourself into it.
Right. I've been putting a lot into it, but I'm very passionate about it. You may want to turn your Matt. You may want to turn your microphone down just a little bit because it's cracking. It's like kind of getting a little distorted, but
should be better.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like halfway through upgrading equipment here. It's been fun. Hence
Nice.
the mess behind me.
Oh yeah, no. So I mean, how late is it over there for you guys? Like to me, it's
like quarter 10.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not too late for you guys over there. Oh, right on. And Manny, you're in the same time zone, right? It's like 10 o'clock over there.
What me? Yes. Yeah, 9:38. Yeah.
Oh, are you gonna go to Retro Toy Con, Manny? Are you gonna be able to make it out there? Have you heard of it?
No, I'm not gonna be able to make it down there.
Oh.
No, I haven't. Honestly, I haven't heard of it. I'm sorry.
No,
Just forgive the ignorance.
No, it's all good.
Toy Federation. You watched any of the Toy Federation on YouTube? Those guys throw.
I don't think no. Never heard of them.
Yeah, they're hosting it. It's in Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh my god, that's like freaking 40 minutes away from me.
You should come.
Oh yeah, you gotta go.
Then I didn't know. You guys make it seem like it was like out of state, but
Yeah,
I'm in
yeah,
Charlotte, North Carolina, so it only takes me about like 30 minutes to get to South Carolina.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half from Charlotte, I think. Greenville, about an hour and a half.
An hour and a half? Oh, that's not bad then. That's not bad at all. When is it?
November 17th.
November 17th? All right.
Through the 19th.
You're going, Russ?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks to
Brett. All right, bro. Let's go.
Yeah.
Get me a ticket. And I'll buy more Street Humans.
Yeah, let's do it, bro. Oh yeah, man. So yeah, it'd be great to see you there. It's gonna be a good time, man. So, but yeah, I want to. I like asking you guys to ask questions about Street Humans. I like pushing it and and seeing where, oh my God, we got Jobby here. Hey, we got. Hold on, I missed the super chat. Hey, Jobby, thanks so much. Hey, man, sorry I couldn't pop in today. I'm having friends over to play a game of Magic, but just wanted to say thanks for giving me the chance to be a part of Street Humans. Wishing you the best. Thank you for being a part of Street Humans, Jobby. Oh my God.
Oh man, that $20 super chat, he could have just bought another Street Human figure.
Yeah. He did a great job voicing Eon. So he's the voice of our antagonist of the line.
He
and
did do a great job. Dude, I forgot to mention that the music in that animation
yeah,
is badass. Like, that was the 80s vibe that I was looking for. Like, it just, I don't know. It just sent me good vibes. Like, I love those 80 vibes.
Yeah, Hasbro has had what up? Hey, JC is hosting a giveaway, so he's pledging to the Kickstarter to give away 2 10-packs. So
Nice.
once this gets back, we're gonna have 2 giveaways. And thank you so much, JC. Hasbro has had no problem propping up YouTube channels of people who have no more expertise about the industry works, who say positive things. So why are they any more credible? Oh, I think that was like in response to the part with people not having experience. I'm late on the chat. Yeah, because that was from like a half hour ago. Oh. Like I'm behind. It won't scroll up on its own. So for the longest time, this thing was. See, so it was a $20 super chat that could have went to another stream.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, he has done so much that I appreciate that. I know, but he's contributed so much to Street Humans as it is. I mean, I really appreciate it. That short that he put up got tons of like whole bunch of thousands of views and everything. So, Jobby's been super supportive of the line. I really do appreciate that. Do we have to? We gotta get Brett? Does he have a cooler nickname, or we just call him Brett?
Yeah, just call me Brett. I mean,
yeah. There we go, man. And I think we have a couple more backers. Let's see if I go check. We have did I miss 627? I feel like I may have. It's getting harder for me to. Whoa! All right, we got wait here just in case I missed 627 and 628, 629, 630, 631, and then let's do a big one for 632 right over here. All right, man. Hey, I'm going 6 more hours until we pick up every single backer we need. Where are we at right now as far as the percentage goes, man? It's at 64.3. So 74 point. It was. I'm getting loop. I'm starting to get loopy here. These lights in the dork room. 74.3. For some reason, I thought I just said 64.3, but 74.3 divided by 120. That will give us. Hey, we're over 60%. Basically 62%, 6.619. So we're at 62% now, and we're over that 60% mark, but we still have a whole bunch to go to hit that 120, man. That's a lot of backers that we need by 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But every pledge helps no matter what. So if you guys are pledging, make sure you pledge big so that we can get this number as big as we possibly can. And thank you to everybody that's already backed it, so go ahead and, back away or, adjust your pledge and add whatever you need in there to get us closer and closer to that 120. Alpha Proto says it's going to be awesome when it passes 100. That will be a huge, huge milestone for sure. And hey, welcome Brett and Nerd Zoic. I got to take a piss. Be right back. All right.
Hey.
All right. Hey, Alpha Magnus says, hey, Brett. All right. Yeah. Fellow PowerCon goer.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I bought some 2000X figures off him.
Oh, nice. All right on. Excellent. Excellent. So, Matt, I wanted to ask you, and I've been asking everybody this. I'm going to ask Brett also. So this goes to both of you. And I asked Manny already, but like with our Street Humans line, we have like the civilian aspect of it, and then we have like the alien side of the whole thing. And I was curious to know, like, from your guys' perspective, like which part of Street Humans like interests you more? Like, do you get more excited about like the different looks for the civilian aspect of the toy line, or do you kind of favor the alien sci-fi aspect of the line? I'll have Matt go first.
Yeah. I'm kind of the weirdo. I kind of like the civilian part more. I think everybody's always asking, why don't we have more civilian characters? And all of the different swapping and popping options that you can do with this. I mean, it's 2 characters, but with all of the swapping between the torsos and whatnot, you can do a lot of different things here. So I think that's pretty darn cool.
Yeah, you could. You always feel like you have a different figure all the time.
Yep. Yeah, you can change it up any way you want, and we could have all kinds of different variants and changes, in the future as well. How about you, Brett?
Well, honestly, I'm just supporting my buddy, but I mean, like monsters and aliens and customs. So I mean, it hits all my trips as a collector. So
nice. So you lean a little bit more towards the freaky alien side of it, you'd say?
Yeah, I brought some cool stuff back here. Kind of monster aspects.
Yeah, there you go.
And there's aliens and predator and all that fun crap. So like I'm all in on all that. So
awesome. No, I really appreciate it. Yeah, because like for me, it's kind of been a trip. Like the whole, the whole concept of it, started with with the civilian aspect. So seeing people get more and more attracted to the sci-fi element has been really awesome to see, and I think it's freaking cool that the line has like these different kind of corners of collecting that really are inspiring people to want to back it. So I think that's really badass. And I thought I had a question right over here. And then I wanted to ask you guys, like, if you have any questions, like for me regarding Street Humans or anything that, you guys wanted to ask or put out there about the line.
You asking us or the chat?
I'm asking you guys.
Oh, you're asking us. Brett, you want to go first there? I took the last one.
Exclusives. I mean,
exclusives. Good question.
Odd things. That's my vibe.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to be able to offer all kinds of different exclusives. Like, I really, a while ago, I want to say like somewhere almost a year ago or something, talking to the factory about the possibility of having different colored versions of these figures with like retooling the same parts but in different colors so that we could have different looks in the display and have something special to offer like when we have different conventions and different events. So having different exclusives out there with unique attire, that's definitely on the table. That's something I really want to do.
You can just go the Valaverse route, which I actually like, and just throw some blood on it.
Sprinkle blood.
Yeah, we could have
bloody variants.
I think that's the way to go. I love it.
Well, I was
gunshot wounds.
Yeah.
They're in the streets.
Well, I wanted to go a step further and make them like zombie variants or battle damage. So they would actually have, because we could interchange the arms. So having some really mangled flesh arms where like maybe you could see, a whole chunk is ripped out here and you have bone in between, big old gashes in the sculpt themselves, get some really messed up bloody faces. Like instead of just putting blood on it, to actually like sculpt them for some serious damage. That would be a really cool thing to add. It wouldn't necessarily, it could be gory / zombie kind of variants. And yeah, alien arms. That's something I've actually thought about. I would want to make a separate alien Uduban figure, but I want to do it in a way where it's still compatible with the human looking figures. So I would like to make the arms compatible with this figure so that you could swap out and make them like get your own transitioned street human going from human to alien. I thought that would be really cool to do.
Oh,
So
like if you wanted like a alienated upper torso with like alien like arms on like the fatigues with the the regular human
camel pants,
legs, yeah.
Just pop the waist off, put the alien upper half on there, or put the human legs on the bottom half of the alien, or just swap the arms so that you have alien arms on the actual human. That would be great. Hey, what's up, Toy Gains? Thanks for coming through. I know who you are, man. I saw your video. Thank you very much, by the way.
Got the bazooka cosplay going on.
Looking good. Yeah, no, I appreciate
awesome.
the constructive criticism, man. Thank you so much. Really. That's like that's one thing that I'm very grateful for with all of this, is that I've gotten more constructive criticism thrown my way, more so than any kind of like just blind dumb bashing. Like the constructive criticism has just overwhelmingly just overshadowed like just that's a stupid name. Like that's like really like the number one kind of like hater comment is it's a dumb name. It's like, well,
it's a great name.
It's an awesome name. Yeah, awesome. Oh, and by the way, that's Brett doing the street human at the beginning. If you guys have heard that, that's him doing it.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I hope that people don't get your stuff just to like hate on it. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, you know how Anthony Customs was starting his own line, and obviously everyone knows like how highly critical he was. I just hope whenever he does decide to launch his line, I just hope people don't like shit on him just to shit on him because he shits on figures or whatever.
You know what's gonna happen though, and it's a shame.
It's a shame because I'm like, he's coming from, just because you don't agree with his opinions, it doesn't mean you gotta shit on what the guy's doing, because he's putting work into it.
Yeah, but he's giving opinions. He's not coming out and saying all these people need to die. They're terrible. There's a big difference.
Right. Exactly. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I just hope that you don't get shitted on like that because someone doesn't like you, instead of just genuinely critiquing the figure.
I mean,
that's gonna happen. It sucks, but that's we have that side of us, unfortunately, of our little thing.
Yeah, I mean, if let me put it this way, I don't think that's gonna happen unless some kind of unless I screw up. That's the only way that's really going to legitimately happen. Because if I screw up and then there's something out there that's wrong with the figures, and I just get them out there and I don't give anybody any, and I don't do everything I can to try to fix this issue, whatever issue it might be, if there's some blatantly terrible thing about the figures that's out there, I mean, that's on me. That's my fault.
Yeah.
And if people are gonna, if people are gonna diss me over me making a big mistake like that, well, then it's like, I had it.
People get really mad about their toys. That's what I learned. But I don't know about you, but like if someone doesn't like the figure that I love, all right, whatever. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
I don't get caught in my feelings. Like some people get really mad if you don't like what they like, and vice versa.
And stuff's gonna happen, man.
Flame war, and it's
there's a lot that will come up that's just completely out of your control. Like, the Four Horsemen have been doing this forever. Their latest line, they had to come up with like special graphics of how to warm the joints up because for whatever reason, 2 of the figures have really brittle joints. 2 of them came back from the factory missing parts.
Matt, whatever you did to the volume on your mic, undo that. The way it was before was better. It's.
I need a new mic. I swear. How's that?
Oh, I know it could be rough working with that stuff. I know. It's tricky. But I just get I get distracted and I find it harder to understand what you're saying. But yeah, but oh no, now it's all the way off. Now it's all the way off. Learning curve. It's a learning curve. Hey, well, we're just making it a smoother process next time he gets on a live. That's all.
Every time. I'm like that boomer who can't use a microphone.
Okay, now a little bit more up, a little bit louder.
A little bit louder. No, you're going lower.
Yeah, you're going
there. Test.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Fine.
Keep it.
Yeah.
Once again, it's time to get another preamp.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that could screw everything up. So could you explain again what you're saying? Like if something shows up with multiple wrong.
Yeah, I mean stuff's gonna happen coming out of the factory. Like Four Horsemen, they just had their issue with their latest wave. You know, they had two or three different figures came with little diagrams on how to heat the joints because they were really rough, and they haven't hit anywhere yet. They're still out. They're still, I think they're street dated for Monday. Brett?
They put a video out as well.
Yeah. Like, and those guys have been doing it forever. So, I mean, mistakes are going to happen. It's how you recover from them.
Right. And luckily, being a YouTuber for almost 15 years, I've made a few. But I'm going to do everything I can to get ahead of it. You know what I mean? So I'll do everything I can. And in no way, shape will I try to just hide it. I'm going to put myself out there front and center and try everything I can to remedy it one way or another. But yeah, if something major happens again, like what Matt's saying, it's what you do about it, right? Because the stuff that happened with Valaverse too, right? He had that, but he got ahead of it and he put it out there. You got to heat these up. I think David Silva had a thing on there about heating up you had to heat up the tails before you put them on. So if I come across something like that, of course I'm going to try to get the information out there, and I feel that so far people have noticed that I've been very transparent about the line, and I've been working really hard to get this thing back, that I'm going to continue to work hard to make sure that the figures come out as good as possible. And I'm going to continue to be transparent about the line moving forward. Again, I want to be able to continue to go to conventions after this. There's no sneaky moves that I will ever be able to get away with here. I am not going to get away with anything if there's any kind of malicious intent anywhere, which there is not. I want to keep going to Comic-Con. So it's like, can you imagine how shitty that experience is? I'm walking with my kids and people are
shit. You don't want to make it hard for you to not be able to step outside.
Yeah, I would deserve that kind of scrutiny. Yeah. So I have no intentions of pissing anyone off. I want to make all of you happy. I have been living the luxury of being a YouTuber this whole time because I've had an awesome viewer base. Like I've said this a couple of times already. I'm probably the first manufacturer going into making figures feeling like I already owe my customers something before I've even made the figures. I feel an incredible amount of debt to the viewership to give me the chance to be able to do this for so long. Yeah. So I'm coming at this as respectfully as I can, and I'm going to treat my consumers with that respect that they deserve.
That's the most important thing for us consumers is communicative transparency.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
And your voice is already out there every day. I mean, that's another thing. I respect you for the grind that you do, running this whole Kickstarter and still being able to put out videos on the daily, man. I struggle to put a video out in like 3 days. I can't imagine how you do this for a living. That's what I'm saying. Guys like you, Anthony Customs, that do this for a living. I want your guys' lines to succeed, and I really hope that you don't, get shitted on just because people hate you because you're objectively critiquing and all that stuff. And there's nothing wrong with objectively critiquing,
Yeah, I mean, I've come to the point now where I can't control what people do or say about me. It's like I've kind of accepted that I've burned bridges on like every angle of the community somehow or another, where I mean, could you believe like I could get called a shill in the comment section of a video, and in the same video comment section, I could be told you're way too harsh on Hasbro, you're too picky, and you complain.
Oh, I get that almost like all the time. I don't understand how I could get called a shill and a hater in one video.
Yeah,
you're obviously not making sense, man.
Well, it's
and if it's coming from the same person, you know, you're not making sense. It's just...
Well, yeah, no, there's not. He's usually like in this. It could be in the same video, but yeah, usually it's different people saying
different people. Yeah, but I've gotten a lot where it was like the same person. I'm like, huh?
Oh wow, that's especially weird. It's like what?
Probably the same person for all of us. I got one guy who like leaves 7 comments on a video. It's like he hits pause and goes down to get something angry in. Then he goes back and keeps watching, and then comes back again.
Yeah.
I hate
Sorry,
it's YouTube, man. Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Yeah. So the best I could do is focus. So I'm ignoring comments that are on those extremes. If you have constructive criticism about my videos, or if you have constructive criticism about my figures, I will take it in. If you got something valuable to say, hey, I will hear you out, and I will do what I can to implement it in my videos or my figures. But if you're just going to be one of those people with nothing constructive to say, then you're nothing to me. I have no reason to listen to you. You're like a child in my eyes. Go in the corner and be quiet, because you're just making noise. But if you have constructive stuff to say, then my ears open up big time. So keep it constructive, because I think constructive opinions only make things better. So when we have constructive criticisms, lay them down for me. Give me the constructive criticism. I want to hear it. So I think there's nothing good. But if it's just garbage, then you go with the garbage. Then
I feel like people use the word shill and they don't really know what it means, and they'll think it gets to our feelings when it like really doesn't. Like, dude, I could never grasp the concept of someone hating someone else for liking something that they don't.
Unless it's the Dallas Cowboys, then it's okay.
Right.
It's Cowboys week. I'm an Eagles fan. It happens. Crazy here right now.
That's a good one. Well, I'm talking about like hobbies, like, you know,
I think
action figures, collecting action figures, playing, you know, video games, like movies, things that have toxic fandoms, you know.
Everything does.
Yeah, it sure seems that. Let's stay positive though. So you might have hit this already, Sharp, but I want to hear dream for us. What, you know, this funds in the next 10 minutes. Tell us what the next couple of years look like if you can make this go any way you want.
Yeah, man, I want variants and I want accessory packs. We talked about variants as far as convention exclusives go, but once we get the tooling set, like me and my team, our imagination is going to run wild. We've already had to like put the brakes on all the things that we want to do because we're only able to do so much. So if I could like let the floodgates go and just let our imagination run wild, I want to see variations of camo pants, like different camo pants colors. Now, ideally, I would like to have our runs just be limited so that we can increase the demand for the different figures. So I want this version of camo pants to be available only through the Kickstarter. I want that version of tan khaki pants to be the only time you can get this colored khaki pants. We could have different colors of green or different color camo all together in the future. We could have different shades of tan and brown in the future so that you're not just going to see the same thing over and over coming out. And I want the Kickstarter backers to feel like they got something special backing this project, knowing that they got the Kickstarter versions. So more variations in the future, different color hoodies, different color jerseys. I want the jackets to have different colors in the future. We have different ethnicities in mind for different head sculpts. We have helmets, motorcycle helmets that we want to incorporate with the figures. Nylon masks, ski masks, different head apparel, handkerchief heads to match with the Spider-Man 2 game, to have head sculpts with, you know, a bandana around the face. Different hats, getting hats incorporated into this so that we could use those, and different accessory packs, like with just heads and different attire that you could use for your figures, so that you don't have to buy an entirely brand new figure to get those different options in your collection. Because I'm going to be doing this assuming that you've already army built a bit, but now we can sell you just these individual accessory packs so you can just keep adding on to the figures that you already have. I want to run with all those ideas. I want to run with those different variants. And then from there, I want to get into making female figures. And I want the female figures to have similar but different kind of interchangeable thing going on with them, where I want them to have different shapes. I want their lower halves to have different shapes. I also, one thing I don't want to forget too, is I want to explore the idea, and we talked about this, our sculptor and Bonner, we've talked about having different shoes. So having different sneakers available for the figures would be great, so you could pop them off and put different shoes on your different figures,
or just be different feet in general, like,
or just
when we chanclas.
Yeah, I know. We can.
The Spanish dude's got to come with that, bro.
We have to have your patas and your chancletas and all that stuff out there. So,
but that's really cool though. Like adding layers, it's so cool. Like you can have like your face guards, hockey masks, baseball caps, different things for the heads, different accessories for that. Oh, dude.
Yeah, we can go wild with these, including different. I'm definitely considering including different hands. So having different gripping hands for the weapons, that's something that I'm looking at. I'm considering including those into the deluxe accessory packs.
See, that's the way to go. I think that's where Hasbro probably loses and wastes money, giving us all these extra hands all the time. How many pairs of Caucasian extra hands do you need? Like, I have a whole bucket of them somewhere because I don't bother keeping them separate. They're all the same hands.
Yeah. They reuse the same sculpt, and they often come out in the same colors too. So yeah. Hey, we got Art G over here. Thank you so much for backing. Just backed too. I think we have to take a look at the Kickstarter page to see where it's at right now. We're at 632. And hey, we got a whole bunch more. 632,
638, yeah.
634, 635, 636, and then we'll do last one right here for 638 for right now. All right. Moving along, man.
I got a question, Short.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know, like, you're one of the biggest Marvel Legends influencers, on YouTube. Basically, I think it's safe to say it's the bread and butter of your channel, right?
Legends, yeah.
Spider-Man. Like, how big did Marvel Legends inspire you to do Street Humans? Because, when I look at this guy, the movie Wolverine with the tank top and the jeans, that's when I first saw Street Humans, I'm like, oh, man, immediately I thought of this, and I'm like, oh, this is great. You know what I mean? Like, this is because I love this figure. I love this figure. And then you added, like, with your figures, you added more articulation. It looked like this played a big influence in your toy line. And you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to know, like, how big did Marvel Legends play influence in your toy line?
Well, the toy line had two major inspirations: Marvel Legends and articulated comic book art. Like those were the two biggest inspirations for the line, and I hopefully like both of those inspirations are pretty obvious because I want these to fit in, and I love Marvel Legends. They're my favorite 1/12 scale figure line. So yeah, absolutely. Marvel Legends. Oh, I gotta give it a shout out. What up, Alan in the world of toys? Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. What a rush! Rabbit Hammer, thank you. But yeah, the Scarlet, both of his hands are Caucasian.
What happened?
That's it. That would be kind of funny. I say I'm half white, half Latino, so I'm glad both of them came out one color so that I wouldn't get. I don't know. That'd be kind of funny.
Mine are just hairy, so I don't know. If we got those.
I'm just hairy. Yeah, but I got the hair and the God. Did you notice like as you get older, like some of your knuckle hair just like gets hella longer?
Yeah. So, fun story. My wife likes to wait till I'm like half asleep, and then she comes over with the razor and she cuts my knuckle hair. But she doesn't tell me because she hates it, and I'm like half asleep. I don't notice until the next day. Like, why is there hair in the bed?
Dude, the weird shit women do, bro.
That's so funny. Yeah, extra knuckle hair. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, I bother my
the
wife.
Weird shit women do, and they low key enjoy.
Oh, no doubt.
Hey, we got the ruckus in the house. All right. Hey, man, I am impressed that we have so many people in here so late on a Saturday. That really means a lot. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, the Legends line totally had a huge inspiration for it. You know, that Wolverine. I don't think the articulation is exactly the same as that Wolverine, but you know, I used multiple Marvel Legends figures for reference on them, and the kids are going crazy. There was a car accident in front of them, so they were stuck in the traffic, and luckily they weren't a part of it or anything, but they were just stuck in the traffic. And if you guys got kids, you know, traffic and children, oh man,
not good.
It's like PB and mierda doesn't PB and caca doesn't go together. This is my second go around. I had to step out of the house. Yes, saw you in there. What's up, Pat? How are you doing? Let's back these figures. Let's go. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer. I mean, today has been probably the biggest jump in backers that I think the Kickstarter has seen, you know. So I really appreciate everybody, you know, coming in, stepping in. That gap gets smaller and smaller when we got 5 hours to go, man.
Timing's been rough. It's been you know, I have a store. I can tell you, October, worst month I've had in a year. Like, it's just been, there's no money. People are broke right now. I'm telling you. They're just broke. You know what it is? It's everyone's going to get those Ollie's figures and spending all their money on that.
Oh yeah, everyone's getting those discounted figures.
Yeah, that and Ollie's and Ross.
Right back.
Yeah,
It kills me.
No problem. But yeah, that's yeah, no, I've heard, and like I did a stream with Nostalgia Unbox. Oh, are you serious? Oh my god, that is hilarious.
Ollie's bag.
Oh man, you got to show off your haul, dude.
So,
fun
story while you're showing this off. Last year, Hasbro was offering all of the closeouts to all of us, all of the stores, at these prices, like but this year they were like, we can't deal with it. We got to sell it all in bulk. So you want a truckload or no? And I was no. I don't want a truckload of ninjas.
Oh wow. Oh wow! So
anyway, Russ, that was my last question because I gotta head out and eat dinner.
Yeah.
So I'm starving, but I wanted to hang as much as possible.
No, you've been here for a long time, Manny. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I know, man. I wish you the best, bro. I want to pop champagne with you when this succeeds and see your line on Nerdzoic's Nerdy Awards.
Thank you. Right on.
All right,
awesome, brother. Thank you so much,
Brett, Nerdzoic. Awesome to meet you, Russ.
Manny, good seeing you, brother.
Yeah, man. Same. Yo, hit me up with the info for a retro toy collection. shoot me with a text or something. All right.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I'll see you in a couple weeks. Yeah.
All right, bro.
All right, brother. See you
Good night,
later.
guys.
Peace. Peace. Yeah. Oh, the kids are crying from coming back from sitting in traffic. But yeah, that's crazy. So they offered to well, you're saying last year, Matt, that they offered to send you all the
Yeah,
leftovers.
so we get a closeout list of what they got to get rid of every week or every 2 weeks or so. Last year, like they were fire sailing stuff. Like I was pulling Legends and Black Series for $354. You know, but this year they're much more, hey, listen, at the rate you're buying, we'll give it to you for 3 times that, unless you want to buy the whole truck or 2 trucks. And that's why it's all at Ollie's.
Oh, so they offered more.
Yeah. You got to buy a lot more to get the prices that Ollie's is getting to be able to sell it at that price. Ollie's is just rolling in with their Ollie's money and saying, we'll take the lot.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So how much are they being, how much was that Hand Ninja?
So that I think I paid like $475 for a figure last year at one point.
Okay.
I know that. What does Ollie's have them at by you, Brett? By me, they're like $10 still.
They were $10. I do think some people got lucky and got them for like maybe $5 or $6, like $5.99, but not me.
You know what the trick is with Ollie's? You got to get on their rewards card.
No, I've got them with the
All
20%,
right,
15%, whatever. Yeah, I got those.
Oh, nice. But they're marked at $10 a piece.
Yeah. What I missed out on was the Crimson Guard from Classified for $4.99. I missed out on that.
Ooh.
I did get others though. I was lucky there.
People need to enjoy it when it happens because they cut their numbers down so much next year because of this, because there's so much extra product out there. I think we're going to see we're going to go back to seeing the people saying, is anyone selling this for a reasonable price? It's not being sold in stores anymore. I think we're going to get back to where we were a few years ago. It's just part of the game we play.
Yeah.
Oh God. So, and that's the thing that I feel like a lot of people that kind of get upset at Hasbro to the point where they want to see Hasbro do poorly, like that
makes no sense to me.
To me, that makes no sense because it's like, yeah, like, well, if you want to collect, then why do you want it to do badly? Like, I want their figures to be better, but I don't want the company to do so bad to the point where they're not going to be making the figures I want at all anymore.
Yeah, it's insanity. People don't think this stuff through.
Yeah, because if we stop buying, like, if you're able to rally enough collectors together, how about we all just stop buying Marvel Legends? Like, yeah, that's not going to make the line better.
Honestly, I thought that's what was happening with Giant Man for a while. Like, I didn't get that one. I backed that before they finished the live stream. I thought that was like one of the best HasLabs they've done. I was so excited, and I was shocked that it took forever to fund. It blew my mind.
Yeah. When I saw that happen, I was like, I have no idea how my Kickstarter is going to do now. Because, like, with that, I just assumed that, okay, it's going to get backed, fairly quickly. This is exactly what so many of us have been asking for. It's going to get backed hella quick. But it just didn't turn out that way. And it just made me feel like, oh, shit, I don't know anything. Damn. So, but I'm not the only one who was shocked by that. No. I think, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it was that put so many people on hold about backing it, especially because it ended up getting backed. So it wasn't that the figure sucked, right?
It seemed like there was almost a concerted effort to convince people that don't back this. This should have been a deluxe figure at Target. And I'm just like, no, this would never make it there.
No. Yeah. Well, where is it going to go? Does anybody ever think of that? Like, where is it going to go? Because go to Target, find your Marvel Legends, find that shelf that has Marvel Legends at my Targets. And it's probably similar to your Targets because it's a chain, right? It's a massive big box chain. But like when I go into the action figure aisle, it's like there's Jurassic World on the left, there's Transformers on the right, and then McFarlane's stuff. And then if I go around on the other side, like there's just one section where the Marvel Legends are. So it's just this one section just about this wide. for Marvel Legends to go. So are they going to take away all their regular $25 figures and not have those and just put Giant Man, 3 Giant Mans instead?
It's not going
Like,
to happen.
how is that going to work?
Giant men.
Say that again?
I said, this is your choice now. There's 3 giant men. Pick.
Yeah. It's, you get 3 Giant Men and maybe like a couple of Black Widows on for one peg, but like that space right there, like they can only fit in so much. So where's that Giant Man actually going to go? Or I think what people are thinking more than anything is just have it set as a pre-order. They don't have to have it in big box stores. Just have it as a pre-order. We could pre-order it and then ship it out. And I guess that right there is probably the best argument against doing a Kickstarter campaign. But to me, I understand why they do it. It's a risk factor. They're lowering the risk, and it's a business.
Yeah.
It's a business. Now, crowdfunding campaigns were not created for huge businesses to use like this. And I got to say, look, I'm not saying this for the sake of defending Hasbro in any kind of way. If anything, I would consider Hasbro a competitor with my own Kickstarter line right here. So I am not saying this in defense of Hasbro. I don't have a reason to defend Hasbro on this. But to me, yes, we have crowdfunding campaigns for the sake of small companies like myself, right? And Four Horsemen Studios, which is way bigger, but still small independent companies. That's what it was initially created for. However, that low risk principle is being used by these huge companies. They're doing that so that they're not so that they're less likely to lose money. It's more about them losing money. My point about this is that even though the crowdfund concept wasn't created for the sake of big companies to use, I don't see a victim in them going with that route. I see it like pineapple on pizza. Yeah, pineapple isn't necessarily for pizza, but you can put pineapple on pizza. Who's the victim with pineapple pizza? There's no victim. I don't see the victim in. I don't know who is supposed to be the victim in the scenario of these bigger companies using crowd funds, because I don't feel like a victim when I got ordered the Giant Man. No. As a consumer, I'm not a victim. I thought 200 was a cool price. I was fine with it. So I don't see myself as a victim. I also don't see myself as a victim as a small company Kickstarter trying to do my thing, because if my shit is badass enough, people are going to back it one way or another. And I don't think Creative Beast Studios or Four Horsemen Studios are victims in the situation. So who is the victim? I just don't get. I think it's a victimless crime, like pineapple on pizza. I just
Good
don't.
Analogy.
But somebody show me who the victim is. If you could point it out and make it very clear to me where the victim is, then I'm open to understanding that. But until then, we're just complaining about pineapple on pizza.
I mean, if anything, you could use the other argument of you're actually preventing people from being a victim. And this goes back to the whole, should you pay for your pre-orders up front or wait till they ship? I hated paying for my pre-orders when they shipped, because I'm like a meticulous budgeter. I need to know where every dollar is going each month. When a month happens that everything decides to come out and it hits your bank account all at once, you can't plan for that. So, you don't know where you're going to be in a year and a half. Maybe a Giant Man a year and a half from now, that $200 might be the difference between you paying your electric bill or not versus today. You're committing the money, so you're making a wiser financial decision. Now, granted, Hasbro does not need the money up front. It's not about them getting extra cash flow money. Whereas with other stores, like I take the money up front largely because cash flow helps. It's a good thing. Some of the smaller companies actually take money from places like me at the time I place the order. So I need to be very careful with cash flow. I just set up an account with 3-0. They take their money up front in order to get locked into the good prices and get stuff happen first. But in order to do that, I got to have that money up front. So it's just a game. And for us, smaller companies, we're not publicly traded. We don't have that Wall Street money.
Yeah.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Consumer thing with the Giant Man and the crowdfunding and the Kickstarters with the, like, we'll call it the big budget items. Me as a consumer, and this is going directly to Hasbro, aimed at, if I would have had my Hiss tank in hand from Classified, I would have then backed the Dragonfly, and then in turn I probably would have then backed Giant Man, or ordered a Giant Man. But as a consumer, at some point in time, you're just kind of like, I don't know. How many hundreds of dollars at this point, how many hundreds of dollars are you just going to let go for a year and a half? I mean, for me, that's one of those things where I actually do prefer to pay for my things up front like you. But if it's been like over X number of, months and they've got something else out, I'm not going to jump on that. I'm not, not even getting updates to a degree. Like I'm not Hasbro bashing because I buy all their shit.
This is a good point. No, this is a very good point though. Transparency is important.
Yep. Very much so.
Yeah, I mean, I got the Sky Striker, in I wouldn't call it record timing, but like at least I got it. So
I'm surprised they haven't addressed the fact that people aren't holding Hiss tanks yet. I feel like it's
been 7 years.
Mine's supposed to ship. I got a shipping notification about my Hiss tank that it should be shipping soon.
Okay.
But Brett, I wanted to bring your point up again. I don't think that's a crowdfunding issue because I've heard a ton of complaining from Mezco. Mezco's hosted a whole bunch of pre-orders, and then they put new figures out there to pre-order, but they haven't delivered on the previous pre-order. So I think on that is like a very justifiable issue to bring up, though, is like the communication and making your consumers feel comfortable ordering from you, delivering on a timely basis. And I think that's a separate issue outside of Kickstarters. That's just a communication.
I just for me with we'll say the money out and the product in, with it being a high dollar product, we'll say like over $200, or 200 above. I mean, I don't, if it's like a, $10-20 figures for pre-order, or with Mezco like 60 or 80 or 100, what to me it's still not a high ticket item as much as you're like a Hiss tank or a Giant Man or a Sky Striker set. That to me, I think those items, I'm not saying they got to be turned around in 6 months or anything, but if you put out another big item within X number of months and I don't have the other item, I'm probably not gonna fund it or order it. It just depends. It also depends on what the item is.
Right. No, I think that's a very fair point. And that's something that should actually just again, I don't think the consumer is necessarily a victim in that situation either, but it works against the company doing that, because if they're smart about it, they would actually make sure that with Street Humans, I want to make sure Street Humans are in your hands before I even launch another Kickstarter. I want phase 2 to come in after phase 1 gets in your hands, and you're gonna know when it gets to you. I want to keep everybody in the loop. That's the other thing that you're bringing up is bad communication, because now they're losing trust in the consumers without letting everybody know what the hell's going on with their their $350 order. You're right. That's a big difference between Mezco, is that price point. You're talking about a whole bunch of money there. So that's a good point.
Well, I'm going to get the Dragonfly anyway, but I didn't, fund it. I'll wait till I see one at a show or figure out some sort of deal, maybe trade somebody for it. Same thing for the Giant Man, but they didn't get, the money out of my pocket up front. I'll get the figures. It happens. It just might be a year or two down the line, I buy a collection, and that's the one piece I keep.
Mm-hmm. Right. I got you. Let me check on the number of backers that we have over here. We have 638. Is that what it was before? Oh, okay. It just went up a little bit. Right on. Somebody adjusted their pledge, it looks like. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I counted 638 before or not, but
ring the bell.
Give them the bell.
Ring the bell.
Did I ring the? Here, I'll ring the bell just in case. All right.
That's
I'm going to
transparency.
probably start waking up my neighbors with the bell soon, so I'm probably going to have to go. Well, it's only 7:30, so when it gets past 8 o'clock, that's when I stop drumming. Is 8 o'clock. That's the thing. Thank you so much, Rocco, reminding us to all hit the smash button. The smash button. That's exactly what I meant. Like the smash button, you guys. Make sure you like that smash button. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you guys if you had any like other questions about, dealing with street humans. I don't know. I'm kind of bringing us always back to the street humans topic, but I don't mind talking about, all this other stuff that happens in the community, in the industry, because it all, it does matter. I really think all these different takes and the way we see things, and I think, all of us have valuable opinions about this, and I really appreciate Matt's perspective about, because I think the retailers in the toy community are a strong, essential part of keeping things moving forward. You know what I mean? I tell people, like, imagine going to a toy show and there's no vendors.
Yeah.
How much that would suck. That would be terrible. So it's like, we need retailers. We need to have people out there, passionate business people, hosting, their stores. So, I think, like when Matt has like concerns and you bring stuff up, like some of the moves that Hasbro's made, to me, that affects me. And just to, not go off on a long ass tirade about it, but I do see a lot of people complain about Hasbro about one thing or another. But it's like, my biggest complaint about Hasbro is the whole Hasbro Pulse website and them being their own distributor or retailer and distributor all at once. Like, to me, that is a victim. That there are victims with that move. Like, to me, I do see victims with that, and nobody talks about it. People will talk about victimless crimes from Hasbro, but what about the ones where they're victims? Say that again.
You're gonna get me on a soapbox.
Do it, man. Hey, do it, because I am 100% with you on that shit.
All right, so sitting in my video queue of things I have considered making for a while now is the "do not buy from Hasbro Pulse" video, because if you want to basically kill a large part of the industry, everyone go buy from Hasbro Pulse. That'll do it, because yes, they are essentially like the mafia of toys with their product. They are their own supplier. They're not shy about saying, yeah, like they say in their quarterly earnings calls all the time, we want to go direct to consumer, even though we suck at it. Before I was solo in the store, I worked in third-party distribution, and some of their execs came through looking for a third-party company to do their distribution for them. And I was just sitting there thinking, I'm like, oh my God, we can barely get people to pack the shirts from Saks Fifth Avenue, and they're gonna pack collectibles. It's the scariest thing I ever heard. But yeah, it's really scary. I've had a lot of people ask me like what the biggest threat is from a retailer standpoint. I don't worry about Walmart. I don't worry about Target. I don't worry about Amazon. The only thing that scares me is Hasbro Pulse, and that's it. Because when they decide to just say, screw you all, I'm going home, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, for every video complaining about Engine of Vengeance, there should be 50 videos complaining about Hasbro Pulse.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of going under the radar because it's like not one of those things that's like, I don't think people realize what it actually does.
Yeah.
And when I first heard about it, I remember I was actually there at Toy Fair, and I remember seeing the promo for it and everything. I immediately knew what was going on, and I was thinking to myself, oh, fuck this. Do I order from Hasbro Pulse? Yes.
Yeah,
they have tons of exclusives.
That's it.
They have tons of exclusives, and they do what they can to make sure that people are still buying there. They make it make sense to still order from there. So yeah, a part of me feels like a hypocrite complaining about it because I still give them my money, but I like the products. I'm not complaining about the products themselves. So that's why I do it. But I don't think it's my place, as I don't have the power to change that as an individual. There should be laws against it. That's where I'm upset. Our representatives are failing us with this particular issue. It should be illegal to do it.
Well, what I'm about to, and the reason I haven't spoken up more about it is because I don't really want the Pinkertons at my door. I got a feeling it could really cause a shitstorm, to be honest with you.
Nah, that you really that the whole Jurassic was it the cards?
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic about the Pinkertons part, but the shitstorm, I'm not being sarcastic about.
The what? The second.
What?
I'm sorry. What was the second? I accidentally spoke over you on the second thing that you're saying you're more serious about. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it would be it could be a potential shitstorm if I said exactly all of it as much as I would like to. But you know, the bottom line is this: you talked a bit ago about transparency, the way they handled all of it behind the scenes with the retailers. So you know, we all talk, all of us. So I know I wasn't a retailer when they rolled out. But when they rolled out, they presented this to places like Big Bad and Dorkside as, we're not going to take any of the market share, guys. We're just here to help support, and we'll do some of our own exclusives. And they are full of shit. You know, if you talk to people who are behind the scenes at any of those companies or me, we'll tell you they suck. They literally do everything they can to undercut us, putting things out earlier, you know, and even within Hasbro, talking to people that I have connections with outside of the brand teams, Hasbro Pulse apparently operates like its own little gang inside of Hasbro. Like they keep things secret. They do their own thing. They don't discuss things in meeting. It's strange. Like, you know, I do get exclusives through Pulse. I always do. And I tell everybody else too, go get them. Of course you should. But to try not to buy anything else. I don't even care. Go to Big Bad, go to EE, go to me. Just don't buy from Hasbro Pulse if you don't have to.
Yeah, that's
a lot of the exclusives and like direct to consumers products, like even with Hasbro, going back to like the G.I. Joe DTC line, it can be done well. Or Mattel with the Matty Collector and the
was it the Digital River thing?
The Mattel Top. Like there's
a couple things.
Good balance on getting an exclusive product from them. I would say for a secondary market or a vendor perspective, getting just the regular product from that site can be difficult as a air quotes competition for them. I mean, why have vendors why have wholesalers if you're going to be like, well, here's the exclusive, but here's everything else. But again, as a consumer, I'm trying to get the exclusive. Often I don't get it. So then therefore, if I'm at a toy show or something, I do buy it from a vendor secondary market. Like say, if you ordered two, you know, like in yours, you've got one to keep and one to sell. Well, I'm the guy that goes, well, shit, I couldn't get that Lady Slytherin. So, you know, here we are, you know, and I buy it from you anyway. So, I mean, they're going to make the money no matter what. And, you know, the consumer, if they're determined, is going to get the product, you know, whether direct or secondary market. You know, you might pay a markup on it, or sometimes you get lucky. It could be like one of the exclusives that didn't do so well, and you got it actually less than the guy that ordered two. I've capitalized on that a couple times where I was like, I'm not going to get on there and try to order that because I don't think it's going to sell out.
Yeah, it happens. I just got the Aunt May Doc Ock pack in today that everybody was panicked about because it was exclusive to them. They didn't sell it all, so it went to everybody else.
And then they eventually, see, I don't know who sounds entitled.
Probably me.
I always think it's me, but hey, we got from Brazil with love. He's made it back. He's woken up. Yeah, he was on the live with me earlier this morning. Street Humans will be a Pulse exclusive. Let's see. I will sell them as a Pulse exclusive.
Hell yeah!
If that's the only way, man,
gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, and I want to make it very clear. I don't hate Hasbro. I mean, you guys obviously know I love buying Hasbro stuff. They make great figures. It's just that that particular business practice, I think it should be illegal across the board. I mean, there's so many other industries where it should be like the diamond industry. You know how fucked up that industry is? Like that should be illegal.
Talking about comics?
Great. Say that again.
Are you talking about like Diamond, like the comic book distributor, or
No, I'm talking about actual The Rock.
Oh, okay.
Like you understand how that works, right? Those are just inflated, made up prices. They totally control that market. You know what I mean? Like there's like 80% of all the diamonds come from one company. They hoard them all, and then they just alter the price to whatever they like. It should be illegal to do that, totally manipulating the entire market that way. It should be illegal. And it's not just Hasbro, but there's all kinds of different industries in this country and around the world that work like the mafia. You know what I mean? It's messed up. They shouldn't have that much power in the industry to affect it that kind of way, like the diamonds. So they're not the only ones. And I do see the problem is at see it as a legislative issue. There should be a law against doing that.
Yeah, but then you end up, and I agree to some extent, but then you end up with another problem. Like it's always going to be a problem. Like somehow that would you go from this being the problem to overcorrecting it.
Well, don't overcorrect it. Do it well. I mean, yeah, if you could avoid overcorrecting it, or I mean, enough time and care has to be put into it to make sure that it's done well. And I want Hasbro's business to be able to succeed to the point where they could continue making cool product. You know what I mean? I don't want them to lose.
Yeah.
I want them to do well enough to keep making cool product, but I just think that particular that whole particular side should, I think that should be changed. But
and I'll add in again, because I'll get a lot of people saying, well, then why do you sell it? You're a hypocrite if you hate. I'm like, I don't hate it. I love Hasbro's product. Yeah. I love most things they do. I think the brand teams, I think they're fantastic. I think they do an awesome job 99% of the time. Mm-hmm. Hasbro Pulse does piss me off, though. And it's funny. Just like everybody else who doesn't really think of it, I didn't really think about it till I got into retail. And, until you get into business for yourself, you don't really necessarily think about that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, those things don't stand up. I mean, it's always been on my radar. I kind of studied this stuff in school because I wanted to be a political science major, and because of music, like my poli-sci teacher was like, you're not going to ever make it as a poli-sci major if you want to keep playing drums. Try urban studies and planning, study that, learn local government, and learn how things work from there, and you could get a job for a municipality and do that. So that's where I majored in, was urban studies. But I have a good question right here. How are you going to be different as a toy manufacturer? First off, I don't know of anybody else that's gotten into making toys that went into it feeling in debt to the consumers right out the gate. I know that the majority of the people backing this project are Shartimus Prime viewers. I'm not every single one, but for the vast majority of people backing the project are Shartimus Prime viewers. I want to make sure that I treat you guys right and that I give you the respect that you deserve. You guys have helped make it possible for me to have this YouTube channel for almost 15 years. So I'm going to go into this giving you guys as much care and respect than, probably more so than anybody else going into this thing, and the transparency. I want to keep, you guys are going to constantly have a fluid line of communication with me. I'm going to be able to do live streams. I'm going to be able to constantly keep in contact with you guys and continuously read questions like this, so that whatever happens, I will be accountable for it all the way through.
Essentially, fans, a fan-made product for fans. I mean, you're a fan of toys. You're a fan of articulation. And you're bringing that to fans as well. That's the way I look at it, anyway.
Right. I'm keeping that fan mindset all the way through. Just one thing right over here. Oh, cool. Dave Bonner is going to pop back in again. Hey, big thanks. Yeah. Shoot, I'm down to have JC come in, and we got Dave Bonner coming in as well. Let me see. Why not, man?
That works because it's about this old man's bedtime.
All right, cool. I appreciate you coming in, Matt. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, did you have your retailer orders? Are they entered in there yet, or am I supposed to enter those? By the way,
if you could enter those now, that would be great.
Sweet,
now,
I will put that in now.
Awesome. Thank you. And then yeah, we have retailer orders from Big Bad in there already. And I think we have almost all of the Hella Dope toys in there. So yeah, whatever you have to throw in the pot, you know, let's
Will
do
do.
it. All right.
Good luck. Wishing you good vibes, brother. Good luck.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate it, man.
Peace out. Brett, good meeting you, sir.
Hey, nice meeting you. Have a good one.
All right. Take care. Thank you. Awesome guy. I really appreciate Matt. And thank you for all the support. We're at 76,000. We got 4 more backers. And we're at where did my drumstick go? Where did I put my drumstick? That's weird. Well, we're gonna have to use the Infinity Gauntlet. All right, here we go. We got we got 5 hours to go. I don't think 2, 3, and 642. There we go, 642. There we go. So yeah, I don't think the you know, the complaints about Hasbro Pulse and all that stuff, I don't think any of that's like aimed directly at the Hasbro Marvel team or anybody in particular. I think like what Matt was talking about, how Hasbro Pulse is its own thing within Hasbro. That sounds fairly accurate from what I've understood. Let me text Dave. I'm going to send the message to JC so that where is the StreamYard link? Sorry, I got to damn it. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Send that to JC right here. So let's see if we got anything else in the chat. Shartimus Prime, when the Street Humans are backed, will more Street Humans be sold afterwards? Yes, we will have, depending on how many orders there are. Yeah.
Is that the Marvel Man that I know? Is that Marvel?
Oh, you know this. Oh, you know this Marvel Man.
Yeah, I hope it is.
Yeah. No, but really good question. Yes, we will have a limited quantity of Street Humans available, but I ideally would like to cap it at this first order, and then in future orders making them with different color schemes so that we have as many different displayable options out there for you guys. So like if you back a 4-pack, we would have later on, after we exhausted the initial run, we would have another 4-pack with all slightly different color schemes going on with them so that they're not all exactly the same. So I really want people backing this project feeling like they're getting fun. They're getting that first Kickstarter version, you know, so that's going to be unique. Come on, people, back the project. My street levelers need asses to beat. Thank you, Ruckus. Thank you. Oh man, holy Brinksmanship Batman! I just back it for two packs. Thank you so much. I can get all the pants. Excellent. And then Mr. Grudge in the UK, G.I. Joe is exclusive on Hasbro Pulse. Oh, see, that's the only way you can get it. If that's the only way you can get it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna dog it. Like I said, I buy stuff from Hasbro Pulse too. It's like the only option for certain figures. They have deals. I'll do it. Let's go ahead and bring in JC. Good luck, man. Thank you, Steven. Do you get an extra hour because of the time change fall back? Oh shit. I don't know. I don't know. Let me take a look. It says 5 hours. So I guess that does give me, or maybe that hour hasn't run up, but let's bring in JC right here all the way from the East Coast as well. How you doing, JC? Thanks for coming in, man.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? You heard us talking about Hasbro Pulse, and you're like, chime me in. Bring me into that shit. I don't want to spend the next 5 hours talking about Hasbro Pulse, but if you want to throw it,
I think you guys covered it pretty good, but that's definitely I have not been afraid to talk about Hasbro Pulse and how bad I think it is for this hobby in general. But I think you guys had kind of mentioned how like people don't complain about that, but it's because they don't really understand. Like you said, you didn't, or like Nerdzoic had said, he didn't really even think of that until he got into the retail business, because he doesn't, you as a consumer on the outside, you don't really see it as like, if all these businesses like a Big Bad Toy Store or Entertainment Earth or what have you go out of business, they don't really realize how that's going to have such a negative effect on the hobby. Is why I don't think you see people complaining about it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that maybe it takes a little bit more time, or it's one of those problems that kind of builds up on the back end. It's like the boiling frog effect, right? Like it's kind of happening in the background. You're not noticing the heat turning up on it, and then one day it's going to be. I mean, because I honestly think we've already actually seen it. Like we see less action figure retailers popping up than more, right? So,
right.
And we're seeing more of them, not do well. Somebody had a question here, though. Andrew says that's a good question. I asked earlier, do you get 2 1 a.m.s? You get how does it work as far as the time frame goes? I think we're only getting the 1 a.m. So I think what does it say here? We have 5 hours to go one way or another. So it's 5 hours to go. I don't know if they've counted this last hour, right? So 5 hours sounds right, because if we get to 8 o'clock, 5 hours from then will put us at, oh god, now I can't math for shit. God damn it. No, so yeah, I've been on live streams for a long time. So I've been live streaming for a minute here. So yeah, when we get to 8 o'clock, it should say 5, because that would put us at 1 a.m. 8 and 4 is 12, right? So that would put us at 1 a.m., right? It says 5 hours to go on mine. So yeah, I think that's the way it's going to work. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see. Really, folks, only less than 1,500 figures to go. That's not impossible.
300 an hour. All right.
Yeah. Oh man, that is a lot. That's definitely an uphill thing. But
I'd seen people asking you about you've been working with Big Bad Toy Store and obviously Nerdzoic, and it sounded like he had not put in his orders. So are those reflected yet? Like, are the Big Bad Toy Store orders reflected in the numbers we see there on Kickstarter, or are those going to come in at the end?
No, that's it. Yeah, they're there. So this is like closer to like our actual fund than, you know what I mean? I wish there would be like, hopefully that'd be cool if there was like a surge at BBTS and they had to dump more in, but that's pretty much like the Big Bad Toy Store orders are in there. So yeah, we have the Nerdzoic stuff coming in as well, Matt said, and that's pretty much where we're at. So this is like pretty true numbers.
What about like Hella Dope Toys? Is your overseas guy? Is that?
Yeah, I think they have most of their orders in there. They may have some other ones that they haven't put in yet, but I think they've been kind of putting in, they've been putting in more. Mr. Vonner is in the house. I don't think he's chimed in yet. I've been keeping an eye out in the waiting room to make sure. Because I mentioned Dave Bonner, and then I brought in JC instead. But or is he in the chat? And I'm not seeing him. And they're saying that, but I know he has the link.
Chat. It's pretty tough. There's a little bit of lag on the chat.
Oh, okay, all right. That's what I don't think. I don't think it's uphill, bro. And thank you so much for all your support, Tobo Tua Prime. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. If everyone shares to 10 people, we could get another big push. That would be awesome. If you guys could all make it happen, everybody in this chat, like if we could make it like the last 126 people, I will give you each one of my figures from the dork room. So I have 126 figures in here. So, oh my God, could you imagine? Someone's getting the Galactus. Damn, whoever. It's like, oh God. But if there is a way,
the counter's going to skyrocket up.
Oh, I know. Yeah, watch it. Like, whoa, how do we get all this? I don't know. Somebody asked me, would you trade your whole collection to get the project back? Now I'm like, damn. Shoot. Because I could get them back mostly for, you know what I mean? For the most part, I could eventually get them back. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would actually do that. I mean, I might. Who knows? But yeah, at this point, it's too late. But
I gotta tell you, it's been pretty impressive watching everybody in the community coming in. Like I've seen people on Instagram, like I saw Unparalleled Universe posting on Instagram your video showing the prototype, and even
sweet.
like Dan, all the Dans you talked about earlier.
Oh yeah,
kind of reaching out, and I mean even like having somebody like Ryan Ting, from Hasbro come on here. To me, it's pretty impressive. I mean, that's like 10 years ago. I don't think Hasbro would have ever let their employees come on to something like this and help you push your Kickstarter. I mean, that's just like something not everything Hasbro does, especially with marketing, is something I can get behind. But that to me, and seeing those guys like support this for you and stuff is really cool to see, the community coming out and trying to help you with this.
Yeah, no,
I know you.
It really means.
I know
a lot.
you helped others and stuff. Like I know you helped, push Unparalleled's Kickstarter and things like that. So it's just there's a lot of bickering that goes on in this community, but it's good to see when everyone comes out and like helps each other as well.
Thank you for mentioning that, because that has really meant a lot to me throughout this whole thing. Like that is like, no matter what happens, just that experience, it just makes the whole thing feel worth. I mean, obviously I want my figures getting made here. That's where the, true win is, and my eyes, seeing these getting made and shipped out. But it's like, what a awesome bonus to see the community come together. And I feel like I've also kind of like Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I feel like I've kind of explored and visited all kinds of different places of the toy community, going on all these different streams as well, and it's kind of, it's a unifying feeling. It feels like we're a lot, it reminds me that as collectors, we're actually a lot more similar to each other than we are different from each other. Like we all really want mostly the same things. And it's just really refreshing just connecting with so many different people and coming together. Because to me, it's like, it is a big part of this is community. And I'm just like very grateful for it. And, Ryan could have said no to coming on the stream. Hasbro could have like done something to try to prevent him from coming out here and supporting my project. But the fact is that that's not what happened. And it's really awesome that, that I'm getting that kind of support, because they could have said no and I would have understood. There's, it's a big business, and I wouldn't have held it against him at all if he wouldn't have been able to make it. I would have understood, like, okay, well, no, you work for a big company and this could technically be, a competitor. And to be honest with you, I actually invited other guests that work for other companies that aren't nearly as big as Hasbro, and, they chose not to. So, like, that's really awesome of Ryan, and I'm grateful that Hasbro was able to let that happen. Doesn't mean I like Hasbro Pulse. I'm just saying that, that right there, it goes a long way, and it really means a lot to me, man. It really does. Yeah, dude, a bronzer. Yeah, we got prototypes right here. You can see I have a logo right here wearing some of the stretch goal accessory pack features. So the figure, I'm gonna disassemble him because the hoodie arms and the hoodie accessories are part of the deluxe accessory pack. So the initial offering will come with 2 bald human heads. And what we have here with this line is we have these interchangeable arms that have functioning butterfly joints. So we could take this off, and then we could remove the sleeve right here, and then put this aside, and then go ahead attach the flesh arms that do come with the figure, and they just pour it in like that. Yeah, sorry. Just want to see, that's the thing, is like I have to try to move slowly with them as I go, and then bam, and then so that's the regular version right over there. So if you pick this guy up, we also have Eon available as well, and you notice they have the different pants. Like if you want to switch them out, they're made so that you not only have interchangeable heads and interchangeable arms, but you have interchangeable pants between the figures. So go ahead and pop that off, put that aside, pop off the legs on Prince Alago over here, and now you can have Alago with khaki pants instead if you want that look for this character instead of the camo pants. But we have options where you could buy Alago with either camo pants or black pants, and you have the option to purchase Eon with either khaki pants or blue jeans. So we have those available, and I recommend getting all 4 so you could interchange them as you like and mix and match them. As you can see in the picture in the background, we have you can see the black pants over there, which I had to alter. I had to Photoshop because I only have the 2 copies, so I have to make the most with the copies that I have right here. So, yeah, but yeah, any questions you guys have, JC? If you have any questions about the line, I know we did a live stream already about it, but if there's anything that came to mind, that you wanted to ask about, I'm down to take any questions. Same thing with you, Brett. Any other questions you guys may want to throw my way? Oh, and Big Nerdy's pledge went through, so now we're at 642. And it should change. Wow. All right. Big old one right there. Big Nerdy. Thank you so much. We're at 77.8 right there.
There you go.
All right. So it says we have 4 hours to go. Okay. So now, did I do my math all wrong or what?
I don't think it counted the hour until the hour was over. Like, I think,
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's just now. It's just now 11 o'clock here, so I think it just switched to hours.
Okay. So we got 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. It says it's going to end at midnight. So it's ending at midnight instead of 1 a.m. Why did it say 1 a.m.? That's weak. Okay, so it's going to end right at midnight.
Well, technically, the clock doesn't go back until like 2 in the morning, so I don't know. If your thing wasn't supposed to end till 1, I don't think that would affect it.
Okay. But then it would be the next day. I don't know. It seems like I'm losing an hour because I thought it was going to end at 1. So why did they pick this day? What? Damn it. Because I asked for the extension, and the way if you ask for the extension, it's like we'll give you what we give you. So the date and time is just totally up to Kickstarter.
Oh, so you don't have if you wanted to extend it, you don't have any control over that.
Yeah, it's basically whatever they give. I know Shartimus' ass is inflamed in that seat. What a stream! It's actually my fat gut that's inflamed with the belt leaning up against it. So I have that's a little too much information. But let's keep it going until it's funded. Yeah, let's do it. I wish we could just keep it going all the way through because it's only been growing, So my cats are.
Did you pick the initial time frame, or is that also determined by
So
Kickstarter.
the initial time frame was me. That was I wanted to go 30 days. That's what they recommended. So 30 days to start. And then I put the request in. My wife was recommending I put the request in. She found out that you could. I actually didn't even know that you could extend your Kickstarter. I thought like once you put it in, that was it. You try to make it that way as much as possible, but yeah, I thought 30 days would be best. But I'm glad we got this window of opportunity because there's Legion Con next week, and there was the 10/27 event last week, Giant Man the week before that, New York Comic Con the week before that. Like it just seems like every weekend has had something big going on in the toy community. So I feel like this weekend is like the one little sliver of a chance that I have right here, right now, to not get dominated by something else. What do you guys think?
Week go on to the like a little bit longer. Go on to Retro Toy Con.
Say that again. The first part
on until Retro Toy Con. You'd had a lot of backers there in person.
Oh, if it went all the way up until Retro Toy Con, yeah. If I put the 45 days, would that have added up? Yeah, that would have been nice to get that final push at an event.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, that would have been pretty sweet. But it's the timelines and stuff, I work them out based off of, what I had planned, long time ago, about a year ago. So I was like, damn. But you don't know what other companies are going to do or, how things are going to line up and everything until they happen, right? So but yeah, I don't know if you had any other questions, Jay. I felt like you were about to ask something and then I ended up cutting you off.
I wanted to ask you when you were on mine and I didn't get a chance was about the shipping. And I know this question came up a little bit earlier, but are you actually, would you be the one that's actually packing these things up and shipping them out to everyone who backed it? Or do you hire a company that does that? Or how does that, I mean, you're doing this out of your house. So how does that work?
Yeah. So what I found to be the fastest and most affordable way to do it is to do it myself. But I have an aunt that owns a storage facility, so I'm going to work with that. If not, I mean, I also have tons of storage facilities that are close by. So it'll be worth the investment paying for that space to get rented out. I used to work at a warehouse. So I have the experience. I know how to get a nice smooth, I know what it looks like to have a nice smooth streamlined system for shipping. So I also have gotten some really good recommendations from people that have already had Kickstarters and have already funded and shipped out products themselves. So it will be me doing it myself through USPS. And it's going to be one of those things where it's like, I'm just going to hustle on getting shipments out. And that'll be like the number one thing I focus on in that duration of time, because I think it would be kind of, I would still get videos posted and I'll still do other things here and there, but people should notice like a decrease in my YouTube content during that time frame, knowing that I'm busy shipping out their figures.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to prioritize that when we get to that point. Mm-hmm.
Now, do you see yourself like moving more and more away from doing YouTube videos to focusing more on your action figures?
No, not at all. I mean, it's going to I'm going to have to continue working this at a pace where it's going to have to fit in with my lifestyle. So I have no intention of especially at the price point I'm selling these figures at. Like, I'm going to have to keep my do we get a new backer? My day job, you know what I mean? I say quote unquote day job because people don't respect being a YouTuber enough, so they, day job. So I'm gonna have to continue doing what I do on YouTube while working on this on the side. So this will continue to be like a side project for me moving on in the future.
Hey brother, I got a low battery notification. I may charge for a little bit, may step back on later.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'll be on till at least midnight. So
well,
yeah.
not, then best of luck and street humans. But,
Yeah, hey, can I show off the pictures? Can I show off the pictures you sent me?
Oh yeah.
So like everybody, look what Brett did here. Boots on the ground. All these good people over here sharing street humans. Brett getting out there and spreading the word. I really appreciate it, man.
Hey Brett. So this toy expo in South Carolina, is that your baby, or you just?
No, it's my friend Ryan's show from Toy Federation. He's got a YouTube channel. Check it out. It's pretty cool. And it's a blast. So
Yeah,
that's
nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm getting like messages on Instagram that I haven't looked at in hecka long. I was like, oh shoot, there's so many like reposts that I could be taking advantage of that I haven't done yet. So that's why I'm just like got distracted by my phone. But yeah, go ahead and charge your computer or your phone, and if you can make it back on, hop back on, man.
Yeah, if I can, I will. If not, best of luck and street humans.
All right. Thank you, Brett. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, man. Yeah, awesome guy. He's been incredibly supportive. He's done so much, so I really appreciate him. And yeah, man, this I again, I've gotten so much support with this project, and I've gotten so much support with the YouTube channel that I really want this to see the light of day the way I want to see it, But
yeah, I mean, I have no personal interest in ever wanting to like make action figures myself, but I find the whole process just really interesting. And I also, it's very much where this hobby seems to be moving to with the smaller independent guys. Like I was at the Maryland Toy Expo today, and I was talking to those guys who did the Savage Crucible Kickstarter. They were there, they were showing off their figures and stuff. And so it's just like, and like Bobby Vallow was there with Action Force, and it's just that to me. I mean, there's always going to be Hasbro, there's always going to be these big licenses like Marvel Legends and stuff, but I really feel like as far as the future of this hobby, it is definitely trending more and more to the smaller independent action figure lines and stuff, which for me personally, I've never really been that into, because it's always to me has been about the nostalgia of my childhood, collecting G.I. Joe and Transformers and Marvel and things like that. But I definitely, as somebody who covers the industry, have been seeing that trend moving more and more to stuff like you're doing. So I really find the whole process just, fascinating and such.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that we live in this day and age where like it's possible, you know what I mean? Like I don't think it would be possible like without things like YouTube, you know what I mean? Having the YouTube channel is like a huge it's a huge benefit for trying to do something like this. I don't know if I would have thought about going about it this way if not for that. The way Kickstarter works, like there's just so many things in play that make stuff like this possible that I think is just I think it's a unique thing to happen at this particular time. All these ducks would have to be in a row for us to move in this direction. So hopefully I can be part of that group. I've backed right now your Kickstarter, my friend. Hey, thank you so much, Alan. Oh man, yes. Hey, hop in anytime, Alan. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I just shared the Kickstarter on Twitter, Alpha Proto. Thank you. I hope that helps. I should have done it weeks ago. Hey, it's all good. Later is better than never, man. I think younger kids aren't as into figures as we were when we were kids. So yeah, once we age out, I think these bigger companies will make less, and more smaller companies will pop up. That's possible. That's a fair enough assessment right there. Hold on a second. I gotta check the door really quick. Is that Charlita 1? Okay, hold on. I forgot I had locked the door. I shouldn't have locked it. What? Hold on. I don't want to smash my own stuff. Oh, thanks. Oh, not right. Oh, yeah. Take a break. Okay, I don't. Here, thanks. Oh, juice. Just because it's kind of messy, I'm really scared of that getting on. Okay, thanks. She made me a bowl of soup and noodles, which is really, really tasty looking.
I'm glad it was soup because it sounded a little kinky.
Oh, wait, it sounded like what? Thank you, amor. What did it sound like?
Sounded a little kinky there for a second.
Oh, really? Like, oh, like, no, not right now, baby. Put it away. Yeah, hey, I love that, but I can't right now. But like, she decked it out with the cup of noodle and an egg right here and everything. So,
is this your first meal of the day, or
no? Well, I had some leftover sushi earlier and nibbled on a couple of French fries. She dropped off a Big Mac and fries over there, but I never ate them. So, yeah. So this is like one of the earliest. This is one of the few things I've eaten all day.
Did you plan on doing this all day live stream from the get go, or was this like something last minute you decided to kind of do?
Oh no, I planned on because Wade from Unparalleled Universe, I think he had a really successful Kickstarter. You know what I mean? It's like, I know it's rough for any of us that are doing it for the first time. So I know there was a moment for him where it looked a little harder than it was, I thought he did a really good job of, doing a lot of live streams and hosting a live stream till the end. I thought that was a smart thing to do. And I was like, you know what? I love doing live streams. I could do a long haul. And for anything, for it to be worth it, I'd rather not go to bed just 2 hours before the live stream ends and then just hope that it went well. You know what I mean? That just seems kind of weird. It worked so hard on this and not see it through to the very last moment. That would be weird for me,
But I mean, you've been on what time did you start today?
10 a.m. my time.
10 a.m.
So what? 1 o'clock your time?
Yeah, that's a long day.
It's a 15-hour live stream. My wife was like, hey, you know what? You'll win a lot of people over if you compare your 15-hour shift to working construction 15 hours. And I was like, oh, shut up. I'm not going to do that. So I thought that was a funny thing for her to say. But yeah, these noodles are bomb. She made them with the egg and she put the sriracha all over them. So they're nice and a little bit of spice in there. So I do have to dig into these a little bit, but
You're almost at 78. Oh no, you just went up. You just jumped over 78,000. So
oh shit,
I mean, you're definitely moving at a pretty good.
644. Hey, 6. Oh, we got 2 more, bumping us up over 78. Oh man, hold on. I gotta put here. Let me take a sip so I don't spill all over the prototypes.
Don't fall out of your chair like that one
time. Hey man, you know what's funny? That every time I lean forward in this chair, I think about that shit. Every time I'm like, whoa, whoa. Every time those back 2 legs leave the ground, I think of that moment because oh god. But what's more priceless about that is the face I made afterwards, because I was concerned about the camera being off. I wanted to make sure the camera got it. So when you see me go, I'm that's me, it's recording, right? Oh, tell me that was recording.
Yeah, that I laugh. I mean, I felt bad for you for a little bit, but I also laughed my ass off because that was just priceless.
Yeah, no, there's no reason to really feel bad for me. It all be picked up later. But I did get not insulted, but a little disappointed when I would hear from people say hey man, that's the funniest thing that you ever did on YouTube. You know that was the funniest moment. I'm like, man, I worked so hard on stop motions, collector documentaries, doing random sketches, all this shit, and I accidentally fucking knocked my shit over, and that's the number one thing. That's the number one funny thing. But hey, I'd rather make people laugh more than make people laugh less. So it's all a privilege. You can feel my shoulders feeling less achy as I eat. Sriracha, no tapatio sauce. I know. Well, we have tapatio, but with this one we go with the sriracha. But I do love my tapatio. I am a tapatio mang. No doubt. Hey, we got Ace in the house. Thanks for coming through, Ace. Oh, he'd been he'd already left a couple of comments. Oh yeah. Ramen at Ramen Toy Shardamus is eating ramen. That's right. Hey, we love ramen in this house. Toy Lips. All right, just plug the stream on my channel. Hey, thank you so much, Toy Lips. Really, excuse me. Really appreciate that.
You know,
I got a Infinity Gauntlet. Say that again.
I was gonna say, if it doesn't get back, then Ramen might do a Street Alien action figure in your honor.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah, I would like to talk to Ace further after the live stream, but I have two more backers putting us over the 78,000, and then all right. So yeah, that's like one thing I have to. Yeah, go on.
So if we get to the 120 tonight before the deadline, what are you going to do to celebrate?
Oh, what would I do to celebrate? Oh man. Oh wow. I didn't even, you know what? Not that I've been thinking negative like it wouldn't happen, you know what I mean? Like I haven't really thought of it that much. So it's like in my mind I never really thought of like doing anything in particular to celebrate. I didn't try to Hillary Clinton this shit or anything, you know what I mean? Like I'm just like just so focused on getting it back. Ruckus says go to bed. Oh no, counterculture, another 15-hour live stream. That's what I'm gonna celebrate. Another 15 hours.
A 15-hour live stream celebrating. There you go.
Yeah. In all honesty, I don't know. Like, I would probably want to. I would want to do something to spoil my wife and kids. That's the first thing that comes to mind. God damn it! I can feel myself getting emotional about it because I feel so guilty. But all the extra work that I've put into this for the last couple of years, especially the last month or so, it's had an effect on the household. My kids see me less. My wife sees me less. It's taken a huge toll on my wife. My kids are extra clingy when I'm around, and there's so many times where I had to tell them I can't play with you. I can't hang out with you. I got to do a live stream, or I got to have a meeting, or I got to Photoshop this picture. There's so many times where I've had to like deny them of my time that like that would probably be something is to like, I don't know, probably take them to Japantown and spoil them with, like a nice dinner or something, but like try to do something really nice for my wife and kids because while I've been working my ass off on this thing, it's like my wife has been working her ass off extra maintaining the household with me not really being as present, you know what I mean? I have my own chores and my own stuff that I do around the house, and I just really haven't been keeping up on my own responsibilities as well as I should have. So it's like I've kind of like forced the burden on them. So I would do something to spoil my wife and my kids to try to hopefully kind of like make up for my negligence as a father and a husband, So
yeah. I mean, I've always given, like, when you had your kids, I was like, oh, you're not going to be able to maintain your YouTube channel. Because I know people like, oh, YouTube's not a job and all that crap. But I mean, to get to a stage where you are at, it's 100% a job. And working out of your house, it's different when you're going to the office and like you're not there, but you're there in the house with your family. But you've got to be able to say, look, I've got to do this because this is the job that pays the bills. And how you balance that with your, doing your YouTube, and now this on top of that. I honestly don't know how you do it, because I don't have kids. So, I just think about, if I did, how hard it would be running my websites and everything on top of, taking care of kids and stuff. It would just be very difficult. So my hat's off to you for being able to juggle all of that. And definitely, I think they deserve a nice night out or something, in celebration for all of this, because, for them to stand behind you and support you on this is definitely, I'm sure, a big deal.
Yeah, and the kids are excited about it too. Let's bring Dave Bonner in. He's back in the live stream. And Mr. Bonner, thank you for
Yo,
Dave.
Yeah.
What up, Jay Cochran?
What's up, Dave?
Yo, this is like a reunion, dog.
Yeah,
long time.
Yo, man, look at your lair. Jesus.
Oh yeah, JC's lair is dope, man. I want to go in there so bad.
Oh man.
Yeah, ever since the pandemic, I don't leave this. This is like my man cave. I'm like, you guys have fun at the conventions. I'm just gonna sit here in my man cave and.
Yo, it's so
walk
funny.
around.
I actually just my wife and I, we actually just moved our office down here to San Diego. So I'm in downtown San Diego now, like steps from the convention center and everything. So I still gotta build up my spot. I only got one picture back here. That's it. And a whole bunch of junk that you can't see. But I gotta get it together. I definitely need some video games and some other stuff, man. Some mood lighting and all that. It looks dope.
Oh yeah,
thank you.
Shelves. Get you some Street Humans in the background as well.
Right.
I want Street Humans sent your way so you can have them.
How's everything going, man? Everything's the numbers is up a little bit. We still moving along.
Oh yeah, it's it's at 78.4 right here, and we just got another backer.
Oh, nice! Look, you need a cowbell, ding a ling a ling, jing.
Yeah, we gotta see. That's where I don't know where I put my drumstick though.
Use a spoon.
Bang your head.
Spoon, man. Look, we're in the hours where we gotta start improvising. This is
just gotta like bang your head.
Use the spoon. How about I use a figure that deserves the punishment? How about that?
That would be dope. Now it would be cool if you had like a Street Human's arm or something. You could bang on that thing.
Yeah.
But,
I'll use Tracksuit Mafia legs. How about that? There we go.
There you go.
46.
There you go.
All right. I like that because it's not as loud too. Like when I had the stick, I was doing that like right in my ear. Oh, it was brutal.
Nice, man. How you holding up?
Yeah, no, I feel good. It's it's been awesome watching it grow. So, throughout the course of the live stream, it's the numbers have only gone up, and it's we got another one. We got 647. We're almost at 79,000 right here.
Look at that.
All right. With the patas right there. All right.
You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's the luck of JC. It's the luck of Jay Cochran.
Yeah.
When you got him in the mix, it's like putting smell good stuff underneath your nose. It's like, oh, that smells so good. That's that new plastic smell.
Yeah.
If we get to 120,000, you better believe I'm taking full credit for it.
Yeah, there you go. It's all because of JC. All because of JC. Awesome.
Nice, man. So hey Jay, man, how you digging the line, man? How you digging everything so far?
Yeah, I've been asking.
Well, I haven't had a chance to have it in hand, but I think I love the idea of these being essentially, thugs for your Marvel Legends and stuff. And when he first told me about it, that was the first thought I had in my head, is these are going to be awesome for, your Marvel Legends to fight with and stuff. So like the alien portion is kind of a cool thing. I like the sculpting detail, but I always really like the idea of these being like army builder of thugs, gang members, the Punisher being able to blow these guys away and things like that.
Yeah.
So,
Like you remember in the old Batman TV show, like all the goons that would show with the main bad guys, like they always had a unemployed goons that that moved around.
Exactly. Yeah. Or Spider-Man in the alley, and there's like all these gang members that he's beating up, or Daredevil.
Right,
I mean,
Yancey Street. You can get the Yancey Street game.
Yeah, there you go. Yes,
you know that'd be dope. That'd be dope.
Yeah.
I mean, people like love ninjas, but I'm like, no, screw the ninjas, man. Give me like street thugs and stuff to beat up on and such.
Yep.
So.
Nice.
Yep. I agree, man. That's the fun part. It just makes the collection just kind of, look like a scene. Look like a story.
Right. Yeah. Especially like with different aesthetics out there that you don't usually see. Like that's a very important thing for me is for it to have like a fresh look. So I don't really think I've seen any of the, like there's no other figures that really quite look like these guys. Like there's definitely inspiration from Marvel Legends involved in it, like what Manny was saying, like with the Logan figure and stuff, but like not really quite like this. Like they still stand out and look different from anything else that I have in my collection. So, and I have a lot of figures too. So for me to say that, it's like they really do stand out. So I'm really happy with.
I mean, imagine the guys that can really do some really cool customs, like of the hood and all that stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's like those characters that just kind of look like your regular guys, or maybe like you villains that fell off the ladder a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, it's just cool that you can kind of set up so you can have like the bank robberies, or like they can rob a old person or something, or just causing trouble, or even if it's not even, they're not even villains, like they could, maybe just add to the scene, background guys, or join in the fight,
Right. And people have mentioned using them as background characters for WWE displays. That they work really well for that. Did we get just another backer right now too? 647 and
so what's that? It's a line. They make like, oh, we got another one.
Yeah, we got another one right there. Sorry to interrupt.
Look at that.
Yeah,
look, we take anything. We take EBT cards. We take travelers checks. We taking it all, baby. We taking it all.
I had somebody offer to PayPal me, and I was like, "Oh man, that's so awesome!" But I can't take PayPal. It has to be on the Kickstarter. Yeah, I wish
it takes PayPal, right?
Say that again.
Does Kickstarter take PayPal?
No, Kickstarter takes PayPal, but she wanted to PayPal me like money to put
directly. Yeah,
I was like, "Oh, I can't." I have a lot of support from family on this too. Like, it's been really cool. So,
oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Yeah,
man.
my dad has been like really supportive of this line. My dad has a lot of respect for you, Mr. Vonner, by the way. Like he's like you've never met my dad or anything, but like he's known about you like this whole time. You know what I mean? So whenever I mention you, like he knows who you are. He knows the whole story. Like yeah, when I talk to my parents, like my mom will ask me questions and like my dad will answer, like, because he's on top of it. He knows
he's in the know. He's in the know.
Yeah, he's like, no, if he includes that, he's gonna have to move the funding goal to a higher price. Like, I'm like, what the hell?
Well, look, man, tell your parents, tell your pops, man, hello for me, man. I love them. They did a great job in combining their DNA to make you.
Awesome, thank you.
They did a good cloning job.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, no, my parents are geeks too, man. I have this theory that I've tried not to think about it too hard, but I believe I was conceived with Star Trek on in the background. I have a feeling.
You probably were.
Yeah,
I think I was too.
You think you were also? Yeah.
Yeah.
My parents love the original series, and they're still big Star Trek fans. My first convention, I was 7 years old, going to a Star Trek convention because my parents wanted to go. Like it was for them. So that
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, it was.
My mom did that to me too, man. She used to work in a casino. She was a pit boss in the casino and everything.
Oh, wow.
And one year, the casino had their first like Star Trek convention, right? And I was like, oh man, I want to go. I had airbrushed like the Enterprise, and I wanted to have like the crew sign it and all this other stuff.
Wow.
But my mom had dressed up as a Klingon, and I didn't even know that she was going to do this. And before that, she had bought like this giant thick Klingon language book. So we were all, me and her were like learn phrases and all that stuff. And she came there dressed as a Klingon, talking Klingonese and everything. It was like, oh. I was proud and embarrassed at the same time because I was young. I was young, right? And I was like, man, like she's kind of blowing me out the water. I can't keep up with.
yeah. Like this is like wow. She's like really, really into it. That's so awesome. Damn, that's sick. I remember my mom talking to the actress who played Deanna Troi in the Next Generation.
Oh yeah.
And like, oh god, I remember my mom wasn't doing anything cool like that. She was saying like, so how do you do your hair and how do you get your hair to grow like that? Like, mom, you're talking about hair. Like you're talking about hair. Like, oh come on. But I was like, yeah,
Did you have a crush on Deanna Troi?
I did like her. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
She was in Death Wish 3. She was in Death Wish 3.
Oh, okay. Death Wish 3. Oh, all right.
Yeah, check it out.
I gotta check. I know what you're saying. Then I will go check that out. I will watch Death Wish 3. I will check that out. But yeah, I did have a crush on Deanna Troi, and yeah,
she was definitely the hottest of the three on Next Generation. So.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Picard didn't do it for you?
That's where he got his look. That's how he got his look. Picard was the inspiration.
Like a nice torpedo head that you can have your Charles Xavier dreams on.
What was the one that blew there was that actress from Deep Space Nine, and I think she like blew everybody's mind.
Oh yeah, with the 7 of 9, the Borg chick.
Yeah, 9 was her name, or
yeah,
no,
not 7 and 9. Well, she was Voyager, not
Yeah, that was later on. Yeah. That was Voyager. Oh wow, the Ruckus has got some Star Trek trivia right here. What's the name?
Cronus.
Cronus, man, come on.
Cronus.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You gotta learn how to. You gotta at least have 2 kills to live on the homeworld of Cronus.
Today's a good day to die.
It's always a good day to kill.
Wow, are you gonna start dancing on your 1-ups like you promised? Did Jay promise dancing? Hey, you got
I don't remember that, but if it hits 120, I'll dance.
Joe,
hey, if we get 120 backers, JC's gonna dance. Hey, we just got
120,000
backer right now. We're getting closer and closer to it.
Now I know for a fact. I know for a fact there's some guys out there. There's some little there's some hidden viewers out there that really got some long paper. So just drop like 2 or 3 grand on it right now. Just go big on it. Go big. Go big. Don't go home.
There you go. Go big, don't go home. But I really want to make these different pant styles unique to the backers. You know, I really think it would be great to keep these like the one of a kind initial run designs and then tweak them and change the color schemes going forward, you know, because once we get those molds, once we get the steel for these, we could change the colors any way we want. And I thought it'd be cool, you know, again, thinking the collector making this collection for collectors. It's a lot of collecting, but you get what I'm saying. I'm thinking of that collector mindset over here. So
right.
Yeah. But hey, yeah, Mr. Joe Capone, I appreciate it, bro. You've been so supportive like this whole time.
Oh, Joe Capone, what up? Yo,
yeah, you remember Joe?
Joe, look, man, listen. A lot of these guys, man, you know, from the YouTube community, because we all go back like years and years and years. It's just so amazing to see the guys from the old YouTube community, you know, be here and support you and everything, man, and just see everyone's growth and everything. It's just, And I just gotta say, shout out, and he's no longer with us, but my man Lou Thug. You remember Lou Thug from back in the day?
Man. Yeah.
Yo, man, he was such a good dude, and I never forget. He posted this video of him washing his Marvel Legends, and he was like, "I wash my figures. I wash," and he just sounded like Big Pun when he said it. I wash the legs. I wash the arms. I wash the toy. I keep them clean.
Yeah.
I was like, that was just an amazing dude, man. He's definitely missed, and along with all the other guys that we missed, man. Yeah, Luther was the dude. He was a good guy.
I remember the very first 2 comments I ever got on YouTube. The very first comment I ever got on YouTube was from my brother, because I had posted my first video and I said, "Hey, leave a comment on my video because I just posted it and I don't want it to sit there with no comments." I said, "Okay, I'll leave a comment." And my brother wrote something, and then after that was Lou Thug. So technically, Lou Thug is the very first person to actually leave a comment on any of my videos, which is crazy because I'd never, at that point, would have never imagined it going this far. But I remember the feeling I got of, someone left a comment.
It's so funny because you had to do what David Letterman did. Like early in David Letterman's career, he used to have like his wife call, right? Or his friends call the show to make it seem like it was really like the phone lines was like that, but it wasn't. It was just like his wife and everything. But eventually started getting real calls based off of those calls, right?
Right.
So I mean, look what your brother did for you, and then in turn, look what Lou Thug did, and now look where you are now.
Yeah, no, and Lou Thug was great, man. I mean, we had so much fun, and we would, rag on each other and talk shit and all this. But like, I remember, like I remember talking to him about wanting to go over there and visit so many times, and I was like, at that time in my life, I wasn't able to get out there in New York, and it's just like,
yeah, you lived in the Bronx, right? He was in the Bronx, right?
I think he was in the Bronx.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was in the Bronx because he wasn't too far from where Kendall's at over there.
Yeah.
They're able to visit each other, and I think they're from the same same borough at least. So,
I remember one of the first guys I met was JR Nightmare.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He was like one of the first dudes that was like, "Man, I love these 3 3/4 figures." Like, who are you?
Nice. Yeah. Jerry Nightmare. I'm happy to see him. He's still out there. In the community doing his thing. I saw him picking up a whole bunch of. I think he picked up the Cosmic Legions figures. I think I saw him post about those. And man, it just goes to show how strong, like, the whole. I mean, man, it's kind of just blowing my mind. After all this time, we're still here, and it's damn, it's fucking crazy. It's
I've always said, like, during conventions, man, that every time I go to Comic-Con, I feel like we all could have been best friends, right? We were all into the same thing. We all had our core group of friends that were a little bit outside of where we were. It's like we had our friends and family and all that, but it was only certain individuals who really understood, who can get like our humor, get our passion about comics, just the useless trivia, like having conversations about who could beat who, and it getting like real heated discussions about it,
Right.
Like it takes certain individuals that actually understand and appreciate that and keep the conversation going, and not just, "Oh man, you guys are stupid, man. Talk about something else." We just kept at it, and
right.
We all just could have been best friends. Yeah, KJ Hulk. Yeah, KJ Hulk. I remember him.
So KJ Hulk, I remember he was big for, and he would include your figure where he would get us all in one. He would designate action figures for us, and Dave was obviously War Machine, and then I think that he used Wonder Man for me, and then I think he used MODOK for Lou Thug, and then he would bring Lou Thug in and like have the Lou Thug start talking shit to everybody else in the community that was chilling there and everything. I love that. That shit was hilarious. those first couple of years in the community, that was really a special thing because it's like there was definitely this feeling of like finding each other, you know,
Right.
like oh, like you're the people I wish that were around,
Yeah.
like so many.
Or like when guys like Jay would drop like, you know, some hint, or like you know, just, you know, Pixel Dan, you know, or like Daniel Paquette. Like whenever guys would drop some news, or Jim, like Jay, we treated you guys like you were like CNN, you know, like real legitimate, like guys that were breaking, you know, the news, and like for the inside, that's how we would figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, like, it was a toy fair back in the Toy Biz days, and I got called in. I felt like I got called into the principal's office because it was Jesse Falcon, and I forget the lady's name, but like
Joanne, was it Joanne?
It might have been, and I'd posted something on the site that I guess had leaked out, and it was like I got sat down and I was like, you know, we really appreciate all the coverage that you give us, but we need you not to post this. And we're like, and I'm like sitting there going, okay, just don't hurt me.
Like, what are you guys gonna do to me now? Wow, yeah.
But it's amazing how things have changed. Like, like I mean, I can't believe I sit here and like I can't believe I've been covering this stuff for like 20 plus years now. I mean, it's just like the first year I went to Toy Fair, I'm like, I literally took my desktop computer to the hotel and then ran back and forth from the from the toy buildings to my hotel, like dialed in on AOL and uploaded stuff onto the website. I mean, that's just how crazy it was back then.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you say that, because Jay, I actually think that you were one of the first guys that I saw who could take pictures and then would instantly go to the site.
Yeah.
You were one of the first
I mean,
guys.
It wasn't like in the early years, but yeah, definitely as technology kind of started to improve a little bit, you know, every year it was, because it was a race. Like the first year I covered it, there wasn't a lot of toy sites out there. So and the ones that were, they basically like, they were like, okay, we'll get this posted, you know, when we get back next week or something. And so I was like one of the first websites that like literally was like trying to get it up. I mean, sometimes I kind of kick myself because it's like, you know, when you're racing to get it up first, sometimes you miss things or you don't get the details or what. Like a lot of regrets I have is like that I focused more on getting the pictures and getting them up as quickly as possible, and not really sitting down and like talking to you guys and getting to know you guys better and stuff. So I mean, it helped the sites grow faster, but I also definitely feel like I kind of missed some of that like camaraderie that some of you guys have. And stuff.
But you know, it's funny, man. Like guys like yourself and like Russ, and I mean, look where the brand of Marvel has grown, like where it's gone just by like grassroots talking about stuff. You know what I mean? Or just think about some of the you know, the Comic-Con exclusives or the Hasbro Pulse stuff. Like all that stuff comes from fans, but the majority of it comes from like guys like yourself that started that platform. Like, how can we actually talk about this stuff in real time and show it off like in a similar way that the comics are? You know, it was no movies really at the time, but it was promise of the movies and everything. So it was like just so much promise in the air, you know, and it was just an amazing time period. It was.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe like when I started the sites, like literally Pixel Dan, who was a kid in high school, was a moderator on my message boards, and now like, you know, he's got a family, he's YouTuber, he's got a book and stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, it's just
isn't that crazy? Like that's how I feel about like Century Productions, bro. Like I remember he was a kid.
Yeah,
he was literally a young boy.
he's 30 now. I'm like,
That's
nuts. I was like, oh damn it. I feel so old now. Like, what, you're 30? Like, you're supposed to be like 20 years old forever. Like, what the hell?
No. I remember I have a picture and it was all of us, like Brazil from Love, Boog, like we were all in this giant picture together during a Comic-Con. And I was like, man, I saw it like not too long ago, and I was like, Jesus, like that was so long ago.
Yeah, that's a trip. Yeah, and it's and I know I've said this before, but it's like going back to the toys part of it. Like I really like the more I think about it, it's like I don't see it any other way. Like the effects that were had on the toy industry from your work, Dave. Like I know I keep saying it over and over again, but I saw this shit. Like I witnessed this shit happen where it's like there was a time where like Legends weren't cutting it, then Marvel Universe is kicking all kinds of ass, and we have David Vonner from Toy Biz working on those three-quarter inch figures, kicking all kinds of ass. Like, why isn't that work being put on the 6-inch figures that I collect? And seeing that growth happen to the extent where it transitioned into the 6-inch figures.
You know, it was funny, man, like that whole period, because obviously it's the team, right? And during that time we just had like a small team that was just like it no matter what happened, something was being taken away from us, right? Either money or personnel, or just like something was always being taken away from the Marvel team. And it was just like, hey, like, I'm just going to galvanize a select group of people like Tony Kallela, the painter. And, we had a good copywriter named Forrest. He wound up being pulled off the team. So I started doing some stuff. But honestly, man, you got to give a lot of credit to Dwight Stahl, because he was put in a real messed up position, whereas he really, out of everyone, he was really wanted Marvel Legends to succeed. And he was kind of viewed as the heel of the line, right?
Right. Yeah.
But he really wanted it to succeed, but also too, he really wanted me and Marvel Universe to succeed too. So a lot of the times, man, it was like, sometimes, I would kind of steamroll and snatch a character, but he would be like, man, put it in universe. Like, let's try to figure out if we can't get it. If we can't get in Superhero Squad, we can't get in Legends, let's put it in universe. Like, that's how we were kind of working it. You know what I mean? Like that's why you had Shang-Chi and Superhero Squad, because we really wanted him so bad. I love Shang-Chi. I mean, Shang-Chi is like, he's one of my top 10 characters, right? And I love Bruce Lee. I just love everything about the character. And I just pushed so hard, for years, and it just wouldn't make it, So eventually we were like, yo, let's just get him in Superhero Squad. And it just seemed so ridiculous at the time, but we were also like, if this will be the gateway to get the character in there. So it was like Superhero Squad or the Mighty Mugs or Legends of the Universe, whatever we had that was kind of collector focused that we couldn't put into the main line like Marvel Legends. So like, all right, what can we do to somehow put the essence of the character or the story in other parts of the line, So and it just kind of built up from there.
That's one of the things I hated from the fandom standpoint was if somebody loved both scales, both 6-inch and the 4-inch figures, I always hated how like the 6-inch collectors would fight with the 4-inch collectors. Like why can't we have both lines, and why can't both lines be great?
Mad. I was so mad. I was too young and too stupid and too mad. I was one of them. I hated so long. I was so pissed. I was so fucking pissed.
But it was understandable. It was understandable during that time. It was really understandable why the anger was there, because the brand was, first of all, it was leaving from Toy Biz to Hasbro. And a lot of guys didn't even understand the dynamics of that transition. So, but they knew that Hasbro didn't do things the way that Toy Biz did it. So, and also too, it was a change in personality and personnel on internally. There was a lot of struggle on Jesse's side. Like, he fought a lot. Like, it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears for Marvel Legends. Like, I really don't know any toy line that went through what it went through, as far as like people just really digging in and passionately pulling it along. Like, for it not to die. Like the only thing I can think of that's in the realm of pop culture that's similar to Marvel Legends as a toy is Star Wars as a brand. Like Star Wars shouldn't be around, right? Like after Return of the Jedi, you know, there was no movies, and it was really just, you know, guys who love the novels, guys who love the comic books, and people who love the toys. Like that's how Star Wars kept going when it was nothing. It was nothing, right? And it was really just the pure will of fans that kind of kept it going. Just like Star Trek, Star Wars, and Marvel Legends. Like it was the sheer passion and just the love of the fans that just kept it going, because internally, I mean, the topic was almost every week about killing Marvel Legends from somewhere, someone in the company, and it was just so frustrating.
And no, and that's one thing that that currently frustrates me is that you could, as a fan, you could see the writing on the wall that those meetings were happening somewhere, like that was going on. And I remember legitimate fear of the line getting canceled. Like, and nowadays, like people attack Hasbro, not attack Hasbro, but almost criticize Hasbro to the point where they want to see them fail. Like
Yeah.
when you criticize it to the point where you want them to fail, that's where I get scared. Now, constructive criticism, that's different.
Right.
That helps the line get better. That's what I try to do. I see a lot of other people do it. Constructive criticism, that's great. But when people start getting like vile with it to the point they want to see Hasbro fail and lose money and not be able to make figures anymore, they can get their wish. Like
Right.
they can, like the line can die. We watched it almost go, and
a few times. And to me, it would kind of mess up the natural order of things. Like you know, like we just live in a world where, like, I love being able to push or create new brands, but we also live in a world that's very tied to familiar brands, right? And to me, it's like Marvel and DC are synonymous. They kind of keep the earth on its axis in a way, right? They keep everything rotating. And when those two giant entities in our pop culture world go away, it kind of messes things up. You know, it's like the canary in the coal mine. Like, is this the end of how we do this business, right? Like we kind of need these guys to be around in order for, you know, this business to continue to thrive and survive in a weird way, you know. But at the same time, we also, I firmly believe, in order to survive and thrive, we need new brand. Like, what's the new Marvel or the new DC? Something new, you know, because what happens is with those old brands is like they wind up being ran just like a machine, and it's just pumped and pumped and pumped, and there's nothing new. And everything becomes so predictable and everything, you know. Like for instance, like in Ahsoka, the show Ahsoka is like, it was so good to actually see.
Don't spoil anything, please.
Oh shit! You haven't watched it yet?
No spoilers, please. I've watched.
Oh man! Well, look,
I'm just finishing Mandalorian season 3, and then I'll hop on to.
Oh wow!
You're just finishing Mandalorian? Jesus.
Well, yeah, I know I haven't been able to watch anything. I mean, I don't have time.
Don't you feel really guilty when you can't like watch something? Like I feel guilty when I just caught up on Loki, and I watched Loki, and I felt guilty.
I've
Loki's been good too.
I only watched one episode. I do feel guilty. Like I feel guilty. I haven't seen Blue Beetle yet. That bothers me. There's some movies that really bother and shows that bother me that I haven't seen. But it's kind of like I don't have time for like
it's so much, and I hate saying that because to me, whenever I hear a collector say I don't have room for anything, I'm like, man, that's bullshit. You can hang stuff. There's ways you can get around it. But then it's like, man, like when I can't watch something, I'm like, man, am I getting too old? Like, am I getting?
Yeah, no, it's just busy. It's not that I don't care or whatever. It's just getting stuck, like having to like. There's times where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, my wife fell asleep early. I'm gonna go put the show on, and then I remember I have to take care of something, so it's like 1 a.m. and I'm working. So there's a lot of like around the a lot around the clock.
It's fun being a toy developer, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish I could. Yeah,
you don't sleep as much, do you?
Oh yeah, no, the sleep has been really bad. The sleep, I keep like, I have a hard time falling asleep, and then I wake up like just out of nowhere, like as if like oh god, like the anxiety involved with this, with the whole campaign and stuff. I mean, it's an experience. It's really living life. That try selling cars. I can imagine. Gee, what up, man? Good to see you, bro. Oh man, yeah, I could understand. I could imagine. I could imagine.
I told Russ before you came on, Dave. I was like, I don't know how he does it, because raising 2 kids, the YouTube thing, and now trying to make action figures, it's like, I don't know how you do it.
And I'm a musician. I still have gigs. I have a gig coming up next weekend. I have to learn like 30 songs. So, well, I'll listen to the song, and as I'm hearing it, I try to write out my drum parts, and I have to like get these 30 songs down. It's a pretty good paying gig too, so it's like I really have to do it, and it should lead to more gigs. But I've been screwing up. Like I had a gig where I like forgot my drum stuff, and I was a half hour late on top of it. I was like, oh my god.
What did you use your hands and all that? Did you?
Well, yeah. Basically,
he pulled out some action figures.
Yeah. No, they said we're gonna play without you for right now. Go get your shit and come back. And,
wow, that's cool.
So I was even more late, but yet like that never happens. Like I never forget that much stuff. I'm never that late. Like
Right.
I've had to message people like, hey, I don't have my shit together. I'm just gonna tell you straight up, like, I'm sorry for fucking up. But I still have like it, and I still have jazz band I do every Monday nights, and I have other stuff pop in. Like I had a random gig which wasn't too far away from the guitar center I work at, which is crazy. I took some time off from teaching drum lessons for the past few weeks to help make it all possible. But you know, all the different things I have going on in my life are things that I choose to have in my life. It's like, you know, it's what I want. But yeah, just have a lot of high energy to try to keep moving things.
There's only so many hours in the day. I mean,
well, see, there you go. It's like like Jay's asking me about, oh, how do you keep up doing all of this and this and this and that? And then, you know, Dave is just asking me like, what, you didn't watch this? Well, there's your answer. No fucking free time. No, like there's just no free time. It's like do all the shit and eat and sleep and shit and shower once a week. There you go.
I know. I basically sit in my chair and I'm like the leader. Like I'm sitting there with just my mind, my eyes are white, and I'm just like going everything in my head.
just downloading it all.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But yeah, no, whenever I get like a moment or I'm able to give myself a day off, I'll do my best to try to catch up with everything. So that's how I'm able to, and then I'll forget shit. Like with Mandalorian, I think the other night I finally got myself watching a couple episodes, and I just rewatched 2 episodes that I'd already seen. I was like, oh man, what the fuck? But it's a really good show. So I was like, well, I really enjoyed those episodes. Like they're really good episodes, but it's like, yeah, it's hard to keep up with everything but you know, it'll calm down soon. Like the whole Kickstarter ends in 4 hours, and I'll have most of my life back the way it was. I think we got another backer. Somebody was saying, hey, we got 650. We got another backer over here.
Nice.
All right.
We're getting close to 80,000. So
woo!
Yeah, if we get to 80,000, that's the hell. Here, I'll use Gambit right.
There you go.
All right. Thank you. 650. And I think there's some, pardon me. I think there's like some retweets or reposts. Like, oh yeah, that you can get on. Let me get. Oh shoot, there's so many people are posting about it right now and helping push this forward.
That's cool.
That's really awesome. But let me get to reposting some of these. But yeah, I've been asking, anybody that's got questions about the line or anything, like, I don't know. Always keep coming back to the figures and stuff like that, but we can
Yeah, I
talk.
think I saw one question. Somebody asked like why wasn't I on the Legends team?
Oh yeah.
And actually I was on the Legends team, but how it was is primarily like the Marvel team, right? And how Dwight and I worked was we divvied up characters. Um and also too, Marvel Universe at that time was going to be, because Hasbro was known for Star Wars and GI Joe and just 3 3/4 inch. So that was where the push was going to be, but the Hasbro version was totally different than what I had in mind. Like Hasbro wanted to do like Star Wars type of articulation, basically do 8 characters and that was it. And I I didn't follow those rules at all. I didn't want to follow those rules. It was no way that I was going to follow those rules. So I just, I wanted to have many Marvel Legends, and but also not just many Marvel Legends, but also too something that would look like it would, like I wanted Magneto to look like he would destroy Darth Vader. Like that was just what was in my mind. Like Magneto should be able to crush Darth Vader as soon as the door is open. Like, like the Force is one thing, but Magneto would just utterly destroy Darth Vader. No competition whatsoever. And
Yeah.
so that's what I wanted to like kind of convey, just in the whole like Hulk. I wanted the Hulk look like he could just tear apart a stormtrooper. So with that in mind, I just kind of had more of a. And also, too, you remember Marvel Superhero Showdown that Toy Biz did? Their first,
Oh,
I
the 3 3/4 inch. Yeah, yeah.
well, it was like I was also chasing that too because Superhero Showdown was cool as hell. It was very, very cool. It had so much potential, but it didn't last long. So I was like, man, this could also be an extension of that too. So kind of making mini Marvel Legends and also Superhero Showdown, but also implementing like the fun stuff like the file cards, like GI Joe file cards and stuff like that. So it was like it just became like this hodgepodge of like just different ideas to try to tackle and repackage to make it new.
Wow. So you really had it in mind that you wanted your Marvel figures to beat the crap out of the Star Wars figures.
Yeah, because like that because it was just a conversation about it being 3 3/4 inch, and at the time everyone who loved Marvel Legends, or at least knew what Marvel Legends was about, wasn't no one was liking that idea, including me. At first I was super resistant. I was like, why are we doing this? So, but when I realized very quickly that it was no way that tide was going to turn, and either I was going to have this or I was going to lose it. So I figure I might as well get on board, but at the same time, just make it unique enough really fast, but unique enough very deeply that it wouldn't leave my hands, that it kind of would stay there. So immediately I just started thinking, and it's really out of just anger and frustration, man. Like I just want these characters like they beat the hell out of a normal 3 3/4 inch figure. So that's kind of like how it all started, which is why they're all slightly bigger than the average. They're actually like 4 inches tall,
Right. 4-inch figures.
Right. So it's like I just want them to be a little bit more demonstrable,
Man,
because I don't really think about it, but we didn't really have super articulated figures in that scale until Marvel Universe came out. I mean, GI Joe a little bit with the O-ring and stuff.
Yeah.
GI Joe did have,
like they did some 25th anniversary guys, and
Yeah.
And if you remember, DC Mattel came out with their DC Legendary, or not Legendary. It was, but it was like
Icons maybe, or
No,
that's
they
way
were
later.
No. But they came out with a 4-inch line too.
Right.
Oh, I remember those. Those sucked. Yeah.
Right. They came out first. They actually came out with it first, and I was actually like a little bit scared. I was like, oh man, like they kind of stole our thunder. But then I was like, man, like this could be so cool because now we can actually have in this scale, Marvel and DC. Like I was just thinking it was going to be Marvel, and out of that anger, I'm just going to try to take out Star Wars and G.I. Joe. But then it was like when DC showed their hand, I was like, man, this is the push-pull thing I was talking about. Like we need these. So I was actually happy when DC came out with theirs, because then it was like it would drive me to go deep. Right.
It's gonna put you in high gear.
Right, you know, to drive me to go deeper with the character selection, or something unique and different, just like the comic book wars, you know, just like the publishing wars. So, and when they ended that line, I was so disappointed, man, because I just felt like the fans just could have really had their ultimate 3 3/4 inch Marvel and DC line that they could have just pitted against each other. And there was also a couple other figures, like there was I believe there was a Hellboy, and it started to be like a little bit of a 3 3/4 inch revival, you know what I mean?
Well, that's because prices had gone up on the 6-inch figures, so like companies were trying to downscale to have cheaper figures.
Right.
Yeah. But the Mattel ones were never as good as the Marvel ones. I mean,
well, see, you know what I hate about it's so funny, man, because I love toys, I love making toys, I love the toy industry, but the thing I hate about the toy industry is that sometimes you will get these messages or you know these responsibilities from on high, and basically just saying like just shrink it down or make it simple. But my thing is, why can't we put some creativity or some ingenuity behind it? You know, like, does it have to be super simple? You know, can we, you know, let's make it tough. Like, let's make it challenging. Let's make it challenging for the sculptors. And that's what happened. It was actually, I used like Dave Cortez for the first Hulk, and Phil Ramirez and everything. And they were so used to working in like 2-up, like larger stuff. You know, so that was, then it became a challenge. I was like, oh man, now what I'm going to do? And that's when I met, we reconnected with Adam Van Wickle over at Gentle Giant. And that's when he was like, yo, we can just change the game. And he started showing me what Gentle Giant, how they would approach it. And I was like, man, that's it. You know, so we first started with the Green Goblin, and then it just went from there.
And I don't know if it really went this way, but to me, like on the outside looking in, Marvel Universe kind of saved Marvel Legends, because when your figures came out, it gave, I guess, like Dwight time to, you know, because those early Marvel Legend figures were not good from Hasbro. So it gave them the time to kind of reinvent the Marvel Legends,
right,
and get something better out than what they were doing when they initially launched the line, because
like,
there was definitely kind of a shift.
Yeah, give them a little space. And also too, like the sculpts, you know, like being able to revive, because in the digital realm, 3 3/4 inch and 6 inch, there's no difference. You know, it's all digital. So, you know, with that in mind, it just became, how can we perfect these sculpts for 3 3/4 inch? But then it's like, since they're digital, how can we also implement these sculpts for the 6 inch line? You know what I mean? Or we tweak them a little bit, you know? So it wound up, Marvel Universe really did help Marvel Legends in a lot of ways. You know, it became, it did what it had to do, you know, and then you know, then it ended.
Yeah.
I hate the way that it kind of went out, you know, like, you know, with the idea that there was no care, even though I know that there's people who worked on it that did care about it, but the perception is
Well,
like,
the bean counters got a hold of it, and they wanted to start cutting the costs, which meant reducing the articulation, and it was downhill from there. I mean,
it's like, what are you going to do? Then everyone starts asking questions, right? Like, we got one super articulated line here, then one super articulated line there, and you know, one has all this paint, the other has this paint. Like, what are we doing? So, you know, in the mind of people who don't understand the true nature of collectors, they look at it as, we can't have similar stuff, you know, in similar brands, you know. So,
right.
But in my mind, I'm like, man, we can absolutely cater to the 3 3/4 inch fan, we can absolutely galvanize a 6-inch fan by doing larger figures like the Gigantic Battles or the Sentinel, Galactus. Like there's ways that we can attack both camps and we can win. You know, like one of the things that I wanted to do was like a high evolutionary, but not make them too big, like 11 inches. I wanted to do like I had a Modoc that was being worked on with like a kind of twirl head.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
I want the Living Tribunal. Like I had it all worked out how I was going to have his head floating off the body. You know?
Oh no shit! Really?
And I wanted him to be like 11 inches, but with the head, you know, kind of floating, would make him like 12 inches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, man, I just had so many ideas where we can get some of these intermediate guys that are a little bit larger or can play with their scales. So that way, when you step back and look at the entire like collection, now you have like the gigantic Marvel Universe poster, you know, with figures, and you see the scales, you see everything, you see the giant characters, you see the small guys, you see your aliens, you see your, you know, your Savage Land people, you see everything. Like I wanted to have basically the entire handbook of the Marvel Universe on the shelf.
Carlo, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt you, Dave. But we gotta hit the Infinity. We're gonna hit the Infinity Gauntlet with this one.
Yo, let's do it.
All right, Carlo. All right, thank you so much. What 650? Whoa, and then we got 652.
Nice.
And 653.
653.
All right.
Nice.
There you go. That's Carlo right there, I think. He said he just did it. Didn't want to forget anybody. Awesome.
I love how guys are like, you know what? I'm going to finally do it. I'm going to finally pull the trigger.
I know. It's like, I know it's one of those things where it's like, this could, you know, I always feel like earlier is better than later, but there's a psychological game with this that I don't fully understand. Like it's just it's weird because I don't understand it. So I say it's weird, not to the fault of anybody out there making their purchase decisions. It's just weird to me because I just don't personally get it. Most of the campaigns that I've backed are mostly at the beginning, but sometimes I have backed them at the end. Sometimes that FOMO kicks in. And you know, I've backed projects where there's only 6 hours left, where I was like, you know what, I did want that. Never mind, I want it. So hopefully, you know, ultimately at the end, everybody makes everybody that was thinking about getting it actually backs the project. But
yeah, you know, it is super risky, and it is a psychological game to it. But I love, you know, being able to control your own destiny. You know, and you're really putting it out there. You're putting it out there on your sleeves, and you can't hide. There's nowhere to hide. You put it out there, and then it's like, hey, it is what it is. Let's go for it. You know, yes. and you know, I like that as opposed to certain companies, you know, just kind of, you know, doing filler product or even doing certain crowdfunding campaigns on their own. Like, you know, sometimes I don't like that when a large company has a crowdfunding campaign geared towards collectors, but yet they'll pump out other product, and it's like, it's kind of weird at that point. You know what I mean? It's kind of strange where to me, I kind of feel like the collectors are being used. You know, like you love us when you need us, but then when you really when we really want and need you, then you kind of, you know, don't give us that same kind of love in return.
Yeah, that's a tricky one for me, because I don't personally get bothered by the big corporations using the crowdfunding, but like I get that the crowdfunding was intended for smaller companies to use it, you know. So like for me, like that Giant Man, like as long as I get my Giant Man at a fair price, I don't give a shit how they make it. Like as long as I get that big badass Giant Man in my collection, if it's got to be through a crowdfunded thing, even though I know crowdfunding wasn't intended for them to use it,
Right.
it's like if that's the only way the suits are going to allow it to happen, then for me it doesn't really personally bother me as long as they let the design team do their best that they possibly can. But like Vinny was saying, I should be showing up. Give him a Superman pose.
Oh, that's dope, man. Yo, he looks like Sticky Fingers from Onyx right there. Like when you
Onyx. Damn.
You know, who used to be Blade? He played Blade for a little bit.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. I think it was a Blade show on like the Sci-Fi Channel for a little bit.
There was a Blade show?
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, for a little
show.
Are we talking after all 3 movies or just after the first movie?
No, after the 3 movies.
Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. Oh.
And it was by
It didn't last long though.
Yeah, it didn't last long at all. But it has Sticky Fingers. It has Sticky Fingers from Onyx as Blade.
Oh wow. Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, that one went right past me. I think I lost interest after Blade 3. I was like, Blade 2 was
Blade 2 is my favorite Marvel movie, hands down.
Oh wow.
Down to this very day. Like it's a horror movie with superhero in it, you know.
Yeah.
And it is just amazing. Like there's some good fight sequences in there, some good horror sequences in there. I love Blade 2.
That's a Guillermo del Toro movie, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yep.
Guillermo.
I
Yeah.
fell in love with him after that. He came to the Toy Biz
Yeah.
office and everything. He wanted us to work on Hellboy, actually.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
Like he personally like came and wanted us to work on Hellboy. I mean, he was just a Toy Biz fan. And he's
What happened?
Unparalleled in the house.
Well, during that time, Hellboy thinking that was selling Walmart wasn't a good idea.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's not going to be good for it.
I remember Jesse, Damon, like we were all super excited because we read the comics, so we knew. But like some of the higher ups, they were like, Hellboy, I don't we have Son of Satan, we staying away from that.
Oh yeah.
So they didn't want to do Hellboy.
Well, even Blade back then had, you got like one figure. I mean, it wasn't like you got a whole Blade line or anything. It was
right.
Like,
it didn't go too
about
deep.
this one figure. Yeah.
It didn't go too deep.
Yeah, they could have done more. But that was like that first Blade movie, just like that was the first time we'd actually seen like I feel like a legitimate Marvel movie that
I mean, hey, that's what made Marvel, right? I mean, that's what made Marvel at the time. You know, was Blade. It saved the company.
Mm-hmm. And then we
Changed
got
the whole trajectory of everything.
And I think we got X-Men after that, and then after X-Men was Blade 2, right? I think it was Blade, X-Men.
Right, it was Blade, X-Men, you know.
Mm-hmm. And then
I remember when X2 came out, that whole scene with Nightcrawler in the White House.
I lost my shit. I
God.
I got told to shut the fuck up. Like I was freaking out. Like, that's one thing that trips me out is that people like see the persona, they see me get excited. Like it's not an act. I get excited. Like I really get pumped. That happened to now it makes me want to jump to another story really quick about Dave Cortez. But I was in the movie theater and just freaking out over that whole Nightcrawler scene. Like I was like convulsing like in the seat. You know what I mean? And my friend's like, quiet down, man. Like,
oh man. We were all when we went to see it, we were all like in the whole row, right? Like all of us, all the toy crew was all in a row. And man, we were just on the edge of our seats. It's particularly when the school got raided and Wolverine finally went.
Oh my god! I love that scene. So
like I'm thinking about it right now. I'm getting chills because people don't like it's taken for granted now, but back then You like we wanted to see Wolverine. We wanted to see Wolverine be Wolverine. And and the first movie, the first X-Men movie was like it was cool seeing him and all that, but it was like he really didn't do anything like savage. But in X2, when he went bonkers and started going after those troopers, man, oh man,
slicing them, and when he pinned that one to the fridge,
Oh.
just screaming in his face, that shot, I was
Oh,
like,
man.
whoa, there's Wolverines right there.
I know it was like this, like we went nuts, like that's Wolverine.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I want to see. Like
Yeah.
that's all I want to see. I want to see like a half hour, 45 minutes of nothing but pure berserker violence. Like that's like something out of like Saving Private Ryan or something. Like I want to see, or Extraction. Like I love Extraction. Like that. Like I love one shot scenes when there's the whole oneer and the camera's panning around. There's no break in the shot. Like I want to see that. I want to see literally a full long run of Wolverine just going ape shit.
That's like the intro that he said. Toy Lips mentions there was no blood though. Yeah, that I did remember that. But at the same time, it's like at that point in comic book movie history, we had never seen anything like quite full on like that. So it was still amazing. But the beginning of the Logan movie, when he fucks up all those vatos with the limo, that shit that like blew my, it didn't, I want to say blow my mind, but it got me super fucking pumped. It was like something that I wanted to see a gorier scene, and that like really delivered right there in that one. I thought that was awesome. I think we got some new backers. Over 653. And
Nice.
654. All right.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, that was a big one. 654. We're at 83. Awesome.
Nice.
All right. Excellent.
At this rate, I think we definitely get over 100,000 in the next 3 hours.
Woo! Wow, man. Dude, this is getting, oh God, it feels like it's really, like what percentage? 83.7. Now I gotta like start doing the math, man. Like 83.
It's like New Year's, baby. It's like New Year's.
Yeah. 83. God, I wish I could extend the Kickstarter.
It's doing like, at least 3,000 an hour, I think, right now. So.
We're almost at 70%. That's 69.7. So we're almost at 70%. It's like 30% to go, like a 30% rush for the last few hours.
You can do it. You can do it.
You know, anybody, I will sign at least one figure for every 20-pack bundle. So if you guys are out there considering the 20-pack bundle, you might have
what?
An exclusive.
All right.
Signed
This is
one.
what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take it back to the Kiss days. So Kiss, the rock band Kiss, actually took their blood, put it into the ink vat, and they sent it to Marvel Comics. So this is what we're going to do. If we make it, we're going to draw blood. Okay. if we make this Kickstarter, we're going to draw blood, send it to the factory.
Oh shit!
He's gonna have them mix it into the PVC. There you go. It may be gross. It may gross you out, but hey, this is what we're gonna do for you guys.
Dave just got dark. Hey, he's not the first one to do it.
Dave sharing one of his secrets.
Well, we'll find how about this? We'll find a unicorn somewhere and extract some
unicorn DNA.
Some stuff from that.
That was always like, I always thought it would be cool, like when I pass away, that my ashes were injected into some of the plastic of a figure in the future. Then I could haunt, or maybe a figure of myself, and then I could haunt people, as an action figure. How cool of a movie would that be, right?
It would be cool. Or your ashes would wind up being like part of the first shot, so it's just stuck in the factory forever.
Oh no! all week
with some weird color and weird materials all coming out.
Yeah. Oh no.
Isn't that Chucky? I mean, Shartimus Chucky, is that what we're
Yeah. I was a man. I was a man.
Oh no, I want to. That'd be a cool horror movie though. It'd just it'd be kind of rewriting Chucky a little bit. Call it action figure. I don't know. There you go.
Oh, that would be cool. We you know what? I'm it's so funny because I love that movie Toy Soldiers. Remember that Small Soldiers?
Oh yeah, Toy
Remember that
Soldiers
movie?
with
Man.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah,
man, it was like no Small Soldiers when they actually came alive when
that's Arnold, right? Arnold was in that, wasn't it?
No,
he was in remember he had
Jingle All the Way. Is that Jingle?
You're thinking Last Action Hero.
Yeah, Last Action Hero when he had that toy. What was it, Turbo Man or something like that?
Yeah, I thought that was Small Soldiers, right?
Nah, man, it was
no.
Small Soldiers had like all like these humans.
The actual little green men came to life and stuff.
Yeah, but the aliens were the good guys, and the humans were really like they were torturing. They wanted to eradicate them. Man, it was so dope.
Oh shit, I don't know what I'm.
But it was like it was action figures that just came to life, man.
Okay, I'm thinking of Jingle All the Way. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm thinking of Jingle All the Way. That's what I'm confused with.
Yeah,
that's the one with Arnold in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Garganites? Is it Garganites?
What's Garganites?
Never heard of that.
Garganite.
I have to Google that.
Is that something that needs some penicillin or something like that? When you
Garganite, they're like, oh, I got the Garganite.
You need a penicillin shot when you get the Garganites.
Like, oh man,
that sounds like it itches.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Garganite.
Yo, don't get that Garganite on your lip.
Oh
I'm
man,
telling you, it's you've been doing some
Garganite from
Garganite
from
on your lip. Nasty. Oh, look at him. He's got the Garganite.
Garganite using on the Smurfs.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, that's from Gargamel playing with the Smurfs.
Yeah,
it's too funny.
Watch out for that redhead Smurfette. She's the evil.
Oh, is that was she in the live action one? Okay, 83, 859. Is that did it go up? 83. Oh, it did go up.
Oh
boy.
Another one? We moving and grooving.
Almost at 84.
Right. 55. All right.
Look at that.
I mean, it's Saturday night. It's Saturday night at 12:30. Well, my time at least. It's after midnight, and there's still 130 people watching this.
Yeah,
that's amazing to me.
Yeah, that's great, man. And I think I think the viewership has just been going up as we've been watching too, or as we've been going. So that's crazy. I can't believe I've been sitting here for so long too.
I know, man. Like it must be funky in that room right now.
Yeah. Good thing I showered right before. I made sure to clean up beforehand, so it could have been worse.
Now you gotta. There's a stew in that seat right now, my friend.
Yeah, a little.
It's a little mixture. It's a little mixture of PVC in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. ABS.
A little bit of ABS, PVC in there. Luckily, I have the window open. I have to keep a window open in this room all the time because there's so much plastic in here that.
Oh, you got the fumes and everything.
Yeah, my wife doesn't even want the door open to the dork room at all because she doesn't want my kids breathing in all the plastic and paint.
That smell is love. Like nothing used to smell like those old Marvel Legends. Remember when you open up that clamshell and you felt it. It was heavy.
Well, of course you felt it because your hands were all bleeding from the packaging after.
Oh man, listen, I know, right? You had to cut your fingers just to open it up.
Yeah. You had to wait until you had a knife. There's no way, or you had to find really good scissors, but there's no way to just open it right when you got into the car.
You gotta use those choppers, baby.
Oh God, ripping the clamshell. Oh my god! Hey, quick question from Ramen Toy. Thank you, Ace.
Oh, Ramen, I love you, dog. Yo, Ace, I love your stuff, bro.
Oh
Like,
yeah, Ace is the man.
I
Ace
thought
is the man.
I thought I was a line stepper. Ace, you are a line. I love it, bro.
Yeah,
love it. I love
and his passion for figures is infectious as hell. Like he really loves what he's doing, man. I love hearing him talk about the product. Like there's like you could see like the outrageous amount of joy that he gets working on this stuff, man. I think Ace is awesome, man. 656. All right, thank you, sweet Lord Emetron. All right, we got another backer, 657. Woo. All right, thank you, Ace. Oh, and I didn't count 656. Did it go?
We're over 84,000. So
wow! Oh my god, dude! 80. Damn, man. 85 is kind of a 85. Shoot. Oh my god! I can't believe we've over doubled like the highest the last campaign went, which is just kind of like a personal thing I just really wanted to see.
Yeah.
That just makes me really happy to see right there. But oh crap. Thank you so much. I think Ace had a question I was about to read though. Damn man, we're like it's I can't help but be hopeful seeing it move. You know what I mean? Quick question at Shardom Starter. For the 656 backers, how many units or pieces of figures does that equate to? Just doing the math. Well, I have to look at how many figures each backer is picking up so I could give you like an average. Because I know what the average pledge is, but it would take a minute for me to go through and actually like figure out exactly how many units that is. But I can give like let me see here. I could do like a rough idea. I don't know if
because you're selling bundles. Do you have bundles too, right?
yeah, see, it's kind of hard to say because I have a discount for the 20 packs and the 8 packs. So they're going to be cheaper for you if you're picking up that 20 pack or that 8 pack. They go down in price. So it's about that's one thing that I wanted to figure out too, Ace, is like how many, like when this closes, like what, no matter where it closes, I want to have an idea of like how many units that really is. So it's like getting, I don't know, it's getting close to 1,000. It's like like more or less around 840 is like where that's at right there.
I have a question for either of you guys, if you know, but like, why is it like with the Kickstarter, like for your thing, you've got a dollar amount, you've got to get to 120,000 for this to fund, but like with like a Hasbro HasLab, they go by the actual number, so it's like they need 10,000 backers. But why like with the Kickstarter, is it a dollar amount, not just a backer number? Is that something you can determine, or is that just
like, I don't know why they do it that way, and I wonder if they count backers as each $200 pledge. Like if you pledged for 2 Giant Man, does that count as 2 backers? Because if you have people like that would try to, if not, then they would be creating an incentive for people to only back one at a time. So I have a feeling they're just counting it differently and just counting each pledge as a backer. Taco Boy, those BB test numbers are in, yeah.
And also, too, Hasbro has a larger overhead, too, right? So there's a lot more that has to be accounted for, you know, in order to produce the product.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
They just have a larger overhead, too.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that makes sense for them. But, yeah. Man, if there was extra date, I would back. I would have buy a 20-pack. Man, hey, Gabriel, I really appreciate your support, man. So whatever everything that you've been doing so far, I really appreciate you, bro. So yeah, don't feel bad for not being able to pick up a 20-pack at all, please.
Hey, we'll take that one though.
Yeah. Oh no, he's pledged for sure. Yeah. No, he's definitely
Yeah.
backed. Backers should and must equal units for HasLab, in my opinion. Yeah. Backers should and must equal units. Right. Yeah. Backers should equal a unit, or else I don't think it would quite work out. Hasbro's backers are individual units. Yeah. So yeah, it's all through that. But why? I don't know. It's because Kickstarter is a platform originally created to generate specific dollar amounts. They don't care how many people it takes to get there. Right.
That's a
I
good
guess-
point.
Yeah.
Because like you've got like a 20-pack for $480 as opposed to
Yeah,
because like you said, you discount.
Yeah, Amin, we cannot extend the deadline, especially at this point with it, being so close to the end. We have just about 2 hours left.
You got to jump in. Yo,
yeah, you got to jump in, man.
Look, I don't know what time zone you in, but go to the bank, brother. Hit that ATM.
Yeah, get that transfer initiated, and I had to. Yeah, this caught me right before Legion's Con, so I'm not able to pledge more than what I could have. Hey, G, I appreciate anything, man. I really appreciate the support. It's whatever you guys are able to do. I know there's other obligations and stuff like that, but I cannot be bummed out in any kind of way at this. I'm just so freaking happy to see it at this point right here is just fucking amazing. But damn, it would be sad if it landed short from right here. But I have a feeling there's some night owls.
This is a triumphant thing. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, like there really is no failure in any of this. I mean, it's a huge triumph. You really proved a lot of points with this, so, and also too, trust and believe, man. Like there's a lot of people watching this line, watching how it goes, watching the backers back it and everything. So I mean, this is definitely a triumph on your part, man. So no matter what, man, pat yourself on the back, give yourself some props, because
Thank you,
this is definitely a positive outcome regardless.
Thank you. No, that means a lot. I can't get bummed out at this point, and the overwhelming support.
Yeah, you can't get bummed out. I mean, this was a hell of a venture that you did, and it doesn't mean that you have to stop. It doesn't mean that the train stops. It's just, this is what happens. It's so many variables making toys, particularly in this day and age. There's a lot of variables. You know what I mean? So.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fun kind of going through this, and
is it really? Is it?
Well, I think I'm having fun watching you crack up. I love it. I love it. It's like watching The Shining in reverse.
That's cool. I'm thawing out, right? No, it's
the most successful people don't just like start out being success. They have their failures and they learn from them and they come back and they do it better. So
yeah, no, I know. Like I forgot who I was talking to exactly. I think I think, oh God, I forgot who I was talking to about it, but they're kind of like trying to say, like, oh, why don't you just, like, do you have to go through all this and do it this way and all this and maybe, reconsider it? And I was like, look, I'm trying to make a move here that is landing in like serious big boy territory, like I have to have like some big boy suffering to go along with the big boy territory. I have to go through the hard shit. And I think like, not that it's necessarily like hard doing all the live streams that I've done and all the work that I've done put into the line, but the fact that I've gotten a lot of props for the people have seen the work that I put into it. Like Dave, like what you're saying, like the community is watching. They're seeing this happen. People are witnessing me working my ass off to try my damnedest to make this happen. I've taken every single fucking suggestion that has come my way. I have done everything I can to push this along the smartest way I feel like I could. And if anything, I feel like I'm demonstrating to people the kind of work ethic I'm going to put into flushing everything out and getting everything delivered to everybody. I think it's worth having everybody witness me working hard so that you could see the kind of work ethic I'm going to put towards actually delivering on the product.
Yeah. I
Oh,
agree.
thank you, Wade. That means a lot, man. Thank you.
I mean, I can tell you just from, I mean, you and I have known each other for a while, Russ, and, you know, we've worked together and like, just, you've grown a lot. Cause like the Shartimus, when I first started working with you, I feel like would have been like, well, I have like 600,000 subscribers. And if just one, every one of those subscribers just bought one figure, this thing would have been backed in a second. Where the hell are you guys? So like,
yeah,
you know, you understand that it doesn't really quite work that way now and stuff. So just like you've grown as a person, I think a lot since just those early days when you and I first, you know, kind of worked together and stuff. So
oh, thanks, Jay.
I have no doubt that if, but you know, I still think this could, you know, pull it out here at the end. But if by chance it doesn't, you know, I have no doubt you'll be back and better and learn from whatever mistakes you got from this time, and you'll get it done.
But and then there's also like other dimensions to this too, like you know the cartoon, like you know Russ is also working on animation. There's other merch and stuff, so there's a lot of different things that would you know keep this alive, you know, and it's just really a matter of positioning it the right way, which I think you've done a hell of a job. You know, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much that you can do now. It's like whether you're a major toy company or not. All you can do is put your plan together, you know, put your best foot forward, design everything that you can, galvanize the community, and then boom, step back and let it happen. You know, and this is whether you're you know part of the Hasbro Pulse team or yourself, there is a level of anxiety that comes along with this, you know, because basically there's just no, you have to be able to trust the process and see what happens.
Right. Yeah. And I can't live my life wondering and not going for it, not doing it, you know. It's all worth that creates more pain and turmoil in the long term than actually, you know, any kind of short-term sacrifices I make right now going through the process.
You know, the one thing I do love is that the fact that the community has really, whether it's this or like, you know, with you know, the Odious project or any other Kickstarter, like the community has really come together, man. And like even the Hasbro Plus, like Giant Man, like for a minute it looked like Giant Man wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden, bam, like everyone just kind of held hands and forced it into existence. So, you know, it's of course, like, you know, Marvel has a whole different set of issues that and baggage that comes along with it and awareness and everything, but it's still seeing the community, seeing all these individuals, your friends galvanize around you, you know, circle of wagons. And that's what I love about just the toy industry in general, man. We have photographers, retailers, designers, sculptors, you know, just all types of individuals, you know, news guys, you know, we can really circle our own wagons and we really don't have to be reliant on major toy companies, especially with all the way technology is now, how talented guys are, and just the whole idea of working in a collaborative sense. You know, like, hey man, like this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning of independence really taking control of their destiny and coming up with some really cool stuff and pushing everything forward.
And it's really important too, because I remember, like, especially growing up, it always felt like there was some kind of like corporate stranglehold or gatekeeper to like anything getting released. Like the idea of something like this happening was just not possible. So to have any of these projects like, you know, come about in this grassroots kind of way, like it's a special time. Like it's amazing that this stuff happens. Like it's
Or
incredible.
sometimes it's a matter of there's too many decisions. There's too many people making decisions, right? Or too many voices that want to be heard. So it's like, man, sometimes you just gotta close the door, lock everybody out, and just go to work, and then come out with something spectacular. Like sometimes you just don't need all those cooks in the kitchen
Right.
adding all of their ingredients and making a mess.
Yeah, you could have too many people involved and just kind of ruin it, especially when you have like the people that aren't genuine fans of this shit, and they're, you know, like the suits and stuff like that, like taking that element out of it. It's like it's refreshing, and I hope people see that with this line. Like, you know what I mean? The closest thing we have to a suit on Street Humans is Dave. That's like the closest. Like that's the closest thing we have to a suit is Dave.
I've been
it's like when Dave went to Mattel, it's like, what idiot put Dave on WWE and not on DC?
Oh,
and then
Batman. What the
when
fuck?
he designed those Batman
Where's that
figures, and they
Batman?
were like,
I still want that Batman.
You know, it was funny because that was I mean, that was a big thing about going to Mattel was the intrigue of possibly working on DC. And I love WWE. I mean, I'm a big wrestling fan. I love the team is strong. I love Bill McKinnon and everything, but it's just I felt like the strength could have been added to DC because they needed it at the time. Like the brand was in peril,
struggling.
Like, struggling, you know. And my thing is like just throw anything at it, you know. But to me, it was just such a conservative play, and you know, it really could have been special. I thought it could have been special.
Now,
when you showed us those Batman figures, it was like, and
Yeah,
even
what
to today, I mean,
fun, get it.
Yeah, like how did that happen with the Batmans though? Because I know you only showed that after your time with Mattel was over, but it's like I mean, if you could say like what happened like with those figures, like why didn't anybody else at Mattel just greenlight that shit the second they saw it? Because
well,
like
I think the reason why is because when it started to float around, I think it was too late. You know, I think it might be too late from that end. But you know, I was really hoping that hey, let's have a conversation. Like let's have a last minute conversation where we show what we can do. You know, let's add some life to it. You know, and you know, it just went out of my hands, and then it was silence, and then we wound up losing the license. You know, it kind of went like that. So it was just kind of it was frustrating. It was sad, and also too, you know, it's Batman. You know, and given a dimension of Batman that just wasn't really seen. So you know, it was just one of those things. It's one of those things like bad timing, bad positioning. It just didn't work out. You know, I can say this that those figures definitely did inspire what we've seen from McFarlane. I can say that. And like there's been a couple of figures that was like, wow, that clearly they took some of those cues, like the Hush figure and all that stuff. But
this Nightfall one kind of reminds me of
the Night. Yeah,
this is my favorite one that they've done.
Yeah, and I mean, I love it. I mean, like, and again, like we all inspire each other. Like we all take things from each other. We all inspire each other. You know, we all watch each other. So, you know, it's just one of those things that just didn't come to fruition. But I'm happy that, you know, it didn't completely die. It just kind of morphed and went into McFarlane. If anyone is going to do it, I'd rather it be Todd McFarlane. You
Right.
know.
Yeah, even though he doesn't like articulation that much, but still, it was. I remember interviewing him after it was after like the first round of DC Multiverse like did well, and I think I had asked him like, so like now that you've seen, you know, these figures do well and that their articulation has proved to, you know, to be working well for the consumers and everything, like have you changed your point of view on articulation with your figures? And he's like, nope. He just straight up said no. And like he kind of, so I know for him he's not the biggest fan of all that stuff. And one thing I wanted to put out there also, I want to give a big thanks to Jay for he has helped prop me up and given me all kinds of opportunities in the past. Like I truly see Jay as one of the supporters of my YouTube channel and my YouTube career, and really helped me move to another level. I've had like the big three like directly like influencing the channel I think of as Century Productions, Sean Long, and JC. Like you guys gave me like all those opportunities going out to New York and doing the different conventions and all that stuff. Like that was really big. And I was recently, someone was, you know, asking me, in your YouTube career, like what are some of the highlights in the last 15 years that like really stood out to you, that like that really emotionally affected you? And I remember like one big one for me was the first time we got to interview Todd McFarlane, because I didn't like, first off, JC flew me out there and it wasn't planned. Like we just saw Todd there, and Jay and I were like, oh my god, like Todd McFarlane's actually there and everything. Like can't actually talk to Todd. And I was like, I'm just gonna go for it. So like I'm just gonna dive in. And I went and I found and I talked to his assistant and went that route. And Carmen was super nice. And I think shortly after that, we saw Neil Adams pop in, and he was talking to JC for a while, and he was talking to Todd. Todd and Neil Adams were hanging out talking. And I'm like, too. I was like just like excited to watch the talk and everything. And we had to wait a while before we got that Todd interview. But I remember, and I think Todd's booth was like really small. Remember, Jay? It was just like one little square. And I remember that one hit like I thought the interview went well and everything. It was totally unexpected. And I remember like having a moment where I was like, because the first comic I ever picked out off the shelf was a Todd